Book 5, Chapter 20, Bearings. It is best to count one's fingers after shaking hands with Prisai, Queen Rowena Alban of Callow. I'd never gotten the full story behind that scarf. Indrani almost never took it off, with the notable exception of when she was naked and otherwise occupied, and she'd been evasive about it when I'd asked. The weave was unusual, finer and tighter than I'd ever seen of Callowan cloth, but save for that there was nothing exceptional about the gray and green scarf. It was from Mercantis, she'd said, and a gift from the ranger. The first thing she'd ever owned. Aside from those bare bones, Indrani had never spoken a word of the matter, and I knew better than to push. I was not without little pieces of my own, stolen moments and memories I would rather not have put under the scrutiny of another, no matter how dear to me they were. Worn as the cloth was, it seemed one of the few possessions Archer actually cared for along with her monster of a longbow. That she was a wanderer to the bone was plain enough to see, standing before me with the sum of her earthly belongings as she was. Blades, bow, a leather satchel, and the clothes on her back. She neither needed nor particularly wanted more than that. A strange thought, to me. I'd not acquired a taste for luxury even after taking the crown, but having a place of my own, a home, and some comforts in it had always seemed natural. Something everyone would want. I supposed I'd just have to make those rooms a little larger for whenever my vagrant of a friend came back. Snow's crisp, Indrani said. Wind's calm. Good night for a stroll. I'd tell you to be careful, I said, but somehow I don't see that happening. Tugging down her scarf to flash an admittedly roguish smile, Archer winked at me. This was not, I decided, in the least reassuring. I'll be the very soul of prudence, she lied. Leaving me to stand leaning on my staff, she quickly darted across the snow to take Hakram's shoulder in hand. Half a hug, a rough display of affection. Keep an eye on them, Hakram, she said, without a hint of irony. You know how careless they get without me around to chaperone. Adjutant leaned down to gently knock his forehead against her own. Neck angled a little to the side, I noted, as to allow for Indrani to rip open his throat with her fangs were she an orc. A display of trust and kinship, the kind orcs usually reserved for their close family. If you die, I've staked a claim on your bow, he told her. That startled a laugh out of her, along with jeering about how he was supposed to shoot anything when he kept dropping hands all over the place. Acua was standing a little to the side of them, high-collared dress of pale and gold sweeping down to her feet. For all the apparent slenderness of the cloth, she was unaffected by the chill of the night. Indrani clapped her shoulder amicably, which the shade allowed with a fondly tolerant smile. You know, since I'm leaving Archer began. Diabolus sighed. Fine, she conceded. Look your fill. Indrani's brow rose in surprise, then she grinned eagerly. Did I even want to know? A heartbeat passed, and Acua did not move. You're still wearing clothes, Archer pointed out, sounding a little cheated. According to certain interpretations of Trismegistan theory, I am in fact naked at all times, the shade drily replied. Prisai treachery, Indrani cursed. Adjutant's silhouette loomed tall at my side, the orc calmly studying the scene. Lingering on the smile that came easy to Archer's lips, the almost mellow way Diabolus stood even when so close to her. The last time he'd seen the two of them together, I thought, Indrani had suggested firing arrows at Acua for sport. Before the Everdark. I thought, but that was only part of it. Before great SDRYCHD. In truth, and the choices made there, Hakram had not been part of those dark hours, and might not understand the ties they had forged. Vivian, I considered, almost certainly would not. The musings were set aside when Archer finished her usual ritual of taunts and insults with Diabolist, nonchalantly returning to me. She hesitated, and I went rifling through my cloak, fingers emerging tightened around a silver flask I tossed at her. Nimbly snatching it out of the air, she cocked an eyebrow at me. Izaran brandy, I lied. It was, in fact, the foulest-tasting belt of drow. Senna, I'd been able to get my hands on. Hopefully she'd choke on the muddy taste of the mushroom-made liquor while expecting a smooth Procerin distillate. That ought to teach her covers were not to be hogged when it was this cold out, and your queen was very much mortal again. But I didn't get you anything, she pouted, putting away the flask even as she did. That's quite dash. I could have struggled and perhaps even blocked her, but when she put a hand on my waist and dipped me backwards, I decided to allow Indrani her way. The kiss was rough, though in a way she knew I liked, and the warmth of her was stirring. There, she said, after withdrawing. I coughed to hide my breath was a little uneven. There, I very eloquently agreed. Her hand remained on my shoulder, and she met my eyes, this time with serious mien. I'll find him, Cat, Indrani said. Bring him home in one piece. I nodded, just as serious. If one of us can, it's you, I replied. I'll be expecting the both of you back. You've gotten so demanding since they put a crown on your head, Indrani snorted. This time we parted for good, and with a casual wave of the hand at all of us, she began her trek into the snow. Under the last sliver of the warning moon, I watched her leave to recover Masigo. Hakram and Acua came to stand at my sides, flanking me in shared silence until finally I breathed out. Come on, I said. Adjutant, I want to show you something. I glanced at Diabolist, who nodded back. Good. It was about time I had a close look at the well I'd charged her to gather. I could feel the slow, constant pulse of the night, even from over 50 feet away. Acua had put up comprehensive layers of wards around the tent, but that much accumulated power could never be entirely hidden. To me, who stood first under the night, it was like feeling a warm whisper of wind against my skin. Diabolist's eyes looked brighter, her body more tangible the closer we came, but it was Hakram's reaction that interested me. He was the only one of the three of us who truly still bore a name, after all. I could see in the way he straightened his back and free his hand from encumbrance that he was feeling. Something, at least. He met my gaze uneasily. There's a scent in the air, he graveled. Like coolness and dark. Sharp nose, Diabolist said, and she ushered us into her workshop. I'd only been in here once before, at the start, and when the well had barely even taken shape. This was rather more advanced, I thought. Field conditions were no friend to the kind of precision work mages of Acua and Masegos favored at the exclusion of almost all else, but Diabolist had made do on the road. The ground beneath the tent was bereft of snow and had been glassed by a mighty's flame to be perfectly level. The shade glared at us when we entered until we rid our boots of the worst of the snow, and she went through a pack to retrieve cloths for us to wipe them entirely clean afterwards. Acua herself almost danced to the side of the artifact she was constructing, steps light and elated like a girl at her first summer fair. Adjutant's eyes remained peeled on the well for a long moment, until he let out a shuddering breath. What, he said, exactly is that? Our answer to the Grey Pilgrim, I said. In a sardonic bit of humor, Acua had actually built it to look like a wishing well, though one held up above the floor by 4 curved supports of lead. Lead, I had learned from my recent studies, held strong properties of stability and grounding if never touched by fire. Held up by those supports was a disc of polished onyx, and from that bottom rose the shape of a well. Shards of obsidian bound together by thin strands of copper. There was, allegedly, no better metal for bridging, made up a glittering octagon, though several large swaths of the side were still empty. Above the well itself, 2 slender pillars of amethyst-studded copper held up a quaint little angled roof. The roof itself was made of the same obsidian and copper assembly as the well, though compared to the octagon the progress made in filling it was farther along. Unsurprising, every shard from the well contained the full exertion of a mighty's night from dusk till dawn, but the roof held only the same by sigil holders. At this pace, the main body will be finished within 7 nights, Diabolist said. The upper receptacles dash. Roof, Idrilli said. She means roof. Will take within 20 to 30 nights, she finished, as if I had never spoken. Though the artifact itself will be functional after the upper receptacles are half filled, which will be achieved 2 dawns from now. Won't be as strong, though, I said. Which would only be an issue if you meant to directly oppose a foe's miracles, Acua said. Hakram stepped forward hesitantly, boots crisply sounding against the floor. He leaned over the roof, thickly ridged brow nodding. I recognize some of this, he said. Precise sorcery. Diabolist let out a pleased little noise. Indeed, she said. The underlying structure is Trismegiston, of course, though I required some consultation with Save NOC before I could properly account for the properties of the night. And what does it do? Adjutant asked. I began moving forward, then suddenly stopped. My staff had begun to pulse. The night I had woven within beckoned by Acua's much more complex creation. Unwilling to risk the power still sleeping inside, I propped it up against the side of the tent and limped forward instead. Hakram extended an arm without a word, and I gratefully leaned on it. Fingers tracing the obsidian of the roof, I drew his attention to 3 symbols in crepuscular carved on the frame. They reappeared in the patterns, over and over again. Years ago, when we were still kids playing war games in the tower's shadow, I had a talk with Killian, I said. I told her that Juniper was actually predictable, in a way, because if she had all the information she nearly always made the right choice. I smiled, almost melancholy at the memory of those simpler days. Presumptuous of me to say, as she proved in swift order, but I learned to temper the principle, I said. But for this? Oh, I know how they're going to swing at us. They tipped their hand at the Battle of the Camps, Hakram. They have one tool that could, really, cripple us, so it's a near certainty it'll be used. And so you prepared an answer, Adjutant said. I ran my thumb against the three symbols. One did not need to know crepuscular to glimpse their meaning, for the written language of the drow could sometimes be of obvious meanings. The sun rampant, the sun halved, the sun veiled. So we prepared an answer. I softly agreed. We left Acua to her toil. After that, filling a well I hoped would not be needed. Yet, as with the sword I had been leaning on in the shape of a staff, I was not certain I would have a choice. Waste of wastes, but what else could I do? Marching across Isare with an army of near 70,000, even if 50,000 of those were drow, was not a quick or quiet affair. The 4th and 3rd had been put through twin ringers of constant pursuit and assault, and to be frank, both had been reaching the end of their rope. Yet I couldn't afford to slacken our march, either, as drow scouts began reporting that the Levantine army we'd fought the vanguard of at Sarcella was on our tail, still more than a week behind us. But the reason for that delay became clear when reports of banners not of the Dominion emerged. They'd had Principate reinforcements. Either southern levies hastily put together, or more dangerously, the border army of 20,000 the first prince had garrisoned in Tenerife to discourage incursion by the League, which meant Kairos and his allies had let the lot of them through, because they shouldn't have had the strength to push back a determined League force. If it truly was Hazenbach's southern army, that was bad news indeed. Those would be professional soldiers, in majority, that the first prince had judged would be able to either slow or turn back an invasion by the entire League of Free Cities. They wouldn't be pushovers or peasants with spears. The forced halt of several hours every dawn further complicated our advance, as it needed to be compensated for by marching after nightfall if we didn't want to lose almost a third of the day's march. The firstborn significantly quickened after dusk, of course, but my legionaries most definitely did not. The disjointed peaks made planning awkward, especially as I was wary of simply sending a significant drow force ahead. We were headed into contested grounds, now. A force of 5,000 firstborn caught just after dawn by Levantine or Prosperan cavalry would be severely bled, and sending a legionary escort with them would defeat the entire purpose of the exercise. There was no obvious fix to the issue, and none of my three current generals, Abigail, Bugram, Ramina, suggested a feasible alternative. We'd just have to awkwardly force our way forward as fast as we could, hoping we'd get to Juniper before the opposition did. It was a mere 6 days after the 4th was brought back into the fold that we ran into our first enemy outriders. Prosperan, General Bugram opined. Alamans at a guess. The Arlesites tend to carry javelins. Adjutant grunted in agreement. The 4th had taken the front, today, so it was them who'd sent for me when riders were seen on the horizon. The two of them were on foot, which given that I was seated atop zombie meant for once I towered taller than either of them. That's at least 60 horsemen, I noted, shielding my eyes from the sun with my hand. Screening company, you think? Seems likely, Bugram said. Finally good news, eh? I nodded thoughtfully. The riders were to our northwest, and if they'd been sent there to watch for our advance, it meant we were getting close to Juniper's position. It also meant, though, that the northern armies of the Dominion and Procker were close enough to the Hellhound that were keeping an eye out for sudden reinforcements to her position. So we're not the only ones at your gate, Juniper, I thought. No point in sending foot after them, Adjutant said. They'd be long gone by the time any legionary got there. So we don't send legionaries, I replied. One of you get a message to General Ramina. I want the Losera Sigil to send a war band in pursuit immediately. Even light foot won't catch up to horse. General Bugram told me as delicately as an orc could, which wasn't very. I forced down the sharp swell of irritation. No, General Bugram. During the day it will not, I flatly said. Should the horsemen rest at night, however, the firstborn might very well catch them by surprise if they begin pursuing right now. I must not have hidden my annoyance completely, because Bugram saluted and promptly volunteered to speak with Ramina himself. He wasn't a bad commander, I knew. More experienced than any of my Rat Company officers, he'd been the second of General Istrid for decades and effectively run her general staff while she fought on the front lines. But he wasn't one of mine. He was one of Black's people, in some deep manner. From Black's crop of soldiers, shaped by my teacher's own decades of war. Bugram would not trust my judgment the way Juniper or Nock would have. I was, in his eyes, still very much the Carrion's Lord Apprentice. A promising successor, but not my teacher's equal. The temper's back, at least, Hakram amusedly said. I glared at him. He might as well have called me an idiot. I retorted. He's fresh to your service, Adjutant said. And a hint of Fong will be good for your relationship. Bagram was second to Istrad Nightsbane. A hard look won't offend him. I grunted, somewhat mollified. It's better now, Adjutant pensively said. When your hackles go up, it's still you. Not winter hunger with a foundling shape to it. I glanced away. That was me too, Hakram, I said. Just with large enough a hammer, everything looked like a nail. It was you on a dark day that never quite passed. The orc disagreed, head shaking in slight disagreement. And whispers in your ear. You handled it better than most would have, but the marks were there. You never said anything. I frowned. You were drinking. Eric. Like water, at the start, Hakram said. But you got it under control after some prodding. That meant you weren't frozen, just slowed. I was willing to wait. My fingers clenched. Maybe you shouldn't have, I said. It didn't make you worse, Catherine, Adjutant said. Jagged edges, true, but those weren't sunny days. Jagged kept a lot of people breathing. Killed just as many, I said. Adjutant turned to me, the glare of the sun casting shadows like scar across his leathery face. The dark, deep-set eyes were as serene as I'd always known them to be. You did what needed doing, Hakram Deadhand said. It wasn't all pretty, and most won't thank you for it. But you kept Callow standing until it could stand, and even with winter in your soul, it was a peace you strove for. He bared a thin stripe of ivory fangs, chidingly. It's a gentle sort of tyranny, by my reckoning, that you would name the worst of you, he said. I released the grip on my reins, slowly. It's a little uncanny, sometimes, I said. The way you always know what to say. His fangs clicked amusedly. That is who we are, Adjutant simply said. I stroked Zombie's mane and spurred her slightly, enough that she danced to the side and my leg grazed his side. We stayed there for a while, watching the riders on the horizon, until he spoke up again. So he said, Archer. I cocked my head to the side. I know there's a risk in sending her after Masigo when there's heroes on the prowl, to the both of us, but dash. You are letting her leave to return with a victory, Hakram interrupted in a rumbling voice, and sending a trusted and powerful named after what could be a disastrous trouble. I'm well aware, Cat, as you are, that I wasn't asking about that at all. I cleared my throat. Surprised you waited this long to ask, I said. Wasn't entirely sure until the farewell display, the orc admitted. You two have always been. Yeah, he didn't really need to elaborate on that. For both our sakes, really. It's a thing, I said. That is happening. On occasion. But not, Hakram said. Too frequently? We're not involved, if that's what you're asking, I said. Ah, he hummed. Unusual for you. He didn't ask the question, only leaving the door open to elaborate if I felt like it. Gods, I'd missed him. I'm in the middle of a continent-wide war, I eventually said. Romance isn't exactly a priority. But, Hakram said, might be something I want eventually, I shrugged. Won't be anytime soon, or with her. We know where we stand, and regardless, there's the Masigo situation. That's been hard to get a read on, the orc said. Like watching denial and obliviousness waltz, I snorted. Though I have to wonder how much of those there really are, when it comes down to it. Masigo had his habits, but he wasn't exactly blind. Mostly he missed cues, or misread the reasons for things. I suspected his upbringing hadn't helped, both because of the men who'd raised him and the environment they'd raised him in. I could hardly think of a more terrifyingly frustrating place for a boy who'd had difficulty understanding others than pre-sight aristocratic circles. When it came to the woe, he tended to catch on to things fairly well, and ask when he thought he was missing something. And he'd asked me to take care of Indrani before leaving for Thalassina, noting her to be upset. As for Indrani, well, what she said and what she thought weren't always the same thing. Especially when it came to what she considered shamefully soft attachments, like admitting she loved people who loved her. Fucking Ranger. I uncharitably thought. I don't think it would be an issue if we kept doing this after we're all back together, I finally added. Hakram bowed his head in agreement. Tell me you're not sleeping with the other one, at least, he graveled. I choked. Acua. I protested. Gods. No. I mean, don't get me wrong, just look at her dash. You often do, the orc said. Though I don't see the appeal, to be honest. She's dangerous, I suppose, but all soft and fleshy. Those can, be good things, I muttered. But she's still Acua, Hakram. I am aware, Adjutant said. But I wonder if that means the same thing it used to, Cat. For you, at least, and perhaps Indrani. This, the softer predecessor of the Crucible Vivian, is going to put me through? I said, a tad sharply. The orc shook his head. I wasn't down there, he said. You will have reasons for this, though you haven't shared them. I want to know where we stand with her. That's all. Silence reigned for a long moment. I am no longer bound by the oath to kill her, I acknowledged. But, Hakram said. 100,000 souls, I said. There has to be a price for that. He slowly nodded. Until then, she is to be Acua, the orc murmured. Not the doom of Lys. I did not reply. I did not need to. Before dawn, Iva came back with 4 survivors from the Proceran Outriders. We were 2 days' march away from Juniper, which was pleasing. The enemy had beaten us there, which was not. Book 5, Chapter 21, Intervention. Even madmen can win at dice. Callowin saying. General Abigail rode poorly, though that was hardly a surprise. Most of my army was no better. Given that it was in majority Callowin, that was somewhat shameful. My people had once held a reputation for breeding the finest war horses on Calernia and riding them into battle with distinguished record. That had been before the conquest, though. A lot of Old Kingdom noble families had preferred butchering their own herds to turning them over to the tower, and Black famously almost had an uprising on his hands when he moved to obtain horses from the mostly untouched south of the kingdom. It was one of the few times my teacher had actually backed down. In practice, the old expectation that anyone of means as well as anyone of high birth would be able to ride with a lance had died out under the decades of occupation. A large part of what had birthed that custom in the first place was gone, namely the need for a large pool of train-mounted soldiers to fill the ranks should the wasteland invade. But in my eyes the real culprit had been the lack of such mounts to be had. What few war horses had remained were either closely kept by the last of the Callowin aristocracy or by law set aside for the use of the Legions of Terror, in specific the 13th, which had been raised from Callowin bandits and rebels in the first place. Ratface had once told me, years ago, that for the smugglers who could pull it off, selling a horse was about as profitable as selling the equivalent weight in spices. Wasteland aristocrats were willing to pay ludicrous sums for a purebred leashed charger or even a dappled veil courser. That had been the thought, anyway, that the old herds and ways were gone. There'd been some satisfaction in the fact the knightly orders might be lost, but at least they weren't under Presi banners, the kind of bittersweet victory that had been rare after the conquest, and so even more dearly savored. But then the Order of the Broken Bells had crawled out of the chaos of the Arcadian campaign, and given time it might spread that knowledge again. A pretty thought, though in the present it wasn't making either mounts or skilled riders appear out of thin air. Ghastly beasts, I'll tell no lie, Abigail of Summerhome muttered, eyeing her mount with distrust. Bit unnatural, if you ask me. The horses I'd confiscated from the 4,000 cataphractoi numbered more than that. Less than military wisdom would have dictated a field force of cavalry should take with them, but 6,000 horses was nothing to sneer at. Hakram had speculated that considering they weren't moving with a remount for every cataphract, they might just have a field camp somewhere in Isère where the rest were being kept, but we'd had no time to look into it. Out of sheer practicality, we'd already had to butcher 1,000 of those no doubt very expensive mounts, which at least had put the orcs of the 3rd and 4th in a rather good mood. Fresh meat was a delicacy out on campaign, but we'd also more than enough left for what might be considered luxury, namely mounting large contingents of messengers and officers. The matter was further complicated by the fact that horses not specifically trained out of it tended to panic around greenskins, but the humans in the general staffs had gained mount at least. You get used to it, I said. Though it's been some time since I last rode a living mount, I'll admit. I fondly stroked the rough coat of Zombie the 5th and received a pleased exhale from the Helikian horse in reply. Zombie the 3rd was currently being punished by dragging a cart, which looked rather absurd for a winged horse, and I knew she very much despised doing. The crime she was atoning for was that this morning I'd found someone had caved in the head, ribs, and spine of Zombie the 4th. She'd tried to look innocent, the wretch, but unless there was another hooved creature in my army jealous of my attentions, then I had my culprit. Apparently you could take the winter necromancy out of the Fey horse, but actually you couldn't, and it would keep that vicious temperament forever. If you try to shake me off again, I'll have you made into boots, General Abigail whispered, glaring at her horse and apparently under the impression I couldn't hear her. You know what? That's your name now. Boots. How do you like that? Boots. Boots proceeded forward at an indifferent trot, and I cleared my throat. The black-haired woman paled, reminded of my presence. Agree, Your Majesty, she hastily said. I sighed. She hadn't listened to what I was said in the slightest, had she? Oh, good. I airily replied, offering her a smile. Then I expect it'll be done within the hour. I enjoyed the panic that seeped into her eyes a little too much. Is that, she tried, customary? Trying to find out what she'd agreed to by context. My long experience of pretending I already knew things while getting Masigo to explain them allowed me to see through her admittedly pretty translucent wiles. In Ashur, I'd assume, I gravely said. Yes, she slowly said. That is well known. You can tell Adjutant you're in need of our maritime charts for the Tyrian Sea. I continued. Gods be with you, Admiral Abigail. She let out a little whimper, which she tried to pass off as a cough. Then she stilled. We don't have a border with the Tyrian Sea, she realized. Or a fleet, which will lend you the element of surprise, I mused. Queens aren't supposed to have people on, General Abigail plaintively said. I hid my smile by looking away. Call it royal prerogative, I replied, then took mercy on her and changed the subject. What do you think of your new officers? The transfers from the Fourth are all old hands from the legions, the blue-eyed woman said. To be entirely honest, they didn't need much settling, Your Majesty. And Legate Samad could do my job better than me, if you let him. Legate Samad served for 15 years under General Afalabi, a wasteland aristocrat, and first enrolled in the legions at the beginning of Black's tenure as the captain of militia's armies. I thought, his loyalties are rather more complex than yours, my dear. Then learn from him, I said, and take his advice when it has good sense. I'd ignored the implied offer to step down from her generalship and resume her legate duties, as I had the last 5 times she'd indirectly broached the subject, and would keep doing. Talented Calawan candidates for a general's mantle didn't grow on trees, much less those with no ties to any of the factions in my court. An abdication was a tricky matter even when a dynasty was stable, and considering mine consisted of me and a tumultuous reign of less than 5 years, I hardly qualified. A popular Calawan general with a distinguished war record and no real ambition for power would go a long way in stabilizing what would follow in my wake. I set aside the thought for now. It was too early to tell if Abigail of Summerhome could really be used in that manner, and pushing too hard too fast would only spoil the broth. I won't know the first thing about fighting heroes, ma'am, General Abigail said. I've killed more than a few, and I barely do, I shrugged. Besides, ideally we won't be killing anyone. That's, not the sentiment I expected to hear, the black-haired general said. Any corpse we make down here is one less warm body to throw at the dead king. Abigail, I said. And heroes, well, we'll need more than a few of those to drive the hidden horror back into hiding. Into hiding, she slowly said. Not to kill. You ever seen a god die, General Abigail? I said. She shivered. Can't say I have, ma'am, she replied, lips tight. Neither have I said. But I suspect it would be messy business. Best we know our limitations and not bargain for more than we can deliver. I hear that, General Abigail muttered. About time to segue into more personal matters, I mused. I'd taken to digging into her past when the opportunity rose, though what I'd learned was as amusing as it was appalling. Inquired about her family had led to my ma brewed, and what pa didn't drink we sold. An open-ended question about why she'd enrolled had led to our place in Summerhome burned down, and all respect your majesty, but have you ever smelled a tannery? I'd been about to ask about the Orc Tribune, Krolam, his name was. I'd had Hakram look into him, that she brought with her everywhere, when movement caught my attention at the corner of my eye. Enemy outriders? No, I saw as I squinted, some of our own scouts. The Third Army was at the head of the column for the day's march, and with my personal banner being raised along with its own, the scout officers were likely to head here for their first report. I'd not expected anything from them for some time, to be honest. Our best guess had Juniper's camp half a day away, further west along the frozen river we were following. Unusual, I said. The general followed my gaze, but said nothing. Come on, I decided. We're headed to the front of the column. I spurred Zombie the Fifth forward, peeling off from the side of the Third Army and outpacing the marching legionaries. Abigail followed more slowly, hissing curses at her uncooperative mount I pretended not to hear. It wasn't a full scouting line, I saw as I approached. Only a 10th, all goblins, with the line's sergeant among them. Whatever they saw, I thought. It was urgent enough they backtracked. I reined in my horse a dozen feet ahead of the front of my column, slowing him to a trot to remain ahead as the goblins approached. Abigail arrived just before they did, legs so tight against her saddle I winced to think of the cramps she'd have tonight. The sergeant, stringy, small and more yellow than green, the ritual scarring around her lips lending her a grisly touch, came forward and saluted. "Your Majesty," she said. "Sergeant Hurdler, reporting." "At ease, Sergeant," I replied. I glanced at Abigail and saw she'd mostly composed herself. "Good enough. You're back earlier than expected," I said. "Your report." "Whatever we got out of the Procerans, it was inaccurate," the goblin said. "The Hellhounds' camp is about half a bell ahead, and when Lieutenant Reeler sent us back, battle was already being given." Shit, I thought. There were hills to the west of us, split in the middle by the river our maps called the Odell. Not all that tall, but enough they'd cut our line of sight. It makes sense, I grimly conceded. Juniper would want hills on one of her flanks if she could, knowing she'd be outnumbered in a battle. "Battle," I said. "Elaborate, Sergeant." "Marshal Juniper raised a fortified camp on both sides of the riverbanks," Hurdler said. "An army of Levantines and Procerans was assaulting the northern bank, last I saw." "Which was?" I pressed. "A little over an hour," the goblin said. "We could see from the taller hills." Fuck. I'd bet on Juniper against most generals, and on Grim One Eye against the few left, but they wouldn't just be fighting mortals. There would be heroes, and if what Hakram had told me about Vivian was true, then Juniper wouldn't have any name to pit against them. The Pilgrim alone might be driven back by the Wild Hunt, but the Saint? Lawrence de Montfort had already proved she could savage the lot of them single-handedly. Our Proceran prisoners had told us about cavalry skirmishes and ambushes, not a pitched battle over the camp. The enemy had moved quicker than we'd anticipated. My fingers clenched and I leaned back against my saddle, turning my face to the sky. I whistled loudly. "Ma'am," Sergeant Hurdler said. "Pass your report along to General Bugram and Lord Adjutant immediately," I told her. "Dismissed, Sergeant." She saluted and left, dragging along her exhausted scouts. "General Abigail," I said. The blue-eyed Calawan was watching me warily. "Your Majesty," she replied. "The Third Army is to march on those hills as quickly as you can make it," I said, the staff in my grasp twirling to point at the slopes to the west. "You're to fly the Third's banner from the tallest hills. Send a messenger to Bugram, and fly the Fourth's as well." "And General Bugram is to follow?" she asked. "Pass this along to Hakram. 5 armies in one," I said. "That's all." Abigail blinked. "It's enough," I amusedly replied. "And you, ma'am?" she asked. I glanced up and saw exactly what I'd been waiting for. "I'll be going ahead," I said. In a splash of snow, Zombie the Third landed right in front of me. Wings still unfolded, she celebrated her release from punishment with a smug little canter. I gestured for one of the legionaries in the front rank to approach, some beardless boy who looked almost too small for his armor. I passed him my living mount's reins and instructed him to lead it back to our supply train, but paused when I caught the sun glinting off his helm. "Your name?" I asked. "Edgar, ma'am," he replied, sounding too young and too odd. "Of lore. Are you?" I smiled and flicked a glance at Abigail. "Good. It wouldn't do to have the Summerhome folk take all the glory. I'll be needing to borrow your helmet, Edgar." The boy's eyes widened in surprise, but he fumbled at the clasps and held it up like an offering. I set it under my arm, pulling my loose hair back into a ponytail with the leather tongue I still carried in my cloak. The legionary helmet settled on my head with a comfortingly familiar weight. I winked at Edgar. "Last time I was on a field and royalty went without one of those. I had them shot," I said. The boy choked, and I grinned before limping to Zombie's side, waiting until she'd folded her wings to hoist myself atop her. I turned to Abigail. "See to it he gets another before battle, would you?" I told her, dipping my head towards the kid. "I will." General Abigail nodded. "Should I be asked your intent, Your Majesty, what should I say?" I mulled over that as my mount spread her wings. "I'm going to make a point, General," I said. Tactfully, I spurred on my winged mount, and she raced ahead, leaping up and rising to the beat of long wings. We rose and rose and rose, high into the sky, until the sun was warming my bones and I judged the height was sufficient. The time for quiet was over, I thought. Night flooded my veins, sluggish under the glare of day, but it was enough to rip open an inky black gate into Arcadia. Below us, as it happened, we dove through the gate into the realm of the Fae. Sunny skies awaited us on the other side, the summer sun's disapproving light upon us, but what did we care? There was only the endless blue firmament and the descent, Zombie responding to the nudges of my knees and adjusting the angle so we would tumble through the destination I could feel in the back of my mind. I pressed close against her back, cloak trailing behind me, and squinted against the howling air. My staff of ebony I clutched tightly, until I could feel the point the needle was to emerge from the cloth. Beneath us was spread out a fortress. Banners of neither court I had known raised tall over pale walls, and cries sounded at our approach. The tallest tower I saw was our gate out. The very summit. I grimaced. Well, too late to hesitate. Down, 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 until I could almost make out the faces of the Fae jousting in the courtyard below, laden with silks and elaborate armaments. My staff rose and sluggishly the gate out ripped itself open atop the tower. We plunged through narrowly, and in the beat that followed found ourselves diving through fresh skies. The cool air of Procker whistled around me as the gate closed, and we joined the battle unfolding below. It was a bloody mess that I witnessed sprawling out beneath me. I'd been afraid that the Northern Levantines and Principate reinforcements had somehow managed to steal a march, but by the looks of it they hadn't. Not exactly. In the distance I could see columns of soldiers heading south, spread out like glittering snakes of steel. This was a vanguard, not the full host. That'd be reassuring, though, if Juniper actually looked to be winning. The army of Callow and the legions under Marshal Grimm had raised a fortified camp across the two banks of the frozen River Odell, not only palisades but earthen ramparts and even platforms for their siege engines. The northern part of that camp, however, was a wreck. What must have been flat grounds once was now a disaster of collapsed tunnels, the outskirts of which were being fought over by legionaries and Levantine foot. The Hellhound had dug under her own camp, I thought. It would have taken goblins to do this much damage so swiftly. Odds were she'd meant to bait the enemy into the northern bank and then collapse it on them, possibly with munitions thrown in to make it a crippling blow. Something had gone wrong, though, because among the havoc I saw more of our dead than the enemy's. Our side was stuck in fighting retreat to the southern bank fortifications, but the legionaries were getting the bad end of that scrap. On uneven grounds, the lightly armored Levantines were proving much more effective. Many of them carried javelins, I saw, and those were death on even good armor when properly thrown. Even when not, they turned shields useless by sticking in them. It wasn't the kind of fight the reformed legions of terror had been built for, and the army of Callow was daughter to that institution. The Order of Broken Bells was out on the left flank, but, too far out. They'd been baited into pursuing lighter Levantine cavalry, by the looks of it. But it was on the right that disaster loomed. Prosser and Horse, a force at least 7,000 strong and advancing at a trot. I'd put my hand to fire it had held back until now, and I could see why. If it charged down the Odell, as it was moving to do, it would neatly cut the retreat of the legionaries fighting their way out of the wreckage. There'd been palisades put over the ice. Juniper wasn't an amateur, but they'd been shattered beyond repair by something and sappers were struggling to raise fresh ones. They wouldn't make it in time, I assessed. Not something solid enough to resist a hard charge by 7,000 hardened Prosseran-mounted killers. Someone had hit my side exactly where they needed to for this to turn into a debacle, and I had my suspicions as to who. I wasn't seeing the Pilgrim or the Saint anywhere, but that hardly meant they weren't there. Yet this could still be salvaged, I decided. If the legionaries in the wreckage didn't get cut off, most of them should make it to the southern bank, and then the siege engines would stop the enemy advance cold. Which meant that 7,000 horse had to be turned back. I worried my lip but pressed my knees against Zombie's side, and she angled her glide down to land ahead of the Prosseran cavalry. Making the ferry gates hadn't put me out of commission, but I wasn't exactly fresh anymore either. I wouldn't be able to pull a second Sarcella today, of that much I was certain, even if heroes decided not to interfere. Calling on a few vicious night tricks might slow down the enemy, but I'd burn out long before I could make a real dent in 7,000 horsemen. 500 feet before the enemy, Zombie's hooves skimmed the surface of the cold field and left long spouts of snow like wings as she landed. I watched the Prosseran banners trail in the breeze far ahead of me, vivid colored stripes flying high above rows and rows of steel-clad soldiers. Some of those I had seen on the pages of ancient volumes. The red lion of Valensis, the strange green dragonfly of Lang. Other symbols I did not. A long-haired maiden clutching bow and arrows, a bronze wheel atop a pale column. For 100 feet. One I had seen before with my own eyes, I realized, and not so long ago. A scarlet salamander on flaxen bed, the arms of Equitan. The details startled a laugh out of me. An old acquaintance was among them, then. Borrowed helm glinting in the sun, I twirled my staff and leaned forward. No miracle of night came. Instead, using the length of ebony I traced a line in the snow ahead of me. 300 feet. Watching 7,000 killers ride towards me with no sign of slowing. I did the only reasonable thing left to me and went looking through my cloak. I snapped my wrist, black flame flickered, and I pulled at my pipe. I inhaled the wake leaf with a little sigh of pleasure and breathed out a long stream of smoke. 200 feet. I grinned, broad and sharp and just a little mad. Now, the thing was, if it came to a scrap, they might just kill me. They knew that. I knew that. Yet here I was, unmoving. 100 feet. Catherine Foundling, out of breath and out of her depth, would be swept aside with a warlike shout. They weren't facing that girl, though, were they? They were facing the Black Queen, the warlord who'd slain Fae and bound them to her service. The monster who'd brought down the sky at the Battle of the Camps, faced a band of heroes alone, and raised a lake's worth of dead. They were facing every dark rumor I'd ever had put to my name, after watching me dive out of a pitch-black portal on a dead Fae horse. And sure, odds were I was mad, gone the way of the old tyrants, drunk on power. But a little voice would be whispering, what if I wasn't? I grinned and smoked my pipe. 50 feet. They flinched first. Book 5, Chapter 22, Standoffs. 169. Any companion volunteering to stay behind and hold off a superior enemy will be guaranteed success. Twice over, if having already taken a mortal wound. 200 Heroic Axioms. Author, unknown. It was like watching the sea split. Even at the measured pace they'd been keeping, 50 feet was too close for them to outright end the charge. There were 7,000 of them, and though they weren't tightly packed, those kinds of numbers had weight and momentum. That was what made cavalry charge so dangerous in the first place. No, stopping wasn't in the cards, so instead the Proceran wheeled to the sides. It was beautiful display of horsemanship, the kind of skill I might have applauded were it not the work of soldiers still intent on killing mine. I kept a calm eye on the proceedings to see if any of the riders were crossing the line I'd traced in the snow, but whoever had called them back had pulled the leash in full. As if held back by an invisible wall, the stream of riders spread out on the sides, but never crossed. I pulled at my pipe calmly, studying the enemy and running a mental tally of who might be in command. This lot should have been sent south by Hazenbach herself, but with her uncle and most her fellow Lycanese up north fighting the dead king, she might not have had a competent loyalist to appoint at the head of the army. Princess Rosala Malanza was a possible candidate, assuming the results of the Battle of the Camps hadn't tarred her reputation as a general in the Principate, but she was one of Amadis Mylenen's supporters. If she held command, it meant that the situation up in Salia had gotten rather interesting. No, odds were it was one of the Western princes or princesses that held the run of the host. I'd seen the banner for Lang flying, and that was possible, but more likely it had been the rulers of Brus or Lyonese, both long-standing Hazenbach supporters, that held primacy. I'd find out soon enough, I supposed, because someone had given the order to hold back. I spat out a mouthful of gray smoke and adjusted my helm slightly so that the sun wouldn't shine into my eyes. It was a nice day out, more cool than cold and nearly windless. The many plumes of smoke rising from the wrecked camp where Juniper's trap had failed made the lack of breeze obvious, and I allowed myself a glance in that direction. The bitter fighting retreat of my forces had not ceased in the slightest. If anything, the Levantine foot was going after my soldiers even more aggressively than before. The enemy ranks parted to let through a heavily armed party of 30, and though the faces of the royals coming to were still hidden to my eyes, the three banners above them were not. The Salamander of Equitan was there, which meant Malanza herself was part of the delegation, but hers was the only heraldry I knew for certain of the three. The long-haired maiden clutching a bow and arrows I vaguely remembered to be from northern Procor, though which principality I couldn't say. The green eagle perched on a crescent might be the arms of Cantil, and therefore another old acquaintance. Prince Arnaud of Cantil had been at the Battle of the Camps, but I was pretty sure there was another principality that had a green hawk clutching a crescent moon for heraldry, and I did not trust myself to tell the difference. The Principate's royal heraldries were a labyrinth at the best of times, and prone to changing along with the branches of the ruling families that held the seat. I got my answer before long, though, when the cavalry escort parted to allow 3 royals through. Would you look at that? It really is Prince Arnaud. I mused. This was getting rather nostalgic, wasn't it? Dark-haired and dark-eyed as Arlesites often were, Princess Rosala had little changed since we last met. Physically, anyway, I thought. There was no easy smile on her lips today, and the way she held herself, even on the horse. Like there was nowhere that was entirely safe. I'd seen that before, in old soldiers. In Black too, who'd lived his entire life knowing he was one misstep away from death at heroic hands. You weren't like at the peace talks after the camps, Malanza. I thought. This was fresher, and I could think of only one war that'd leave so deep a mark so quickly. She'd fought up north, then. Prince Arnaud was still an unimpressive middle-aged specimen of Alaman's royalty, though he appeared to have added a little muscle to his plump frame since we'd last met. Wouldn't do to dismiss this one, I told myself. He'd stuck out to me as bearing watching during the truce talks, feigning emotions he did not feel very convincingly. The last of three was a woman I'd never seen before, fair-haired and blue-eyed. Older than Rosala but younger than Arnaud, with a soldier's bearing and a narrow but handsome face. No great beauty. Unlike Melanza, whose curves and long curls would be well worth a second look in a different situation, but emanating a sort of robust health that was pleasing to the eye. Rather interestingly, it was Princess Rosala that rode ahead of the other two. They reined in their horses a mere 10 feet in front of me, riders bearing their banners behind them as the rest of their escort held tight on the sides. Black Queen. The Princess of Equitan said, tone grim. It really is you. In the flesh, I replied. It's been some time, Melanza. I see you've still keeping Arnaud around, for some godforsaken reason. Who's the fresh face? The Prince of Cantal, who I'd so casually referred to, purpled with anger. I no longer had the senses of a fae to listen to his heartbeat, and calling on the knight might be taken as a hostile act, so I could only wonder if it was yet another piece of theater on his part. Now see here, you filth damned dash, the prince snarled. Arnaud, Princess Rosala said, tone sharp. The man forced himself to calm, and I kept my face blank to hide my interest. Prince Amatus was still in the custody of Callow, last I heard. In his absence, had someone else taken up the reins of his little cabal of crowned malcontents? I am Princess Sophie Louvroy of Lyonesse, the stranger blandly said. You are, I believe, the self-proclaimed Queen of Callow. Ah, I hummed. So, you're the minder the first prince set on OL Rosala. Should I be addressing you for the rest of this conversation, or is she actually allowed to speak for herself? A petty and transparent scheme, as befits your reputation, Princess Sophie coldly replied. She twitched, though, like she'd wanted to glance at Princess Rosala, but caught herself before she could. There were military types, and the Princess of Lyonesse seemed too comfortable in armor not to be one of those, that were also subtle diplomats. But it looked like Sophie Louvroy wasn't one of them. Good to know. You've refrained from attacking us, foundling, Princess Rosala said. The courtesy has been returned. Evidently you want to talk, so talk. I've no time to waste on insults and posturing. I studied her for a moment, the tanned face visible through the raised visor of her elaborate helm. The fresh pink scar on her cheek, too rough to have been caused by a blade. Her armor was freshly polished, I saw, but it had blemishes now it had not had at the camps. She was worn, and the visible signs of it were the shallowest part. Withdraw, I said, and I will not pursue. Pursue. Princess Sophie hissed indignantly. You are one woman dash. I ignored her, meeting Melanza's eyes instead. We've been at this crossroads before, Rosala, I said. So we have, the other woman softly agreed. But this is not Callow, Catherine Foundling. We did not seek this war. Then let it end, I said. Those in my service who brought the sword to Procure, I will chastise appropriately. I don't want to fight this battle, Rosala Melanza. But trust me, neither do you. And we're to take you word for this. Princess Sophie mocked. You a dash. Sophie, I said, tone nonchalant. If you interrupt this conversation one more time, I may very well lose patience and relieve you of your tongue. The fair-haired woman blanched, then reddened, and though she opened her mouth, I stared at her calmly. In silence, a heartbeat passed, then another. Her mouth closed, and I returned my gaze to Melanza. The legions of terror put half the heartlands to the torch, Princess Rosala said. That cannot go unanswered. Foundling, break ties with them, and the army of Callow will be allowed to leave Procure unhindered. On this I give you my word. You know I'm not going to give you that, I said. I offer you this instead. Allow them to leave in my charge. They will be, from that moment onwards, my responsibility. I give you my word that should any of them attempt to enter Procure again, save at the invitation of the first prince, I'll see everyone involved hanged. We could kill you right now, Prince Arnaud said, voice grown cool for all the earlier heat. Do you truly think yourself so powerful you could turn back so many horsemen, damned? You overestimate your bargaining position. I cocked my head to the side and looked at the man. Eventually, I tapped the bottom of my staff against the line I'd drawn in the snow. Cross it then, I simply said. I could see him considering it. It was in the way his legs shifted, like he was preparing to spur his horse forward. His fingers were inching towards the sword at his hip, teeth worrying the dragonbone shaft of my pipe. I inhaled the wake leaf and let it burn pleasantly at my throat. I exhaled, and Prince Arnaud grit his teeth but did not try me. It was the calm that was doing it, I dimly realized. Even more than the power they had seen me wield with their own eyes. The more they watched me fail to be cowed, the more I could feel them grow unsettled. Thinking I knew something they didn't, that I still had some card up my sleeve. I wondered if this was how Black had felt, making the armies of the least rebellion melt away like summer snow with nothing but a few tricks and the weight of his reputation. Melanza, Princess Sophie whispered. The longer we wait, dash. I know. Princess Rosala crossly replied. The longer they waited, the more of my legionaries retreated back to the safety of the southern camp. The more their chance to score a decisive victory slipped away. Where did you go, Black Queen? The Princess of Equitan suddenly asked. For nigh a year you were gone. I went into the darkness, Rosala, I said, and what I found there followed me out. The Everdark, she said, lips thinning. Withdraw, I gently repeated, and I will not pursue. It cannot go unanswered, foundling, she wearily told me. There would be consequences. I looked up into the sky, at the burning glare of the sun. There would be consequences to forcing my hand as well, I said, and returned my gaze to her. A truce for today, and tomorrow we will see if for once the cost can be paid with ink and gold instead of blood. For that last currency we can ill afford. It might come to a fight tomorrow regardless, the Princess of Equitan said. So why should I hold my blade today, when the advantage lies with us? Did you ever read about the old Crusades, Rosala? I idly asked. Prince Gontran's 5 volumes of Empyrean Wars were part of my readings as a child. Rosala frowned. Never read those, I said. See, my own education pulled a little to the east. What I got instead was the commentaries on the campaigns of Terribilis II, and there's part that stayed with me. I thought about it after Acua's folly, after the camps too. It's written that in the wake of the victory that broke the Fourth Crusade, on the shores of the Wassilidi, the High Lord sang Terribilis praises and called him the greatest general praise had ever seen. He lost his temper with them, and here's what he said, dash. I cleared my throat. Another such victory, and I will rule an empire of ghosts, I recited. Silence followed in the wake of my words. Now, I quietly said, you might win if we fought, or maybe I'll end up the victor of the field. But either way, Melanza, we'll both be losing. You should know that, if you've been where I think you have. What would you know of ghosts, Catherine Foundling? The princess hoarsely replied. Enough, I don't want to fight today, I said. Her armored hands closed around her reins as her lips trembled with a heady mixture of fear and rage. Princess Sophie, sound the retreat, Rosala said, voice rough. The Princess of Lyonese drew back as if stung, narrow face filling with surprise and indignation. Princess Rosala dash. Merciful gods, Louvroy, just sound the fucking retreat. The Princess of Equitan seethed. She's a monster and half mad besides, but she's right. How many soldiers are you willing to throw away putting her down? 1,000, 2, 3? Our entire horse. I dipped my head, if not in thanks then in respect. Spare me, you carrion thing, Princess Rosala snarled. This is not the respect of worthy opponents, and do not mistake this for some sort of arrangement. You've merely contrived to make yourself into the least of great evils, yet one more time. Seizing her reins, she turned aside her horse. You will be seen to, Black Queen, the Princess of Equitan called out. There will be a day where all sins will be called to account. Might be, I thought, but it won't be today, or by the likes of you. I waited there, atop my horse, until the trumpets sounded. The cavalry was pulling back, almost embarrassedly, but it was to the fighting in the wreckage that my eyes turned. They did not listen, at first. They were Levantines, and this was a Proserpine command. But the trumpets sounded again, insistently, and finally the call was heeded. Just like that, the battle came to a close. For now, I thought. The rest of their host was still marching towards this dawning nightmare, and even more were following behind the army I'd led here. This was far from over, and it was with that tired thought that I began the ride to the soldiers I'd just saved. When I'd found the Third Army, I'd been welcomed with relief. When I'd reunited with the Fourth, it had been to a queen's honors. What awaited me at the camp on the southern bank of the Odell was entirely different, however. Oh, there were cheers. The ramparts of wood and beaten earth were filled with legionaries from the First and the Second, and they greeted my return with a deafening roar. But as I guided Zombie up the ramp that led into the camp proper and the gates were opened, I noticed that the escort awaiting me inside was not among the cheering throng. My eye ran quickly over their number. 40 of them, more than should be needed for a mere escort if neither Juniper nor Vivian were able to come themselves, and then lingered on the number of lightly armored soldiers among them. Mages, 15 of them, and I did not think it coincidence that there were 5 ogres among the remaining soldiers. Robert had mentioned there were instructions in case of my return, I remembered, to make certain I was me, and not some puppet of whatever I'd found below. It was not an unsound precaution, but I still felt my temper rise. I'd just faced down an army of Proserpine cavalry, without even a fucking sword at my hip, and this was my welcome home? An army we shouldn't even be fighting, I thought with mounting anger, and 2 of the 3 people responsible for that particular bout of foolishness had been the ones to send me this escort. My mount slowed as I approached the 2 lines of soldiers awaiting me, and I raised an eyebrow when I recognized one among them, though she was hardly a soldier, truth be told. General Hune, I said. I see at least one of this army's commanders founded in them to greet me in person. The thick plate on the ogre made her look more a steel fortress than a person, but she'd not worn her helm. The effect was almost comical, like a tuft of person over a siege engine. Hune Jeldatir's face had not grown any less brutish, at first look, though neither had her eyes lost that look of patient cleverness. She didn't look like she'd aged a day since we'd first met, though given the rumored lifespan of her kind that should not have surprised me. Your Majesty, Hune replied, her voice still surprisingly delicate for her size. Welcome back. Welcome indeed, I flatly said, glancing at the rest of the party. Orders, ma'am, the ogre said, though she did not sound apologetic in the slightest. It would be, I thought, only be sensible to go along with this. To let the finest mages the army had on hand confirm I was not in fact a possessed shell before I was allowed the privilege of speaking to the Lady Regent of Callow and the Marshal of the same. My fingers twitched. If I protested, I wondered where the legionaries around me would fall. There were a lot of Callowans among them, I thought. More than there would have been a few years ago, though with Vivian as regent that loyalty might not be as clear-cut as I believed. Orders, I repeated, tone pensive. Funny thing those. I hardened my voice. General Hune kneel. The command rang, though my voice was not raised. It didn't need to be. The ogre stilled, and I could see the shiver go through the rest of the soldiers she'd brought with her. All around us, the cheering began to peter out as legionaries realized something was afoot. Your Majesty, Hune began. I have you an order, General, I softly said. She looked at me, and whatever she found there she knew better than to argue with. Like a tall oak breaking, the ogre knelt in the muddy snow. I glanced at the legionaries that had come with her, the uneasy mages and tensing soldiers. Disperse, I coldly said. I didn't bother to look if they'd obeyed, though the sound of hasty footsteps told me that had. I pressed my knees against Zombie and she tread forward, until I bid her to stop by Hune's still kneeling form. Get up, Hune, I said, and the next time one of them tries to give you an order like this, remember who you swore an oath to. The ogre rose to her feet, and though there was anger glittering in those eyes, there was something else as well. I'd been content to leave the reins of the army of Callow largely in Juniper's hands, so far. Perhaps now and then, though, a reminder of who it was they served might not go amiss. I will not forget, Your Majesty, General Hune said. I glanced at her, almost amused at the boldness. Then come along, I said. I mean to have a frank conversation with the Lady Regent and the Marshal. The glint in the ogre's eyes told me that while she might not be all that fond of me, she'd not forgotten who had put her in this situation either. We made our way through the fortified camp, Hune taking the lead as she knew the lay of it. But with legionaries moving out of our way, it was not long until we arrived before a tall pavilion. The banners besides it, I saw, included my own. I did not dismount. There was a guard of soldiers around, a full line. You are relieved, legionaries, I said. The lieutenant among them, an orc, glanced at Hune and my irritation spiked. If I need to repeat an order one more time, I said, there will be a need for gallows. Today, ma'am. The lieutenant got out in a croak, hastily saluting. Under my cold stare the rest of them scrammed with him. General, I said, if you would. The ogre raised the flaps open for me, and I rode in without even needing to lower my head. She looked surprised when I gestured for her to follow me in. The pavilion was still full of officers. Juniper's full general staff was there, along with a few others. An old orc with a black band over an eye and 2 aides at his side needed no introduction, but Vivian I almost did not recognize. She'd grown out her hair, and no longer wore leathers. There must have been around 20 people inside the pavilion when I entered, but a heartbeat later you could have heard a pin drop. Juniper was first to react. Hune, what did you dash? Juniper, if you still want to have a marshal's baton by the end of this conversation, you will sit down and shut up, I calmly said. The orc flinched like I'd struck her. This is Dash. On your oath, hellhound, I snarled in Carsom, you will be silent. She swallowed loudly. I glanced at Marshal Grim One Eye, whose face was a study in neutrality. A pleasure to meet you, Marshal, I said. We will speak later. Well met, Black Queen. The old orc gravelled. A dip of the head was offered, respect, but not submission, and he took the hint. His aides followed him, so I turned my eyes on the other officers. Those, at least, were mine. Aisha was studying me with a blank face, I saw, and had a hand on Juniper's arm. Out, I said, inclining my head. Catherine, this is not Dash. Vivian's voice, the tone almost forcefully calming, had me clenching my fingers again. Zombie felt my legs tighten and whinnied angrily. Your regency is at an end, Vivian Dartwick, I said. Put the seal on the table. The general staff had left the tent before the seal clattered against wood. Vivian was looking at me like she'd never seen me before. General Hune, take a seat, I said. Depending on the outcome of this conversation, you might in command of the army of Callow by the end of the day. You can't be serious, Vivian said. Nock is dead, I said. I've had to personally save the Third Army from encirclement and annihilation. The Fourth was bled savagely by Colloquy while essentially marching back and forth across the same patch of Isère. Today, I found you engaged in a pitched battle with a Grand Alliance army. That is, a force that should be 3 months to the north, preventing the fucking dead king from rolling over Proctor. My voice had risen, but I forced out a breath to calm myself. To add insult to injury, I evenly said, you were losing that battle to the extent that I had to personally step in and settle the matter. Now, I would have preferred to have this conversation with Adjutant there to speak as well, and no enemy army within a day's march. Your little stunt outside, however, has officially made me lose patience. My staff hit the ground beneath us with a hard thump. Both of them drew back. Now, I calmly said, do explain to me why either of you should still be trusted to make decisions about anything other than what you'll have for dinner. Book 5, Chapter 23, Readjustment. The price of dominion is the having of one's grasp, for a ruler may hold a crown or hand, but never both. Julienne Maravins, 10th First Princess of Proctor. I dismounted, eventually, mainly because my leg was starting to twinge again. A chair would be easier on it, though it was a great deal harder for me to glare down at people without a horse under me. My anger had cooled some after the initial remonstration, but it was far from gone. Part of me was seething, and though I knew only part of the blame lay with the 2 women seated across from me, they were not exempt from being called to account. Not when, to my knowledge, there was not a single part of this ill-considered Western campaign that wasn't a spectacular disaster in some way. For my defeats, I offer no excuse, Marshal Juniper said, tone rough. This was the most cowed I'd ever seen her act, and with damned good reason. I trusted the supreme commander of my armies, even now. I did trust her. Judgment. Less than I would have a year ago, however. The thing was, what she had done, what Hakram and Vivian had done with her. It couldn't simply be settled with a calm word and a reminder to be careful. Not when my delaying my return from the Everdark for as little as a month might have seen the army of Callow either slaughtered or ended as a fighting force. The third lost, as it likely would have been without my intervention, meant the fourth was alone and blind to the east. Add on to this that they'd been getting hammered by the mere vanguard of the Grand Alliance host before I arrived today. The decisions taken by my foremost commander had nearly led to the end of the armies she was commanding. For the political aspects of this howling mess, I would not hold her to account, but the military ones? They were very much her purview. I'm not interested in your falling on your sword, Marshal, I flatly said. I've already spoken with Adjutant, so I have an understanding of the deployments made and the reasons for them. Splitting the columns was risky, but tactically sound. Before that, gating in between the Dominion forces was an equally sound maneuver. If once more, risky. My voice hardened at the last word, and though she did not flinch, she did stiffen. In all our years together, I'd never once before chewed out the hellhound like this. We'd had disagreements, the most animated of them over Bonfire and later the conduct of the campaign in northern Callow, but they'd been only that. Disagreements. For the most part, I'd allowed her the run of the 15th and later the army of Callow, usually only intervening for reasons that weren't strictly military in nature. For all the oaths and the fact that I wore the crown, our relationship had been as close to one of equals as circumstances allowed. Right now, though, this was not Catherine talking to Juniper. This was the Black Queen speaking to the Marshal of Callow, and I reasons to be furious. A defeat, or several, is not something that needs excusing, I said. To expect a flawless record would be absurd, especially given the caliber of our opposition. But I am currently looking at a series of tactically solid steps that led towards the greatest strategic disaster of our tenure together, and that needs an explanation. I tapped my fingers against the table. Why is the army of Callow fighting in Isère, Marshal? I asked. Your Majesty dash. Vivian's interruption once again had my temper flaring. I glanced at her, still finding the sight of her milkmaid's braid surprising, and arched an eyebrow. The visible disconnect between the woman I'd left behind and the one I was looking at made it easier to rein in my irritation, though only by so much. Do you speak for Marshal Juniper now, Vivian? I calmly asked. Her lips thinned. This campaign was not decided by her alone, she said. I also bear a responsibility. You are not Marshal of Callow, I said, calling on my thinning reserves of patience. A graduate of the War College, a trained strategist, or indeed a military officer at all. For the diplomatic aspects of this debacle, the main responsibility lies with you and Hakram. I am well aware of that. This is not the diplomatic aspect. My eyes flicked back to Juniper. Well, I said. Should Vivian be a part of this conversation, Marshal? No, Warlord, Juniper replied, chin rising. She should not. I dipped my head in approval. At the very least, she was owning the fuck up instead of trying to spread around the responsibility. Though whether that was out of persisting dislike for Vivian or a personal sense of honor, I couldn't be sure. My silence was taken as the invitation to speak that it was. It was necessary to evacuate the legions of terror, Juniper said. I nodded in acknowledgement. They fought at the Valles, I said. A debt was owed. How did this translate to your finding sense in deploying 40,000 legionaries through magical means of ingress and egress in the single, most name-infested region of this continent? I did not believe any force below 20,000 would prove a sufficient deterrent, the orc said. I can't speak to the politics involved, but the size of the force was meant to ensure no battle would actually take place even if heroes spurred armies to move in time. Then why 40 and not 20? I said, frowning. Because there was no telling when you would return, Juniper admitted. And that meant if the Northern Principate broke, we might have to occupy the Principality of Arons to prevent the Dead King from holding one side of the Northern Passage into Callow. The stairway, I thought, which should currently be defended by the army of Duchess Keegan, but only from the Callowan end of the pass. Considering the Principality of Hainaut was all that stood between the armies of the dead and Arons, her worry wasn't unfounded. Adjutant didn't mention this, I said. The situation was still theoretical, the Hellhound said. We'd have a gap of at least 2 months between leaving Callow by Arcadia and arriving in Isère, possibly more, which effectively killed our capacity to occupy Arons in time if the front in Hainaut broke. Committing 20,000 soldiers, 2 divisions, and the Wild Hunt was splitting the forces in a manner that made it impossible to exert our strength correctly. I breathed out, forced myself to consider the logic in what she was saying. Even if you sent the 2 remaining divisions north before leaving, they'd arrive late and be dependent on Duchess Keegan's army to manage occupation of Arons, I finally said. Which, without me at the helm, she might not be inclined to give. On the other hand, having the full 4 divisions with the Hunt meant if the strike proved necessary, you could march in force immediately and entrust the Diaraith with the supply line from the other side. That was my reasoning, Juniper agreed. And Adjutant was not informed of your theory because he had nothing to contribute to the planning, the Hellhound bluntly said. And I wanted the plans ready for implementation if things went to shit after he and the Lady Regent tried to make a truce with Proctor. I let a few heartbeats pass to see if she had anything to add, but she did not. General Hune, I said without turning. Anything to add? 2 months before our departure for Isère, the general staffs for all 4 divisions were assigned a tactical exercise called Citadel, the Ogre evenly said. While no direct mention of Proctor or Arons was made, it involved rapidly occupying a foreign territory with limited forces. Priority was placed on fortifying it against an outside assault even while occupation took place. Essentially confirming Juniper hadn't woven this entire Arons thing out of thin air, though I'd not been all that inclined to believe that in the first place. Noted, I said. I drummed my fingers against the tabletop, resisting the urge to hum. This was still a massive fuck-up, I thought. But at least Juniper had actual reasons for having brought the army of Callow this far out. Were they sufficient, in my eyes? I wasn't sure, to be honest, and I shouldn't be passing judgment on that until I had all the information at my disposal instead of a simple debrief. The Hellhound's actions as still almost ended the kingdom of Callow as a military power for at least a decade, and she'd proved to be imprudent repeatedly. On the other hand, every risk she'd taken was at least calculated and overall dictated by what could only be called a desperate fucking times. Marshal Juniper, in your own opinion, where exactly was the blunder made? I finally asked. When I ordered the army to gate in between the two Dominion forces, she replied without missing a beat. To be sound, that maneuver depended on certain access to gates when leaving. It was a blunder to assume that would be the case. She wasn't changing her stance as to the necessity of fielding the 4 divisions of the army, I noted, which meant the Hellhounds still believed it had been the right call given what she'd known at the time. On the other hand, she wasn't trying to excuse herself by saying it would have been impossible to anticipate the gates would start going wild when they did, or that scrying would be made impossible by something still unknown. And do you believe, Adjutant, the Lady Regent interfered with how you would have planned this campaign otherwise? I asked. She mulled over that. For a moment. No more than you would have, Warlord, Juniper said. Fair enough, I thought. You're not stripped from command, I finally sighed. As of now, General Hune is confirmed as the senior among the generals in the army of Callow. A warning, essentially, that if she blundered this badly again, then the ogre would be handed the marshal's baton. When the situation in Isère is resolved, I continued, a tribunal of senior officers will be convened to assess whether or not the decisions you took in this campaign warrant charges of incompetence or reckless use of authority. Their verdict will decide whether or not you are demoted back to general. Understood. The Marshal of Callow rasped. Good, I said. I'll be perfectly clear. I have no intention of being involved with this tribunal beyond ordering it convened. This is not personal. Juniper, this isn't happening because I am angry with an old friend or appalled by what your decisions almost led to. But if the army of Callow is ever to be more than just my personal warband, then its members need to be accountable for what they do. She nodded, but her face was unreadable. I did not know whether or not she believed me. None of this can hold until it's been confirmed you're actually Catherine Foundling, Vivian said, face resolutely set. She hadn't reached for a knife, and idly I wondered if she still carried any. Probably. Losing her name did not mean she'd lost her skills, simply that there wasn't quite as much weight behind them. Yes, I said, smile turning hard. Let's talk about that. My fingers clenched. What the hells were the two of you thinking? I hissed out. A pair of lines, 15 mages? All of this led by General Hune, who is well known to be aloof from me. Did you even pause to consider what it looked like? I glanced at the ogre in question, inclining my head to convey no offense was meant. She replied with the same, visibly unaffected. It was, after all, nothing but the truth. Precautions had to be taken, Vivian said, though she winced. You've agreed on those in the past, Your Majesty. If I'd actually been a puppet, what would have happened? I harshly asked her. I would have splattered them across the ground, accused the two of you of fomenting a coup, and I'd have your head on pikes within the hour. What could 15 Legion mages have done, Vivian? Unless you've recruited practitioners capable of high arcana in the last year, little more than scream before they died. They were chosen for their capacity to check on your identity, Juniper said. A ritual dash could have been done in private, away from the eyes of the troops. I spoke through gritted teeth. If I was willing to cooperate, and I will be, once this fucking conversation is over, then there was no need to play out what looked like an arrest. If I was an imposter or a puppet, exactly what difference would 40 soldiers have made? There was a long moment of silence in the tent. I was aware you had no head or liking for politics when I named you Marshal, Juniper, I said. This, though, you should have grasped this without need for explanation. What would have happened, even if I'd been taken away without fighting and not reappeared? How many legionaries would have believed I was an imposter after seeing me turn away the Proceran horse? I paused, forcing myself to breathe out and calm. We're not 18 anymore, I said. There's no one to clean up our mistakes for us. You're the highest-ranked military officer in the kingdom when you don't consider the ramifications of your orders there are. Consequence. S. I turned to the other reckless gambler, almost at a loss for words. As for you, Vivian, do I even need to say anything? I tiredly said. She looked away. That was answer enough. Marshal Juniper, General Hune, I sighed. You may resume your duties. Within the hour, the hills to the west will be occupied by the Third Army, while the 4th and 50,000 Drow auxiliaries move to the northwest to pressure the Grand Alliance's army. Assuming Hakram had understood me correctly, whoever held command of the enemy army was going to have a hard choice to make. Either they'd allow an enemy force with numerical superiority and 2 entrenched positions. This camp and the hills General Abigail was marching on, to begin encircling them before the battle continued, or they'd have to withdraw further north and surrender any advantage they'd gained today. My bet was on the enemy retreating, given that they had reinforcements following behind us. But if Princess Rosala and the Dominion commander wanted to get into a slugging match even after my warning, then the army of Callow and the legions needed to be readied for the fight. Juniper nodded and rose to offer a salute. Hune settled for a nod, which given the respective sizes of herself and the pavilion was probably for the best. "Marshal," I called out as she began heading out. "Ma'am," Juniper gravelled. "Have the appropriate mages prepare the ritual," I said. Discreetly. "Leave an officer outside this tent to guide me there when I've finished." "Understood," the Marshal of Callow said, and left without another word. I wondered, with a pang, if what had been said here today had just ended one of the last few friendships I had. If a relationship it had taken years to build had just been put to the torch, and we would be returning to the distant formality of the first months of the 15th. Perhaps not, I thought. Orcs tended to handle reprimands like these better than humans, and she'd not named me her warlord lightly. But something would change, I knew, and it might not ever entirely return to the way it used to be. And Juniper, of the 2 I had chewed out, was likely to take this the best. Akua's words about the conflict between the needs of the queen and the woman lingered at the edge of my thoughts, but they were too bitter for me to be willing to acknowledge them. "I suppose now is to be my turn," Vivian Dartwick said. "Was it a kindness or a bad omen that you dismissed the others first?" I finally allowed myself a good look at her. What had once been short dark hair was now elaborately put together in a milkmaid braid that circled twice atop her bangs, reminiscent of a summer fair crown. The blue-gray eyes had not changed, I thought, but something about the cast of her face had. She seemed older, like she had grown in the year I'd seen her. The old leathers had been traded in for a long-sleeved pale blouse, conservative in cut, but still bearing most of her shoulders. It led into high-waist wine-red skirts, though beneath I'd earlier glimpsed more practical leggings and boots. An engraved silver ring on her hand was the only visible adornment she'd bothered with, save for the royal seal of Callow I'd earlier ordered her to set down. Vivian hadn't grown any more beautiful since we'd last seen each other. She was still barely taller than I, and of rather similar frame. But there was something subtly matured about the way she carried herself. My eyes flicked to the seal still on the table, and for a moment I regretted ordering her to put her down. Her regency had come to an end the moment I'd returned, truth be told, but the manner of making that clear need not be so humiliating. On the other hand, Vivian, I thought, what choice did you give me? I didn't want it to be like this, I said. But here we are. I have questions. Duchess Keegan is now Governess General, she said, and was granted broad if temporary authority in my absence, though I kept the regency title proper until today. Adjutant already told me, I said. Keegan was the best of the choices you had. Baroness Ainsley being keeper of the seals stacks the council towards nobles too much for my tastes, but I'll concede there wasn't anyone else with both the pull and the competence. The recognition of the Confederation of the Grey Aries dash was within your authority as Lady Regent, and something I can stomach, I calmly said. The matrons are vicious monsters, but also a thorn in Militia's side, and willing to sell us goods we badly need. The scheme to make a king of Graham One-Eye was overly ambitious, to my eye, but not offensively so. Arranging for him to hold the Blessed Isle with Black's own legions was inspired, and I wholeheartedly approve. This is not, Vivian murmured, the way I expected this conversation to go. I'm not going to ignore the significant achievements to your name because you angered me, I mildly replied. You did very well with the Regency. Until, at least, you decided to allow this atrocious blunder of a campaign. Then you deepened the mistake by accompanying the army personally. So I suppose my question is this. What, exactly, did you think this mess was going to accomplish? She smiled, a tad bitterly. And my answer determines whether I remain one of the woe, she said. Don't give me that, I sharply said. Whimpering and self-pity is beneath the both of us. You were given power and authority, Vivian. I'm asking you to explain how you used them, not throwing a tantrum. Given the messes I've had to clean up, this is an exceedingly measured response. You didn't deny it, she said. You think fucking up means you're not one of us. I said, doesn't it? Vivian replied, eyes unreadable. The lot of you didn't cut my throat after the doom of Lee's. I said, why would you think this is any different? We can lose, Vivian. But we have to learn. We have to own it. And we have to face the fucking consequences, because otherwise we'll just keep doing it. And it's more important than my feelings, or yours, but it doesn't mean they aren't there. In the lucid, terrifying moment that followed those words, I realized this might be how it had started for Black. Looking at a mess and knowing that loving those responsible was one thing, but exempting them from consequence another. Is that how you learned? To put it in a box and only let it out when the necessary callousness was over with. So tell me, I said, repeating myself with the sudden taste of ash in my mouth. What did you think this was going to accomplish? She talked, I listened, and with careful, patient cruelty, I hardened her to avoid making the same mistakes twice. We walked to the ritual together, afterwards, and some part of me was almost disgusted at the glints of gratitude and respect I caught in her gaze when she looked at me. Like I'd not, as lovingly as callously, burned her with shame and bound her with affection so that Vivian Dartwick would be one step closer to the woman I needed her to be. I was, in the end, my father's daughter. Book 5, Chapter 24, Theft. Wisdom is a tower built of failure and rue. Assurance saying. It wasn't even an hour before the Third Army's banners hung above the hills that were now to my east instead of west. Like kicking an anthill, Vivian said, eyes gazing far ahead. She wasn't wrong. We were looking at the same thing, I thought, but my sight was better than hers. A sliver of night had seen to that. General Abigail had grasped my meaning deeper than I'd thought, it seemed. I'd told her to fly the Fourth Army's banner as well as her own for a reason, namely to imply much greater numbers in the hills than there actually were. The Summerhome girl had gone a step further than what I'd instructed and thinned her lines to an almost reckless extent. From the perspective of the Alliance soldiers in the plains below, it must look like there were at least 20,000 fresh soldiers anchoring our left flank. Actually fighting with lines so thin would be disastrous, but it was a calculated risk. Even if the enemy suddenly marched on her, she should have just enough time to redeploy before the fight began. Hakram's force will be revealed soon enough, I said. That ought to pressure them into a full withdrawal. Wouldn't it have been quicker to send the entire host into the hills? Vivian asked. Her tone was curious, not critical, and the expectation in her voice that she would be answered was almost as irritating as it was pleasing. Barely a quarter bell had passed since I'd chewed her out, and already she was back on old footing. I was glad of the confidence. I really was, and well aware it was petty of me to be irked that my displeasure hadn't left deeper marks. But Vivian had once called me petty when speaking to Acua, unaware I was listening in, and like a lot of what she'd said that night, there'd been more than a grain of truth to it. It would have, I agreed. On the other hand, it also risked a standoff. They'd have been left to mass their entire army largely in peace, and we to establish a common line facing them. Two large coalition armies looking at each other over a fence, hands on swords. A lit sharper if I ever saw one. No, I want them to retreat. To give us space. And the flanking maneuver by General Ramina and General Bugram, under the steady hand of Adjutant, should do the trick. When I'd been up in the sky riding zombie, I'd had a decent look at the enemy forces on the march as well as those already fighting. The Western Army, the mixed Dominion and Proctor force that Princess Rosala was part of, had been marching on Juniper Form the north, which had logistical implications. Isère had been stripped bare of anything edible, which meant Melanza and her allies were running on what supplies they could either carry with them or get flowing from further north. Given the size of the Western Army, which at a glance I'd put it more than 60,000 strong, without a steady flow of foodstuffs they'd start burning through their stocks at a prodigious rate. The amount of men might have been manageable, but the horses? I very much doubted they could afford to keep that many war horses for long without fresh supplies coming in. Besides, the Northern Campaign had taught me much of how Proctor handled its supply trains. In a word, badly. It came from the way their armies were put together, in my opinion, more than any inferiority of intellect compared to the architects of the reforms in praise. Instead of a unified army directly under the tower, or, these days, me, Proceran forces were raised from the personal troops of rulers, hired fantassins, and mass levies. The personal troops were trained, equipped, and fed by the prince who fielded them, which was a costly thing even in peacetime. That meant, as a rule, that princes and princesses of Proctor had kept personal armies around the same size as those of the Old Kingdom's nobles, while being both significantly richer and ruling lands both larger and more heavily populated. Prosser and logistics, as they currently stood, were well-versed in keeping forces that size fed and well-equipped. The rub came when the armies grew larger, which meant bringing in fantassins or levies. The mercenary companies were usually only hired for as long as they were needed, then cut loose, meaning there'd never been a need to develop a system to feed larger forces for long. As for the levies, well, like everywhere else in the world, they were handed the bare minimum in food and arms before being sent into the grinder. Those larger armies were usually fighting on enemy territory, too, where foraging, a pretty word for armed robbery, could be used to fill up the stocks. In this particular case, though, the Western Army was stuck in a principality already picked clean and a whole chunk of foreign Levantine troops whose personal supplies had to be running dangerously low after chasing Grimm and Juniper for so long. When Hakram appeared further north with a large force, threatening to cut off their supply lines, they'd be forced to either prepare for battle or withdraw. Considering we'd have them both half-encircled and severely outnumbered, battle would not be an attractive choice. Unless heroes were involved, I thought, which they very well might be. For all the earthly considerations pointing at why fighting us here would be a terrible idea, there was a reason I'd ordered Juniper to prepare for a fight. Diplomacy, then, Vivian said, breaking my long silence. In a manner of speaking, I grunted. Princess Rosala made it clear her side wants the heads of the legions on spikes. That's not happening, so I'll be removing the issue from the table. Come nightfall, if they've withdrawn, then our entire coalition is gating out of here. Tactical offense, to allow for a strategic defense, she mused. She half-turned to me, the azure blue cloak she donned when leaving the pavilion tight around her shoulders. And you're not afraid without the blade at their throat they won't consider bargaining? Vivian asked. The truce offer I extended to Hazenbach was refused even when it looked like we had the advantage in Isère. I think with us reappearing somewhere in Aarons, with supplied coming in through the northern passage in a comfortably defensible position, the First Prince will have to consider how far she can afford to push us, I frankly said. More importantly, with us gone and the two Grand Alliance armies in Isère within a week's march of each other, the League is either going to retreat or take a beating. Both would be dangerous to Procure, Vivian noted. A retreat means they have to keep armies south to pursue. A victory on the field might prove more costly than the war to the north can afford. If Kairos intended to collapse Procure, he would have already done it, I said. He wouldn't have come through the Waning Woods, either. The League armies would have battered through Hazenbach's border army in Tenerife and begun occupying southern principalities. Feasibly, they could have occupied Tenerife and Solomons without getting much more of a fight, then dug in for the long term. After that, all it'd take was raids into the bordering principalities for those royals to try withdrawing their troops from the north and march back to defend their lands, Vivian softly agreed. If Hazenbach tried to go after them through the highest assembly, it might lead to civil war. If she did nothing, the dead king would likely eat the north. Instead, he surprised us all and marched out of the Waning Woods to cut into this dance, I said. No, he's after something from the mess in Isère, and it's not hammering nails in the Principate's coffin. It would not be territorial concessions or anything monetary, Vivian frowned. There would have been better, easier ways to force those. He's a villain of the old breed, I said. Ink on parchment isn't what he's after. I met with him in Rochelant, and he hinted Hazenbach has been dredging something dangerous out of Lake Artois. He is a liar, as you reminded me rather sharply, she said. I'd not been pleased to hear she'd been trading information with Kairos, to say the last. It was one thing to do what I had, haggle an alliance of convenience against the wandering bard after trading secrets. It was another entirely to pass him detailed assessments of the Dominion's armies, even if the payment was useful word out of Salia and the north. While I'd understood that the Jacks were still too young an organization to have penetrated deep into Procure, and certainly to have a way to pass along regular reports given the mess the Principate was in right now, relying on the tyrant for anything meant you were getting played. If I had to guess, he'd making little deals like that with everyone he could, offering peace for peace, and ensuring he alone had a bird's-eye view of what was taking place in Isère. I was finding it worrisome Kairos had been interested in details about the Dominion armies, too. It could be another layer of deception, sure, but it might also mean he believed he would be fighting them in the future, or that he was selling that information to the dead king, I acknowledged with a grimace. There weren't a lot of things I'd put past Kairos Theodosian. Oh, there's something happening there, I said. That much I don't doubt, but I don't necessarily think it's whatever trouble she's brewing that interests him, or even her in particular, To be honest, this campaign, the first prince herself, I think there means to an end. That end being? Vivian asked. I don't know yet, I admitted. But if he's willing to launch an entire invasion in the middle of war against Keter just to get leverage on Cordelia Hazenbach, it's not going to be a trifle. The man needs to die, Vivian said. The hierarch as well. They're too unpredictable, Catherine. If they start swinging at the wrong moment, the consequences could be wide-reaching, to say the least. I'm sure Cordelia thinks the same thing, I said. And that's why he's made himself so very costly to remove from the board. Strategic offense, I thought with rueful amusement, paired with tactical defense. Mad or not, I had to concede that the villain king of Colloquy was viciously cunning. The more the Western and Eastern coalitions fought without him being involved, the more reluctant they grew to engage his fresher forces. The only way out of that downward spiral, as far as I could see, was to withdraw my forces from Isère and let him face the storm he'd stirred without my standing shield for him. In the distance I could see Melanz's vanguard fully withdrawing from the battlefield. Even the Levantine horse that had baited the Order of Broken Bells into chasing them all the way to irrelevance had pulled away, and now Grandmaster Talbot's knights were sheepishly riding back to camp. I'd let Juniper handle the reprimand for that, I decided. It had been her battle, even if she'd been losing it. It'd also make it clear to the high officers that she still held command even after my taking her to task. You haven't asked, Vivian suddenly said. Asked what? I replied. If I still have a name, she said. I glanced at her. I know you don't, I said. Yours had a subtle weight, but even that is gone. Then you haven't asked why, she said. Then blue-gray eyes narrowed. Unless Adjutant told you. He didn't, I told her. Or even explain why someone's going to end up calling him Hakram Handless, for that matter. And you're not worried in the slightest? Vivian asked, tone inscrutable. Gods, even just curious? It's a strange horse to ride. A name, I said. Black said it was willpower that got you on the saddle, and I don't entirely disagree with him, but I think that's only part of it. I looked into the distance, at the Alliance host retreating into the second part of the trap I'd laid. It was a kindness that was due, not to look at her while speaking this. It's a recognition that you're trying to do something, I said. William wanted to kill his way out of Presai rule. Acua wanted to bind everyone else. Indrani wants to pass through life unhindered. Whatever it is you're after, the name makes you better at doing it. I won't argue that. But you don't get a name unless you're already good at it, Vivian. I cleared my throat. So I'll answer the question you didn't ask. No, you're not getting tossed out on your ass because you can't steal the sun anymore. That's a trick. The important parts came before you were the thief, and that hasn't gone anywhere. Vivian let out a shuddering breath. How is it, she quietly said, that you always know exactly the right thing to say? The urge was there to pull away with levity, draw attention to my admittedly checkered diplomatic record, but I didn't follow it. It would have been cheapening the sincerity of the moment, and wouldn't that defeat the point of having it in the first place? So instead I said nothing, for lack of anything to say, and let silence stretch. The Empire killed my mother, she murmured. Did you know that? My fingers clenched. Not for sure, I said, but I suspected. The moment I'd learned her last name was Dartwick, looking into her past had become a great deal easier. Out of courtesy I'd not dug too deep, but I'd had a look anyway. Her father had been a baron before the conquest, vassal to the Count of Southpool, but her family had remained rather obscure in the years that followed. There'd been a bit of interest in her father after he was widowed, before the man made it clear he would not remarry, but it had died down quick after he did. That had gotten me curious enough to look into the mother, and my brow had risen when I found out she'd died in a hunting accident not long after the conquest. It could have been an actual accident, I knew. But in the early days of Presai occupation, more than a few imperial governors had arranged hunting accidents when they were inclined to discreetly put down rebellious elements. I say the Empire, Catherine, because it makes no difference who gave the order, Vivian admitted. The decision came from Governor Chuma, though he's long dead. Some might say it was in truth her fault for joining a rebel cabal, that she knew the risks. Others might argue that whatever hired hand did it was the killer in every sense. But it's never quite that simple, is it? I stayed silent. The question had not been meant for me to answer. I think I understood that even as a child, Vivian pensively said, that it was larger than just my mother and the governor. That it was about praise, what it was doing to us. The way it was doing it to us. Chuma, you see, he was one of the light-handed governors. Didn't hang whole families, only the rebels themselves. The rest got off with a fine. Different imperial governors, I thought, had taught us different lessons. Vivian had been taught that we were cattle, to be sheared when laden and beaten when unruly. Less than human, in the Empire's eyes, but not to be hurt without reason. Mazes had not been interested in such a civilized arrangement. He'd been a looter in silk clothes, a noble in nothing but the ugliest ways that word could be meant. From him, I'd learned that no one in power would ever be fair unless you made them. Vivian had tried to claw back some pride with her thefts. I tried to murder my way into authority with a sword. I started stealing to even the scales, though I knew coin would never be the right measure for that, she said. I kept stealing because they deserved it. Because every time I took from them, they got a taste of loss, of what they were doing to all of us. And then they warned you off, I said. Assassin, she acknowledged. A small cut on my father's throat, and I stayed my hand. But he'd passed when William raised the banner, and the anger was still in my stomach. And it isn't anymore? I quietly asked. You killed him, Vivian said, evading the question. But what did that change? They'd been killing us for years before I was ever born. Truth be told, I think it was lore that did it. When we spoke, I said, in the palace. It wasn't the words, Catherine, she said. You can have a silver tongue, now and then, but I did not trust you an inch back then. It was how tired you were. I'd seen you go from victory to victory, but that night you didn't act like you were winning. I wasn't, I frankly said. And there were greater disasters on the horizon. You were fighting for Callow, Vivian acknowledged. But that was the detail that took me so long time to understand even after joining. We weren't talking about the same thing when using that word. Because for you it also meant the 15th. It meant the Goblin tribe in Marchford. It meant everyone willing to live under the laws, to pay their taxes and stand on the wall when the horn sounds. They are Callowans, Vivian, I said. I won't ignore what was the best of us in the old days, but we can't just dash. She raised her hand to interrupt me. I know, she said. I know, Catherine. And that's what killed it. Because I would look at Hakram, at Mosigo and Ratface, and especially the goblins, and I would wait for them to be the enemy. Because they'd always been, because that was what the conquest meant. But then they kept faith, Cat. They died, and they died for you, but not just that. Also because they were serving something they believed in. And that scared me. Because if they weren't the enemy, then what had I been fighting all these years? The Tower. I wanted to say. The High Lords. What made all of us this way? Heroes and villains and the ever-spreading graveyard between. But this wasn't my moment. It was hers. And so I kept to silence once more. My name was already thinning by then, Vivian said. Sometimes it wouldn't work as it used to. Sometimes I couldn't feel it at all. And when my hair began to grow again, I was terrified. Because if I wasn't even the thief anymore, then what use was I? I saw her fingers clench. I nearly did some very foolish things, she said. But Hakram cut off his hand, and if nothing else that stayed mine. And it forced me to see, Catherine, because in the months following that night, I did the most good for my homeland I ever have, and not a single speck of it involved theft. She let out a breathless laugh, though it was more mockery of herself than mirth. I wasn't angry anymore, Cat, she said. Or at least, not at the same people or for the same reasons. Mostly I was afraid. And the more I tried to pretend I was still 15 and collecting my mother's dues from something that no longer existed, the more I missed the point. That I was a child when I became the thief, and it was a child's anger I was still heeding. I watched her and found regret painted on her face, though a soft and thoughtful manner of it. But you weren't a child anymore, I said. And so I was no longer the thief, Vivian softly agreed. Because I've learned that just taking from the enemy won't change anything. That we'll need more than that, to change the world, and that's what I want to do most of all. And so the name had died, I thought, along with the indignation that had birthed it. It might be that something else would come of that, but she would never again be the thief. The girl who had become her no longer existed. She'd been outgrown by the woman standing at my side. Vivian Dartwick's eyes were clear, I saw, and her back straight. In the afternoon's light, cloaked in blue and hair braided like a fair crown, she seemed almost regal. I hoped, truly, that no name came of this. The lease accords, as written, would bar any and all named from being rulers. And it was early days yet, I knew that, and it was not a decision to be made in haste. But Vivian Dartwick had just talked herself into being the foremost heiress candidate to the throne of Callow. Book 5, Chapter 25, Dead Ends. And so the first under the night came across a portal where great danger might lurk, and upon witnessing it halted and sought the counsel of Save and O.C. O knight, said the first, what wisdom do you offer? And so the young knight answered thus, try a foot first. Extract from the Parables of the Lost and Found. Disputed firstborn religious text. Shit. I thought to myself. This is going too well. The Alliance army has effectively withdrawn and is making camp for the night, the officer continued. They have recalled everything but scouts, as far as our own can see. I told Vivian what I wanted out of the maneuvers, namely forcing the Western Coalition to give me just enough room that I could gate my armies away from this mess. It was starting to look like I'd be getting exactly that, which was highly suspicious. Reports had begun to come into the pavilion over the afternoon, everything going according to plan. First the opposition drew back, then General Bugram threatened their supply lines further north, and they outright retreated. Had any of the Crusader commander taken the Fourth Army's distant presence as an immediate threat and charged? No. Had the Drow been ambushed by some unforeseen sun-based sorcery kept in store just for this day? No. Had some hero assassinated half the general staff of one of my divisions? No. This was going off without a hitch, which meant it wasn't, and the gods were about to dump a sackful of angry badgers on my plans. Your Majesty? It's always badgers, you know, I complained. It never goes little badly. It's always, oh no, there's goblin fire burning the city, or oh no, the Precise summoned a bunch of devils again, or even oh no, half the continent thinks a crusade would be just the thing. Would it really be too much to ask for a mishap instead of a catastrophe once in a while? Like, oh no, we're out of the good wine, but that's fine, we've got this pretty decent bottle, instead we'll just drink that. There was a long moment of silence in the pavilion. So, double watch and not single, Marshal Juniper said, sounding vaguely embarrassed of me. Don't you give me that, hellhound, I grunted. You know I'm right. Matter of fact dash. I went looking through my cloak before realizing I was not, in fact, carrying anything that could remotely be used as coin. Arguably the main Drow currency was murder. Although, given how much obsidian they always seemed to carry around, maybe in practice it was that. And it wasn't like anyone had handed me a purse full of golden Aurelii since I'd come back to the surface. Hakram, I said, extending arm with my palm up. I didn't even bother to look, nor him to argue. 2 heartbeats later, I was slapping coins against the table, more specifically. Silver, I said, turning to glare at Adjutant. You cheapskate. That's old Marchford coinage, too. It's basically worth nothing nowadays. Thought we'd get rid of it while in Procure, the orc shamelessly admitted. Ugh, I said. Fine then. Juniper, I'm betting these 8 silvers. That when you send a rider out on the field, they'll run into a scout on the way back with urgent news. To clarify, they're silvers only in the nominal sense, Adjutant helpfully added. Their actual worth is closer to dash. You believe we're about to be ambushed, Marshal Grimm interrupted in a rasp. The old orc was an interesting sight, I'd admit. The cloth covering the missing eye his epithet promised was nothing out of the ordinary. Simple black linen with the First Legion's symbol embroidered in gold. It was the Marshal himself I found interesting. Neither as tall as Hakram nor as broad as Nock had been. The sight of his frame and Legion armor brought to mind an old tree, all dry and corded, but likely to be nasty if pushed. He was, it would not do to forget, more than just one of the finest military officers in the Empire. He was also an old man who'd been born before the clans were bound so tightly to the reformed legions of terror. Back in the days where the orc clans had preferred raiding each other and on occasion the Precise to taking the tower's gold and serving in the ranks. For his clan to have been as prominent as it had reputedly been, he must have seen some brutal fighting. And that was before he joined up with Black, through a civil war and the conquest. I thought, there was a dangerous man behind that red-brown eye. Simply because my teacher's latest scheme had backfired on the legions did not mean the orc was helpless. I believe this has proceeded perfectly when we know for a fact there's heroes nearby, I replied. One way or another, this is about to get ugly. Battle? He asked, tone calm. There was no doubt in his eyes, like what I had said was a statement of fact. I almost shivered at the sight of it, the old general waiting to dissect my instincts like an augur would a bird. How many times had Black stood in my place, lending his paranoia's edge to a finer commander's plans? Not tonight, I said. We're too close to sundown. But they'll spring a surprise on us, you can count on that. Then it might be best to issue the recall for the Fourth Army early, Marshal Grimm said, and allow the Firstborn to handle the defenses as our divisions withdraw through Arcadia. I flicked a glance at Juniper, who after a beat nodded. Do it, I said. Adjutant dash. I sent one of mine to have a look, Hakram graveled. We'll know soon. I didn't quite manage to set aside the nagging feeling that we were about to get screwed, but we still managed to get some business done in the stretch that followed. We needed to hash out supply arrangements for Marshal Grimm's legions beyond this particular Izaran mess, and I had no intention of forever feeding the legionaries unless they proved of some use to me, either garrisoning the Blessed Isle or participating in the war against the dead king. If they wanted to wait out the war until Black died or returned, it would not be through the grace of Calawan granaries. One Eye hinted pretty bluntly. Still, it was something of a novelty to see an orc hint at all that private talks between he and I should be held on the subject, and I was wondering whether to push for either Hakram or Vivian or both to be in the room instead when a legionary stumbled back into the pavilion. He saluted at me first, so he was one of mine and not the legion's, but his eyes flicked at Adjutant after. One of Hakram's helping hand, then. "Report," I ordered. "Your Majesty," the legionary replied, saluting once more. "While the enemy's forces have not redeployed, they have sent a party out in the plains towards us." My fingers clenched. "How many?" Juniper asked. "Horse or foot?" "2 or 4, I said, tone calm. The legionary's eyes widened. "2, Your Majesty," he agreed. "And they'll be raising a tent, the smug pricks," I said. Something like fear passed in the soldier's eyes. "It is so, Your Majesty," he said. "Black Queen," Marshal Grimm rasped, tone inquisitive. "One is the Grey Pilgrim," I said. "I'm guessing the other's the Saint of Swords, though he might have traded in for younger muscle." "Well, fuck." The last word I said feelingly, as it looked like all my preparations had gone up in smoke. "They raised a tent, soldier?" Adjutant said. "You are certain?" "Yes, sir." The legionary nodded. "One of those Proceran pavilions, the ones they use to receive people. We're not gating anywhere, looks like." I cursed. "Let's find out why at least." Adjutant, have a space cleared for an attempt. With contingencies. My second nodded, and after a few nods of respect spread around left to see my well done. "An explanation would be appreciated," Juniper growled. "For those of us who aren't named. The Pilgrim is under the impression we'll be talking soon," I said. "Considering I'm very much planning on getting the hells out of here by Arcadia if it's possible, that means he knows something we don't about why that's not possible. It's his whole thing, Juniper, being wise and an all-knowing. In practice, I guess he's got some ties to acquire, maybe some limited foresight. Not that he'd be a fool without, mind you, but he's certainly got an edge. Either way, by putting up that tent he's making a point." "Posturing," Vivian said. "That is to say, preparing for negotiations." "How kind of our friend Tarek to be willing to talk," I said, tone gone sardonic. "Why, he might even be willing to consider peace as a personal favor to us. Entirely unrelated to the fact that he's currently losing, no doubt. It will be our privilege, nay our blessing, to be allowed to make a truce with the side of the heavens." "Manifold thanks to the gods above," Vivian agreed without missing a beat, "who have ever protected and preserved us, praise be. We may have to raise a new cathedral in lore as an expression of our gratitude." "I take it," Marshal Grimm said, "that you are less than fond of this hero." "Well, he's only tried to kill me twice so far," I mused. "So I guess that still puts him somewhere between saint and militia, relationship-wise. Wait, what's the left extremity of that line?" Vivian frowned. "It can't be the saint, we've barely fought her." "I think it's still William," I mused. "He tried to kill me every single time we met, I'm pretty sure. I mean, so did a few others, but mostly because they didn't get to meet me twice." "That feels underwhelming," she said. "He couldn't even ruin a city without contrition holding his hand, second-rate at best. Really, they shouldn't even make the list if they haven't tried to murder you through use of an astral sphere." I think Pilgrim Star thing is more like a metaphor," I said. "That'd only leave High Noon delight, and Queen the Sky is a reasonable weapon from summer. 2's not a list. Besides, if we're opening the floor to metaphors, then Willie's murder sword thing kind of looked like moonlight. Didn't the page have a similar trick?" Vivian asked. "You mentioned it a while back." "Oh, man, I'd almost forgotten about her," I admitted with a hum. "When I think about Three Hills, it's always Knock popping the exiled prince in the throat that comes to mind." Bam bam bam. Marshal Juniper smashed her sheathed sword against the table one last time, for emphasis, and then cleared her throat with a growl. "Orders, Your Majesty," she said. "At the moment," I said, "everyone is to remain in a defensive posture, as they've already been ordered to. We won't know more until I've tried a gate, which Hakram is securing grounds for me to do as we speak." I drummed my fingers against the table. "I'd recommend for the two of you to prepare a plan of action for the eventuality of being forced to march out of Izair," I said, "or being forced to give battle here. either against the current army or the entire Grand Alliance field force. You don't intend to participate? Marshal Grimm asked. The skeleton I'll leave to the two of you, I shrugged. I need to see some birds about something, and if that doesn't work, I'll have to beat Larid until answers come out. Might take a while. It's mostly lies and arrogance in there. Understood, One Eye said, apparently unruffled. Merciless gods. What kind of insanity had my father put this one through that he wouldn't even blink at that? I shot him an assessing look, but let it go for now. You coming? I asked Vivian. The birds, she said. From underground? Those are the ones, I agreed. They're perfectly safe. Vivian's brow rose. Probably safe, I corrected. The brow stayed up. To me, I specified. I shall stay and provide a political perspective to these unfolding campaign plans, Vivian Dartwick serenely said. You do that? I snorted, then glanced at the marshals. Until later, then. A dip of the head for me, salutes for them, and on my way I went. It was still the better part of an hour before dusk when the sisters came to me. I could have tried the gate before then, of course, and very nearly did. Though it would tire me to make the attempt, it was nothing that second wind coming with nightfall wouldn't carry me through. Still, I was wary. I'd not forgotten what Robber had told me. The tale of gates into Arcadia opening into the hells instead, or simply wildly out of course. Adjutant had done well in arranging for me a wide courtyard now surrounded by basic wards, but if devils started pouring out, those wouldn't be enough. I might be, even on my own, but best to exercise a little patience if it lowered the risks. The crow-shaped slivers of godhood sliced into the glare of the sun like knives, their unnaturally graceful flight taking them in twin spirals until they claimed my shoulders in unison. Perfect unison, I'd realized. Not even the fraction of a moment in delay. That kind of precision was unsettling, as no doubt they'd meant it to be. I have a problem, I said, leaning on my staff. A servant of the pale gods, Crow Kamina said with relish. Finally. See, I don't believe it's actually him that's the trouble here, I said. Well, not this particular trouble anyway. He's definitely some other sorts. You believe the ways into Arcadia to have been wounded, Crow Andronike said. Amusing, that you'd believe what frustrated some errant splendid would be a threat to us. Now, that, I said, is the kind of talk that ends up with gods in boxes. Or cut up for parts. Or, you know, made to scamper away in disgrace by a hero. You've been down there for a long time, O goddesses of night. Here be monsters, and some of them were born to make sport of those like you. I could feel their roiling anger, not that it cowed me in the slightest. My very purpose in their service was to pull them back when they were about to make a mistake like this. Twirling the ebony staff lightly, I clicked my tongue against the roof of my mouth. So, let's try this again, I said. I have a problem. Some hero with friends upstairs believes I won't be able to get out of here. In your opinion, how dangerous would it be to try opening one right now? The taste of the boundary has not changed, Kamina said. You worry for nothing. It would not, if the change were coming from without, Andronike noted. My brow rose. So, if there's a mess, it's more likely to be coming from Arcadia? I asked. A more precise explanation would be well beyond your understanding, Kamina said. It was surprising, I mused, how quickly one got used to being condescended to by a bird. I lowered my staff, tip touching nothing at all. So, a quick look is in order, I said. Night flooded my veins, abrupt and eager to answer my call. The gate ripped through creation easily, to my surprise, and that of the sisters, I felt. I'd felt this before, in Marchford, when Acua's demon had weakened the fabric of creation enough that it was made easier for the Winter Court to raid through. It had not been like that when I gated earlier, I thought. This is unusual, Andronike said. I felt it too, even as the ink-black gate opened before me. Eyes, unfathomably large, gazing at me. The surface of the gate was like liquid obsidian, though without a single ripple, and I hesitated. I held back, leaning on my staff. Thoughts? I said. Try a foot first, Kamina drolly suggested. Oh, we think we're funny now, do we? I muttered. Mark my words, that one's going into the holy book. Godly advice, my ass. I thought. Still, wasn't like there was another choice, was it? I breathed out and stepped through. The rippling sensation was replaced by howling winds as my feet stumbled over Arcadia's grounds. Blinded and deafened by what must have been half a hurricane, I called on the night and let Andronike's steady hand guide my will. A bubble of stillness bloomed around us, sudden and absolute. Breathing out, I put my cloak in order and finally took a good look around me. This was Arcadia, I was certain of it. The sensation was the same, which made what I was looking at all the more worrisome. That is not the work of Fae, Kamina croaked. No, I murmured. I don't think so either. Before us spread out a wasteland to make the heart of praise flinch. Choking black dust billowing in a great storms as streaks of lightning erupted wherever they wished, striking at the ground with thundering claps. The noise of it all was deafening, even inside the bubble of stillness. I could see fractures of glowing red snaking across the ground, and liquid fire bubbling out when currents unseen made the heat rise in great geysers. The sky above us was an endless shifting tapestry of darkened clouds, with malevolent pale lights lurking behind them. This had been Arcadia, I thought, before someone broke it beyond repair. No, Andronike said, disagreeing with my thought. To the very point it can tolerate breaking, and not a step more. In the distance I could see the great storm strengthening, until what looked like the eye of the madness. A great hidden shape, the dark winds whirling around it masking the true appearance of what lay there. This was done on purpose, I murmured. And you felt it too, didn't you? How easy it was to open the gate here. The sisters did not speak the approval, though a hint of pressure against my thoughts served as acknowledgement. It was almost secondary, now, that I wouldn't be able to evacuate my armies through Arcadia, as if I'd not lose every damned soldier trying to march them through here. I suspected now that if I tried to open a gate leading to anywhere I'd still end up here, as if all the paths now led to this place. In a sense, I thought, they probably were. Something, or someone, had damaged this chunk of Arcadia to pry it loose from the rest. And now, if I was not mistaken, this wretched place was slowly dropping down into creation. We are seen. Kamina suddenly hissed. Behind me, the still open gate shuddered. Well shit. I wouldn't be using that one to leave anyway. But it looked like we'd drawn the attention of something I'd rather not be in the eyes of. What is it that's here? I urgently pressed. Before going back we have dash. The gate broke. The inky power it was made of shattered, and the shards started slinking through the dusty ground, towards that hidden shape in the distance, I judged. Tell me, I hissed at Save NOC. Is it the Dead King, or Dash? An eardrum-breaking shriek tore through this nightmare of a realm. Then 4 grinding cacophonies in interweaving succession, almost like rusty metal being pulled apart, but the truth of it was much worse. In that storm cloud-covered sky, burning red circles formed. Out of them winged creatures poured, swarms and swarms of them, weaving in and out of the horrid winds. Hellgates, temporary and unstable, but Hellgates nonetheless. Or Hierophant, I finished, shivering. Fuck. We need to leave, Andronike said. The gate, first under the night. There's something happening, I said. Look, under the Hellgates. Some glittering array of runes formed in a circle, at twice the height of a man, though looking upon them cut at my eyes in an almost physical way. I thought I glimpsed something ghostly at the center of the runes, but it was there for only a moment, and then the massive detonation that followed blew me off my feet, ripping right through the miracle. I landed in a sprawl of dust, cawing crows stumbling with me, and didn't ignore the sisters twice. The gate ripped open in front of me, though to my horror, something fought me for control of it. A will pitched against my own, though that was no person's. It felt more like one of the Fae, though one of royal title at least. The goddesses slid their will along mine, and that bought us just long enough to drop through the bloody fairy gate. I dropped on the ground maybe 3 feet to the left of where I'd entered the other gate, covered in dust and lightly smoking. Well, I murmured, looking up at the setting sun. That's going to be a problem. Book 5, Chapter 26, Civility. No plan is beyond dreading the sound of a match being struck. Dread Emperor Reprobate the First. You could change, Hakram gently suggested, into something that's not still smoking. I patted at my cloak absent-mindedly, irritated that even after 3 rounds of that there still seemed to be smoke wafting up somehow. My face was caked in dust and soot, so Adjutant was being fairly light-handed by just talking about clothes, but to the hells with it. Who was I trying to impress on the other side, by not arriving dressed like a grimy goblin and smelling of dark sorceries? That lot had already declared me arch-heretic of the East. The only way to go was up. A sharp whistle had Zombie trotting to my side, instead a spoken answer, and Hakram's side. I take it you won't be washing either, the orc said. Got it in one, I cheerfully replied. Now, we're just waiting on Dash. Leaning against my staff, I pushed myself atop my docilely waiting mount. I settled comfortably onto the saddle, the length of ebony in my hand spinning gracefully the once before I brought it to rest against her neck. A message, I finished. After that, we'll be going to have a nice, polite chat with people who may or may not want to murder us. Is Vivian coming along? He asked. I shook my head. Not for this, considering what it might come to, I said. And even with you, I'm hesitating. I glanced at his latest mislaid limb. You still any good in a fight, adjutant? I asked, tone serious. He'd known me long enough not to be offended by a question most orcs would have drawn steel over, knowing it was genuine. I only need one hand for an axe, Hakram simply replied. I nodded in acknowledgement, and neither of us saw any need to belabor the subject any further. In the same way that he'd trusted I asked my question without derision, I would trust him not to be letting pride do the talking when he'd answered it. Dusk was mere moments away, but even in that spreading gloom the winged silhouettes of the sisters were blots of deeper darkness. It would have been convenient to use them as messengers, but I'd not even bothered to ask. Kamina might be somewhat amused by the insolence of it, but Andronike certainly would not. I got caught at quite enough already without trying to use goddesses as carrier pigeons. The word I'd been waiting on came back on foot, in the shape of Lord Iva. It knelt before my horse, head rising only at my silent, inquisitive glance. It was arranged, Losera Queen, the drow said. The order was received. Good, I said. On your feet, Iva, and back to the sigil. We might have a long night ahead of us. One can only hope. First under the night. The Lord of Silent Steps smiled. It heeded the dismissal without tarrying any further, leaving no footstep and making no sound as it vanished into the depths of the camp. Adjutant had visibly been busying himself tying 2 bundles to the sides of my mount, but it would have been a mistake to believe that meant he'd not been closely paying attention to everything taking place by him. Drow are hard to read, Hakram said, but this one seems bound more tightly to you than the others. It was first among my peerage, in trust if not necessarily in might, I said. The distinction remains even past the death of the titles they bore. Loyal, the orc asked me, head cocking to the side. To me, I smiled. More than some of its fellows are comfortable with, I think. But their true loyalty goes to something I merely stand for. Best not to forget that, when making demands of them. And what demands will be made of them tonight, he asked. I hummed. The order I sent was a contingency, I said. Best you don't know of it for deniability's sake. But if the Saint of Swords is there, adjutant, I'll be making a play. For the thing they have that I most want, I said. I could see in the tightening of his brow that Hakram was forcing himself not to ask more questions even as we made out of the camp. He wouldn't be pressing more over the scheme hanging in wait. So odds were he was simply still curious about the drow. It had a fond smile quirking my lips, though I hid it away. Acua had taken to the culture of the firstborn only insofar as it involved the levers of power and other exploitable angles. Indrani had learned what pertained to her own interests and little else. Hakram, though, was fascinated by drow culture in a manner that went well beyond the immediately useful or relevant aspects of it. It was odd seeing them through that fresh set of eyes, having them taken in as strange and exotic when they were neither to me. I'd indulge him for an hour or two later, though if he intended to make a treatise on the subject, I was definitely letting him pick at Iva's brains instead. I'd refused the legionary escort Juniper had offered when I'd told her I would be headed for talks with the Pilgrim and his latest round of minions, along with Vivian's suggestion of an honor guard of knights. They both had their instructions in case this ended with someone killing me, which I considered to be unlikely but would be arrogant to be presumed. Impossible. It was not a long walk to where our enemies were waiting for us, and it was open ground every step of the way. The pavilion was held up by 2 poles, thick canvas painted green and gold descending from there in a roughly rectangular shape. The entrance, flanked as it was by truce banners, had been tied open just enough to reveal for silhouettes within without letting out the heat from inside. All of them seated at a table, with raised braziers providing warmth in the waning light of day. Hakram and I did not hurry, allowing the shadows to lengthen with our approach. Crusted with dust and ash, I must have looked to have been tarred to better match the dark. The sight of me, at least, brought a sliver of almost indulgent amusement from the goddesses still circling above. Save Noc descended on dark wings twofold in the exact moment day turned to night, and they claimed my shoulders as perch without a word. We were close enough to the pavilion I could make out the faces of most within. Rosala Malanza, face drawn and tired after the day's battle, but no less grimly cast for it. The Grey Pilgrim himself was no surprise, for he would have been drawn to a day like this sure as flies to fresh corpses. The sight that had my pulse quickening, however, was the Saint of Swords. Lawrence de Montfort's crooked frame and wrinkled face were unmistakable. Well, it seemed I was going to be playing with fire after all. The fourth and last was a man looking to be in his early 40s. I knew not, though I could hazard a guess. He was built like an orc, tall and broad and thickly muscled. Add to that the deep tan and the good chance he was the commander of the Levantine part of the army, and odds were this was the Lord of Alava, one of the champions' blood, as they were called, though it was my understanding that the heroine who'd killed Captain was not kin to the actual blood descendants of that ancient hero. The two mortal rulers were fresh additions, not in attendance when I'd gotten my first report of this tent being raised. The pilgrim must have sent for them before I even departed the camp with Adjutant. The hero was laying it on thick, I decided with a frown. That particular point had already been made when he first had the pavilion put up. This reeked of overcompensation to me, and that was not something I'd usually associate with an old hand like Tarek. Regardless, I had no intention of being pulled into his rhythm. Here, I suddenly said. Zombie Stride came to a sudden stop maybe 40 feet away from the pavilion, and I stroked her mane affectionately even as Hakram followed suit. With a hard shove I planted my staff in the snow, and Adjutant mirrored the gesture with the truce banner he'd been marching under. Without a word it was made clear to the other side I would not be humoring them with a single step further. Kamina cawed approvingly from my shoulder, never one to pass the occasion to stick it to someone even through ceremony. It was almost amusing watching the ripple of dismay that passed through the enemy when they realized that they'd have to leave their nice warm tent to come speak with the Black Queen. A small gesture, perhaps, but so had been their own intention in making me crawl to their table and domain before speaking to them. I intended to make it clear from the beginning which side it was between us that came closest to being considered the supplicant. They filed out one by one, and I had to suppress a grin when I saw the saint had gotten stuck with the duty of carrying out a brazier. Seeing the woman who might just be the most dangerous killer in the service heavens being used for manual labor warmed the petty cockles of my heart. The gray pilgrim took the lead, those simple's gray robes that should prove no match for the cold all he'd bothered to wear. Malanza and the Levantine let him stand in front, an implicit endorsement of his primacy, while the saint put down the brazier near them with ill grace. Queen Catherine, the pilgrim said, "We dash." The touch was light as a feather, for the first fraction of a moment. People often said they could feel a weight to the gaze of others when it was on them, a sort of sense for the attention, and this was the same, in a way. The crow goddesses on my shoulders stirred, and the touch was torn through by their will like a hand through cobwebs. It came back, a little stronger, and from a myriad angles. Kamina's wings spread in irritation. The night shivered around us, and only then did the attention withdraw. Tarek, I interrupted in Shantan, tone harsh. If you don't tell your owners to keep their grubby little fingers to themselves, I might just decide to take offense to their behavior. Like tossing a stone in a pond, I got to see the ripples from that. Princess Rosala was surprised and a little confused. The Levantine looked angry enough to draw steel, but hiding it much better than I would have guessed. Good ol' Lawrence had a hand on her sword, ornery cutthroat that she was. It was for the best, I mused, that the scheme I had in mind required me to get under the skin of most these people. Pardon, the gray pilgrim said, what looked like genuine surprise on his face. Andronite caught on my right shoulder, though the true meaning she simply wove into my mind as a thought. Mercy, huh, I said. That'd be the ophonym, if I remember my theology right. I leaned forward, peering at the gray pilgrim and not. Are you listening through him, you meddlesome old things? I asked. Try that again, and I swear I'll take a few feathers for my cloak. Hakram, bless his soul, had always been quick to follow through on my place. This could be taken as an assault under truce banner. The orc graveled. What exactly is your meaning in arranging this, Princess Malanza? The Princess of Equitan's face betrayed irritation before she mastered it, and it became a pleasantly smiling mask. This is a misunderstanding, Lord Adjutant, she said. They're lying, the Saint of Swords said. It wasn't an attack, only gazing. Years of rubbing elbows with Prisai ensured the flash of satisfaction I felt never made it to my face. Lawrence was always going to be the weak point, here. She was powerful, and used to having to measure her words, and hated me to the bone. Like a lot of people who'd been the strongest in their surroundings for years on years, she'd not had to really answer to anyone for too long. That led to sloppy habits. So by your own admission, the Choir of Mercy attempted to look into my mind, I coldly said. Rosala's face tightened almost imperceptibly. She might not have a sense for stories, this once, but she could recognize a diplomatic blunder when she heard one. The Saint of Swords does not speak for us, the princess said. As I said, Black Queen, this is a misunderstanding. Let us put it behind us and dash. Suddenly, Andronike began laughing in the back of my mind. A heartbeat later I heard Tarek flinch, and from the crow goddesses I felt only vicious satisfaction. Gods, child, what have you done to yourself? The gray pilgrim said. Those things on your shoulder, those are no crows. How many times can you sell your soul? Had he tried to gaze at them using an aspect? I almost pitied him if he had. The foundations of apotheosis for these two had been millennia of hateful murder, and the mortar had been winter freely given. Look at one of those raw would have been painful, but the two? Still, I ignored him and kept my eyes on Melanzo instead. She was the angle I needed to exploit right now. The Levantine, who'd still not been introduced, was watching this unfold with wary eyes but not apparent inclination to step in. Your delegation has now assaulted me, accused me of lying over said assault, and is now trying to lecture me like a misbehaving child, I mildly said. Explain to me, Rosella Melanza, why I should not simply leave. Perhaps a recess is in order, the Levantine said, speaking up for the first time. An hour, setting terms through intermediaries to avoid this strife. His tone was calm, and his chanton only lightly accented. What he was suggesting had a decent chance of succeeding, which was why I couldn't allow it to happen. This needed to have a very specific shape to it, if I didn't want it to end with a sword running through my guts. There has been no evidence that your side is willing to negotiate in good faith, Hakram said, tone just as calm. A recess would change nothing. It is an explanation that is required. I am Yinnu Marave, Lord of Alava and first among the champions' blood, the Levantine said. I give my word that no assault was meant, to the best of my knowledge. Cool-headed, I thought. That was unfortunate. Why couldn't I have gotten your average brash Dominion swordarm in attendance instead? Hells, the boy in Sarcella had been from a legacy of mages, and he'd been nowhere this even-keeled. Perhaps the two of you had diplomatic intentions, I conceded, adjusting the angle of the thrust. If that's the case, we may proceed without their presence. It has certainly been nothing but a distraction so far. The earlier anger returned to his eyes. There we go, I thought. The peregrine will always have a voice in the councils of Levant, Lord Yenu replied, tone grown cool. Now we were getting somewhere. He'd taken a position. I could take offense to it rightfully and walk away from this without having been the villain breaking negotiations on purpose, which was rarely a situation that ended well for said villain. Foundling, this is getting out of hand, Princess Rosales said, with forced calm. As Lord Yenu suggested, a recess would be best. She's breaking this down on purpose, the saint said, and spat to the side. The enemy always schemes, Melanza. You should have learned that by now. And it was true, I thought, but by saying it she'd given me exactly what I needed. That's quite enough, I said, allowing anger to seep into my voice. We're done here. If neither you nor the pilgrim can keep your hound on a tighter leash, Melanza, we'll settle this on the field. Now, there was the gambit. But I'd been fairly sure the moving parts would come together just right. With the sisters disallowing whatever it was that allowed the pilgrim to look into people, he should be on the back foot. Experience, for once, would work against him. When you used a tool for several decades, suddenly losing it required an adjustment. Even the finest swordman in creation would need time to adapt after being forced in his first fistfight in 60 years. Time which I'd been careful not to give the pilgrim, so to speak. Now, Melanza had to answer for two heroes neither of which she had any real authority over, and she was not great diplomat in the first place. That I'd be able to work around her when the chaos set in was a given. The only unknown had been the Lord Yenu. But even though he'd given me trouble, most of Levant came with a usable handle, the Grey Pilgrim himself. Even the implication he was to be dismissed had been enough to harden the Levantine's position. Now, I had passable reason to leave in a huff. And I'd repeatedly slighted the saint this whole time, when odds were she'd be opposed to this kind of conference in the first place. I was leaving with the promise of waging a battle that would be dangerous for her side, in her eyes likely succeeding at whatever scheme I'd been intent on. So, after I took my reins in hand and began to tug at them to turn Zombie around, I prepared to find out whether my gambit was going to pay off. A flicker of movement from Saint, and just like that, I had them. Lawrence, the pilgrim yelled, don't dash. I wouldn't be able to avoid that. I thought even as steps almost faster than I could follow had the Saint of Swords standing in front of Zombie and swinging her blade at my throat. But then I'd known I wouldn't be able to, and taken precautions well in advance. As the steel made it a bare inch from my throat, ruffling Kamina's feathers lightly as it passed, Lawrence de Montfort was decked in the face. She went tumbling across the snow, spewing out blood and even a tooth, while Romina the Tomb-Maker followed. The Grey Pilgrim's hands blazed with light, but a heartbeat later I had my staff in hand and pointed at him. "You make a move, Tarek, and I'll drop you," I said, tone perfectly calm. He hesitated, even as the two mortals on his side reached for their blades in delayed reaction to this unholy mess. And that was quite enough for General Romina to see my will done. The Saint of Swords landed on her feet, but the ground beneath her turned into boiling shadow, and her leap up as she raised her sword once more had her land in the grasp of the old drow, who closed its fingers around her throat and squeezed lightly once. Her hand went down at the clear signal that the drow could have killed her but would refrain if she ceased moving. In a fair fight, I suspected the Saint would kill it after some trouble. In an ambush, as I'd arranged in a sense, it might be a little more even. But my weapon here wasn't Romina's own might, so much as the fact that the Saint of Swords was a heroine who'd just attacked someone leaving peaceful negotiations held under truce banner. There wasn't a single fucking story that would get her out of this, so long as I was careful. I've had better fights from Jar, the Tomb-Maker scathingly assessed in Shantan. "This cattle is blind and easily provoked, Losera Queen. How has it survived so long in the Burning Lands?" I couldn't. Proof that Romina had worked on its mastery of Shantan purely to be able to slag its opponents verbally, but I had very deep suspicions. "Catherine," the Grey Pilgrim said, "you cannot dash." "Your Majesty," I idly corrected. "I am going to ask you questions now, Pilgrim, and if you don't answer them quickly and truthfully, then General Romina will execute the attempted murderer of the Queen of Callow." Queen Catherine, Princess Rosala tried, but she wasn't part of this right now, and so I simply ignored her. "Do you have Amadeus of the Green Stretch as a prisoner?" I asked the Pilgrim. "Yes," Tarek said. "Where is he?" I asked. "At camp, under restraints." "Is he alive and unharmed?" "Yes," Tarek said. "Is he in his right mind?" I pressed. "As far as I know," the Pilgrim said. "Good," I smiled. "Fetch him right now. I'll trade him for your murderous little friend." The Grey Pilgrim remained silent for a long moment. "Lawrence is one of the few living heroes who might be capable of slaying the dead king," he said. "More than that, of killing him permanently. You could be dooming the continent by killing her." I met his eyes and smiled. "General Romina," I said. "Squeeze a little tighter." "Merciful gods, foundling, this is madness," Princess Rosala yelled. "You can't extort us, Dash. Your delegation just tried to murder me under truce banner, Melanza," I snapped. "You should be licking my boots in fucking gratitude. That a prisoner is all I'm demanding to let it go." The Carrion Lord torched entire principalities. The Princess of Equitan snapped back. "How many thousands of dead innocents are on his head? And you think you can just ask for him back? Black's the only way praise doesn't collapse and take a third of the continent down with it," I said through gritted teeth. "So take your damned objections and choke on them, Melanza, because he might be a monster, but he's mine, and he's still needed." "Don't do it, Tarek," the Saint called out. "Let them have me and then slit the bastard's throat. No truce with the enemy." "Tighter still, Romina," I coldly ordered. "Pilgrim, an answer. You won't wait me into a story that turns this around." "If you kill her," Tarek said, "I'll kill him. You've kept him alive so far for a reason," I countered without missing a beat. "While I have no pressing reason to keep de Montfort breathing save for this trade." "Try again. You are gambling with matters beyond your understanding," the Pilgrim said, sounding frustrated. "If even a single one of you had taken any of the deals I offered, we wouldn't be standing here tonight," I told him without a shred of sympathy. "Instead, you get this, and you get me. You were warned, Pilgrim. My terms were given. Do we have a bargain?" "He's killing her," Pilgrim said, eyes flicking to the Saint. "Best hurry then," I harshly replied. "I only have the body," the Grey Pilgrim said. "The soul was removed." "By who?" I snarled. He didn't answer, and that was answer enough. "The fucking Saint of Swords. Where's the soul?" I asked. "I do not know," the Pilgrim replied, then glanced at the Saint again. "If Lawrence dies, Catherine, we have no accord." "General Romina, loosen your grip slightly," I reluctantly said. "And you must be hard of hearing, Pilgrim. It's your Majesty. How can you now know where the soul is?" "I entrusted it to the rogue sorcerer," Tarek said, "and sent him into hiding." "Why?" I hissed. "So that the Black Knight's body could be publicly slain while his soul remains usable as leverage," the Pilgrim said. "Have the body delivered, then," I coldly said. "It'll serve for a start." "And Lawrence?" the Pilgrim pressed. I glanced at her, at the naked hatred on her face. Before this, she had despised me mostly in principle, I thought, but now? Now it was personal. She'd be after my neck from the moment she was let loose. You can have her back, once I have the body, I finally said. My eyes turned to the princess and the lord, who looked deeply uncomfortable with what had taken place. As much with the regicide's actions as the fact it looked like I was coming out on top, I thought. So I said, I suppose we have some time to kill before I get the body. Let's have us a peace conference then. Book 5, Chapter 27, Overtures. You should listen to the devil on your shoulder, my friend. I had it nailed onto there for a reason. Dread Emperor Abominable, the thrice struck. It went like this. The opposition insisted they could not hold diplomatic talks while one of their own was being held up by the throat. In response, I somewhat politely cast aspersions on their grasp of matters such as reality and remembering who tried to kill me under truce banner, literally moments ago, then told them it'd be rather absurd to stand there in silence while the gray pilgrim went to fetch my teacher's unconscious body. I spoke the word unconscious with a heavy wink, because what was a little borderline necromancy between friends? Lord Yanu promptly told me talks couldn't be had without the peregrine, who in turn suggested that his word was enough for me to order General Ramina to release his personal heaven-endorsed attack hound. He would then join my conversation with Melanza and the other Levantine. That's an interesting suggestion, Tarek. I smiled politely, showing a great deal of teeth. Especially since it implies I still hold your word to be of any worth at all. Mind your tongue, villain, the Lord of Alava hissed. To cast doubt on the honor of the pilgrim's blood is to insult the dominion of Levant itself. Will the gray pilgrim be surrendering himself into my custody immediately, then? I pointedly asked. Honor might be at least in part satisfied by that. There was a moment of pained silence, though from certain quarters there'd been understandably no surprise. After all, Princess Rosala had been in the tent when the treaties were first drafted and signed, while the gray pilgrim had been an actual guarantor of the terms, as well as part of them. You overreach, Black Queen, Lord Yanu said. Such demands are beyond your ability to enforce, to say little of your right to them. My right? I curtly repeated. Did they not tell you, Lord Yanu, that I have written treatises signed by both your peregrine and the Prince of Izair to this nature? Treatises including terms that place the pilgrim in the kingdom of Kalos' hands for a time as hostage, and that your honorable peregrine instead fled my capital in the night last year? Oaths and promises were broken, and he's since shown no willingness to make reparations for this or even acknowledge it happened. There was greater need for me elsewhere, the gray pilgrim replied. Duties whose call was keener than what had been arranged. The oaths were inconvenient, so you broke them, I translated with a beaming smile. But that's all right, because I'm just a villain after all. Charming. I would make amends, Black Queen, the pilgrim offered. Sure, I replied without hesitation. Surrender yourself, right now. You'll be put to trial according to Caloan law and dealt with accordingly. I cannot do this, Tarek said, so long as you lead an army against the Grand Alliance. Ah, I mused. It was a platitude, then, and your word remains dust to me. Let us discard this notion of my putting faith in the promises of a man who does not afford anyone else the same courtesy and move on, shall we? None of them liked that, but Melanza steered the conversation away from the fact that both she and the pilgrim had already broken terms of a bargain made with me before they lost any more feathers. The arrangements ended up being kicked down the line. Talks would end until I'd receive the body and release the saint, then resume with the gray pilgrim in attendance. A waste of time, in my eyes, so I turned my gaze on Princess Rosala instead. I'm willing to bargain with you without them in attendance, I bluntly said. You strike me as the most trustworthy of the three, at the moment, though admittedly that doesn't mean all that much. The Princess of Equitan hesitated, while in the back of my mind I gauged her situation. There were more Dominion soldiers than Proceran ones in the Western Coalition army she was fighting with, so it wasn't a given that she had the most clout in whatever power-sharing arrangement made up that host command. On the other hand, if she was here, then it was with the first prince's backing, and this remained the Principate of Procer. She had legitimacy the other two did not, being foreigners. We can speak, Princess Rosala said, while other matters are seen to. The large lord of Alava stirred, face openly displeased, but the princess raised a hand in appeasement. I will not negotiate or offer terms, the dark-haired woman said. Only speak. Diplomacy can take place when all are in attendance. The gray pilgrim spoke softly, in a language I did not know, a Levantine tongue, most likely, since Lord Yanu seemed to have no trouble understanding it. They conferred softly, and I watched Princess Rosala from the corner of my eyes. She seemed as much in the dark about what was being said as I, and not particularly pleased about it. Adjutant leaned in closer. Mercaden, I think, the orc whispered in Karsam. Spoken mostly around the region of Alava City. I'm not surprised Rosala wouldn't know it. It's their least widespread tongue. I slowly nodded. Might be true that the language had never seemed worth learning for the Princess of Equitan. Although her principality was deep to the south of Procur and closer to the Dominion than any other foreign nation, Cezio or Lenara would have been more useful picks if she meant to dabble in learning something of narrower use than trader talk. Whatever the truth of it, the side conference between the Levantines did not take long. Quiet words were exchanged with Princess Rosala herself, and there must have been agreement as the pilgrims sought my eyes once more, and when denied that withdrew without another word. Lord Yanu inquired to the practical aspects of the trade, namely how the unconscious body would be carried, so I glanced meaningfully at Hakram. Adjutant moved to speak with the Levantine aristocrat, leaving Princess Rosala Malanza to speak with me alone. Well, not exactly. Kamina drew her talons against my shoulder for a moment before lazily flapping away to perch herself on the shoulder of her favorite, General Ramina. The old drow showed no sign of tiring from holding up the Saint of Swords by the throat, and overall had seemed rather unimpressed by her glaring even before half of Save Isi claimed its shoulder. The crow taking flight drew Malanza's attention to the one still on my shoulder, though she couldn't seem to gaze at Andronike directly. I wouldn't recommending looking at either too close, I said. Demons, Princess Rosala said, lips tightening into a line. Andronike let out loud gurgling cause that might have been taken as laughter, and certainly rang of mockery. Save an OC, I corrected. Or their attention, anyway. No summons these, Rosala Malanza, bound and bargained for. Though if that makes you fear them less, I'll count you a fool for it. The Proceran princess studied me for a moment, dark eyes inscrutable. What does it mean? She asked. Save NOC. It means your learning is shallow, Rosala Malanza, while this world's roots run deep. Andronike spoke in perfect Shantan from my shoulder. It will be amusing to see how little of you the adjustment allows to remain. Already the cracks are showing, aren't they? The Princess of Equitan turned ghastly pale. It will take more than brandy and poppy leaves for the digging to stop, the goddess on my shoulder laughed. Hands and picks and tireless flesh, pulling aside the Andronike, I calmly said. Enough. The clever little things would turn on you in a heartbeat, my herald, if they believed they would triumph in that strife, she said. In their wanton arrogance they prance about, blind to their utter fragility. Are we not all fragile, in your eyes? I retorted. Some more than others, Andronike said, but left it at that. Wings spreading, the crow goddess took flight, and left me to face a shaken princess of Equitan. Her tanned visage had turned ashen, and a tremor was running down her arm. Not, I noted, the one that clutched the handle of her sword. What is that thing? Black Queen. Princess Rosala croaked. Desperate measures made alter, I said. Apotheosis is not a gentle affair, and they were not gentle before it. Riddles, she accused. I've given you truths, I shrugged. What you make of them, in the end, is not my concern. I am not your keeper, or for that matter your empire's. That last sentence had blood returning to her face, and iron returned to her spine. I studied Rosala Malanza under the gentle light of the moon, waited as she put herself back together. It was absurd, I thought, to think of her as young when she was older than me. But she couldn't even be 30, and it struck me that in different times she would have been considered much too young for the importance of the duties thrust upon her. As Hazenbach's commander in Isère, she was arguably on par with the Iron Prince in authority within the ever-fluid military hierarchy of Procur, perhaps even higher. Young and worn before her time, I thought. The chorus of our age. Procur is on the verge of collapse, Princess Rosala told me. I hid my surprise at the fact that she'd outright admit that. The blood was in the water for anyone to see, and here in Isère there were ingredients enough to cook the death of empire, but there was still life in the beast. In different circumstances, I might have celebrated that, I frankly said. Not, however, today. You cannot afford for the lines up north to break, Black Queen. The princess told me, tone cool. Too many of the refugees south would die. The sheer amount of corpses to be raised would effectively make the dead king unstoppable. God's eye wished. Unstoppable was the prelude to some adolescent in colorful clothes bringing down the flying fortress, or inexplicably stabbing a villain's soul. Unfortunately, I doubted Neshama would make any mistakes so easily exploitable by the heavens and their chosen. I didn't come to Isaiah to fight any of you, I pointed out. I'm extracting my forces. Do so, the princess said. You will not be hindered. Including the legions of terror, I flatly said. That, Princess Rosala said, cannot be allowed to happen. I already had a biting reply on the tip of my tongue when I forced myself to bite it instead, eyes narrowing as I looked closer at the dark-haired Arlazite. She wasn't being high-handed, I thought, or refusing to recognize the realities of her situation. There wasn't defiance or righteous anger on her face, only a sort of tired resignation. Rosala Malanza was essentially telling me, without outright speaking the word, that if the legions left with my forces there would be dire consequences for the Principate. How bad? I asked. Bad, she replied, tone grim. I can't give them to you, I frankly told her. I won't backstab an ally, and it'd make a bloody mess for me besides. If you were to escape with them, Princess Rosala delicately said, after being defeated, that would be a different story. Or so I am told. My fingers tightened around my reins and zombie whinnied. That's not a small favor you're asking, I said. Or a harmless one. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that a great deal of my legitimacy, insofar as I had any, as the Queen of Callow came from my largely uninterrupted string of battlefield victories. I'd had political defeats aplenty and strategic drubbings more than once, but even the worst of my days commanding an army could be argued to be at least draws. As the first prince had once put it, I was a warlord, and those only rules so long as they kept winning. It had also put me in a weaker position when pushing for the lease accords, coming from the cold as an already beaten foe instead of a victor, and that was without even getting in the practical aspects of being defeated. Even if I were willing to waste soldiers over such theater, which I honestly wasn't sure I was, this would be a risky business even if I trusted the opposition well, which I did not. Malanza wasn't unreasonable, but a year ago she'd been invading my homeland, and she'd never bothered to hide the despised me personally. That left the Levantines, which as long as the pilgrim was around couldn't be trusted to do anything but what he advised. How could I be sure that halfway through the withdrawal of my forces they wouldn't try to turn the face victory into a real one? I do not have room to negotiate, Black Queen, Princess Rosala murmured. I would prefer if I did, but what do I have to bargain with save doom and despair? I'd be taking on heavy risks, I reminded her, on the account of people who are still my enemies. There is a greater enemy still, she told me, eyes serious. The enemy, and he comes for us all. I'm not unaware of that, I patiently said. It's not that I'm unwilling to avoid setting fire to what's left of Procker or Malanza. It's that I'm not convinced if I try to help you your fellows won't stick a knife in my back halfway through. She grimaced. I don't suppose, she said, that my word of honor as the Princess of Equitan would mean anything to you. More than nothing, I finally said. But it only matters if you're in command of the army on the other side of this field, and I don't believe that's the case. I hold supreme command over all armies of the Principate in Isaiah, she said. And the Levantines? This half their forces answers to Lord Yanu. For the most part, Rosala said. We make plans by council. Then you can't speak for the army, I said, not unkindly. If the Grey Pilgrim asked the man to turn cannibal, he actually might. Turning on a villain? That wouldn't even merit hesitation. You need to set aside your grudge against the chosen, foundling, the other woman told me. Though I understand he broke faith with you, it was a shallow betrayal. He disappeared to hunt down my mentor, whose soulless body I've just had to trade for, I flatly said. He didn't leave to take a nice stroll down a promenade, Malanza. The Carrion Lord killed thousands on the field, and dozens of thousands through the burning of them. The Princess of Equitan spoke evenly. I can only grieve the Peregrine did not simply slit the man's throat instead of resorting to such theatrics. I could have argued this, truth be told. There was no denying Black was a monster, but he hadn't decided to torch his way through the Proceran heartlands for the pleasure of it on a sunny morning where he'd had nothing else planned. It had been a calculated attack at the manpower and stability of an enemy nation who'd been in the process of invading my homeland and his. While I wouldn't defend his actions, or the validity of his methods even if they appeared to be working, to everyone's loss, he'd not committed that atrocity in a vacuum. It'd be a direct response to the 10th Crusade, whose stated goal was the destruction of praise. Black's policy had been to avoid war against Procker for decades before I'd known him. and it seemed rather rich of all these righteous folk to go out of their way to declare war on one of the most infamous monsters of our age, and then be appalled and surprised when he behaved monstrously. If you shoved your fingers in a brazier, at the very least you should expect to get burned. On the other hand, I was disinclined to defend an atrocity I didn't believe in and was currently screwing all of us over. Let her talk. If that was all she did, I had no issue with it. The talk was hardly undeserved. My point is that he's not ever going to consider promises binding, Melanza, I said. Not if they get in the way of what he believes needs to be done. That is rather reassuring. Tell her, because if it came out later that I had known a catastrophe was forming there and said nothing, there would a price to pay in many ways. But there'd been hellgates in that broken place, and what I believed might have been high arcana. It was possible for it to be the work of the dead king, who had been known to use both these things, but that wasn't where the shape of this story, Masigo missing, Least disappeared, everything coming to a head in Isaiah, was leading. If I told any of the Crusaders that knowledge would make it to the Grey Pilgrim, and more dangerously to the Saint of Swords, who I'd just humiliated and used as coin in a bargain, who I'd have to release before too long lest this situation be turned on me. If Lawrence de Montfort learned that the Hierophant was meddling with these kinds of forces, she'd have a pretext to kill him. And I did not doubt for a single fucking moment that she'd try. Would she succeed? I honestly wasn't sure. But I was certain I wasn't willing to gamble with Masego's life, so I kept my mouth shut. There's no point in holding talks over this, is there? I finally said. Not unless you're willing to offer me hostages and other forms of safeguard, which you won't be. You know the appearances of that would make it impossible, Princess Rosala calmly replied. Then we appear to have nothing left to speak about, I said. I'll be marching my armies out of Isaiah, Melanza. I met her eyes, smiling ruefully. I'd suggest you get yours out of my way, for all our sakes. Book 5, Chapter 28, Acts. Despise not the treacherous, but instead the weak. For while both serve the same purpose, where treachery requires skill and daring weakness requires only mediocrity. Dread Emperor Val I. It didn't look like he was sleeping. That disturbed me almost more than the rest. Amadeus of the Green Stretch was still alive, by the measure of most people. The signs of life were certainly there. Breath, heartbeat, warmth. So it should have looked like he was sleeping, but it didn't. It looked like someone had just torn out his consciousness and a body had been left behind. Its physical functions went on, but having known the man, loved him, in our own misshapen way, I couldn't call this breathing corpse anything but the remains of him. His soul could be anywhere, by now, and combing through Proctor for it brought to mind that old metaphor about the needle and the haystack. In this case, though, the needle was a top-notch named mage and the haystack was both hostile and on fire. I'd tell Vivian to have the Jacks watching, and I was considering passing on what I'd learned to Militia. She was my enemy, true, and he'd both defied and disobeyed her. Yet I suspected she'd sacrifice quite a bit to bring back to Ater, and might even be willing to cooperate with me to see his soul snatched back from the heroes. I only barely grasped the nature of the ties that bound Black and Militia, but I did not doubt the depth of them. Neither would have been quite so intensely furious at the other after Acua's folly if there'd not been trust to break. Was it not an irony of sorts that I was now relying on the architect of that same folly for answers? The shade of the Diabolist had only bothered with a cursory examination of Black's physical state before turning her attention to more eldritch matters. She was a healer of some talent, I knew, but it was more a result of Acua being skilled at branches of sorcery that required knowledge of anatomy and biology than out of any true affinity for the healing arts. Like Masigo, she was more chirurgeon than physician. It was typical of Preside to be more interested in the cutting of things than the mending of them. Fingers resting on my teacher's forehead, Acua was frowning with her eyes closed. I could feel the quiet lapping of night at his body, and perhaps I should have been studying her methods to learn from them what I could. Instead, though, my gaze remained on his face. He was bearded, now. It was uncomfortable to look at, though more for the sloppiness of the growth than the threads of gray within. Black had always been cleanly to a fault, austere in all his affairs, but always well put together. His hair was still dark, for the most part, but it had grown longer, and like the beard gray was now touching it. It was distressing to see, like a chip on a blade you'd believe forever smooth. Barbaric, Acua suddenly said, both hand and night withdrawing. Golden eyes had fluttered open, and she was looking down at Black's body with patrician disdain. Elaborate, I said. This was not even sorcery, dearest, Acua said, wrinkling her nose. The work of that ignorant little savage, the Saint of Swords, I would wager. It was the metaphysical equivalent of attempting field surgery while eyeballing the affair with a two-handed sword that was most definitely not cleaned beforehand. Elaborate usefully, I specified, hiding my dismay. The body was alive, for all the lack of driving intellect within, but had it been damaged irreparably? I was intending to snatch the soul back when opportunity arose, to put it back in this very shell of flesh, but if that wasn't possible, we'd have to get inventive. The severing between body and soul itself was clean and sharply made, Accus said, but near every other aspect was botched. It was done too abruptly, for one, and so in a damaging manner, which means there will be some disconnect between the soul and body even should they be reunited, possibly permanent. Memory loss is likely as well, though proper rituals can mitigate that aspect, and it is likely to be minor in nature. Shit, I muttered. Masigo cut up my soul a bunch of times, and it was never this bad. Why is this so different? The look she sent me was offended on Masego's behalf, I thought, but also on hers, and possibly even mine for having asked what she evidently considered to be a highly plebeian question. Lawrence de Montfort is a murderous vagrant swinging a butcher's knife at matters she only dimly understands, Accus said. The Hierophant was taught by the Lord Warlock himself from the cradle, and even in those days likely could be counted as one of the 10 most learned Trismegistan practitioners on Calernia. You are comparing a mangy attack hound to one of the finest mages alive. That's nice, I said. But what I want to know is if the saint purposefully made this sloppy, or if it was just the only way she knew how to do it. Diabolist mulled over that for a moment. Though I hate to dismiss the possibility of incompetent wickedness in our opposition, she finally said. I believe this might genuinely have been the most clear-cut separation she could accomplish given the means at her disposal. So, the saint had been a bad chirurgeon, but not necessarily a malicious one. I suppose the distinction had been academic, anyway. I would have remembered malice directed at my father when he was helpless and prisoner, but in and of itself it would not have moved me to either kill or spare her. That decision, in a way, would be making itself. If the saint acted against me or mine even one more time, I'd get her head on a pike. If she was reined in by her allies, then I'd swallow my spite and let her be pointed at the dead king instead. Noted, I said. Which brings us to our next trick. Can you track the soul using his body? I cannot, Accua immediately replied. My eyebrow rose. The reasons why are twofold, she told me. The first is that, as I've already told you, the severing itself was keenly made. The sympathy between body and soul that would remain in most circumstances is near entirely absent here. Near, I said. She inclined her head, conceding the point. Which brings me to the second reason, namely that I've already attempted to do this and found my workings frustrated, Accus said. Someone is occluding the soul from sight and search, and doing so with surprising skill. The pilgrim mentioned he passed on the soul to the rogue sorcerer, I said, who I sadly know little about, save that he often uses fire sorcery when fighting. Given that the workings on his end were surprisingly apt at gainsaying night and its miraculous nature, I would wager her him Procerin or Procerin taught, she told me. Jaquinite sorcery would be uniquely suited to the thwarting of the miraculous, being inspired of miracles itself. My lips quirked into a mirthless smile. What a helpful coincidence that a named mage from the theory of magic most suited at hiding from my means of pursuit would be sent off with what I was looking before I even returned to the surface. Fucking heavens. It might genuinely have been a coincidence, for all I knew, but given the opposition I was inclined to gesture obscenely at the sky just on principle. So what? Can you do? I asked. Establish a ritual array for resonance, Accus said. It will be imprecise and require a great deal of power, but when employed the ritual should reveal if the soul is close. Define close, I said. A radius of 7 leagues, she said. Though that broad, it will simply reveal if the soul is within that area. For more precise results, the radius would have to be significantly lowered. 7 leagues, I thought, forcing myself to visualize it. It wasn't nothing, though I would have preferred larger if there was to be an investment of night in every attempt. The haystack had been made into smaller bundles, I supposed, but it had not gotten smaller in any real sense. Prepare the ritual array and make me an estimate of the kind of power it'd require, I finally said. When you have the time, Accua. This is not as high a priority as our immediate threats. It surprised me that even looking at Black the words were not difficult to speak. I'd thought, I supposed, that looking at him in the flesh there would be a sudden sprout of sentimentality that'd have me hesitating between taking risks to pursue this and taking a more pragmatic approach. I cocked my head to the side, gazing at the pale skin of my teacher, and found that aside from a faint tinge of guilt, the decision hadn't brought anything out of me. And the guilt, truth be told, came more from how the decision had barely needed to be made than from the making of it. But then you'd understand, wouldn't you? I thought, looking at the not-sleeping man. That there are larger things at stake than you and I. You seem wistful, Acua softly said. I don't know what that means, I lied. You don't need to impress me with your fancy wasteland words, Acua, I dash. Playing the fool did not work even when I considered you to be one, the shade said. Why would it now? I shrugged my shoulders, as if to say it had been worth a try. I could have simply left the tent, I thought, but that would have felt too much like a retreat, and I'd had enough of that for the evening. After my private talks with Princess Rosala had made it clear there was no real chance of an accord being reached, I'd simply waited until Black's body was delivered to my people before taking my leave. My warning to her had been blunt, but then we were rather past subtle intrigues, weren't we? The day and night had been exhausting in a way that had nothing to do with the physical, and seeing Black with a gaping hole where everything that made him who he was should be hadn't helped my mood in the slightest. You must hate him like poison, I eventually said. Are you remaining civil as a courtesy to me? I didn't like to think of second lease, or the doom of the same, as some called it, though my own people most often named it Acua's folly. But on that dark day, I'd been allowed a glimpse into the nature of Acua Sahelian. Not through the madness she'd wielded like a blade, or the victory she claimed over me, but when I had seen her flinched. She had bound me, title and name both, and the binding could not lie. When Acua saw her father die before her eyes, it had wounded her. The body of the architect of that death now laid on a cot before us, yet not so much as a flicker of hatred had touched her face in all the time she'd been in the tent. Hate, Acua repeated, tone pensive. I can see why you would believe so. I glanced at her and found golden eyes watching the Carrion Lord's chest rise and drop at its own steady pace. Are you claiming you don't? I asked. I suppose I might kill him, given reason, the shade said. Though that would differ from duty only by the tinge of satisfaction that it would bring, like an old mistake finally blotted out. I was there, Acua, I said. I know what it did to you, when dash. She turned to me with burning eyes, and my tongue halted. My father's death was the writ of many hands, she said. His, it is true, but others as well. The goblins who fired the crossbows. Your own, for serving as distraction while he was taken. But most of all, the fault is mine. She looked away. I waged war on villains, and did not sufficiently safeguard that which was precious to me, Acua said. I am the mother of that murder in every way that matters. There's sense to that, I replied. Logic, even. My eyes stayed on her, and not a trace of the grief I saw then. I finished. She turned to meet my gaze, and for once there was anger not mastered or leashed in the cast of her face. What is it you want from me, Catherine? The shade asked bitingly. Tears? Lamentations? Or is it pain that you demand? Yes, I said. I want you to be in pain. She flinched back at that like I'd slapped her. Before a heartbeat had even passed, she was smiling and amused, and her body beginning to angle so it would display her curves more prominently. I admired how well she'd been trained almost half as much as I utterly despised it. While I've certainly heard you prefer the rougher forms, I dash. Her tone was light, suggestive. There was a slight emphasis on her that implied she might actually have heard Archer and I spending a night together, which was possible. Tents weren't exactly the finest way to keep something quiet, and she'd changed tack blindingly quick. I ignored it. If you're in pain, I continued, if you can feel pain, I means you value things. People. That you begin to understand things other than yourself have value. I have always known that, Acua said. Your take on Precise values, my heart, remains simplistic for all that we have spoken of the subject. Intellectually you assign value to other people, I corrected, for their usefulness, potential, the pleasure or amusement they can bring you. But that's still thinking of them as assets, as objects. But if their loss pains you, Acua, they were more than an object to you. Should I weep then? The shade harshly replied. Should I wail and beat my chest, swear revenge on all those who can be revenged upon? Should I burn half the world to assuage my grief, make creation pay the long price? The Calawan term she spoke derisively, but I could hear it was forced. It had screwed my countrymen, over the years, the need to see grudges settled. But it also appealed to that vicious, childish part of us that wanted to answer pain with pain. Hurt those who'd hurt you. And anyone who'd ever grieved had heard that song, sung to one beat or another. Would you like to? I asked her softly. Weep. Wail. Bury him with no honors of mine, but what you can offer from daughter to father. And what would you know of that, Catherine? Acua said, sounding tired. My eyes flicked back to the body laid out in front of us. I know, I said, that sometimes you grieve more what could have happened than what did. Acua did not answer. The silence hung heavy in the air, broken by only two people breathing. The shade among us had no such need. He shouldn't have been born in praise, Acua said. He'd be angry with me for saying that. But anywhere else on the continent, they would have let him rest in peace, and deep down, that was all he ever wanted. But in the wasteland, when the gift flowers so strongly, there are expectations. He was powerful, I'm told, I said. Like few others. Like many others, Acua softly denied. But he was clever and found angles others did not even consider. But he was not of the old blood, so his fate was death or patronage. He could have been husband to my mother, you know. He had the talent for it, and if he'd tried to establish a presence at her court, he would at least have been made a formal consort. But it wasn't in his nature, Catherine, to see magic as a tool for power. To him it wasn't just a gift, it was a gift. He's the one who taught you, I said. I suppose he did, Diabolist murmured. Though it was never a lesson in the way my tutors would have made it. He was sharing something he loved with me, helping me understand it so we could wonder at it together. It made a difference. I could not help but love it as well, when it was something that was ours. I envied her that. The memories she must be peering at with that faraway gaze. The hours she'd gotten to spend with her father that hadn't been just lessons. Getting to know him as more than a teacher and a guiding hand. I loved him, Acua suddenly admitted. But, in the end, not as much as I loved what my mother taught me to reach for. She chuckled barrenly. So how could I dare weep, dearest one, when I chose that ambition over him, she said. Because you miss him, I softly replied. Even so, you miss him. I heard her move and found her leaning forward, chin against her raised palms, long hair cascading down her back. I couldn't see her eyes or her face, but the tension in her shoulders was open. I do not think this is a kindness you offer me, Catherine, she said, tone ambiguous. It's not about kindness or cruelty, I said. It's about being whole, more than just the parts that were useful. Silence, as she mulled over my words. Why? A dangerous question, that, for it was being asked by a dangerous woman. Acua Sahelian was bound to me still, and had been shorn from winter by virtue of there no longer being such a thing. But my leashes on her had frayed as well. The night was not mine, and though I could strip her of her power, that would have left her nothing but a shade. Powerless. It should have been a matter carefully weighed. The absence of many safeguards winter had allowed against Acua being divested of her claws. It hadn't been, though, not after great SDRYCHD. Because she'd said some things about doing good that night that I didn't believe she truly understood the implications of. Because once you embraced a principle, you didn't get to pick and choose where it worked and did not. Because, now and then, I forget who you are, I said. What matters more? Acua Sahelian had asked of me once. The conviction or the act? I still had no answer to that, no iron-bound truth to offer. But she had made her choice, and it betrayed her own belief. It won't matter, Diabolist said. For you are, my darling, Callowan to the bone. It will kill me, or it will kill you, but in the end, all debts will be paid. So it will, I agreed quietly. Did I not swear to you, once, that no place in creation would safeguard you from me? That, Acua fondly said, and a fate that would have men trembling in 1,000 years. Precise, I thought, and did so less than affectionately. What else would take a ruinous oath as a tender remembrance? And you'll have that, I mused. It's owed, but I'll make you into a person first. Because there's no meaning to passing judgment on the Diabolist. She's just a villain. That's the sum whole of her. Yet you still do not believe there is difference between the Diabolist and Acua Sahelian. The shade said, cocking her head to the side. I am bemused, dear heart. I'm going to claw back a person from what they made of you, Acua, I calmly said. And then, at the end of our road, we will have justice. And I will submit myself to this decree, she said, sounding amused. You seem implacably certain of that. It is borrowed certainty, I said. But certainty still. I am all ears, Catherine Foundling, she drawled. What matters more? I asked. Between the conviction and the act. The act, Acua Sahelian said. She had not hesitated a moment, and so I smiled. How long have you been acting like one of us, Acua? I simply asked. No answer followed. Not after, and not when I left the tent. Inexorable. Courage and cowardice fill the same grave, but earn different eulogy. Like an saying. Otto Reitzenberg's crown sat ill on his brow, and always would. On it weighed the 3 deaths that had carried him through the gates of Sternleren Fortress. His father and sisters, every one of them a better and braver soul than he. They had perished at the enemy's hand, and with every death further down the line of succession the crown was passed until it sat on his brow. Sat laden with the weight of those who should have led their people instead. Sometimes he thought he could hear them in the wind. Father's rasping laughter. His throat never quite recovered from the poison on the rattling spear. Gud's calm and steady drone, never moved to haste by fear nor displeasure. Elsa's thundering wraths and kindnesses, neither any less terrible than the other. The enemy had come for the house of Reitzenberg that day, and spared only the runt of the litter. For the blood he carried on his brow his people had named him Otto Red Crown, and in his hands the heavy charge of turning back the tide of the dead had been left. He was not that charge's equal. Come now, Reitzenberg, the other man drawled. No need to look so grim. The situation's markedly improved since this morning. The Prince of Bremen scowled at his companion, unamused by the attempted levity. Prince Frederick Gothel was the very personification of every mocking tale shared around fires about the Allemans, covered in silks and ribbons, his long flaxen hair cascading down in ringlets all the way to his shoulders, and usually drunk well before noon. The Prince of Bruss was also the only ruler from south of Neustria to have sent so much as a single sword to join the defense of Lycaone's lands. And it was more than a sword the man had ridden with. Near the entire army of Bruss had made for Twilight's Pass under the prince. Frederick was, Otto believed, both a finer soldier and a finer tactician than the Prince of Bremen himself. Yet he was also as prone to preening as the colorful azure and crimson kingfisher that was the banner of the House of Gothel. The juxtaposition of the two was disconcerting, made more so by the fact that the man was barely 20 and boyish in looks besides. I do not see how, Prince Frederick, Otto said. For one, this appears to be a dragon. The long stretch of mountain passes, valleys and narrow ridges popularly known as Twilight's Pass had several choke points, the jagged pits of Valsaga being the latest they had been forced to defend. Valsaga Fortress itself, raised on a narrow strip between 2 sharp cliffs, had held for a fortnight as the dead massed their hosts under cover of constant, grinding assaults. It might have held for another fortnight, Prince Otto thought, if not for the dead king unleashing the skeletal horror he'd just referred to. The gargantuan dragon-like thing had torn through the outer walls, ignoring like arrows and stone like they were summer rain, and scattered the defenders as the lesser dead poured in. Now it was curled around a low peak that loomed above the path into the fortress, forbidding attempt to claw it back from the dead. 'Twas a dragon, perhaps, Prince Frederick mused. It is now quite dead, one assumes. We pulled back in time, Otto grunted, ignoring the other man's words. We'll save maybe half the companies we'd committed to the fortress. That is still a heavy loss. It will be a fighting retreat until Growletter, too, and that abomination is bound to pursue. The dwarven ballistae seemed to have only irritated it, alas, the Prince of Bruss conceded. Though given the weather in this parts, it is a miracle the things work at all. How then, Prince Otto patiently said, has our situation improved since morn? I would think that obvious, Reitzenberg, Prince Frederick said, and elegantly flicked his wrist upwards. The Lycaonese prince glanced upwards, and saw little more than the sky. There were none of the corpse drakes, at least, which he supposed was a small mercy. Both archers and slingers were beginning run out of projectiles, and it would be days before the next supply convoy. I see nothing, Otto admitted. The sun has finally deigned to arrive, my friend, Prince Frederick cheerfully said. We will, at least, perish slightly thought. A convulsive chuckle tore free of Otto's throat before he could help himself. It had been a dark jest, but then Lycaone's humor was not renowned for its lightness. The Prince of Bruss took a moment to push back his long curls, then glanced curiously to their side. The farewell stones were a striking sight, Otto would admit. The steels of granite carved straight from the stone went on for most of a mile along the mountain path, most of them with a large iron peg hammered through. Some were empty, others rusting, but in every last one a farewell in iron had once been made. It was not a monument the way Southerners would know it, but to his people it held great meaning. I'll confess never to have heard of this shrine, the Prince of Bruss said. May I ask what it stands for? It does not seem dedicated to the heavens, at least in no way I understand. It is not, Otto replied. My people call them the farewell stones, and they are no hymn to above. They are a vow, I suppose, oft renewed, never fulfilled. A Lycaonese custom, then, Frederick Goethel said, eyes curious. This place, Valsaga, Otto slowly explained. It is halfway through Twilight's Pass, and the easiest path through it. Armies have marched here since before the days of the Iron Kings, when we were tribes held together only by fear of the dark. The Alaman's prince listened attentively, his face twisting with fascination. When we come through here, to march against the plague or the dead, Prince Otto said, we make a farewell in the stone. Before going to war, we leave it as an oath. The spikes of iron, Prince Frederick murmured, glancing at the long stretch of them. There must be hundreds, and the rust. Some of them are mere traces now. We have done this, Otto Reitzenberg said, for many hundred years, every time knowing it might be the last, that this war could be the one that breaks us and lets the enemy devour us all. But there is always a fresh farewell, the other man said, tone thoughtful. Otto nodded, pleased her understood. When the farewells reach the end of the steels, the Prince of Bremen said, those at the beginning have faded. So it has been, so it will be. Otto turned to his sworn swords and curtly gestured. They came forward with a large fold of leather and opened it before the two royals. Inside was a large peg of iron, and another of his soldiers offered a steel-tipped hammer to accompany it. The Alaman's prince smiled in understanding, eyes sweeping to the steel closest to them. Empty, save for some last traces of rust deep inside. You are to add your own farewell, I take it, Prince Frederick said. We, Otto Redcrown said. The other man studied him closely. How many Alamans have given farewell here, Otto Reitzenberg? He quietly asked. After today, Otto said, there will be one. The Prince of Bruss paled, as if slapped. There is no need to dash, he began, then bit his lip, and when he resumed speaking his voice was hoarse. There should be no reward for this, Prince Otto. Not for simply joining the battle when you've all had to bid farewell to these passes for centuries. The Prince of Bremen shook his head, for after all the other royal did not understand him. Did not understand this. We are not better, Otto said. We too have murdered and schemed, Frederick Goethel. We have warred on our own and on Southerners for greed or lust for power. There is naught in our bones that sets us apart from the stuff of other men. The last of the house of Reitzenberg straightened his back and took the iron peg he was being offered. It is the choice that matters, Prince Otto Redcrown said. Of marching through the pass. Of leaving shelter behind so that you may shelter others. The hammer was pressed into the hands of the Prince of Bruss by a gruffly insistent armsman, and the fair-haired Alamans finally took it. There was no disapproval in the eyes of the soldiers sworn to Bremen, as Prince Frederick prepared to hammer in the peg that Otto was holding in place. There would be none from the soldiers of Hanover, either, or Rhenia and Neustria. Why would there be? When the call had sounded, when the dead had crossed the lakes, only one prince had come north. The name of Frederick Goethel would be remembered in these lands so long as Lycanese held them. The hammer came down, claiming 3 strokes before iron nestled deep into rock. Otto clapped the shoulder of the other prince. After. We retreat to Grauletter, the Prince of Bremen gruffly said. No, Prince Frederick quietly replied. No, not quite yet. You northerners are not the only ones with their pride. The flaxen-haired man whistled sharply, and there was a cheer from the slope below, as the 2,000 horsemen that were his persona retinue raised their banners. The Prince of Bruss sent for his horse and deftly mounted the saddle, claiming a long lance from his page. The fortress is lost, Prince Frederick, Otto told the man. That may be, the man smiled. But you were not wrong in saying the beast will pursue us during the retreat. Many will die, should it not be slain. Charging the path is a fool's errand, Prince Otto bluntly said. It will kill you all. So we will do no such thing, my friend, Prince Frederick replied. See the low peak where it looms, and the slope above it. The Prince of Bremen flicked a look, only to confirm what he already knew. It is sheer enough to be called a cliff and not a slope, he said. We shall be most careful not to tumble. Then, Frederick Goethel grinned, looking for all the world like an impish boy. Worry not, Reitzenberg. We will return victorious, should we return at all. It is folly, Otto said. I am a Goethel of Bruss, my friend, the prince said. I dare, are the words of my blood, and to them I will keep. Prepare the retreat. We guests must meanwhile earn our keep. The Prince of Bruss rode away to join his retinue, and Otto stood on the heights above them spellbound. They were a colorful lot, these Alaman's horsemen, a riot of silks in red and blue trailing behind their polished scale like fairy wings in the kingfisher's colors. Pages saw to their riders, and to the cheers of the soldiers offered up thin glasses of what Otto thought might be crystal. Pure crystal, exquisitely shaped, and filled with red wine. Prince Frederick took up his own and led his mount to the fore of the retinue before raising his glass. "Ladies and gentlemen, to Procure and Her Most Serene Highness," he toasted. As one, the soldiers toasted and drank. Not the full glass, the Lycanese saw, but a mere sip of it. "To our hosts." The Allemans drank. "To the Kingfisher, may we never shame it," Prince Frederick said. A cheer followed, and another sip. The Prince of Brus' horse arched impatiently, though even one-handed the man reined it in effortlessly. He laughed, loud and bright. "To doom and glorious death," he bellowed. Madmen that they were, every single one of the Allemans flung their glasses against the ground. Crystal shattered, red wine spilled like blood, and behind Prince Frederick Gothel the riders followed. A fortune had been broken on stone in a moment of pique. Otto Redcrown watched as they rode up the mountain paths, disappearing in a crown of mists and stone. There was nothing he could do but arrange the retreat and wait, ordering bowman companies forward to cover the retreat of the last soldiers escaping the fortress. The Dragon of Bones stirred at the sight, though it did not yet deign to intervene. There was still fighting taking place in the fortress courtyards behind it, as the dead overwhelmed the last of the trapped defenders, and it lazily watched until nothing but the dead remained. Mere moments after, 2,000 Allemans crested over the mountain path, overlooking the abomination's perch. Otto's fingers tightened as he saw them slow as they reached the edge of the slope, that steeply inclined bare rock precipitously tumbling down towards the skeletal horror that still remained perched over the path. The Kingfisher banner rose glittering under the sun, blue and red and glittering gold, and 2,000 lances were lowered as the cavalry thundered down the slope. To doom and glorious death Prince Frederick had summoned them, and the Allemans joined him laughing and singing their summer songs as they charged, silks trailing behind them like ephemeral wings. The beast only saw them too late, and like a pack of bright-clad wolves they tore at it and died. Leathery wings were ripped, but their beatings still shattered horsemen and horses alike. Claws tore through armor and lace just as easily, maw crushed men and mount in a single screaming snap. But the madmen did not flinch or flee or withdraw. With hungry tenacity they carved up the abomination, till limbs had been rent and bones broken, until the Prince of Brus himself shattered the skull with a hammer, and the eldritch lights in the monster's eyeholes were snuffed out. The man raised it high above his head, and the cheer from the army was deafening, defiant. A sliver of light brought to a dark day. Of the 2,000 horsemen that sallied out, 600 returned. Easily thrice that many soldiers might have been lost in the retreat if they had not gone. There was going to be a snowstorm tonight. Captain Bernhard had learned to tell the signs. Wind grew restless and colder, but you could still taste the heaviness in the air. It'd be a rough watch for whoever served after dusk, even more so for the rationing he'd had to place on braziers. Charcoal and stones were running low, and the promised supplies from Bremen had never arrived. In the captain's private opinion, it was a toss-up whether it was the enemy's war bands who were responsible or the ugly truth that there were only so many supplies to go around and half a dozen forces that needed them more than his own. Not that the territory Bernhard had been ordered to hold was without importance. Hocheben Heights sloped down from the southern peaks of the Kaltwend, a broad plateau that stretched all the way to the rocky shores of Lake Paven. It was a lock on the hard spit of land that stood between the grave and the tributary river to Lake Paven. Heights overlooking lowlands now crawling with the dead and damned. There were only a few paths up the sheer cliffs, though, and he'd ordered them collapsed the moment he took command. The dead had only half-heartedly tried the climb a dozen times since, and been duly driven back. He could understand why commanders might send the wood and grain to Twilight's Pass or the Rhenian Gates instead, where every hour saw a fresh swarm of horrors unleashed. It didn't make the nights any warmer for his soldiers, though. The fair-haired captain mused, loosening the rationing for the duration of the snowfall as he tread the icy stones of Emil's displeasure, the long stretch of fortifications jutting from the edge of the plateau. The watchtowers were few. For this high up they were hardly needed, but Prince Emil Pappenheim had not been skinflint in seeing to the defense of Hocheben. Stone parapets with punctured arrow slits oversaw the drop, and further back thick oaken trapdoors led to the dug-in sections Hanovan soldiers fondly called the Emilshorn. Tunnels leading to lower in the cliff side, through which ice-soaked trees and massive stones could be rolled down to fall at any force trying to climb up. Bernhard had found the 200 men and women left in Hachabin by the Iron Prince to be priceless, after coming to take command at the order of now-dead Prince Manfred Riesenberg. His 3,000 soldiers were mostly Neustrians, as was he, and they'd never had to fight for the heights in their lifetime. The old garrison knew the paths, knew the defenses, and Bernhard had made sure to make their own captain his second. You couldn't trust a Hanoverian woman to crack a smile even at her own wedding, famously, but what Captain Elpeth lacked in humor, she more than made up in ability to kill things. Bernhard tightened his furs around his shoulders as he passed the third and last watchtower, slowing his steps by the brazier tucked away behind it. The 3 soldiers out on watch looked up guiltily as his arrival, well aware at least one of them should be up on the tower at the mercy of the evening wind. "Captain," the oldest among them began. "We dash up," Bernhard interrupted in a rasp. "Now, and I will pretend I saw nothing. Don't let it happen again." The older man saluted, the spear but clacking against the cold stone beneath, and Bernhard watched him hurry back to his post. The other 2 might have looked abashed, he thought, though it was hard to tell with the padded cheeks of the helmets hiding away so much of their faces. "It will snow tonight," he told them. "Keep a careful eye out. The enemy does not shiver or sleep." "We will, sir," the youngest solemnly said. Gods, he thought, she couldn't have been older than 16 by the sound of her voice. The lock of red hair that had slid out from under the rim of her helm was moving with the wind. No older than Bernhard's own oldest daughter, which he'd seen off with the family coat of mail and his dead wife's sword. Seen off to march with Prince Manfred's host to hold Twilight's Pass against the dead king, along with most of the Neustrian volunteers. Freda could be dead, for all he knew. Word from the fighting at the pass had been sparse, but what he'd heard had been enough to chill his blood. "I'll take you at your word, soldier," Bernhard said, tone softening. It was a whim that drove him to stand at the battlements, to take a look over the edge into the howling winds. Far below, bare trees and evergreens stood half buried in snow, until a frozen river cut them off, and it was the sight of that river that raised his hackles. A large patch of ice was cracked. He could see no dead moving below among the trees, and yet— "Sound the horns," he ordered. "All steel to the walls." "Sir?" the girl asked. "Now," he barked. It was instinct, he knew, but there was something wrong. Captain Bernhard stepped back and went looking through the sparse supply cache at the watchtower's side, until he found what he was looking for, a long torch, ending in a tightly tied cloth soaked with oil. He plunged it into the brazier, waiting until it caught fire before stepping back to the edge of the battlements. Atop the watchtower, the call to arms sounded, sharp and echoing across the heights. Steadying his hand, the captain tossed the lit torch over the edge of the cliff. For 5-10 heartbeats, he thought he'd made a fool of himself, and utter relief swelled. Then the torch hit something that wasn't there, and after a sound like a broken mirror, a hulking shape flickered into sight. "God stand with us," he whispered. It was no simple dead, but instead a great abomination. A misshapen thing made of men's bones and stretched out leather, shaped as some long-clawed bear with an overripe belly scaling the cliff. It must have been almost 200 feet tall and half as large. Empty eye sockets turned to look at him, and with a keening sound the abomination leapt up. "Spears at the ready," Captain Bernhard ordered, hastily backing away from the edge. 2 sets of bones claws closed around the battlements, grinding against the stone, as behind Bernhard the first reinforcing company spread out. Shafts of wood with tips of iron or steel dipped forward. The fair-haired Neustrian bared his sword, cursing himself for having left his shield at the barracks when setting out. The abomination's massive head came out, all leather and bone and blind malevolence. It opened its mouth, jaws unhinging, and with horror Bernhard realized that the monster was not the whole of it. Climbing relentlessly out of the dead thing's belly were sure-footed corpses, armed and armored. It was a siege tower, he realized, the likes of which only the dead king could possibly craft, and a precursor to all-out assault. They might hold here, he thought, but how many others like this were climbing up the cliff unseen? The captain found the eye of a soldier at the front of the spear wall. "You," he said, "go, and tell Captain Elpeth what you saw here. She has command." The young man opened his mouth to protest, but Bernhard would not argue, and so ignored him. "Volunteers," he called out. 10 of you with me. Let us give Keter its fucking due." In front of them the abomination was spewing out its dead progeny, corpse after corpse forming a foothold, but 10 brave souls came to his side. They used the old way, knowing full well what it meant. 3 large urns of pitch, 3 torches, the rest to serve as the arrow in flight. The girl was one, that soldier with the errant red tuft. "Go back, kid," he said. "Let another old hand take your torch." Dark eyes met his. "Hana," she said, tone hard. "My name is Hana, and I am Lycanese." The rebuke was hard as the voice. No older than his own Freda, the captain thought. What kinds of fathers were we, to raise daughters like these? It was a bitter kind of pride, but pride nonetheless. Gripped tight around his sword, Bernhard nodded. "Steady then, Hana," he rasped. "Remember that the flame is what matters." She let out a shivering breath, nodding. "Though mountains crack, and ice will thaw," Hana said. Bernhard of Neustria let out a spout of laughter like a spasm and nodded, taking the lead. Behind him the volunteers fell into formation. "Though mountains crack, and ice will thaw," he called out. Spears cracked down against the stone, a defiant snap. "Though walls will fall, to tooth and claw." The captain screamed, voice rising. 11 against the assembling dead, and still they charged. Sword in hand, Bernhard hacked at the bronze-clad corpse before him, elbowing the dead aside and burying himself in their line. At his side the other swords fought like the mad, pushing in and knowing there would be no going back. "Though stars will fade, and shadows spread," Bernhard screamed, and they screamed with him. 3 of the volunteers were dead already, taken by axe and spear, but the dead had not expected so fierce an assault by so few, and for a heartbeat he stood before the beast's open maw with no foe before him. His sword he dropped, snatching a torch from one of his fallen instead, and the girl, Hana, pushed at his side, even as he took an axe in the ribs. The gap in the enemy surprise had bought them was already closing. "On the heights we stood, with iron red," she whispered, teeth clenched. Torches were touched to pitch. 1, 2, 3. Into the beast they leapt, screaming defiance, and from the inside it burned. The Hachaban Heights held halfway to dawn, and the surviving garrison retreated in good order. Book 5, Chapter 29, Retrospect. "My son, the Helikians insist it is better to live a day as a lion than 100 years as a sheep, but as in so many things they are missing the point. Lions commonly live a decade and a half, sheep slightly less. It is not them you must emulate, but instead the common tortoise, a wise creature that achieves very little, but will do so for a very long time. This is the ideal state of politics." Extract from the infamous Sensible Testament of Basilia Chrysanthi of Nicaea. "We got 3 days' march before creation turned on us. It was always going to. I'd known that deep down. There'd been too many moving parts sent to spin within the bounds of Isaiah for my armies to be allowed to escape the ground so easily. But I'd expected and planned for the heavens putting their fingers to the scale through the local crop of heroes. My contingencies had been built to kill or cripple enemy named, killing as few actual soldiers as was possible. If there was to be a confrontation, my thought had been, best it be contained to named and army strength on all sides be preserved. Given that we now outnumbered the Western Coalition army by a fair margin, that shouldn't have been too difficult. The enemy fielded less than 80,000 on their side, though they had us almost hilariously outnumbered in all matters cavalry. In comparison, my own coalition had taken beatings, but overall no dramatic losses, and that left us on rather healthy grounds. A little over 20,000 veterans from the Legions of Terror, around 37,000 legionaries of the Army of Callow, and my largely intact 50,000 drow. 100,010 in total, more or less. So we had the enemy not only beaten in numbers, but arguably in quality of soldiery as well. It had been the assessment of the marshals that the enemy was unlikely to seek a pitched battle, and I'd concurred. It wasn't that it'd be impossible for the enemy to win, should they attack. If they hit us during the hours after dawn, we'd be down most the drow, and they'd regain temporary superiority in numbers, which might allow them to swing this around if they bled us bad enough before the firstborn were back on their feet. It was that the costs of such a victory would be horrific, to put it bluntly. Losses would be massive on both sides, and with Princess Rosala having a seat in those war councils, there'd be at least one voice to remind them that if I felt my people were being forced into a corner, the gloves would come off. Whether or not we were correct in guessing the enemy's thoughts, their actions at least were correctly predicted. As the Eastern Coalition began a march to the northeast, out of Isaiah and towards Cantle, the Western Coalition shadowed our advance, but did not engage. Not even in skirmishes, to my mild surprise. I'd expected cavalry raids and Levantine light foot to try out screening forces, but the enemy made a point of never engaging in bloodshed. Some of our soldiers considered this a good sign, and talk in the camps was that we might just walk back to Callow without drawing swords. Juniper had been scornful of the rumors, and passed down instructions to stamp them out. But myself, I'd been rather impressed there were still any optimists left in my armies. You'd think they would have gotten themselves killed by now, just by dint of odds. Regardless, my own expectations remained dark, and so when the first sign of trouble arrived, I was validated instead of disappointing. It was on the fourth morning, about an hour before the firstborn would be able to shake off dawn torpor, that a chunk of creation, half a mile wide, shattered like glass in front of my armies. That, Vivian slowly said, looks like a gate. It did, I thought, and that was not good news. The two of us had been riding to the Third Army's camp when creations began creaking, so it was only a short ride to General Abigail's command to order a runner being sent for Advisor Kivyul. I half expected a comment from Vivian at that, but found her face to be largely indifferent. She caught me looking, though, and raised an eyebrow. I'm not a fool, Catherine, she said. In Masego's absence, she's the finest magical expert we have. It would be wasteful not to make use of her. Haven't said a thing, I replied, raising a hand in protest. I declined the escort the Third Army offered, as well as the offer to accompany me that General Abigail offered while poorly hiding a cringe. She hid her relief at my refusal just as poorly, to Vivian's subtle amusement. We rode together towards the break, and all the while she was suppressing a smile. That one's in no danger of being tempted into reckless adventures, at least, Vivian finally drawled. I find the lack of ambition refreshing, I admitted. The boldest step she's taken so far is discreetly inquiring if service months under a field promotion still count towards earning a general's retirement pension. The other Callowin choked, swallowing her laughter. Well? She asked, tone hoarse with suppressed hilarity. Does it, Your Majesty? Figured I'd throw her a bone, I mused. It's not like she's getting a general's salary at the moment anyway. We might have continued quite a while in that vein if the approach of the breach hadn't killed any semblance of amusement. We'd ridden close enough that I could make out what laid behind the filmy, gauze-like surface of the breach, a barren wasteland of howling dust storms I'd visited before. Frowning, I noted that the opening seemed to lead to a place different than the one I'd stood at. The great whirlwinds with streaks of lightning and the earth cracking open into geysers of flame were miles and miles away. Shit, I feelingly said. This is happening a lot quicker than I thought it would. Vivian rode closer, as her sight was not as good as mine, and had grown pale by the time I caught up with her. I almost turned to acknowledge what I felt arriving behind me, but the breach itself was currently of greater interest. You told us it was slowly coming into alignment with creation, the dark-haired woman said. That it might take months. That's what Civility told me. I told her, and I had no reason to believe they were wrong. They were not, Advisor Kivyul said. Her presence in the night meant her arrival was no surprise to me. But I was pleased to note that Vivian either had grown better at hiding her surprise, or she'd also somehow noticed. Advisor Kivyul was dressed entirely in black, her closely cut dress covering going from the hollow of her throat to her boots, and neither her face nor her hair were visible under the elaborate veils and half-hat she wore. That I had bound Accessory to my cloak after second lease was rumored, but there might be unrest if it came out I was not allowing her to walk about without chains. The false name and attire wouldn't fool anyone already suspecting her identity, but given the kind of entities I'd bound to my service in the past, Vivian had assured me that the most popular rumors had nothing to do with Diabolist. Apparently, she was either a drow sorceress I'd stolen from underground, never mind that they'd seen actual firstborn, and that as a species they distinctly lacked curves, or a fae I'd seduced into making oaths to me. The slightly uncomfortable way Vivian had spoken the word seduced made it clear what kind of seduction was being referred to, which was actually rather flattering. It did imply, after all, that I was skilled enough in bed to bedazzle one of the fae. Cryptic, Vivian commented. If you'd care to elaborate? The unpleasant vista that can be seen on the other side is not aligned with creation, Acua replied. In this, Civility were entirely correct in assessing the time. Though I cannot be certain as to what caused this phenomenon, I can hazard an informed guess. Which is? I asked. You described high arcana runes and a detonation taking place while you visited, Catherine, the shade said. Repeated impacts of that nature might reverberate across the boundary between Arcadia and creation, creating temporary breaches. So whoever Masego, most likely, is behind the mess on the other side, there's swing hard enough at the wall between us and them that tiles are shattering. I frowned. A more accurate metaphor would be a sword striking at a pond, Acua suggested. The initial strike will leave a mark, in this case being the breach you see before us. before creational laws make the water return where force chase it from. In this case, the boundary pressure eventually closing this breach. At least there's not a permanent gate into Arcadia in the middle of Procure, Vivian said. Somehow I doubt Hazenbach would be too pleased about that. Wasn't us, I replied out of reflex. And if it was, you can't prove it. So in a philosophical sense it isn't. There was a moment of embarrassed silence as the other two women looked at me. I grimaced. Well, I spoke into the quiet, a tad defensive. Given our history, I might as well start practicing the official response early. Inadequate, Accus said. Sloppy, Vivian said, almost simultaneously. They didn't turn to glare at each other, though given how much of a point they were making of not doing that, they might as well have for all the difference it made. The irritation from Vivi was likely genuine, but rubies to piglets that Accua was just having fun yanking her chain. It would be a much greater challenge, I thought, to wean her off pettiness than it would be to wean her off of evil. Who could say I'd not learned to pick my battles? Glad we're all in agreement, I drily said. I need practical details here, oh advisor. When's this thing going to disappear? Can we expect others to appear, and if so, how often? Less than a bell, the shade replied, which had me sighing. For hours, in the winter season, was no small portion of the daylight hours already shortened by the forced slumber of the firstborn after dawn. We'd have to march around the damned thing. As for your second question, there are two possibilities, Accus said. The first is that we are looking at the initial breach, in which case we might have days before a second instance, though the occurrences will quicken as the process advances. And the second? I asked, bracing myself. This is not the first breach, Accus said, and they have simply been occurring in different parts of Isère for an unknown amount of time. We could be looking at hours instead of days for the apparition rate. Diabolist, Vivian said. What happens when the rate is so close as to be instantaneous? In metaphysical terms, a repurposed chunk of Arcadia will made into a half-realm straddling the boundary between it and creation, the shade said. And in physical terms? I asked. I don't believe this has ever been accomplished before, Accus Sahelian cheerfully admitted. And so I've no authoritative answer to give, darling dearest. It ought to be interesting to find out whether we are simply to be obliterated by the initial bridging or the process will closer to the forging of a permanent domain with tendrils reaching in both realms. Certain death, or probably death, then. There was a cheery thought. I closed my eyes, let all I'd learned sink in. I'd come across more than a dozen moving parts since I'd walked out the gate bringing me to Isère, but this was it. The pivot, the fulcrum, the culmination of all this bloody mayhem. Had the tyrant planned this far? No, I decided. No one was that good, not even the Neshama, and for all his brilliance Kairos Theodosian was no king of death. Now, in matters of war and politics, I could grasp how we had come to this cliff's edge. The Grand Alliance could not and would not yield, neither could I, and all the while violent madmen rode the carriage that was the League of Free Cities down every slope they could find. But what was the story? Here, there was one, of that there could be no doubt. There were too many named in Isère, too many crowns and too many secrets for there not to be a tale in the works. If it were merely the Western and Eastern coalitions clashing, we would have the heroic and the villainous and the usual tragedies in black and white. The League's presence muddled that, however. It was no longer so clear-cut, and after the unfolding calamity in Arcadia was brought into the mix, the waters became even muddier. Kairos wants to play a trick, I thought. I want to forge a piece and wield it like a blade. I could only guess at Masego's intent, but he could not be in his right mind. That would make him, I thought, a danger or an obstacle. The sword hanging above all our heads, but not someone who would influence the shape beyond that. Now, I knew what Princess Rosala wanted, but she wasn't the champion for her side, was she? It was the gray pilgrim that would bear that mantle, and I wasn't really sure what the old man wanted. He should have killed Black, I thought. It would have made more sense to do that if peace was what he was after. I would have been utterly furious, true enough, but if they'd killed him while he was in the middle of burning Procure, I would have had to swallow my anger. Instead, he'd given me reason to twist arms so that I could get him back. I thought, and my blood cooled. I'd heard rumors about Black being dead or captured even in hamlets. It was a given that the moment I came to Isère I'd hear about it. So when I'd first encountered the pilgrim and the saint, I'd baited her and tricked him to go after something he'd known for certain I would want. And I'd won a victory. Oh, it hadn't been given to me, but narratively speaking I'd received a written invitation to take it. And I won from it the body without the soul, the part that actually makes Black dangerous to them. It had been bait, and I'd taken it. A victory, I thought once more. Could it actually be that simple? I wasn't named, not anymore, but I was the High Priestess of Night, and the weight of the roles I still played might be enough. And there had been growing similarities, hadn't there? I'd slipped into them without even noticing. I now bore a staff and no sword. I called on miracles to aid and protect rather than attack. I had godlings whispering in my ears, companions at my side. I was eldest in influence among the priesthood and named of a coalition of nations, and an unequaled religious figure in one of them. I had made myself and been made into the patchwork-cloaked opposite of the pilgrim in gray, one step at a time. And now I'd claimed a win over one that might be called my rival. This, I thought, felt like a pattern of three. One I had initiated as a villain, and with a victory. I knew well what followed. Draw, and then finally defeat. Now, if I were the Grey Pilgrim, why would I go this far out of my way to kill Catherine Foundling? Because the Choir of Mercy told me to, I immediately thought, but just as quickly dismissed. If Tarek were simply a murderous errand boy for the Ophanim, he'd be a great deal less dangerous. No, if he was doing this and had invested so much time into doing it when the dead king was devouring the North, then it was for a reason, not necessarily one I'd considered good or decent, but one that would seem those to him. My eyes blinked open, and I found my companions both staring at me in silence. I am the Grey Pilgrim, I said. Why? Of all the threats currently on the board, do I need to have a story-forged knife either at or in the Black Queen's throat? The fairy gates, Vivian replied, cocking her head to the side. They can either make or break the war to the north. The ability needs to be either solidly secured or removed, so it can't be a threat. Which made sense, I thought, if I grasped the timing of it correctly. Black had been captured while I was in the Everdark, which meant the dead king had either been mustering his armies or already on the march. The Pilgrim ended a strategic offensive that had a real risk of starving half the Principate into collapse if left unchecked, while simultaneously acquiring leverage on both militia and myself. Snip with the soul, and not only did he keep that leverage, but he prepared a pattern of three. The degree of foresight that'd require was frightening, to be honest, and I suspected beyond even a hero in bed with a choir. On the other hand, I wouldn't put it beyond the Grey Pilgrim to do all this as a contingency. Ending a threat while expanding the tools at his disposal? Yeah, that might fit. He'd know he was exposing himself to my tearing through a gate and appearing behind him at some point down the line. Rescuing my teacher would have quite the weight behind it, but cutting out the soul would muddle up that story, and I suspected he could do quite a bit with the ability to predict where I'd appear when coming for the soul. Was that really all it was, though? The gates had simply made me too potentially dangerous. Not to pull a knife on. Considering the man had looked into my soul a few times, he must have known that I'd rather avoid war if I could. I glanced at Diabolist, whose gaze remained hidden behind her veils. Because it is the only certain way of killing you, the shade calmly said, and Colloquy cannot survive a second dead king. I opened my mouth, then closed it. It seemed I wasn't. Gods. I'd done some dark things, and not always for reasons as good as I would have wished, but there were lines I'd always refused to cross. That I would have kept to. This can't be personal. Cordelia Hazenbach's dream ensures peace in the West, forced restoration of Callow to good, and a unified front against the long-term evil threats I've spent my entire life fighting. Catherine Foundling is a young villain-trained queen with expansionist neighbors and access to power that dehumanizes her the more she uses it. The story of that descent into atrocity practically writes itself. The choice is only hard to make in the sentimental sense, and I've been doing this too long to allow sentimentality much of a weight. Only, after that, instead of running back to praise or making Callow into some kind of nation fortress, while I discreetly look for an acceptable successor, she leaves. I don't know where she's going, but there's nowhere that's not a disaster. Keter, to the Dead King. Arcadia, where she can bargain with Fae. To the Everdark, where not even the Ophanim can easily look. If she went to the Tyrant of Colloquy, that might be a relief, but months pass, and she doesn't appear in the League. This is a problem, because a half-taught girl with that mantle is one thing, but whatever the Fae or the Dead King might make of her is a very different sort of trouble. Then Keter begins invading the North, and the game changes. No oath I took means a thing when the survival of Colloquy might be at stake. So I leave, and set to shaping a story that allows me to put her down by any means necessary should she return as a true villainous queen of winter. I breathed out, and it was almost jarring to think of me as myself again. The plunge had been deep and exhausting, but it had also been necessary. Both Vivian and Acua had been right, in their own way. Whether I came back as a monster or remained the same, The pilgrim benefited from having a story-wrought knife at my throat. If I was to be the Grand Alliance's gatemaker, I could either be bargained with nicely or with the reminder that a promised victory might kill me. If I was the Queen of Moonless Night, for lack of a better name, he needed to kill me, and fast, or it might mean the end of the Western nations. The thing was, stepping out of myself, I could finally see why he'd consider me that much of a threat. Because I did have the means, didn't I? To tread the same path as Dread Empress Triumphant. It wouldn't even be all that hard because the pieces were all already there, waiting to be picked up. Already, I had Calawans in legionary armor and the Knightly Order under my banner. The Duchess of Daoin had sworn oaths to me in service of her armies, and from the Empire, I had already stolen 3 legions and come to Isaiah claiming more. And I could do a great deal more than that. Bringing Black into the ranks of the mighty would forge me a monster of a general who finally had the power to match his wits. I lacked mages, so while Proctor bled to hold back the dead, I could force the submission of the already fracturing praise and bring the finest sorcerers and warlocks of the continent into my forces. Militia could kneel or be buried with the tower, and once the rest of the East was unified, the goblins would make a deal and the orcs would fall into that nascent empire naturally. I'd have Hakram, Black, and Grim One Eye in my service. How could they not? And then we could turn west and take the gloves off. I had Hierophant and the ruins of the fortress artifact of Lys. I had the Wild Hunt and ties with the ruling court of Arcadia. I had the high priesthood of Night and alliance with Save Inoc themselves. Oh, he was right to be afraid, I thought. If every other choice was taken from me, it might still come to that. I came back. I mused as I looked up at the sky, reeking of millennial ritual murder and fresh apotheosis, with slivers of living godhood perched on my shoulders and a sworn army of drow. I've effectively confirmed his every fear. He will come for you, Acus said. I expect that to a man like him, there is not a single act that would be immoral when taken in the prevention of a second dead king's rise. She was, I grimly thought, probably right. So we reach out, Vivian said. Make it clear that you are no such thing and offer reassurances. He'll still want to draw for the pattern of 3, I grimaced. Just in case. So what do we do? She asked. Because this isn't looking good, Catherine. If what I've heard about how he caught the Black Knight is true, he's not a man we want to make desperate. I clenched my fingers and unclenched them, looking at the gate. Kairos wants to play a trick. I want to forge a piece and wield it like a blade. Tarek wants to make sure no one can end the world, or at least our little corner of it. The key would be beyond the gate, I decided, where I already suspected the armies of the League would be marching through, and perhaps even the other Grand Alliance army as well. Now I know what everyone wants, I said. So I just need to figure out how to win without making everyone else lose. Book 5, Chapter 30, Weaver, Woven. Just as planned. Inscription on the front gates of the mausoleum of Dread Emperor Traitorous. The locals called them Mavian prayers. Centuries ago, before these were lands of princes and plots, what was now called Isaiah had been the cradle of a war between the Arlazite, Regales, of the south and the proud Alamans chieftains of the Heartlands. The few respectable books written on the subject in that era, penned by Atalanta or Stygian scholars, when not by Assyrian officials, agreed that the Arlacites had been on the winning side more often than not. The current lay of Isaiah itself spoke to those victories, though many of its people spoke Shantan. It was Tolesian that was the most common tongue and Arlazite customs that were most kept to. The land has been won by the aggressive Southerners leading war bands out of their stone keeps, Alaman's tribesmen slowly forced out of their ancestral holdings by 1,000 lost skirmishes. Those old tribes must have had 100 names, but as a tapestry of tightly knit kin and cultures they'd been colloquially known as the Mavii. And though eventually forced into flight further north, these Mavii had left behind the marks of what had once been a powerful and wealthy confederacy. The so-called Mavian prayers were more common sight in northern Isaiah. It was true. But even in the rest, it was not uncommon to see long rows of gray raised stones sketching out some symbol or meaning now long lost. Isaians now insisted those stones had been raised as prayers to the gods above, each representing a passage from the Book of All Things. But the wasteland books I'd read on the subject of Proctor had expressed a great deal of skepticism on the subject. For one, the Alamans had not kept to the House of Light, as it was now known. Every tribe had elected priests and kept faith to the hallowed, as in those days they'd called the heavens. But personal worship of great spirits and angels nominally beholding to them had been just as prominent. Some of these spirits, I now suspected, had not been lesser gods or remnants of wilder ages, but instead wandering lords and ladies of Arcadia. The suspicion had grown from the shapes I glimpsed of these raised stones, how they had been pleasing to my eye in some ineffable manner even now that I'd broken ties to winter. It had been good as confirmed, however, when I'd found this particular prayer. It was a barrow, or a tumulus as those were called in Procer, though one larger than any I'd ever heard of in Callow, and crowned by a strange pattern of great stones. 3 concentric rings, the stones of them interlocking to give the illusion of a full and complete circle when one stood at the foot of the barrow. Standing at the center of it, I'd felt a whisper of the sensation that had once filled me when shaping gates into Arcadia with the strength of winter. This had been a thinning of boundary once, I thought, a place enshrined in some eldritch manner. Whatever power had coursed through these grounds vital and vivid in olden days had long died out, but it had left behind a taste of itself. Like a desiccated ancient riverbed, I decided. I could have run my fingers along the traces of the old currents carved into what was now stone and dry sand, charted their shapes and guessed at the intents, but there would be no bringing back the old waters. The world had moved on, the stars were no longer aligned. Whatever patron the Mavii had once bargained with had abandoned the game for fresher ones. Still, there was something about the place that appealed to me. It would serve for what I intended. There, I said, idly pointing with my staff. Gently, the 4 legionaries awkwardly moved to the side. All were orcs and warrior fit, so the large table they were moving might as well have been a sack of feathers, but amusingly enough they were having to be careful of not wrecking the table instead of laboring under the weight of it. They set it down in the snow with a muted crunch, and I met their salutes with a nod before they retreated to the bottom of the barrow, where more work would await them, for it was a veritable procession that was setting up my headquarters at the heart of this Mavian prayer. Chairs and smaller tables, along with precious maps and a library's worth of scrolls and reports. A writing desk, with quills and ink and all wax for seals. Last of all, the same sinfully comfortable armchair I'd stolen from the Count of Old Oak a few years back. Hakram had proved, as always, that he was a prince among men when he'd revealed he'd had that little piece of furniture brought along for the Proceran campaign. It had been kept with Juniper in the First Army, whose supply train was the largest, but now that all 4 of the divisions of the Army of Callow were reunited, I had wonderful cushions to sink in once more. Vivian wandered in with the last of the additions, seemingly amused at the burrow I'd had assembled. And when it starts snowing or raining, shall you bravely retreat? She drawled. Leaning against one of the tall stones, long skirts swishing against her boots as she tread through the snows, Vivian looked like some noble's daughter gone on a ride more than the former Lady Regent of Callow. The pale shades of her blouse and dress made the laughter in those blue-gray eyes seem lighter, somehow more innocent. Or perhaps simply less weighed upon. I thought. I've already had the outskirts of the barrow warded by our mages, I said. For wind and quiet. One of Masego's patterns? She asked, idly pushing off the stone. Yeah, though I'm told they can't get it to work the way he said it should, I noted. He has a very unique definition of elementary knowledge, our Z's. That some of our senior Legion mages had outright admitted the scroll's Hierophant had left on the subject of warding might as well be gibberish had served as a fresh reminder that I'd been dealing with some of the finest mages on the continent since becoming a villain, and that I should temper my expectations accordingly. The rituals he'd taught my mages' lines in the days of the 15th had since become the standard's large-scale sorceries of the Army of Callow, but not all of them could be used without him guiding the casting, and there was no real replacement for Masego to be had. Talented mages were costly and time-consuming to raise, and unlike the Wasteland, I didn't have centuries of teaching methods and arcane knowledge to dole out to raise any even should I find talented individuals, which I couldn't. Because unlike Presai, I didn't have well-trained agents out there looking for the signs of young children with the gift. Add on to that the fact that the Legions of Terror had picked clean the most obvious magical talents in the kingdom after the conquest, and it was no wonder that so few of my mages were of Callowan stock. And for the wet wrath of the heavens? Vivian idly asked, leaning over one of the tables to have a look at the scrolls stacked on it. I dabbled, I shrugged. It was one of the more abstract uses of night I'd resorted to, which had been interesting in its own way. Spinning threads of a miracle I had seen before, the bubble of stillness the sisters had forged around me when we'd tried to gate out of Isare. I'd crafted a sort of intangible roof and bound it to the stones. Kamina had perched herself atop one long enough to call the work clumsily executed but clever in principle. which was the closest she'd ever come to complimenting something I did with the night. Vivian hummed and pursued it no further. So, she said, are you going to tell me why you've called a halt to the march and ordered the Hellhound to establish a fortified camp? Leaning on my staff, I began slowly limping around the edge of the raised stones. It was a fascinating thing, the way the interlocked slabs allowed me to glimpse down at odd angles, revealing the sight of my armies camped below, raising palisades and digging ditches. Because we'll be fighting a battle soon, I said, and there's no point in running around until we know we can win it. How do you know we'll be fighting a battle? Vivian asked, brow furrowing not in disbelief but in curiosity, wondering what she'd missed that I had not, how she could remedy that failure when the chance next came. It had not escaped me that she'd taken my tongue-lashing differently than Juniper. My marshal had judged the fault to be in herself, and so that the mending of it must come from herself as well. Juniper had turned back to books and discussions with other commanders, the familiar whetstones of her mind. Her art of war had been found insufficient, and so she would better it until this was no longer the case. Vivian, though, had been harder to gauge. She was learning, if there was any word that could be used for it, looking at the successes of others like she was trying to squeeze out the essence of them to make it her own. It was a little unnerving, at times, and at others frustrating. Mostly for me, when I found the whisper of my instincts a hard thing to explain. Because we are headed to a pivot, I said, and this isn't enough. Our army and the pilgrims, that's too small a scale compared to the magnitude of power gathered. It might be that it starts with simply us, but it won't stay that way. Because the story, she slowly said, requires more than simply us and the pilgrim. Yet you have fought battles before where dash. I raised a hand to interrupt her. The breaches, Vivian, I said. They make a lot possible, and therefore those things will happen, because once the groove is there, the possibilities will flow into it like water. I cleared my throat. We can have that talk later in more detail, I added. Council won't be for hours yet, and I don't want to have repeat myself. She nodded. I should see to the jacks, anyway, Vivian said. Adjutant's coming to join you? Eventually, I said. I've sent him to get me a proper suit of plate fitted. It has been odd to see you limping about without one, she admitted. I snorted and waved her away. As she walked away, I propped up my staff against the side of my armchair and lowered myself onto it with a sigh of pleasure. I sat facing rings of stones with an unobstructed view, tables at my sides groaning with the documents I'd sent for. It wasn't long before I caught the slight sound of leather on snow, my only advance warning that I once more had company. You have the supplies? I called out. And you claim you don't have the Fey hearing anymore, Robert complained. Bullshit's what I say. My minion popped into sight, leaning against the left arm of my chair. I was rather impressed he'd made it that far without my picking up on it, even when I'd known he would be coming. You're just getting old, I mocked, because it was always a bad idea to give so much as an inch to a goblin. He should be around 16 now, I thought. Goblins rarely made it beyond 40, and that was for the better bloodlines, of which Robert was not, and that was setting aside the harsh lifestyle of service in my armies. 30 was likely when his body would start breaking down, barring rituals to stretch out his lifespan, and at that thought I suddenly regretted the quip. You're telling me, the special tribune complained. Only cowards make it to 15, but I just can't seem to croak. I've had to make my peace with the fundamental truth of this world, Cat. I am simply too good to die. I smothered my grin, the earlier regret chased away as quickly as it had come. A heavy burden to bear, I solemnly agreed. I know it well. He eyed me rather skeptically. Didn't you die that one time? He asked. I think I'm on 3 now, I muttered. It's not one of my better habits. He snickered. No wonder you sent me after these, then, he said. I had sent off Special Tribune Robber on a most important errand, and as I pawed through the knapsack he'd brought me as tribute, I had to concede he'd done his duty well. 2 bottles of Vale summer wine were set on the table to my right, while I squirreled away the satchels of wake leaf into the many pockets of my cloak. Save for one, which went to stuff my pipe. Passing my palm over the herbs had them lit with the slightest touch of night, and I inhaled with pleasure before lying back in my seat. All right, I said. Serve as my hands. I figure Archer might object, the little wretch cackled. You might notice I didn't send for a footrest, I warned him. He hurriedly made elaborate apologies that coincidentally happened to insult Indrani more often than not, but I put him to work. Against 3 stones, 3 sheets of parchment were put up, one for the Grey Pilgrim, the Tyrant of Colloquy, and the Black Queen. Robert skittered around with ink as I dictated to him. His handwriting god's awful, but honestly not that much worse than mine. The Pilgrim wants a draw with the Black Queen, I said. The Pilgrim wants to preserve the Grand Alliance armies. The Pilgrim wants Proctor at war on only one front. Robert's sloppy drawing of the Peregrine as bearing a heavy mustache and a crooked nose was physically inaccurate, but in the interests of morale, I allowed the misrepresentation. The tyrant wants leverage on the first prince, I said. The tyrant wants the means to position the hierarch. The tyrant wants there to be no victor in Isère. Kairos' illustration had him either bearing horns or with his head on fire. It was hard to tell, and I was fairly certain that his arms ended in fingers and not crab-like pincers. Still, I decided it wouldn't do to infringe on the vision of so accomplished an artist. You going to tell me what you're after now? Robert asked, sounding genuinely curious. That doesn't matter, I said. It matters what they think I'm after, because that's what they'll plan according to. We're not the only ones scheming here. If we plan assuming that everyone else will be passive, we'll just be wasting ink. So what do they think we're after? The goblin said. The Black Queen wants to preserve her armies, I said. The Black Queen wants leverage over the Grand Alliance. The Black Queen wants the soul of the Carrion Lord, which were all things I did want, but not necessarily in the manner they'd think I did. I wanted Black back not to make him my foremost general or use him against militia, but because he was my father in all but name, and I'd not allow his fucking soul to be snuffed out by the blind machinations of the Pilgrim. I wanted leverage over the Grand Alliance not to force treaties advantageous to me, but instead to get everyone at the table for the lease accords. The intent wasn't hostile, and to be blunt, if there were other ways of getting there, I'd much prefer using those. As for the preservation of my armies, while it was true whether that assertion came back to bite them or not would depend on how well they'd assessed my degree of ruthlessness. I didn't want to get any of my soldiers killed if I could avoid it, but that didn't mean I'd shy from battle either if it was the best means to get what I wanted. Sadly, I was dealing with the Peregrine and a madman who'd tricked the likes of the Wandering Bard. I'd assume, at least in principle, that they had a decent read on my personality. And now one more parchment, I said. The pitfalls we have to avoid, how we'd lose. Folding on those wouldn't be losing? Robert asked, skeptical. Nimble fingers flicked my parchment, though mercifully there was no representation of me sketched aside from a hastily filled-in crown. It'd be a defeat, certainly, I said. But put that parchment above the others, because botching any of those would be the defeat. It went above Kairos, and to my amusement the goblin had to drag a chair and climb it so he could both hang it and write on it. Dipping the quill in an ink pot, he turned to me with an expectant look. The Grey Pilgrim cannot die, I said. Inconvenient as that line was, it needed to be drawn. If Tarek died and we'd killed him, a death feud was struck with Levant. If Tarek died and the League killed him, 80,000 Levantine troops would be marching east instead of west. If Tarek died by accident, well, likely I'd get blamed somehow. I pulled at my pipe and spat out a mouthful of smoke. The Western and Eastern coalitions cannot lose more than a fifth of their forces, I said. He let out a low whistle at that. The quill scratched, though his gaze kept flicking back to me curiously. I sighed and explained after another drag of Wycliffe was released. For us, a fifth would be about 20,000 dead, I said. For them, it'd be somewhere between 15 to 30, depending on whether or not they can merge their armies before the fight. If either of us loses more than that, we're crippled as a field army for at least several months. We can't afford that, given the situation up north. And the League, he asked, can't be considered reliable in any sense so long as the hierarch and the tyrant are running it, I said. Preserving its armies isn't a priority. To be honest, I'd feel safer if we carved away them by at least a fifth. I drummed my fingers against the arm of my seat, staring at the fresh ink on the parchment. I worried my lip thoughtfully, and only after a long silence did I speak. The Grey Pilgrim cannot have get a draw against the Black Queen, I finally said. I could not, in the end, trust him with that kind of power over me, not even for the sake of making an alliance. Robert finished the words with a flourish, as if a twist of the wrist could make his calligraphy look anything other than cramped and sickly. I had not exactly picked the most able of scribes. Finished? Robert asked. I nodded. He scuttled down, quite blatantly pilfering the quill and inkpot before putting away the chair. And now, I murmured, I think. The parchments, those tidy little triumvirates of desires and pitfalls, hung in front of me, but I did not need to look at them. Putting them up had served the purpose I'd had it done for, allowing me to place it all together as a structure instead of a series of abstractions. I closed my eyes, let it all fall together. I can leave, boss, Robert quietly offered. Don't, I said, chewing on my pipe. We're going to play a game, you and I. Ominous, the goblin praised. The Wakeleaf burned my throat, filled my lungs, and for a moment I felt a strange joy go through me like a spasm. I was enjoying this, I realized. This feeling, like my mind was full to burst and empty at the same time. Like I'd been filled with jagged edges, glittering pieces of madness and brilliance, and that there was a solution to the crawling chaos, a twisting and winding formula that would bind it all to my will. I breathed out, smoke and heat leaving my lips, and smiled. Eyes fluttering open, I snatched the staff and hobbled to the parchment-bearing stones with feverish energy. Now, I said, to a layman's eye, it might seem we're in a spot of trouble. Have a few of those, if you need spares, Robber offered. But if you look at it closely, we have angles, I continued. For example, though the tyrant will stab anyone who looks about to win in the back, he is in fact our ally. The goblin choked. What was that, boss? He said. I can't believe I heard it right. I knocked the butt of my pipe against barely dry ink under the drawn caricature of the tyrant. Kairos can't accomplish what he wants if there's no truce, I said. Think about it, Robber. If his whole reason for getting into this war is getting leverage on Cordelia, then he needs room to actually use that leverage. He can't do that from Isaiah while openly at war with her. If blunt coercion was all he needed, he could have gone after her armies to force her hand, but he didn't. You know what that tells us? Robber's eyes narrowed in thought. The cripple's not willing to hand this war to the dead king, my special tribune said. He'll duck and weave. But these are matron games, a knife here and there before we all sit smiling. I said. And one thing more. He needs me at that table, the wretched little bastard. If I don't agree to truce talks, then all his schemes are dust. He can't make a separate peace with Cordelia, not when he's trying to twist her arm. He needs to be the kingmaker in this threesome of ours, not the sole enemy. And that means having all of us at the same conference where he can play us off each other. What's he mean to use the hierarch for, anyway? Robber asked. I'm not sure yet, but it doesn't matter right now, I said. What does is the fact that the moment I try to push for a peace conference, he'll back me to the hilt regardless of all other considerations. See, no victor in Isaiah is only important for him insofar as it'll affect the conference that follows the fight here. Balance of power and all that. But if I make it clear that the only way he gets that conference is walking my line, you know what follows. He walks, like it or not, the goblin finished. He's our borrowed knife. So he is, I grinned. Now Tarek's what Black would be if someone ripped out the part of his mind that itches to fix things and shoved a choir in there instead. If a situation goes south on Tarek, he won't double down or throw a fit. He'll measure the risks. And if there's no worth to the strife, he'll cut his losses and prepare for the next round. Hate to tell you, boss, but the situation hasn't gone south on him yet, Robber reminded me. It doesn't need to. That's the beauty of it, I told him. I spun on myself, lightly tapping the pilgrim's parchment with my staff. See, the only thing in there I can't allow is the draw, I said. He wants to preserve the Grand Alliance armies? So do I. He wants Procker to be able to turn north? So do I. To get what I want out of this, I don't actually need to screw him out of most of what he wants. As I've been given to understand, the special tribune mused. He also wants to slug you in the story real bad, so to speak. And he's really a bastard kin of the Carrion Lord. He'll have schemes afoot and blood that's lizard cold. And so we get to the tricky part, I conceded. If I walked up to the Grey Pilgrim right now and offered him everything he wants save for the draw, he'd refuse. But that's not because he's a fanatic, Robber, although he is. He's not your average screaming, barn-burning zealot. He's the exemplar of the long view. The pilgrim is what the heavens use to make sure the forest fire doesn't become like, well, the last few years essentially. He'll come after you quiet and sudden, boss, Robber said. And you're good at the second, but the first famously ain't your wheelhouse. You're missing the point, I said. He's the Broadview hero, Robber. They don't have another one of those. It's the entire reason he's so influential in the first place. Fighting him at all is a mistake. The key to handling Tarek is twisting his arm in that same Broadview, making it clear to him that if he actually takes a swing at me, the cost will make even a success so utterly ruinous. It'll defeat the entire purpose. And the moment he knows that, he takes the wins he can, the goblin said, and cuts his losses on the rest, drawing back for the next round. I drew back myself, coincidentally, emptying the ashes of my pipe onto the snow and gazing at the loose constellation of sentences. You know, Robber, there's a story back home that in the old days there was an Alban king who went mad, I said. thought he was made of feathers, so he ordered all the palace windows nailed shut and all the doors closed. Wouldn't even take off his cloak, since he was convinced without it the slightest breeze would disperse him into a million tufts. So he fell down some stairs, and an ambitious daughter succeeded him. Robert snickered. He was an Alban, even if mad. I chided. No, they suffered his whims intent on waiting him out. Until one day a window broke in a storm, and he dropped his cloak in fright, but did not dissolve. The old king, the morning after, summoned the court and announced he realized now he had been mad and was cured of his madness. That's distastefully uplifting, Robert opined. Story's not over, I said. You see, the king had realized he was not made of feathers. He simply had a coat of them, for he was in fact a bird. The goblin grinned. So what happened to him, he asked. Oh, they settled him down, I said. But a few weeks later he climbed the highest tower in the palace and leapt down to take flight. Did he? Robert asked. We have a saying about it, I smiled. A king can fly dash. I shrugged. But not for long. Amused, the special tribune bared needle-like fangs in approval. See, the thing is, I murmured. I always thought that he must have deep down known he was mad. Because if he hadn't known, if he'd really believed that with all his heart. I chuckled. Now and then, creation has been known to grant the mad a pair of wings, I said. So what's your Calawan folk wisdom leading to, boss? Robert asked. Let's find out, my dear minion, I said, if we are mad enough to fly. Book 5, Chapter 31, Fall or Flight. In boldness find salvation, for stillness is the herald of death. Princess Beatrice of Solomons, most famous for turning her trial for high treason by the highest assembly into election to the office of first princess. I need you to write 3 letters for me, I told Hakram. 3 letters. One was a knife, one was a bet, and one was a lie. Wielding those like the sword and board that had once been my favored armaments, I would win or lose before the week was out. Comfortably settled in my perch atop the barrow of a people long scattered to the winds, I poured myself a cup of wine and kept a steady eye on Hakram. The writing desk I'd had hoisted up here had not been built with orcs in mind. That much was evident. My second was broader than the wooden frame, and could not lean his armored elbows against it without the whole thing starting to groan like a dying calf. It was a rather amusing sight. The tall orc bent over the desk with a long quill in one hand and looking for all the world like he could be lifting the whole thing with the other. The oil lamp atop the frame was an island of tangible, flickering warmth in the surrounding glow of the mage lights that had been brought here and hung from the raised stones. The sight of the Mavian prayer wreathed in that pale halo was an eerie one, a reminder that once upon a time Fae had tread these grounds and made bargains with those who had raised this strange work. It felt fitting, in a way, for like my old friends of summer and winter tonight, I intended treachery. Which first? Adjutant asked. I sipped at my cup, let the warmth of the wine pool in my belly. To the tyrant, I said, as follows. Kairos, you misshapen treacherous weasel, you should have been drowned at birth. I expect whatever spawned you tried, but already the gods had grown gills on your neck, foul monster. Sadly, this must have allowed you to crawl out of the refuse pile they tossed you in to come trouble me today. The sound of the quill dipping into the ink pot followed by the scratch of it against parchment filled the silence that followed. Hakram's admittedly superb calligraphy should lend a touch of elegance to the whole tirade, I decided. Therefore, I continued, in the spirit of our close and cordial alliance, I offer my support for the demand that will be made by the League of Free Cities in exchange for its acquiescence to a peace conference. That support will have the full weight of my force and influence behind it. I drummed my fingers against the arm of my chair as I waited for Hakram's hand to catch up to my words, only resuming when his scrawl stilled. Naturally, this is contingent on your own support in extricating the army of Callow and its allies from their current difficulties, I said. Should you refuse, I will be forced to withdraw from Proctor entirely and begin preparing the East for the wars that will come in the wake of the Principate's destruction. Adjutant finished writing before raising a hairless brow at me. You think he'll believe that? The orc asked. He will, I simply said. After glancing at the certainty on my face, Hakram did not argue the point any further, simply conceding with a small dip of the head. And add one last thing, I mused. Lower down, like we're trying to be discreet. I have heard that recently you lost a great many horses, which is a tragic happenstance. As I would not have such a dear and noble friend without a mount, I offer you this purebred licensed charger to ride into battle instead. May he serve you well. Adjutant looked at me oddly. We don't have any purebreds, he told me. They're too costly to field. The order uses mostly half-bloods and veil breeds. I'm aware, I said. I need you to find the shoddiest, sickliest goat we have and paint it white. Not well, though, just kind of half-heartedly. Try to make it a female one if you can. Send it along with my letter when the time comes. The orc cleared his throat a little too quickly for me to buy him, looking at me this disapprovingly. This is how you deal with Kairos, Hakram, I told him nonetheless. He's not like Militia or the Dead King. He doesn't give a damn about respect or rules or making deals that'll last longer than a moon's turn. I offered him steel and honey and an elaborate insult. It should do the trick. We're not made of goats, Catherine, Adjutant reproached. Fine, I sighed, disgruntled. If you can't find a suitable one, just find a stray dog and glue horns on. Diplomacy isn't cheap. Hakram, you should know this by now. As you say, my queen, the orc serenely replied. I gestured obscenely at him before watching him blow the last lines of my letter dry, fake my signature without missing a beat, and finally roll the parchment when it was all done. It went into a small leather sheath. A red wax candle was lit from the lantern's flame before he dripped it atop the scroll. The royal seal was pressed until it made its mark, my sword and crown on a balance, and it was put away. His eyes returned to me, and I put down the cup I'd finally managed to empty. To the pilgrim, I said. Full honorifics? Hakram asked. I mulled over that a moment. No, I finally said. Gray Pilgrim will do. It's in that function I'll be addressing him. The tall orc nodded and began writing anew. I, Catherine Foundling, first anointed Queen of Callow of my name, I said, formally offer the unconditional surrender of all forces under my command to the Gray Pilgrim, Tariq of Levant, also known as the Peregrine. Let there be no further bloodshed between your armies and mine, and through that surrender peace be obtained for us all. It was with a low whistle that Adjutant finished writing the last sentence, with a practiced hand adding signature and seal when I shook my head to make it clear there would be no other addition. The third, he asked afterwards, addressed to the full war council of the army of Callow, including summons for Vivian Dartwick, I said. Hakram went still for a moment, and when he moved it was to eye me warily. In your formal capacity as queen, he asked. That's the one, I casually agreed. Put up the formalities, make this an official decree with my seal, and take one of the larger sheaths. I want to write to them about Theodosius' dilemma, the whole story. Adjutant cleared his throat. Those of us who went through the officer track at the War College have already heard it, he said. There was a tactics class on the subject. Some of them won't know it, I said. So we'll be thorough, yes? Yes, he gravelled in agreement. For the longest time, there was only my voice cast over the scratch of quill against parchment, as I told the story mostly the same as I had read it. There was, however, to be an addition afterward. Hakram's hand stilled, and when he looked to me for instructions, I have him one last sentence. I grant to Vivian Dartwick the title of Lady Dartwick, with all assorted honors and privileges, I said. In addition, I name Lady Dartwick the heiress designate to the crown of Callow. I hadn't gone as far as naming her a princess of the royal house, as that would mean, legally speaking, that she was either my adopted sister or daughter. Both thoughts were rather unsettling for all sorts of reasons. But by first granting her noble title, even if that title was landless, I could make her my successor without breaking Callowan law. Didn't much like the thought of expanding the aristocracy, even for Vivian, but the only two ways to make her heiress designate without making a bloody mess of feudal law had been that, or bringing her into the royal house. The two ways of doing that were adoption and marriage, neither of which I believed to be palatable to us, so Lady Dartwick it was. It's a dangerous game, Cat, Hakram warned me. It's the only kind we ever play, Adjutant, I said, and the letters are only to be sent when I say, so don't worry. That would be a first, the orc drily replied, but his hand moved nonetheless. 3 sheets of leather were hidden away after he finished, bearing my seal, letters awaiting within. A knife, a bet, a lie. Instead of crawling into bed afterwards, I spent half the night gazing at the stones where Robber had hung parchment for me, all the while silently feeding night to the staff in my lap that was not a staff but a sword that was not a sword but a prayer. When I finally fell into slumber, I slept only fitfully, dreaming of laughing crows. Years ago, I would have been in the thick of it, tripping over every discovery, blood going warm and cold with the twists and turns of fate as I struggled to bend it to my will. I was older now, though, and though perhaps not all that much wiser, I was at least more patient. I'd learned the value of not tipping your hand too early when playing these sorts of games. And so it was sitting in my stolen chair, pulling at a mug of steaming tea, that the news found me. It was Vivian who carried them up the barrow, steps quick and alarmed. A breach had opened to the southeast, she told me. An army is going through, its banners from Levant and Procure. I inhaled the fragrance of the tea and did not reply, letting her pace back and forth. So it was finally starting. Who was the first out? I asked out loud. Our outriders weren't close enough to dash, she began. I raised a hand. I wasn't asking you, I gently said. Larrett stepped out of the circle of stones with the languid grace of a hunting cat. The huntsman who'd once been the Prince of Nightfall walked against what I instinctively felt to be the cast of this circle, the way its power had once been leaning. It was like watching a man stroke a cat the wrong way, only I could almost feel it in my bones. Truly, my treacherous lieutenant had taken to petty vexations the way fish took to water. His long cape streamed behind him lazily, dark as night and sewn with jewels. The furs and leather he wore were fastened at his waist by a sash of scarlet cloth, from which hung that sheathless sword he favored. A hero, most tenebrous of queens, Larrett smiled. Named and finder of paths, strutting for the rest of the cacophony to follow. His actual name, Larrett, I said unimpressed. A sorcerer of roguish inclinations, my liege. The Fae replied, raising hands to appease me. Fleeing, then finding, and now all aflutter from the sight of us. The rogue sorcerer, I grunted. Yeah, that sounds about right. They'll need a mage for this, and last I heard the witch was up north. That's all you have to say? Vivian said. Catherine, the situation's is getting grim. It's an army of nearly 60,000 that crossed, and already Melanza's own host is sending riders to make contact. I sipped at my tea. How long before the pursuers come out, do you think? I asked Larrett. Within the hour there will be a break. The huntsman grinned, a slice of pale malice between red lips. And the parade of fools will merrily stumble out. Cat, Vivian slowly said. Her eyes were moving back and forth between us, like she couldn't quite decide who to look at. Kairos is crazy enough to take a shortcut through a crumbling half-realm likely run by Masigo having a breakdown just to get here earlier, I said. On the other hand, are the Crusaders? Would they take that risk just to go quicker? No, they wouldn't. But Kairos wants them here as well, and he dictates the military strategies of the League. Which means, he cornered them, Vivian said, eyes alight with sudden understanding. To give them the choice of a battle where they'd likely be annihilated or taking a chance on a path through Arcadia. He'd been able to do this not because he was a peerless military genius, I knew, or because he had some oracle at his side. It was simply that the tyrant of Colloquy had most likely been trading information with near every other army out in Isère, and so alone of all the commanding generals he'd had the bird's-eye view of what was happening in the region. Given that, and the cadre of skilled warlocks that the Stygian magisterium was made up of, it was far from impossible to both corner the other Grand Alliance army and ensure there was a breach nearby when he did. Desperation would do the rest. And the Crusaders got a guide for the journey, perhaps the only wizard that could truly help them in all of Isère, I said. That is above Stu, the cast of Providence. But that wizard also carries something I want, because below always gets its due. It all comes to a head here, Vivian. My friend rested her hand on the back of her neck, pressing back a few curls of hair that had not been brought into her crown-like braid. I'd caught the twitch in her fingers with muted amusement, recognizing it as Vivian wanting to pass a hand through her hair before remembering it had been styled. What are you actually up to, Cat? She finally asked. Juniper's been on edge. Because I've left her to decide how an engagement should be fought, if it happens, I said. Because you haven't been part of the planning, Vivian frankly said. Until now, you've been at the table for every campaign. That you take a step back after chewing us out has us a little perplexed. Larrett's lone eye was on us, the huntsman nonchalantly leaning against a stone as he listened to our conversation. I debated dismissing him, but I'd been the one to send for him in the first place, and I still had a conversation due with the unofficial captain of the Wild Hunt. If I didn't believe the two of you capable of discharging your responsibilities, I would have demoted you, I replied. It's that simple. Blue-gray eyes narrowed as I gave answer to only the least important part of what she'd asked. I sighed and raised a calming hand. You can't be in the know for it, I said. It wouldn't work if you were. We don't have a great history with complicated plans, Vivian reminded me. It's not complicated, I said. She looked skeptical, which only served to irritate me. It isn't, I sharply said. It's not a series of events building on each other. It doesn't fail if there's a part that doesn't happen. It's a set of counterweights that only move if there's a push. I don't mean to question you, she delicately said. Larrett snorted, too loudly for him not have meant for the both of us to hear it. That's exactly what you're doing, I flatly said. And in principle, I don't mind. But in this instance, your having incomplete information is part of the design, which makes it all the more pointless when you press for answers that I can't give you without making the plan irrelevant. That is mildly polite way, Vivian said after a moment. To tell me to shut up and move along, isn't it? I understand you're worried, I said. But I'm telling you this has been accounted for. A mirthless smile quirked her lips. So either I trust you or I don't, she said. Part of me wanted to sharply point out that Hakram was almost as much in the dark and he'd not needed this kind of coddling, but I held my tongue. I did not mean adjutant for the same kind of purposes that I meant for Vivian, and so it was unfair to both to try to expect the same behaviors of them. I could not put the dark-haired woman in front of me in positions of command and authority repeatedly and expect her not to act like someone in them. She, and Callow itself, couldn't remain under my shield forever. One day I would have to abdicate, and when that day came I would not brook chaos and disorder in my wake. That meant there had to be a worthy brow for the crown to be settled on, and that brow would not belong to someone who feared to ask questions when it was inconvenient. So I held my tongue, and let my irritation bleed out in the silence that followed. The Everdark changed you, didn't? Vivian finally said. My brow rose, but she did not elaborate. I'll talk to Juniper, make sure she understands there's nothing to worry about, she continued. Good hunting, Black Queen. You'll know what to do when the time comes, I said. I trust in that. She sketched a bow before retiring, and it had my fingers clenching. How was it, I wondered, that losing her name had made her harder to read? Larrett's lone I had been watching us eagerly that entire time, drinking in the complexities of the relationship hungrily. It was the kind of thing Winter Fae had delighted in, and my huntsman might no longer claim any allegiance to that dead court, but roots were not so easily discarded. That vicious coldness would always be at the heart of him. Larrett, I said. Approach. My queen, the Fae replied, bowing after a flicker of a smirk. The raven-haired huntsman stepped forward, light-footed and sure, and smoothly knelt before me. I drummed my fingers against the staff in my hand, idly wondering whether I'd gotten to the point where I should kill him. Did he suspect my thoughts? I couldn't be sure, but it was with interest he looked at my ebony staff. Curious? I asked. No threat to me. That's softest of deaths, Larrett said. I leaned forward and smiled. Are you sure? The urge to deny me flickered across the Fae's pale face, but a moment passed, and that denial never left his lips. You make sport of me, my queen, he said. Clever little fox you are, I said, but not as clever as you think. We made a bargain, and it's your way out, but we are bound by more than that. To my oaths I will remain true, Larrett said. Of course you will, I said. You don't really have a choice, do you? It took me a while to understand, but the details put it all into place. We gave our word willingly and without qualms, my queen. The one-eyed Fae reproached me. Why do you now remonstrate? Remonstrate? I laughed. How offended you are, now that I know I own you body and soul. Winter, my winter, died and suddenly your gates are a spinning wheel of destinations. Come now, did you think I wouldn't learn of it? I am more than you, liege. Larrett, this entire time I've been your patron, the source of your power. You took a chance when you left Arcadia Reforged, made yourself into a wild hunt that was not matched to a spring and autumn. So to stay here in creation, you needed a little more than just calling yourself that. You needed an anchor. Have we not served you faithfully, O Queen of Night? Larrett said. It must have been terrifying, I mused, to realize one day that your oaths bound you to more than the winter in my veins. That there was an ocean of darkness, now, and that within it swam creatures in every way your superior. Superior? Larrett hissed, and the anger was bare and terrible. These dash. I smiled, inviting him to continue, but the former Prince of Nightfall curbed his tongue. Too late to avoid confirming what I'd suspected, yet not known for certain. Ah, pride. Of all the weakness of the fair folk, it had always been my favorite. 7 crowns and 1, laid at your feet, I said. That is what I promised you, and that is what you will receive. Rise, Larrett. I rose, and let a sliver of night pulse through my veins. The wild hunt was summoned, and my own mount with it. Don't worry, old friend, I told the Fae with a warm smile. I'll see to it that you get everything that you deserve. I wondered if it was a trick of the light, or if I was truly glimpsing fear in that soul eye. No matter. When night fell I would ride with the hunt, and the 3 of us, Pilgrim, Tyrant, myself, would find out whose cunning would cut deepest. Book 5, Interlude, West, ever pursuing. Note: investigation and why sharing a problem is said to have it remain inconclusive. Perhaps more varied trials are needed, as the tiger always ends up killing both subjects no matter the order they're put in the cage. Extract from the Journal of Dread, Emperor Malignant 2. Lord Akil Tanya of the Grim Binder's blood crouched over the thinning snow and passed a hand through it. The twinge in his knees a reminder that this was not his first war, but it might just be his last. He was not so old as to crumble into dust at the first touch of wind, but life away from the comfortable confines of Malaga had taken a toll on him. There were practices for a binder of his talent that might allow health to seep back into his flesh, but the Lord of Malaga had always disdained their likes. He would not play chasing games with his age by binding and devouring creatures, not even those that would survive such a perverted act. The rueful reflection on his age was forced to the side by the calm voice of his sworn enemy and ally. And Lady Aquiline asked. The earth beneath is still frosted, Akil said. These are war grounds. Let there be blood. Let there be blood. The Lady of Tartessos agreed with a crisp nod. Neither of them considered giving the Proceran captains marching with their host a voice in this decision. Had Prince Alvaro of Solomons survived the battle with the Stygian army, there might have been need to do so out of courtesy, but the man had died to the Magisterium's dark sorceries. After taking a wound, he'd melted from the inside over the night, Akil had heard, and the remaining commanders were neither highborn nor powerful enough to force the issue. They would follow the Dominion in battle, like it or not. They say the One Eye will be there, Lady Aquiline Osina of the Slayer's blood said. That would be a worthy head to claim, do you not agree? The Silent Slayer's quarrelsome brood, Akil thought, had always shown a distasteful obsession for the killing of famed foes. The one-eyed greenskin who had been named Marshal of Praise many years ago was perhaps the most famous alive of his kind, but if Akil understood correctly, the orc must also be an old beast by now. Hardly a challenge for a sharp young killer like the Lady Aquiline. That she had spoken of an aged orc, but not of the hellhound or the dead hand was telling. In his eyes, for while those two's fame was fresher, the ending of it would have been worthier dead. Fairer. The Lord of Malaga spat to the side before rising from his crouch. Shake the bushes before shooting at the sparrow, Osina, he replied. Marshals do not fight from the front, and they have raised a fortress from nothing, these Easterners. The lair of the Black Queen's armies had been an impressive thing to behold, when Akil had first taken stock of it. Beneath a tall barrow crowned by raised stones, a maze of death had been raised from wood, steel, and earth. A deep ditch led into a palisade, a base of beaten earth, topped by spears, where legionaries kept watch night and day. Behind that first-line flat ground spread into flat killing grounds, ending in another palisade that prevented easy access to terraces filled with siege engines and crossbowmen. Deeper behind that, walled camps filled with tents and protected by teeth-like bastions of earth, and would jutting outwards mad up the last line of defense that would be manned by mortals. Lord Morave's messengers had spoken of strange lights above the barrow after nightfall, and so Akil did not need to be told where it was that the Black Queen had made her den. These would be hard defenses to crack, he knew, and Lady Aquiline's loose talk of claiming heads displeased him. Marshals of praise were not easy meat, nor were the villain queen's own champions. Now is not the time to lose your stomach, Tanya, the Lady of Tartessos chided. You heard careful Yenu's stratagem same as me, and did not speak against the soundness of it. That it had been the scheme of Lord Yenu Marave had only made Akil hesitate all the more. Aquiline Osina had not shared a border with the champion's blood for most her life, unlike Akil himself, and so she could not understand why the way they called the man not reckless or brave but careful. Yenu should be troubling. The Lord of Malaga had fought 2 honor wars against Lord Yenu's predecessor, and found him a hard fighter, but no great trouble. He'd sent a war party into Olivan territory under careful Yenu only once, though, in the moon that followed the man's ascension to lordship. His own cousin and boyhood playmate Jaira had led it, for she was skilled with sword and bindings both and clever in the ways of war. Yet unlike his predecessor, Yenu had not fought the raiders as they passed through the flatlands taking riches and honor. No, he'd waited until they were returning north laden with loot and prisoners. Then he'd caught them while they were fat and slow under cover of night, butchering them wholesale. Without warning, without honor duels, without anything other than death weighed and measured. Jaira had been the only survivor of the night, and Lord Yenu had dragged her to the border before opening her throat in sight of the warbands Akil had sent to reclaim his cousin. He'd then left without even hearing out the calls to duel by the warriors of Malaga. The point made had been harsh, but so was the man. Careful Yinu was willing to let his holdings bleed if it allowed him to position himself for a killing stroke. And once crossed, he would not stay his hand in retaliation, no matter who had first given insult. The Marave were steel-cast madmen who answered to only gods and pilgrim, and barely even those. The notion of one blessed with both their lines' talent for killing and a good mind for strategy was worth respect and wariness both. Madness and cold method were dark mothers to dark days. Lord Akil Tanya had not fought a second honor war against Alava since that pointed lesson and slept easier for it. And now he was being told to place the fate of his captains, of his soldiers, in the hands of the Lord of Alava, a man known to sacrifice for the killing stroke, and do so without hesitation. He was tempted to refuse, to force a conference where another plan would be laid out before battle was given. But Lady Aquiline was watching him with those cold eyes, waiting, patiently, for a misstep that would allow her to wrest command of the host from him. Razan's mistakes had been paid for, but the taint of failure still hung over the Tanyas. If the Lady of Tartessos went to the unsworn captains, claiming he had lost his nerve, Akil could not be certain of the outcome. I have already said, Lord Akil replied, that there will be blood, Lady Aquiline. We will follow the stratagem of careful Yenu and make war on the enemy. And still, he could not help but glance at the pale and empty vista behind his host. That long expanse of snowy plains, which had until morning been broken by the eldritch sight of a passage leading into Arcadia. It was gone, now, though the remembrance of the harrowing journey through that storm-racked hellscape would haunt them all for years to come. The League of Free Cities had not followed them through the breach, after hounding them through it, yet Akil could not help but wonder if they had not taken another path after. If there might yet be more to this battle than the armies of the Black Queen and those of the Grand Alliance. Lady Aquiline had sent for the horn-bearer granted to them by the holy Seljun while he looked, and though she looked hungry for the honor, she did not overstep. The young boy passed him the strange carved horn inherited from days long before the Dominion, an old artifact said to have made from the tip of a gazon's horn. The legendary gargantuan bulls whose stride had shaken the world and flattened hills into plains were perhaps more myth than history, but it was said a shadow of their thundering might remained in wonders crafted from their remains. Whatever the truth of it, when Lord Akil Tanya of the Binder's blood sounded the horn, his magic shivered inside him as the deep call echoes across the plains. In the distance, after a long moment, the sister horn in the hands of the other Dominion host offered a shuddering call in reply. Banners rose, and without further ceremony the battle began. Marshal Juniper of the Red Shields watched her enemies advance in silence. The sight of so many soldiers on the move would have been impressive for someone who had not fought in the Arcadian campaign or slogged through the brutality of Second Lease, but after these Juniper had found it took much to awe her. Yet for all that the armies before her lacked the ostentatious wings and sorceries of the courts, or the relentless horror of the diabolists, wights, and devils, they were no less dangerous for it. Flesh and steel did not splash so colorful across the pages of histories as the means of monsters and villains, but they worked. And the Grand Alliance had brought much of both to bear on this field and this day. They don't seem to have organized beyond attacking together. Grim one, I said. The sound of Carsom spoken crisp and clear was like a breath of fresh air straight from the steppes. Juniper let that taste of home settle in her bones before growling in agreement. The armies of the Grand Alliance had not joined before moving against her fortifications, to her relative surprise. It might have taken them a few days to restructure after merging ranks, but they would have been stronger for it, and there was not much she could do to better her own position with the means at her disposal. Her warlord had hinted that the League might be on its way to join the melee as well, Juniper noted. If her foes believed that a rival imminent, it might explain this hasty assault. This was speculation, however, and ultimately of no import to her. It was the facts that mattered. An army of 80,000 was approaching from the northwest, under the command of Lord Yenu Marave and Princess Rosala Malanza. An army of 60,000 was approaching from the southeast, under the command of Lord Akil Tanya. The first two commanders were known to her, and their armies as well. Of the latter commander, however, almost nothing was known save for his name. The northern force is the weaker one, Juniper said. Much of the foot from Vacii is light and Malanza fields mostly levies. If a rout is to happen at all, it will be from there. The orc at her side grunted his agreement. They watched the enemy form up, and with cold eyes the Marshal of Callow sought weaknesses. The Northern Army advanced cautiously, which did not surprise her. She'd traded blows with them before. The Vacii skirmishers advanced in a deep but loose screen ahead of the Proceran foot Princess Rosala had brought, a hodgepodge mixture of levies, fantassins, and principality troops. Dartwick spies had brought back word that as much as 6/10 of the Principate infantry should be levies, which was promising, but thoughts of an easy route were put to rest by the 2 wings of infantry flanking the Procerans. The Lord of Alava, Yinu Marave, had brought to the crusade some of the finest heavy infantry Juniper had ever seen. Only 4,000 in whole, at least, but it was marching ahead of lighter armsmen from Alava and Vacii in much greater numbers. A sharp sword to open a breach, Juniper thought, after the skirmishers found a weakness. Melanza has the horse again, looks like, Marshal Grimm said. The banner told it true, though she found the other orc made as wary as she felt by the way the near 10,000 horse. Mixed Proceran and Levantine horse, though vastly more so Proceran than the other. The Princess of Equidin led was peeling off from the rest of the army and moving towards the south. The mass of cavalry was moving slowly, but in good order. She didn't make the plan for this, Juniper said. She's much more aggressive a commander than that. She'd keep the horse close on the flanks to try a charge if opportunity arose. Lord Yinu then, Grimm said. Shame. He's a hard one to bait. Too much to hope for he spins the Vacii foot against the palisades, I suppose, Juniper muttered. The older man twitched in amusement. The daring raids and ambushes from the Vacii warriors and their vicious war leaders of the bandits' blood had not endeared the Levantines to either orc. Juniper found her eyes drifting south, to the other army, and found her back prickling. Most of what she saw there she had expected. The enemy was moving with skirmishers ahead, though the screen was much smaller than the northern armies, with 2 massed forces of infantry behind it, 1 Proceran and 1 Levantine. The Principate foot here should be mostly professional soldiers, Juniper thought, which explained why, unlike in the northern army's formation, they'd not been placed between steadier soldiers to hold up their spine. The detail that had her hackles raising was the detachment of cavalry splitting off from the army, a solid 7,000 moving north. From a bird's-eye view, the Hellhound considered, within the hour there would be a point where her camp was as the center of a neat square. They think they have a way to breach the palisades, the Marshal of Callow said. Interesting. The Marshal of Praise squinted his one eye, gazing at the moving cavalries. He arrived, she suspected, at the same conclusion she had. They were being positioned to hit forces defending the palisades from sudden angles after a path suddenly being opened for them. The reserves are readied, Grim One Eye said, baring his fangs. Let them try. A moment later the skirmish lines of the northern army entered the first killing yard the marshals had prepared for them, and the slaughter began. Moro of the Brigands' blood had lost 30 warriors in the time it took to drink a skin of water. He was not stranger to death dealt and received, but the sheer suddenness of it took him by surprise. The traps had been cleverly hidden, he thought, covered with a thin layer of snow and earth. And they must have been dug at night, for even with Watcher his mothers had not known of them. Not all warriors who'd fallen in the pits had died to the sharp stake at the bottom, but all had taken wounds, and their screams had brought hesitation where before there had been only courage. The warriors of his lands, Moro would admit to himself, were not used to being on this side of the traps, and were not taking it well. The heir to Vacii had called a halt, and sent for what he thought might just be the solution to the troubles. It wasn't long before the priests answered his call, for the lanterns were never far from the vanguard of strife. A full battle party of 13 had come in answer, to his pleasure, and the eldest among them sought him out. Honored son, the woman greeted him. You seek illumination? I seek to walk within the light, Moro agreed. For me and mine to follow its paths. The woman's face paint, golden and pale, hid her expression well. He could not tell whether she approved or disapproved of his request, which while not presumptuous was still a request. For some of the lanterns just that was enough to give offense. They were a touchy lot. Regardless, after a heartbeat, she suddenly whipped around, and a lance of light struck out. 20 feet forward, it broke through a thin layer of snow and earth to reveal the trap under. Follow, then, Moro of the Brigands' blood, the lantern said. Her companions spread out, and at the fore of Moro's own warriors came men and women bearing long perches. They would reveal these traps, he smiled, for the enemy had been foolish enough to lay them far out of crossbow range. General Hune Eagle's daughter waited until it was clear no more of the warrior priests would reinforce the front lines. She glanced at her senior mage, mildly amused by how eager he seemed to be to act. "Fire," she ordered. "On special assets only." Behind her, rituals bloomed as the mage cadres finally received the authorization to act. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Long spears of flame formed and were sent out like massive arrows. Without scrying to adjust the trajectory, it was unpleasantly imprecise business to use these sorts of rituals, as shown by the rituals. All were impacts. The ogre made a note to commend the officers leading the rituals, but only 3 of the priests were turned to cinders. No matter, it was only the first volley. Again, the general of the Second Army ordered, the faintest trace of a smile on her face. Lord Yenu Marave sat atop his horse and thoughtfully chewed the mouthful of bread he'd ripped from the loaf, eyeing the falling javelins of flame. Princess Rosala had told him the army of Callow had used such ritual sorceries before, though allegedly it had not since the Hierophant had left its ranks for destination. It would have been sloppy, however, to assume that meant without the bestowed they could not. So he hadn't, instead preparing the same manner of defenses the Proceran armies had at the Battle of the Camps. The priests from the House of Light, that tame Proceran breed, were shuffled to the front and ordered to form protective panes of light. The Vakii warriors were not yellow-bellied, and so did not need much haranguing before their advance resumed. Grim One-Eye leaned forward and Juniper grinned, broad and fierce. They had, she believed, noticed the same detail. Though the ritual sorcery had been checked by priest intervention once more, there'd been a departure from the way that trick had been used at the camps. Instead of massive layered shields covering the entire front line, this time the Grand Alliance had resorted to a mere half-dozen large panes protecting where the rituals had been striking. Dartwick's spies, the Hellhound was forced to admit, had actually provided useful military intelligence. Their spread thin on priests, the Marshal of Praise laughed. "Too many wars, Hazenbach, too many wars." The Marshal of Callow did not reply, for her gaze had turned south where battle was finally being joined. General Abigail, the Hellhound had decided, was in need of thorough tempering. Her command at the southern front should serve, for a start. The pit traps had not been part of the warnings Lord Marave had passed, but Aquilino Sega was not moved by the loss of a few dozen skirmishers. In the hunting of a foe strong and cunning, such deaths were inevitable. The Lady of Tartessos had been riding behind the last of the slingers and javelin men, a handful of captains at her side, when she ordered the assault to be halted. Inevitable losses or not, she would not countenance simply throwing soldiers at the traps until a safe path emerged. Her favored captain, dearest Elvira, who had such a dark reputation, with some, but to Aquiline remained the smiling woman who'd taught her how to reply to scraped knees with broken teeth, quietly reminded her that with Lord Yenu's force advancing there could be no long halt without leaving his army exposed to the full attention of the enemy. Feeling out the traps with perches would take too long, Lady Aquiline had decided. No, it was time for bold steps. The rider she sent to that hard-eyed old monster Akil Tanya returned with the answer she'd wanted. The binders of Malaga would take the lead. Reining in her horse, it was an effort for the Lady of Tartessos not to show the thrum of excitement she felt at the notion of seeing the finest sorcerers of Levant in the fullness of their war-making. When had been the last time creation witnesses such a thing, she wondered? Not since the Sepulchre War, at least, and perhaps not even then. A mere 100 men and women in thick coats of leather and iron-gray cloth marched to the front, skulls and bones and claws bound by fine brass chains. They spread out in a line, and one of them raised a hand. There was a grinding scream, like 100 blades being scraped against each other, and a translucent drop formed in the air a few feet in front of the binder. The ground beneath it, snow and earth and snow, was sucked upwards by some invisible force that broke it all down to grains. The other binders followed in the first one's wake, drops forming one after another, and the scream becoming utterly deafening. And still Aquiline did not look away for a moment, for in front of her spirits were being given shape. The first one shaped a wyvern, the winged creature with the long stinger-tipped tail, letting out a scream all too real before it began to advance and strike at the ground to reveal traps. The snow and earth it was made from shifted like true flesh and sinew, for the spirit the binder had called forth still remembered the body it has once worn. It was a company of beasts that was brought forth, manticores and griffins, and Kilbrin. Even a few creatures she did not recognize. Her, the Lady of Tartessos, whose true domain was the savage Brocelian. The beasts of snow and earth sprang forward, implacable and relentless. General, despite her best efforts, Abigail of Summerhome idly wondered if you got a worse penalty for deserting when you were a general. She'd assumed it couldn't get worse than hanging, and that could only happen the once. But considered the amount of wastelanders enrolled in the army of Callow, she just couldn't be sure. Well, there was nowhere to run to anyway, so it was all academic in the end. "Burn those up, boys," she called out. Crolum relayed the order more proper-like, wonderful aide that he was. Behind the general's rituals bloomed, but Abigail just had this sinking feeling it wasn't going to be enough. It wasn't pessimism, she told herself, if you were part of the army of Callow. Book 5, Interlude, Graves We Have Yet to Fill. The middle years of the uncivil wars can roughly be described as a series of conflicts fought to determine peace terms. The tragedy of those years, in retrospective, can be said that while the overwhelming majority of them desired peace, no two Collernian powers could agree on what exactly the terms of it should be. And so to war they all went, convinced every step of the way that the others were at fault for it. Extract from the personal memoirs of Lady Aisha Bishara. The third volley did not work better than those before it. The spears of flame rose into the sky like quarrels loosed, before the guiding sorceries of the legion mages who'd performed the ritual pulled them down. The arc was sudden but graceful, the crackling fire in red and gold tearing straight through the 5 largest apparitions the Dominion had sent forward. Earth and snow dispersed at the explosion of heat and light. The grounds beneath what had been the shape of strange creatures scorched through a vaporized layer of a frost. There were about 100 of the damned things, General Abigail thought, but it wouldn't have been too bad if a ritual volley actually put the abominations down. Instead, she winced as she watched the flames of her mages disperse in turn, leaving behind only small droplets of eldritch power hovering in the air. A heartbeat later, the ground beneath the droplets began breaking up and the creatures that had been broken began reforming. "It's not getting any slower, ma'am," Crolum said. "I can see that. Thank you," she acidly replied. Fuck. At this rate, the entire web of traps the army sappers had worn themselves to the bone digging during nights and hiding before dawn came would be trampled into irrelevance by some strange goddamned Levantine magic. She squinted at the creatures again, noting how the massive manticore in the lead acted like it was actually hungry. That had to be blasphemous, right? It was all looking a little too much like necromancy, and you weren't supposed to do that if you were on the side of a crusade these people were on. "I'm not arguing the House Insurgent is right, mind you," she muttered. "But this needs looking at, is all I'm saying." "Ma'am?" Crolum asked, sounding confused. Had he been talking? Abigail had no idea, but now was not the time to look like she was losing it in front of the troops. The Black Queen's barn-burning oration at Sarcella had riled them up like young dockworkers who'd just gotten their first pay. If they thought she was the weak link in this army, Abigail thought with a sudden urge to grimace, they were going to tear her apart. Possibly literally, given the amount of orcs there were in the ranks. "Look calm, Abigail," she told herself. "It's all under control." "Quite right, Crolum," she slowly said. "Spot on. On that note, I need you to request a deployment order from Marshal Juniper." She sent him off after a quick elaboration, fairly sure the Hellhound would refuse her request, and so in the after-battle reports she'd have an excuse for her failure to perform. That it would put her straight at odds with the Marshal of Callow would be even better, she giddily thought. Marshal Juniper might even demote her, or drum her out of the army. A girl could dream, couldn't she? "Forward," Akil Tanya had ordered. The Lord of Malaga was no fool to send his binders forward unprotected, but neither would he spare them contribution. After Lady Aquiline had requested the deployment of his finest war sorcerers to clear the approach of traps, he'd immediately sent for his son. Razin was in need of deeds to redeem himself. If he was to remain the heir to Malaga, an opportunity would arise soon enough. For that purpose, Akil had ordered the boy to gather captains enough for 2,000 warriors, all bearing shields, and appointed him to command before sending him to reinforce the binders. They would need that protection soon enough, the Lord of Malaga knew, for the bound spirits that had been sent forth were reaching the end of their leash. No other power of Levant had made as deep study of the arts of binding like the grim binders line, and though Malaga was hardly the only city to send binders to war for the other families, such a thing was rare and always in small numbers. That had obscured some of the limitations of their craft, which would become clear very soon if Akil was not careful with his orders. The binding of a soul or spirit was done with one's own blood mixed with the ancient flower dye, tattooed on one's skin with needles of barrow bone. The patterns of these bindings had been refined by Akil's ancestors to require less breadth and shackle the bound more tightly. and cease sickening the blood of those who used them recklessly. The sharing of those secrets with those who entered the service of the Tanya was why so many practitioners came to Malaga, with the finest among them allowed to read the tomes of the obscure library in exchange for oaths to answer calls to war by the ruling lord or lady of the city. Yet since the founding of the Dominion, no binder save those bestowed had ever succeeded at sending one of their bound entities further than 300 feet from themselves. Akil was talented in the art, as befitting of his blood, and so the silver-winged hawk he'd bound as a boy he could send as far as 212 feet without the shackle turning on him. Yet it was a rare thing for any binder to reach more than 200 feet, and even most of those allowed to peruse the obscure library remained in the antechamber of that hurdle. This mattered today, if only because soon the spirits of his binders would have to halt their advance. Ordering them to advance would remedy the issue and allow them to clear the entire field all the way to the enemy fortifications without further casualties, but it would also leave them vulnerable. Razin and the shield-bearing warriors he'd assembled would see to that vulnerability, he'd decided. It would leave his son close to the front, too, and so able to lead the assault against the same force that had humbled him at Sarcella. At the head of his host, the Malaga binders were surrounded by rings of steel, and as he had ordered forward they all went. Why? Marshal Juniper of the Red Shields was frowning. General Abigail's tribune, a good whoring hoof clan boy by the look of his jaw, she'd noted with approval, cleared his throat in that way young officers always did when they had no good answer but had to answer anyway. Silver Quick, the wistful thought that Nock truly had ruined that army down to the bone came and went. So she didn't say. The hellhound cut in before he could reply. Tribune Crolum sheepishly flared his teeth and did not deny it. Only 1,000. Juniper asked again, to confirm. Yes, ma'am. Tribune Crolum agreed. The Marshal of Kalos' instinct was to send him back with an order for General Abigail to make a proper proposal, including for what she wanted the soldiers, but she held her tongue. Catherine had raised the other woman up for a reason, and it would not be anything as simple as birth. If her warlord had simply wanted to put Caloan hands on the reins of her armies, Juniper suspected Brandon Talbot would have been the chosen candidate. Instead, though, she'd chosen an enlisted legionary who'd shot up the ranks. Not someone with ties to nobles or fame in the kingdom. Catherine had seen something in the younger woman, and though Juniper of the Red Shields did not, she'd not long ago had a reminder of the value of trust. She has them, then, Marshal Juniper said. See Tribune Bishara for the proper writ, and be on your way. The boy moved quick, like she'd stung him, but Juniper had already put him out of her mind. Marshal Grimm's curious eye on her she ignored as well, her own attention now solely turned to the southern front. What was the first commander Catherine had handpicked since Juniper herself scheming, exactly? Shit, Abigail thought. Look at the writ Crolum had just handed her with a sinking feeling in her stomach. The hellhound had actually agreed? Why would she know? Don't panic. She told herself. This could still be salvaged if she watched her step. On one hand, she'd actually be expected to produce results now. On the other hand, as long as she tried to pull off a vaguely coherent plan and failed, she'd probably still manage to avoid the noose. Gods. Abigail knew she should have made her request more unreasonable. If she'd gone overboard, the marshal would have refused. But no, she'd just hedge her bets and make it look like her theoretical plan had been reasonable just to improve the chances the Black Queen wouldn't feed her liver to buzzards after this was all over with. Her mother was right. She'd never learned to quit while she was ahead. Sure, Ma had lost an eye and a finger brawling with Annie Sutherland over who made the better beer, but just because she was a lunatic didn't mean she was wrong. Fucking Sutherlands. Anyway, strutting around like Annie having been in the Royal Guard meant she knew anything about brewing. She did know a thing or two about knives, though, she conceded in a mutter. It is a great honor, ma'am. Crolum, who was still there, rumbled approvingly. Yes, Abigail echoed with a stiff smile. Honor. Just the word I was thinking of. The Caloan general hid her rising horror with the practiced skill of someone who'd been forced to be around the Queen of Callo and pretend not to be terrified the whole time. All right, so the damned Levant magic beasties didn't die to fire, and that probably meant they wouldn't give a damn about siege engines either. Munitions, maybe? Couldn't really do that without sending sappers in, which seemed ill-advised, but it was only the First Army that had the spitters, those strange devices Sapper General Pickler used to lob munitions over long distances. Goblin fire was a restricted substance as of last year, though, so Abigail would need authorization from the Hellhound to send for any, and that'd be suspicious, as all hell since Crolum had just been there. Options, she needed options. "Where's our senior sapper?" she asked Crowlum. "She's checking in on our engines," the Tribune graveled. Though she asked me to pass her continued protest as to the amount of munitions we passed on to Special Tribune Robber. "Why?" Abigail said, feeling another spike of fear. "His cohort isn't part of the Third Army, it's detached," the orc said. "Why did we pass munitions to Special Tribune Robber?" she clarified. "You don't need to test me, ma'am," Crowlum reproached. "Your signature was on the forms. The General Staff is aware you planned some contingencies, just not what they are." "Oh gods," Abigail thought, realizing that the Black Queen's favorite goblin assassin had forged her authorization for something involving munitions, and she had absolutely no idea what. "Oh gods," Abigail silently repeated, turning to prayer in her hour of need. "I know I'm in the service of a villain, but isn't this still a little much?" Razin Tanya crouched down to the side of the pit. He'd return to the front of the formation soon enough, but for now he wasn't sure exactly what it was he was doing. There was something about this situation that felt like a stone in his boot. The Third Army had defended Sarcella with dogged viciousness, making the Dominion pay in blood for every street. They had done so even after being taken by surprise in the middle of the night after the assassination of their commanders, which, while Razin still thought little of Calawan heresy, had nonetheless impressed him in regard to that people's discipline. Now that same army was facing them from a tall palisade after having days and night to prepare, and all they had prepare was a few pits with stakes at the bottom? No, he could not believe that. Certainly the fighting would harden the closer they came to the rampart, but this was too little. It was not a complicated trap to build, Razin decided as he studied it. A stake at the bottom, the slopes inclined so anyone falling would be led towards it. Some sort of thin weave had been used to keep the hole covered, but it had been crumpled by the claws of a bound wyvern, and the weave had fallen below. That part was the most cleverly made, the heir to Malaga mused, for the weave had made the grounds look perfectly untouched until it was touched. Now the rings of shield bearers escorting the binders were going around the revealed traps, advanced slow but steady. The two sworn swords behind him were shuffling impatiently, but Razin refused to be hurried. He rose just enough to move, circling around the rim of the hole, and wrestled down the embarrassment he was starting to feel. It was a simple pit trap, and he might be making a fool of himself by insisting on taking so long a look at one. The man's fingers clenched. No, he would not bend so easily as that. Pride had already led him down a dead end once. If a little humiliation let him make certain there was no deeper trap, then he'd suffer the bite, and do so unflinchingly. The sun shining from behind him, the afternoon at his back warmed him even in his armor, gave him half a breath's worth of warning, and that meant he survived the first blow. Coming out in a spray snow and earth from a hidden nook within the put, a howling goblin tossed something at Razin's sworn swords while leaping up with a knife bared. The heir to Malaga caught the blade with his shield even as he tumbled backwards, the wildly cackling creature continuing to stab away as it landed on him. There was a loud crack behind them, and something wet landed on Razin's cheek. The yellow-eyed monster bared needle-like teeth and slid the knife between two armor plates, but the Levantine socked it in the mouth with an armored fist. Wincing at the shallow wound, Razin Tanya rose even as the goblin spat out blood and laughed, reaching for something in its leather satchel. It never got to finish the movement, for the heir to Malaga rammed the hunting knife he'd adroitly palmed through its left eye. Back on his feet a heartbeat later, Razin grimaced when he saw the bloody mess the thrown munition had made of his two escorts from the shoulders up. Blood and bone and brain fluid stained the snow around the two corpses. Gaze turning to the rest of his command, he heard the crack of further munitions and grimly admitted to himself the Third Army of Callow had once more succeeded as springing an ambush on him. Special Tribune Robber assessed the situation with a proud stare. Sure, they'd been forced to come out early when one of his minions had revealed their presence before the enemy was fully past their force. On the other hand, even springing this too soon, they'd gotten a full 24 of those Dominion sorcerers. Dipping low, Robber leaned forward a bit to better slit the throat of the blinded warrior he'd caught with his bright stick. Popping out of the holes and hitting fast with munitions, his cohort had done a lot damage in the span of 30 heartbeats. But not, he mused, enough to secure a comfortable retreat. The strange spirits the Dominion mages had sent ahead to continue ripping up traps were hurrying back, and between those and the warriors recovering from the surprise, 200 goblins, all spread out, had no real chance of fighting their way out. He whistled, loud and clear, 3 times. Scatter. It meant, smothering a grin, The Special Tribune began the run back to the tender embrace of the palisade held by the Third Army. A great day's work, if any of them survived. Still a good day's work, if they didn't. They won't make it, Crowlum said. They most definitely would not, Abigail silently agreed. Already more than 20 goblins had been slain by warriors running them down. But those had been the few whose hiding place had been within the Levantine formation. The rest has scattered to the wings with that insolent goblin aplomb, not that it would save them. They were quick, Special Tribune robber sappers. Far quicker than humans on foot, especially on trickier terrain like snow. But they were not quicker than the enemy's creatures, not even close. And with more than 70 of those left, there was no doubt about the outcome of the chase. The monsters were drawing back already, closing the gap with inevitable haste. Maybe 10 would make it out alive, General Abigail guessed. If that. Brave man, Special Tribune robber, her aide added, tone thick with respect. Fuck, Abigail thought, with a fresh well of horror. The Black Queen's favorite goblin assassin was about to get himself killed, and the only parchment trail there would be of it bore her signature. Faked, sure, but who'd ever believe that? She was going to get blamed for this, wasn't she? She was going to get blamed for this, and some goddamn buzzards were going to eat her liver. She needed to get at least that one goblin out alive. Striking with rituals again? No, wouldn't work. They'd gotten quite good at avoiding those, and there were too many beasts anyway. Slowing down less than 10 at a time wouldn't get her anywhere. What did she have? Siege engines, which wouldn't do anything more than the rituals, legionaries, and oh, Abigail might just survive this yet. Still got that writ, Crowlum? She nonchalantly asked. Send them out now. The orc breathed out, looking at her with shining eyes. I understand now, ma'am. You've played the Dominion like a fiddle. That is absolutely what I did, Abigail baldly lied. Akil Tanya's fingers had begun clenching with the first explosion and had not loosened since. He had not anticipated that the goblins in the Black Queen's service would burrow like worms within their own traps, and neither had his son. Malaga had lost nearly 30 binders for that mistake, men and women whose powers had each taken decades and a fortune to forge. Dead, faster than it took to drink a cup of wine. Now the wretched creatures were fleeing, but they would be run down. If any of them was taken alive, he would have the damned creatures hung from his battle standard after personally crushing their malevolent skulls. At least Razin had drawn the enemy's blood and asserted control swiftly, which should prevent his reputation from being tarred too much by this unpleasant turn. Movement by the enemy, my lord, one of his captains announced. The Lord of Malaga followed the man's gaze and found the army of Callow was opening the southern gate of the camp. Reinforcements to extricate the sappers? They would arrive too late. Akil rather hoped the enemy commander was fool enough to send legionaries forward. The spirits bound by his war sorcerers could kill soldiers as easily as they could clear traps, and any legionary killed down on the plains was one that would not be fighting from atop the palisade. The wooden grate opened, and Akil Tanya's lips thinned at what he saw. Horsemen, the first of the column carrying a tall banner, a bronze bell with a jagged crack going through, set on black. Lord Akil had read of these. The Order of Broken Bells, the sole remaining knightly order of Callow. Call them back, the Lord of Malaga said. Now. And hurry the skirmishers forward. Two of his captains peeled off like he'd swung at them with hot iron, both bearing orders. From where he sat astride his horse, Akil was forced to watch it all unfold without being able to intervene. The Callowan knights thundered out of the fortified camp without missing a stride, forming up as they advanced. There must have been at least 1,000, Akil saw with rising dread. The skirmishers were on foot, the binders and their escort too far ahead. They would not arrive soon enough. The only hope of the binders, of his son, was that the bound spirits would slow the enemy knights long enough for a retreat. Razin must have understood the point as keenly, for the bound creatures abandoned pursuit of the goblins within moments and turned sharply to the side. Facing them, the Knights of the Broken Bells slowly lowered their lances and quickened from canter to full gallop. The sight of it, Akil thought, was moving. Callowan knights in their prayer-carved armors, charging a host of beasts. The Lord of Malaga tensed for the impact, eyes fixed on the lances. He flinched in disbelief when the knights rode through the spirits like they were mist. Sorcery sliding off their armor like water off a duck's back. The Knights of the Broken Bells broke through and kept charging. There was something deeply satisfying, Abigail mused, about watching Callowan knights trample enemy foot. It scratched an itch she hadn't known she had. The enemy mages tried other sorceries. After their nasty little trick failed, but flames and curses were nothing new to the cavalry of Kingdom of Callow. Compared to the Prisai, she thought, these Dominion folk were fumbling amateurs. The commander of the Order's detachment had split his horse into 2 wedges of 500 and rammed them straight at the enemy shield walls, shattering men and shields alike. The knights had then withdrawn in good order, after the initial momentum of the charge was spent, and formed up as they turned the enemy flank and simply charged again. The Dominion had sent 2,000 foot to escort its sorcerers, but by the time General Abigail sounded the retreat for her cavalry, more than half that number was lying dead on the ground. It might have been more, if enemy reinforcements hadn't hurried. Where sorcery would fail, javelins might just succeed, so reluctantly she'd pulled back the order. Abigail was leaning against the top of the palisade with her elbows and watching the cavalry retreat in good order when she heard her tribune return. Special Tribune and his cohort have been settled, ma'am, Crolum said. She nodded absent-mindedly. The goblin she'd needed to keep alive as alive, beyond that they were hardly her concern. It's about to get ugly, Tribune, she said, gazing at the massing enemy. The skirmishers remained spread out, but the foot behind them was now locked in thick formations. They were getting ready for a run at the palisade. Ma'am, the orc said. Get the engines aimed, Abigail of Summerhome grimly said. They have a path to us mostly cleared. Now they're going to take it. Lord Yenu Marave patted his horse's mane and fondly held out his palm to feed her the last piece of bread from the loaf when she turned. He'd been told of the debacle to the south by the outriders he'd left to keep an eye on the situation, and it had darkened his mood. A few hundred warriors were a drop in the sea of what would be lost before this was all done and over with, but binders were a rare breed. They might have been of great use in the war to the north, had the Lord of Malaga's blunder not effectively pissed away half of them. Yet there was no point in losing his temper, he knew. This was merely the first movement of an intricate dance, and his side had never been meant to win it. In the distance he watched the skirmishes of Vakii and their lantern guides make it to the edge of the slaughter yard, and only then raised a hand. One of the lesser horns was sounded, and the warriors came to halt. As well they should. Any further, and they would be in what he suspected to be the outer range of the enemy's engines. In truth, he should have let them continue advancing until that suspicion was confirmed, but in the end he would rather overestimate enemy range than throw away lives on such a petty confirmation. He had what he needed of this northern front, and if any of Akiltanya's captains had eyes, they would have what he needed of that front as well. I would have your judgment, Peregrine, he calmly requested. The gray pilgrim did not answer immediately. Instead, the holy man gazed at the distant ring of raised stones, that incongruous crown atop a tall barrow. She will not step in even if the palisade is assaulted, the pilgrim finally said. Perhaps not even if the camp is breached, as you had arranged. And so, Yenu knew, this meant the Peregrine would not intervene either. It had been made clear to the Lord of Alava what the consequences of the gray pilgrim acting first might be, and he would not have such disaster brought upon them all. Then the offensive I had planned is doomed to failure, Yenu of the champion's blood said, unruffled. And we must resort to the second string to our bow. A shame. He'd enjoyed the cleverness of the scheme, the use of the saint and the sorcerer to take the cavalries through crumbling Arcadia and strike at the heart of the enemy camp, while assault on the palisades tied down most of their troops. Yet one must now grow too fond of plans, lest they be followed even when they no longer suited. As was the case here, to his understanding. Neither the Grand Alliance nor the Black Queen wanted to risk the heavy casualties of a committed duel to death, which meant every maneuver on this field was a jostling for position in some greater game. One where the victor could twist the arm of the defeated without having sown too great a field of corpses first. It was Yenu Marave's duty to help the Peregrine triumph in this struggle, nothing less or more. Sound the retreat for all hands. The Lord of Alava ordered his hornbearer. The Peregrine looked at him strangely, as if the holy man was watching someone both a stranger and an old friend. It might truly be so, Yenu thought, if the old stories about his distant kin Lady Cintra were more than merely that. You will be challenged over this, the pilgrim said. I have been challenged before, Yenu Marave said, neither boastful nor wary. He might have to kill Akil Tanya, the Lord of Alava mused, or at least the man's champion. The Lord of Malaga had taken enough losses today. Anger might lead him to such a blunder. Perhaps even a second champion would need killing. When he told the others that they would resume the attack during the night now that the safe paths to the palisade had been cleared. Oh well, these things happened. Nothing for it but swinging the blade. Victory was born of blood, and only ever earned through it. This Yenu Marave knew true as any other child of Levant. Book 5, Interlude. Trust is the wager. War itself has no worth, as it is a temporary state. War ends, and therefore its fundamental purpose is to shape what comes after it. It then follows that a war fought without the ambition of a planned peace is inherently a mistake. Extract from the treatise on rule, author unknown, widely believed to be Prince Bastian of Arons. Yenu Marave had been taught, as a boy, to make a spectacle of honor duels. There were some who might have called such a teaching arrogant, a presumption of superiority in all matters of steel, but those people were not of the valiant champion's blood. The Lord of Alava had followed those ways as a young man. Let the crowds roar with thrill and fear as he made sport of warriors. He had done this while master of the field from the first stroke to the last, and taken much too long to understand the sickness and cruelty of the act. Yet a duel fought for honor, for decision, could not be a dull affair. The resolution must be striking, the victory evident, lest other warriors wonder if their own blade would have served the cause better. And so Yenu Marave had left behind the ways of the champion, of a duelist, and instead learned the arts of killing. As his forebears had mad study of the slaying of armies and beasts, he had learned to take apart men of all stripes. Warriors in plate or leather, hunters and lanterns, and even the strange stepping slayers of the Brocelians' outskirts. All these, and binders as well. He had learned to kill these, kill them quick and clean and without a fuss. And so he'd opened the throat of Akil Tanya within 18 heartbeats of their duel beginning, flicking his hooked blade free of blood and sheathing it in the same smooth gesture. Even as the corpse of the Lord of Malaga finished tumbling backwards and life left the man's eyes, Yenu of the champion's blood had calmly asked of his fellow lords and ladies of Levant if any other wished to contest the decision to attack again after nightfall. From the corner of his eye he'd seen Aquilina Osega's hand dip towards her own blade, her slayer's blood boiling at the thought of the match that could be had there, but the young woman mastered herself. The Lady of Tartessos was a dangerous woman, for her age, and would only become more so with the passing of years. She bore watching. The Lord of Malaga's son and heir, Razantanya of the grim binder's blood, was not so patient. His sword ripped free of the scabbard, cutting through the silence that had followed Yenu's question. By smoke and dust, I vow enmity between us, the boy rasped out, his voice cadenced with old words. Till steel has sung and shield splintered, let there be no truce nor breaking of bread by our hands. On the blood of my father, I swear the last abjuration. By my hand the earth will spit you out from your grave, denied rest in barrow and shade. Razantanya's face was still streaked with the iron and red of his lion's face paint, and though tall and well-formed the boy was in no state to fight the duel to the death, he's just forced. He'd taken a wound today, Yenu noted, which had torn muscle near his shoulder. The healing done had been later and lackluster. Still, a murmur of solemn respect shivered through the assembled captains and blood of the war council. Though Razantanya was said to have blundered and overstepped at Sarcella, that he would be so unflinching in swearing revenge over the same man who'd flogged him was garnering respect. From his own captains most of all, Yenu thought, and that was for the best. Razantanya could not formally become Lord of Malaga until his foremost kin gathered to acclaim him before gods and men. Respect and prestige would be his only true claims to command of the war captains of Malaga. So be it, Yenu replied, dipping his head. When your wound is fully healed, I will meet you on duel grounds. Why wait? Lady Aquiline mildly said, eyeing the two of them smilingly. Send for Proceran priests and have it done and over with. Let us settle all our affairs before battle is given. The Lord of Alava met her gaze with clear displeasure. So clever she'd cut herself, that one, and too eager to see her last remaining rival to command of the other Dominion force dead on the ground. Shut your fucking mouth, girl, Lady Idima of Vacii said, tone conversational. Aquiline Ocena's stare turned poisonous when she faced the woman who'd had her two younger brothers killed. Idima was an old hand, and of the bandit's blood, so she was unimpressed by the sight and spat to the side in disdain. Yenu, confirm that little boar from Tartessos in command of her army, and let's get this over with, the Lady of Vacii said, glancing at him. The longer she talks, the more I feel the urge to make another cup out of an Ocena skull. Remain civil, Idima, he chided her. There is no civility north of Tartessos, Lady Aquiline angrily said. Only poison and dash. Fewer of your siblings than there used to be, Eh. The older woman grinned. Enough, Razantanya hissed. The two women turned to him with barely veiled surprise. My father lies dead on the ground, his corpse not even cold, the boy said. And you bicker over old feuds? I will wait until the end of this strife to exact my due from the Moravis, yet you cannot even curb your viper tongues for an hour? Shame on both your lines. Not yet, Lord, Lady Idema drawled, and already making enemies. Truly Akil's boy, though with half the sense and none of the dash. I name Aquiline Osino war leader of the southern host, Yenu calmly interrupted. Do any contest this? Agreed, Razantanya rasped. Agreed, Lady Aquiline coolly said. There was a pause. Agreed, Idema Ifriki conceded, reluctance purely for show. They put it to the captains, afterwards, but with the blood having spoken the matter was good as settled. Even the Maligans kept to the word of their young heir, without qualms when enemies were there to see. Though Yenu knew better to think Razan would not have to make private bargains with the most powerful to keep them following his orders. Then we are bound with common purpose of war, the Lord of Alava said. Let none stray until our enemy is broken. Already the sun was beginning to set, he thought. It would be a long night before their armies would be ready to strike at the Black Queen's host, for soldiers were in need of healing and rest. Yet the time would come, and for the first time in many years an army of the Dominion of Levant would march out with the Peregrine among its number. The savages are cutting each other up, Prince Arnaud of Cantal said with open disdain. I believe one of their great lords was freshly butchered and even now is being set to flame. This small pavilion of hers, Princess Rosala thought, was near filled to the brim with royalty. She would have preferred to cut out near everyone here of the council being held, but with the situation what it was that would have been more trouble than it was worth. I have spoken with Lord Marave, the Princess of Equitan evenly said. There was disagreement over strategy, and it was settled by an honor duel ending in death. Lord Akil Tanya was slain, and his heir Razan has taken lead of the captains of Malaga. He has been placed under command of Lady Osina, who is well learned in the ways of war. They're Levantines, Princess Bertil of Lang Drilly said. How? Learned? Can they possibly be at anything? The ripple of laughter that went through the tent at the quip was enough to begin scraping at the bones of Rosala's patience, which boded ill for the rest of this council. She was disappointed to note that the slightest trace of a smile had quirked Louis's lips. It should not be held against him, she ultimately decided. Prince Louis Roanan was a clever and decent man, but he'd still been raised Alamans. His ancestors had not fought a hard war to take Levant, unlike hers, or an even more brutal one to keep it. Rosala glanced at Princess Bertil and found the older woman watching her, an assessing look on her face. She was pushing, the Arlazite princess thought, to see how far she could go without being called to order. The temptation was there to immediately put her in her place. It would be as simple as ordering the other princess to take a walk, dismissing her before all the others. But Rosala knew this was not the hour for it. Bertil of Lang was useful to her, and would remain so for a long time. Best to only bear the knife when there was something to hold over her head. We will of course defer to your judgment in this matter, Princess Bertil, Princess Sophie of Lyonese calmly said. As is only natural, given your distinguished military record and extensive knowledge of the Dominion. The Princess of Lang reddened, and Rosala Malanza had to smother a smile. Both at the harshness of the reply. Bertil had no military achievements to her name, and was not known as a great scholar, and the fact that Princess Sophie's continued open dislike for her fellow royalty kept pushing them ever further into Rosala's camp. Cordelia Hazenbach had picked her watcher for skill at arms and loyalty, not diplomacy. A mistake of some scale, as it turned out, for protracted campaign had tired the patience of everyone, and tempers were beginning to flare more and more frequently. The Dominion is worrying me, all jests aside. Prince Rodrigo of Orense spoke up. They seem most unstable, Princess Malanza. Lord Morave's scheme to attack the enemy camp was a failure, yet we are now expected to heed his plans once more. Rosala inclined her head in acknowledgement of his words, not in the least troubled by the question. After all, they'd arranged before the council for him to ask it. He spent only Dominion soldiery, if you'll recall, the Princess of Equitance said. Not ours. And this is not merely his own design. The Grey Pilgrim is at his side, preparing to fight the enemy we cannot. Even an oblique mention of the Black Queen was enough to chase any trace of mirth out of the tent. There were some here who'd not been at the Battle of the Camps, who'd not seen the crowned warlord of Kalos split the clouds and drown men like flies or make sport of entire bands of heroes. There were some here who'd whispered behind closed doors that Prince Amadis Milnan and his armies had simply been cocksure and caught by surprise, and in the wake of that sloppiness tried to weave wild tales to avoid the blame. No one whispered such things anymore, Rosala thought. Not since half the people in this room had seen that spit of a girl tear out of the sky in a ripple of darkness only to nonchalantly set herself in the way of an army 1,000 strong without ever bearing a weapon, without raising her voice or doing anything but smoking her eerie bone pipe and giving calm warning. Princess Rosala still thought of that afternoon, sometimes, of the death she's seen in the other woman's smile. It still had her shivering. The Black Queen was mad, but hers was a madness that had broken every army in her path. The Princess of Equitan would not test her again without great care and many preparations. It's still a fool's notion, this night attack, Princess Leonor of Valensis opined. Chosen don't hold ground, Princess Rosala. They can't be relied on. When we take a swing at that palisade, the enemy will have goblins and drow waiting for us. Arnaud pompously cleared his throat. We don't know for certain if drow see in the night, Leonor. The Prince of Cantal chided, tone condescending. Let us not make unwarranted assumptions. They live underground, Arnaud, Prince Louis sighed. We can assume they see in the dark without it being unwarranted. They could have very fine hearing, Princess Bertil drawled. Or mayhaps like bats it is their cry that is their sight. Indeed, Bertil, indeed. Prince Arnaud enthusiastically agreed. My point exact. Sometimes Rosala wondered what it was like to be Arnaud Brobois, the kind of person whose triumphant vanity would allow to take anything but the most obvious of mockeries as affirmation. It wasn't like the Princess of Lang had even bothered with much of a pretense. The chosen will be sent to match the damned, Princess Leonor, Princess Rosala said, dragging the conversation back to the earlier path. We will not be relying on them for the fighting. I assure you, we have accounted for the drow. That'd be why our priests have been in talks with the lanterns for the last night. I take it, Princess Leonor replied, eyes narrowing. You won't be saying more? Rosala flicked a glance at Louis. Lady Dartwick, the Black Queen's spy mistress, has agents in our camps, the Prince of Crisons said. We've caught and hung 10 of these jacks already. As a result, it was decided that secrecy is to be paramount. If the enemy catches wind of our stratagems beforehand, I need not detail how much of a disaster this could become. But you are aware of the details, Prince Ronan, Princess Leonor pressed. And consider the notion sound. I do, Louis replied without hesitation. Risky, but soundly planned, and perhaps our only chance at winning this without tossing away 50,000 foot taking that palisade. Gods be merciful, then, the Princess of Valensis sighed, and ward us from the reaching claws of below. We will begin our advance 2 hours before dawn, Princess Rosala informed them. Campfires are to be kept alight to mislead the enemy, and there will be no horns sounded for assembly. You will all be tasked with seeing to your own soldiers, while I've appointed Prince Louis to command over the levies furnished by Her Serene Highness. Glorious command indeed, my Prince of Crisons, Princess Bertil smirked. The Princess of Equitan's eyes narrowed. As you've shown such spirit tonight, my Princess of Lang, I expect you will have no trouble leading the tip of the wedge, Rosala calmly said. The other woman's smirk vanished. There will be use for our horse then, she said. We're sending everything we have, Princess Rosala grimly replied. So is the Dominion. We'll win or lose on the knife's edge that splits night from dawn. Dark tidings. That. But they were Proserpine, and so they still toasted to the madness before dispersing to their duties. Juniper, fresh awoken and only half-dressed, did not bother to ask Aisha if she was serious. Her staff tribune would not jest about such a thing, or wake her without being entirely sure it was happening. Their military intelligence shouldn't be this bad, the Marshal of Kalos said. She wordlessly leaned back to allow Aisha to tie her akiton, letting the Tagreb's deft fingers handle the delicate clasps she could not reach. The touch was not distracting, but not enough that Juniper could not concentrate through it. Catherine's readings of the Grey Pilgrim have been inaccurate before, Staff Tribune Aisha Bishara noted. It might be that these goddesses from the Everdark have obscured the truths of the drow from our opponents. If we're lucky, that'll be the case, Juniper grunted. With the akiton properly on and no need for full armor quite yet, distance between them resumed, and the Marshal of Kalos' mind turned to safer avenues than the golden glow of her old friend's cheeks in the light of the torches. If we're not lucky, the Hellhound continued, and that is to be our working assumption, they have a hard counter to the drow. We are not without cards of our own, Aisha reminded her. It's still playing to the enemy's tempo, Juniper said. I don't like giving them what they want, Aisha, and that would be what we're doing. Should I order the 4th Army and the assigned legions to hold the palisades instead? She asked. The Hellhound breathed out, considering the lay of it. Would keeping the drow in reserve until the enemy had engaged better the situation? There was no way to tell, honestly. It'd be more prudent to bait out whatever plan the Grand Alliance had prepared early so that a defense could be mounted with it out in the open. Her warlord had made it clear that the tribes of the Firstborn were heavies in the league of a Court's field army after night fell, but that kind of strength tended to be unreliable in Juniper's opinion. She put more trust in overlapping lanes of fire and steady shield walls than in powerful but disorganized hordes. Keep them in reserve near the front, Juniper finally said. We'll let the drow take the first crack at the enemy. But Aisha, her staff tribune smoothly turned, eyebrow cocked. Sound the full muster, the Marshal of Kalos said. Everyone in gear. This is it. I can feel it in my bones. Moro, a freaky of the brigand's blood, heir to Vakii, checked on the leather strap, keeping his javelins from jostling around his back with every step. It needed tightening, and though it was awkward to paw at the strap while keeping pace with the other skirmishers, he forced himself anyway. Better a small embarrassment now than a mistake that might cost him his life in the heat of battle. The Vakii warriors around him slowed when they approached the edge of the enemy's range, where the spears of flame had been thrown at them from a great distance during the day. Knowing his role in this, Moro took the lead and bared the serrated sword that was sheathed at his hip. Honor to Levant, he screamed. Honor to the blood. Honor to Vakii. Screams repeated his words back at him, and twice more he repeated the ritual to fray the edges of fear and replace them with ardor instead. Only then did he scream for the advance, and the warriors marched into the field. Above them the Proceran priests wove miracles, globes of light that cast down a glow over the stretch of plain leading to the palisade. Moro kept the beat of his warriors' march steady, knowing it was not yet time for the charge proper, and as he moved forward cast wary looks at the pit traps the day's fighting had revealed. Grimly, he thought to himself that without those being unearthed and the Proceran miracles lighting the way, his charge would be little less than hurrying to honorable death. When the same massive sorcerous spears of flame that had been used during the day lit up the enemy camp, the heir to Vakii felt a thrill of excitement and fear both running through his veins. Fear, for if he were to be touched by one of these his death would be instantaneous. Excitement, for there were no more spears now than there had been during the day, and that meant. Spread among the Vakii warriors, the lanterns laughingly called out their battle hymns and jagged arcs of light sprung upwards, 17 of them scything through the darkness of the night. They impacted the enemy's sorcerous flames with a sound like claps of thunder, and though the miracles broke, so did the enemy's magic. Moro laughed, the battle joy lending his feet wings, and picked up the pace. Behind him his warriors followed suit, the dauntless vanguard of the Dominion, and it was singing couplets from the Anthem of Smoke that the heir to Vakii passed into the killing yard, the suspected outer range of the enemy siege engines. And it was true. For a mere 2 heartbeats later, projectiles near invisible in the gloom began scything through the lines of his men. First the long darts and round stones of the ballistas, skewering flesh and shattering bones before a scream could even rip free of the throat. Scatter, Moro yelled. Had they been the lumbering, heavily armored armsmen of Alava, his warriors would have broken and died. But they were the followers of the brigand's blood, light-footed and fleet, ghosts in the dark and killers in the wet earth. The formation vanished in a heartbeat, becoming a loose mob of warriors charging forward at backbreaking pace. Moro laughed and veered wildly to the left, barely avoiding the geyser of snow and earth that was the introduction of the first enemy trebuchet. A woman behind him screamed when the large stone kept rolling and caught her, though the sickening crunch that followed told of a merciful quick death in the heartbeat that followed. The paints on his face running with sweat, Moro of the brigand's blood forced his aching limbs to quicken and with another shout urged his warriors onwards. Through the first hail and the most vicious. The enemy scorpions fired their long javelins with deadly accuracy that only cursed goblins would be able to muster in the dark, snuffing out lives wherever the whim took them. But beyond that, the warriors saw there was open field, at too odd an angle for the engines to be able to kill, too close to the palisade. In the glow of the light globes, he could glimpse the dry moat before the enemy's rampart, and with a proud shout he ripped one of the javelins clear of his back. It was time to have the enemy taste Vakiai's steel. Yet above the palisade, he saw, it was not legionaries that awaited, but instead the gray-skinned devils his mother had told him were truly drow from the Everdark. Their gear was shoddy, he saw with a sneer, and would be no proof for a good javelin. Even better, one more step he took, and then a hand was laid on his shoulder from the front. "Kno save an OC," a guttural voice said. Before the words were even fully spoken, his arm was gone up to the shoulder along with the javelin he'd been holding. Turned to dust, already gone in the wind. Morrow opened his mouth to scream as a cold silver-blue pair of eyes contemplated him. The drow, for ashen gods it must be a drow, smiled, and he saw a flash of obsidian before there was a spray of grayish blood all over him, and the creature fell split in half. "Look alive, boy," the Saint of Swords idly said, flicking the blood off her blade. "We're just dash." Morrow did not see her move, but suddenly her sword was angled differently, and she was flying back, while a ringing sound like another blade had hit her echoed. Not, he saw with dismay, not another blade. The gray palm of a drow's hand was extended where the saint had stood, and slowly the creature straightened its back. The abomination was ancient, Morrow realized, its skin horridly creased, and its thick black veins visibly ridged. It wore a strange tunic of obsidian rings, belted at the hip, and its hair was snow-white and long. "You again," the Saint of Swords snarled. The drow glanced at Morrow. "Boring," it said in broken trader talk. "Boring South cattle, no better Procker cattle. Run now." In the distance, the rest of the drow began a strange, ululating prayer. Rumina. They went, some sort of heretical hymn offered up to the sky. As the ancient drow turned its attention to Saint of Swords, Morrow took the advice he'd been given. He ran. Sitting on a stone, legs folded, the gray pilgrim watched the battle and waited. For now, all was unfolding as he had foreseen. So why, Tarek wondered, were the Ophanim murmuring so worriedly in his ear? Book 5, Interlude, Death They Cannot Steal. Ah, the classic imperial dilemma. Which caused the other, the rebellion or the tiger pit? Dread Emperor Callus. There were two kinds of horror to be found in war, Razan Tanya had learned. The first he had met and fought in the streets of shadowed Sarcella, the dark dismay of loss being dealt by the hand of a surpassing foe. Even outnumbered and ambushed, thrust into the back foot, the army of Callow had snapped out with jaws of steel and turned what should have been a dazzling victory into a brutal and exhausting slog of death. The heir to Malaga had seen that same skill put to work tonight, when the foot of the Grand Alliance had tried the enemy's fortifications. Volleys from myriad engines of war scything through warriors of Levant and Procker alike, long darts skewering even the most heavily armored of soldiers. Worse than those had been the stones of the trebuchets, whose frightful nature lied not in the first impact but in the skill of the engineers using it. Most of the time, the angle let the massive stones bounce and keep rolling, crushing 10 times the warriors even the best aimed of collisions would have reached. No, this Razan had all watched from atop his horse with clenched fingers and clenched jaw, but he would not dishonor the bravery of the dead by mourning the necessity of their deaths. They had known, these warriors, what it meant to charge a position held by the armies of the Black Queen. That no one of the first wave would ever make it to the palisade, and likely none of the second either. They'd come forward anyway, though. Captains of Tartessos and Malaga first, and the pride of that last one had choked him for those armsmen, had fought the Black Queen's own favored army before. They understood exactly what awaited, yet they'd come forward without flinching, without hesitation. Both Lady Aquiline and he had swallowed unkind words on the subject of Proceran courage when they'd found the commanders of their Proceran allies gambling over which of theirs would take the lead, taking it as attempt to pass off the duty. It was good that he had kept his tongue from wagging, though, for he learned moments later he'd had the wrong of it. They had all volunteered, every last one. The officers, men and women from half a dozen principalities, had turned to the dice to settle the matter, for none was willing to concede the honor of the vanguard to another. Arlesites, Lady Aquiline had murmured in an aside to him, praise and condemnation both. These were of the same breed of soldiery that had once invaded Levant in a relentless tide of butchery. But the two of them, one of the Slayer's blood and the other of Binder's blood, could understand looking at these people why Levant had been taken at all, why their forebears had been needed, to humble an empire that could boast soldiers like those. Razan was certain he'd caught one of them, a tan woman of southern stock, not even 30 but already high officer with a face that was a ruin of scars, cheating at the dice game used to determine who would lead. It was such a small detail, he thought, and yet as he watched the horror ahead he could not help but fixate on it. That woman had gone as far as using loaded dice to claim the honor, and now she might very well be dead. To the second kind of horror, the hateful one. The dreadful, animal fright that came from witnessing something so far beyond you it could not be fought, couldn't be bargained with, or even fled. All that was left was to kneel and pray, to hope for its own reasons it would deign to spare your life. Razin had known that terror once before, truth be told. It had watched him from a river's bank, wreathed in shade and might, and judged him with cold eyes. There had been no doubt, in that gaze, that his life could be snuffed out with a thought. No fear that the hatred burning in his blood could ever be a peril worth regard. No, in that moment that was the wake of death, the air still filled with the screams of the drowning. The Black Queen had for her own unfathomable reasons decided to spare Razin Tanya's life. The heir de Malaga had clung to that, while his father took the blood scourge to his back, for what earthly torment could be half as shameful as the knowledge the greatest villain of their age had not found him worth killing? Yet it was of that woman whose name he'd never learned cheating at dice Razin thought of, when the Drow unleashed their malevolent works, and not of the frightful Queen of Callow. For a heartbeat it had seemed like the assault on the palisade would be a siege, as that kind of battle was known to them, harsh and costly, but not beyond victory. Then the devils of the Everdark had struck, and not from the palisade. The Drow did not sally out like war bands or armies. Instead they rose from the shadows among the ranks of the Grand Alliance's warriors, and without warning or mercy, they began to slaughter. There could be no other word for it than that, Razin thought. There were not so many of the enemy, perhaps a mere 100, but they were tearing through warriors like an axe through kindling. Darkness rose in shapes and armaments, rained from above and swept from below, 100 different sorceries for 100 different Drow, but whatever the singular craft each was an exquisite art of war, polished and without flaw, for even when dozens and even hundreds charged at the enemy, all that changed was the number of corpses made. Within the first quarter of an hour, Razin Tanya thought, almost 2,000 warriors must have died. Not died, been swatted out of existence, like bothersome insects. That quarter of an hour was what it took for the Grand Alliance's answer to be brought to the fore, and all Razin could think was that it was a quarter hour too late. The sight should have moved him, and he could feel the sharp breaths and fervent prayers of those awed by the sight. But even as a scattered line of priests opened shuttered lanterns, the sight of that casual slaughter stayed with him. And with the worry of how easily they could return to such horror, should their answer fail. It didn't, Razin saw with relief. No, instead across the entire strip of night, where the golden light kept within the lanterns was revealed, the Drow flinched. Their strange sorceries weakened, lessened in scope if far from broken, and the dominion of Levant began its counterattack. Slayers, the tempestuous retinue of the Lady of Tartessos, strode forward. Fewer than 500, all in light leathers and bearing the sharp tools of their trade and their ghastly face tattoos of green and bronze. The silent Slayer's own colors, and those of her blood after her. Above perhaps all others, the Slayers of Tartessos espoused the most ancient and honored tradition of Levant, the killing of monsters. Even as the deathly gifts of the Presai engines kept raining down on the advancing warriors, the beast killers spread out in bands and began plying their trade on the darkness-wielding Drow. Razin's fingers had begun to loosen, though they tightened again when one of the enemy's trebuchet stones landed far beyond what should be possible. Then out of the spray of earth and snow came blood-chilling laughter, and massive figure wearing a carapace of darkness strode out. It batted the head off a soldier almost casually, and without missing a beat began tearing through the center of the army's lines. This would break them, Razin realized, mind racing as he saw what would follow. Lantern-bearing priests retreating to weaken the monstrous Drow, only to leave a hole in the line at the front that the lesser monsters would take advantage of. After that the slaughter would resume, and Captain Elvira, Lady Aquiline calmly said, turning to her second. You have command. My lady, the old woman said. You cannot mean dash. Aquiline Osina removed a lantern from the saddlebag at her side, and hooked it on her belt without opening it. There would be light within, Razin decided. I am of the Silent Slayer's blood, Lady Aquiline replied. I cannot mean otherwise. Elvira. Foolish, Razin thought, for she was not just a fleet-footed slayer but the commander of this entire host. Still, Aquiline's line was not one known for wits. All the founders had granted different gifts to their blood. Akil Tanya had once told his son, valor for the champion, cunning for the brigand, skill for the slayer, wisdom for the pilgrim, and that grandest of bestowals for the binder's own, that privilege known as knowledge. Or so the heir to Malaga thought, until he caught the high esteem all of Aquilino Sina's captains were not watching her with. They not only approved, Razin realized, but they had expected it. Let neither queen nor prince rule over our dominion. Farah Isbalai had once said, the second of the Holy Seljun, and first true ruler of Levant, for her father had not lived to reign for long. For while crown devour honor, one's blood is not so easily gainsaid. Razin had been raised to understand this as the truth of blood being the true nobility of creation, what set apart the wheat from the chaff. In having a past to measure up to, a litany of deeds, the great families of Levant were made worthy to rule. They must prove this worth anew with every generation, true, but they always did, for blood was not so easily gainsaid. Yet now Razin thought of a woman who cheated at dice to earn the privilege of being among the first to die, and wondered, would you be proud of us, honored ancestor? The heir to Malaga silently asked the night sky, of the works of my father, of his father before him and his mother before that. Will you be proud of mine, you who stared down an empire with nothing but death and indignation tattooed on your back? He thought of the legends he'd been raised to, of the 5 heroes who'd snapped the arrogance of Proker over their knee. He thought of that day's own council, of Yenu Marave's blade opening father's throat and the vicious barbs traded by the others. Would any of them truly be proud, Razin wondered, of what the Dominion had become? Captain Fuston, he said, I give you command in my stead. The bearded man, most respected of his father's captains, looked at him in surprise. So did Lady Aquiline. Your intent, Tanya? She asked. Razin inclined his head towards the dark-clad creature in the distance, scything through men like a sickle through wheat. It took 5 to topple an empire, Osina, he simply replied. 2 ought to be enough for a single drow, no? No, he echoed in his own mind. They would not be proud, not a single one of them. That creature, Lawrence de Montfort mused, was going to take a lot of killing. Bring out your weapon, the Saint of Swords said. I'll even let you, to even things out. A lie that. She fully intended on sending the drow's head rolling on the ground if it got even slightly distracted. She spoke the untruth without hesitation, for she'd never been encumbered with the delusions of fair play that plagued some of her peers. The moment you bared a blade on someone with the intent to kill, there was nothing else left to consider. Honor was just a way to pat yourself on the back, a pretty face put on the ugliest of all weaknesses, uncertainty. Her opponent's face creased with amusement when it bared its teeth, putting in relief the painted stripes of ochre and gold radiating from its lips. Why would I need one? It spoke in guttural Shantan. Children are disciplined by hand. The saint looked into the thing's silver-blue eyes and recognized the glint within. It had fury waking up her blood. She'd last seen it on that woman's face, when she glanced at Lawrence's spilling entrails and sighed, without even bothering to say a word. Is that all? The glint whispered. Is this the sum of you? It was the gaze of something ancient and fearsome taking at the brief glow of a firefly before it died, only to dismiss it as of only passing interest. She was going to enjoy cutting this one very much, Lawrence admitted to herself. Without another word, the Saint of Swords struck. 2 steps forward, half step to the side, her entire withered frame coiling to put full weight behind the blow at the end. But the drow, this Ramina, it moved just as swiftly as her. Its hand slapped the side of her blade, and it spun low. Lawrence, without missing a beat, leapt up. The open palm that would have slapped her knee passed through only void, and she twisted so she could angle her body in midair and strike once more. Instead of having its skull split in 2, the creature dropped even lower and waited a beat for the tip of the sword to pass it. None of that, the saint thought, and this was not the first time she was tasked with killing something with better reflexes than her. The slightest piece of her name's power had her kicking at air with enough strength for her swing to swing back, just as Ramina began to rise, the drow immediately sinking into a puddle of shadow and vanishing from under her. It rose again 6 feet from Lawrence, just as she landed lightly in her feet. In the distance, its fellow abominations were singing its name. Behind her, the saints' crusaders were opening lanterns filled with golden light. Neither of them paid any heed to the audience, for they mattered less than dust. Have your godlings taught you anything but how to flee? Lawrence mildly asked. Your pale idols are worse than wrong. Ramina replied just as mildly. They are. Pray. They'd gotten the measure of their opponent with the first pass, so there was no caution in how they began the second. The drow foot tapped the ground once, and beneath the saint the ground blew up. She was already in the air when it did, leaping forward, and over what felt like hours but took less than a heartbeat, she sunk into her aspect. Listen, she thought, and the word reverberated through her. And she did, the same way she had when straddling the line between life and death all those years ago. Hearing the ranger's footsteps as she walked away, and only then understanding how deaf she had been all her life. Moving against the rhythm of creation, when she should have been moving with it. The Saint of Swords pricked her ear, and heard the dissonant cacophony of the drow striking at her. She moved with purpose. A flick of the wrist created a wound for her to push off of, angling her descent so Ramina's extended hand would pass her flank. Then another to take the arm off before the shoulder, and even as it drew back, quick, strident tempo, she leaned forward so the next stroke would slice neatly through the neck. The head tumbled on the ground half a heartbeat before she landed, but she did not sheath her sword. There had been no silence, no precipitous fall. The drow was not dead. A wild, discordant slide, like a fiddle being struck, and the saint was almost too slow. A prick against her shoulder, like the touch of a needle, and through that fine vessel, she felt a sea of death and decay. Millennia of red slaughter and careless rot made into a gnawing bite. Lawrence's blade cut through just enough skin for blood to gush out, and just in time. Even half an instant later, and her entire body would have become a pile of blight and bile. She took the drow's eye on the backswing, for its impertinence in trying an ambush on her, carved through the insolent blue stare with relish, and smiled as the roiling darkness in Ramina's socket failed to heal her cut. Careless, the drow smiled. The song hacked out a tempo like crows cawing, and before Lawrence could move the air in her lungs turned to acid. 10 of them, armed and readied and bearing a golden lantern, struck at the beast. 7 slayers, a binder, and 2 of the blood. Not even drakes and manticores could have lightly ignored such a war party, but the darkness-clad drow tall as an ogre moved like lightning and struck like thunder. Razan's sword was in his hand, his breath steady, and as his binder baited their foe, he waited for his moment. A screaming salamander made of starlight and snow screamed at the enemy, and within a heartbeat its large head had been dispersed by a massive fist. The darkness-clad arm went straight through and hit the ground, which was the signal. Lady Aquiline opened the shutter, and the golden light touched the enemy. It screamed in pain, and its carapace visibly thinned. The slayers moved, then, feet whispering against the snow. 1, 2, 3, the harpoons tore through the weakened darkness, giving solid purchase to the long ropes tied to them. In woodlands like the Brocelian, Razan knew, these would be fastened to trees to trap the hunted beast and restrict its movements. Open grounds like these, though, required different tactics. All 3 slayers pulled at the arm to trip the creature forward, while the remaining 4 smoothly split into pairs and moved to flank it. Attack! Razan ordered his binder, gauging the time to be right. The woman gave no sign she'd heard him, but her horse whinnied in fright and cold, and the bound soul of the salamander dispersed, slithering back to the tattoo it was bound to. The sorcery was replaced by an arrow-like burst of translucent magic that flew for the drow's head, leaving the darkness shuddering on impact. Even where he was seated, the heir de Malaga felt a ripple go over his skin. He wondered how many thundering roars had been stitched together to make that curse. Whatever the number, the spell distracted the drow even as it was beginning to recover from its surprise. The rope-holding slayers dragged it down and forward, and then the others struck on the exposed flanks. Long barbed spears were thrust into the sides and cracked through the carapace. The drow screamed again, and without needing to be ordered, the binder tossed at it a blinding orb, sunlight caught and woven. Sniffing a kill, the slayers on the sides unsheathed their straight long sword and prepared for killing blows. With a deafening wail, the drow's carapace of darkness detonated outwards. Razan paled as he saw what the wave of sorcery had wrought. The 4 slayers who'd been closest were half gone, their leathers and armaments untouched, but flesh and bone outright evaporated where the drow's darkness had touched them. A gray-skinned silhouetted landed in the snow, harpoon still in its arm, and fresh darkness bubble out of its skin as it laughed. Blood cooling, Razan Tanya sheathed his blade and dismounted. From his horse's side he claimed 3 long knives, which he hooked to his belt, and a small orb of ivory. The binder glanced at him, face tainted with worry at the way their hunt had turned debacle in the span of a single breath. "Distract it when you can," Razin simply said. He rolled his shoulder, still tender from goblin steel, and approached at a measured pace. The remaining 3 slayers were struggling to bring down the creature before its armor-like darkness could be formed anew, 2 abandoning their rope for barbed javelins to be thrown. The drow snapped out to catch one with its teeth, breaking the steel tip with a loud crunch before spitting out the remains, and the other javelin went straight through. Or so it seemed, for it never emerged on the other side. A heartbeat later it was spat back out the drow's chest head first, and took the slayer who'd thrown it right in the eye. Razin winced at the sight. "Ready, Tanya?" A voice spoke at his side. The heir to Malaga glanced there, and his brow rose. Aquiline Osina wore no mail knot plate, only a tanned vest of leather going up to her throat. Trousers of thick, dark linen with small plates of steel sewn on went down into good leather boots, though it was not the clothes or even the slayer armaments on her back that were the most striking part of the ensemble. Beautiful patterns of green and bronze war paint covered not only her face, but every inch of her skin. Lady Aquiline looked half a fae, though one born for the hunt. Razin calmly unsheathed his sword. "Shall we, Osina?" He shrugged. The barest trace of a smile touched her lips. "Let's," she agreed. The drow roared, and under the golden light of the lantern they advanced. Lawrence de Montfort stumbled. She fell to her knees, hands trembling, as she began choking on the acid filling her lung while it burned her from the inside. Her sword slipped her fingers, and Ramina smoothly closed the distance. Its sound in the song was too light, the saint thought. It was another fake, like the one she'd killed earlier. What a cautious bastard. Mind sharpening through the atrocious pain she was in, the Saint of Swords joined her will to the current of creation. Decree. Act and outcome in the same word. Tarek had told her this was a domain, once, but he did not understand it like she did. It was simply her own faith, a tenet made absolute, and so perfectly harmonized with creation. She had decreed that Lawrence de Montfort is a sword, and so she was. It had taken her decades to make this as true a part of her as flesh and breath, but in the far north fighting the Ratlings, she had shaped that decree so that it covered every part of what she was. She could have decreed more, she knew, other rules and laws, but the purity of a single truth would have been lost. A sword did not need to breathe, neither did Lawrence de Montfort. A sword did not burn or dissolve, neither did Lawrence de Montfort. But a sword cut, and so did Lawrence de Montfort. The shadow thing that the drow had sent to approach her was split in 2 by a finger, and she rose with her fingers steady and holding her sword. What had once been within her was gone, for it no longer aligned with the decreed truth of creation, and as it had never been there, no wounds were taken. Standing in front of her, hands folded within sleeves, the painted drow waited patiently. The eye she'd cut out was growing back. It had ripped out the wounded flesh so it would, the song told her. "Come, drow," the Saint of Swords said. "Let's see if your faith is strong enough, even I cannot cut it." "Come," Ramina replied. "Before one of us dies of old age." Razin's knife slid uselessly against the dark obsidian-like carapace, failing to find purchase even after the 3rd time he stabbed at it. The drow beneath shook him off effortlessly, not even paying attention, and the dark-haired warrior only half succeeded at landing on his feet. He fell backwards after touching the ground, cursing, and the only thing that saved his life was that without a pause he rolled to the side. A blade-like appendage punctured where he'd been a moment earlier, leaving a smoking hole in the ground. "The eyes," Aquiline yelled. "Aim for the eyes." She was not speaking to him, but to their binder, who tossed a bolt of hazy heat close enough to the drow's eyes that it drew back. Razin rose to his feet, rolling his still-tended shoulder to limber it. What had once been a humanoid carapace silhouette in a carapace, if a large one, had since grown into something rather more monstrous. 2 crab-like legs made of a strange hardened darkness, not unlike obsidian, now held up an armored torso of the same, while what had once been arms had turned to something reminiscent of an insect. Like a mantis, raising thought, and damnably quick. Of the 3 harpoons that had first stuck the drow, only 2 now remained, though with the way it has shifted they now protruded from its shoulder instead of arm. Aquiline Osina ran across the snow, a flicker of fluid movement, and even as the drow struck out, she caught the end of a rope in hand. Slayer, silent sworn, he thought. Moonlight and miracles cast caught on her clenching arm, painted bronze and green, as she tugged at the monster and threw a barbed javelin at its eye. Grace and terror, peerless in hunt. Razin remembered from the Anthem of Smoke. and the sight was as burned into his eye. It had not occurred to him, until then, to find beauty in either the act or the woman. Now he could not unsee it, and something in him trembled at the knowledge. The javelin caught the corner of the drow's eye, and it screamed in pain. But there was a cry. The last of the remaining slayers was torn through and thrown at Aquiline. The rope slipped her grip, and Razin began moving without thought. The lantern had fallen off her belt, so he tossed his knife aside and snatched it up even as she rose to her feet behind him. "Take the kill," he called out as he passed her. The drow's obsidian eyes turned to him, and it struck without hesitation, bladed limb tearing at the ground as Razin laughed and danced to the side. No binder even if the binder's blood, but he had spent hours in the training yards to make up for that shame. Now those hours were sparing his life. It leaned forward to strike again, and this time they were so close there could be no true avoidance. The drow ripped through bone and shoulder flesh, but the heir to Malaga had avoided just enough to. "Honor to the blood," Razin Tanya hissed, and smashed the light-bearing lantern in its face. A heartbeat later, Lady Aquiline's sword went straight through the heart of the flare of light as she screamed a war cry, and wet black blood sprayed on Razin's face. The creature fell back, its darkness collapsing on the snow to reveal a slumping corpse with a sword through the forehead, and the lord and lady fell exhausted on their knees to each other's side. "Lady Aquiline," he greeted her. "You made a good kill." "We, Lord Razin," she replied, eyes hooded. "We made a good kill." The look shared overshadowed even the bleeding pain of his shoulder for a moment, but it turned to horror when with a wet squelch the drow's body began to heal and spat out the sword. It began to rise, as did they, but it paused as if struck. Far above them all, light had begun to bloom. It was time. The gray pilgrim could feel it. If he acted now, it would be an intervention safeguarding those in his charge. Sitting with his eyes closed, he could still feel the growing weight on his shoulders. The vigor, always sweet, always passing, of a younger man filling his body. The writ of this had not been offered to him by the choir. It was no tragedy unfolding caught by Mercy's myriad eyes and made known to his own. This tale had been of his own making from beginning, and it would still be that when the end came, God's forgive him for it. With every death the burden on his role, the stakes of his existence in this story had increased. Now, though his spirit felt like a spine on the eve of cracking, he had the necessary reach. It was a bitter irony that the deaths of soldiers had been the balance's harsh swing in his favor, yet the true burden he must bear had been of no consequence at all. Catherine Foundling had given the slip to every story that could bind her to one ending, and so left herself only one path: reign eternal, consumed and consuming, a herald of long prices and hard measures having made mantle of the woes of creation. The Black Queen had wriggled out of every binding and shackles, broken the soul irons he'd once set around her wrists. No redemption could be demanded by one who had forsaken her, not even for a greater good, and the broken oaths between them were yet another finger on the scales. Not so heavy, he knew, that it would doom him, but she'd be always a little luckier, a little harder to reach so long as that imbalance stood. In a less dangerous villain that would be merely inconvenient, but this one? She'd always had an astonishing intuition in those matters, and whatever else the Everdark had made of her, it had also made her cautious, patient enough to take a step back and let others take the lead if it meant offering fewer openings to foes like the Pilgrim. "I wish that you had answers for me," he said, "that you knew whether in my efforts to prevent our doom I am forging the very instrument of it." The Ophanim murmured in his ear, mournfully contrite. Before, in Callow, the choir of mercy had been able to see through the skein of her, where threads may lead, choices that may or may not be. And with his own eyes, his sight of what moved the Queen of Callow, together they had considered what she might yet become. Now, though, there were entities at her shoulders that did not brook such perusals. And what entities they were: colossal towers of misery and murder stitched together with prayers to below. Goddesses of wails and horror, swimming in a shadowy sea of their own kind's blood. The Black Queen had clasped hands with these abominations, and from what he could tell done so willingly. Knowing what he knew, not knowing what he did not. What choice was there but the ugly business of this night? If there was even a single chance that Catherine Foundling would be the keystone to the death of Calurnia, Tarek must ensure it would not come to be. And so now Tarek was forced to countenance this hour of barren deaths, lest a thousandfold worse might be allowed to pass. The gray pilgrim opened his eyes, looking up at the darkness before the dawn. "We have sung together before, old friends," he softly said. "Will you sing with me once more?" Murmurs, worried. I will not die, he reminded them. It will hurt me, this is true. His gaze moved ahead at the battle where so much blood was being spilled. Yet so does that, he said. And this will end it. Comforting hands on his shoulder, and with that assent, he let out a weary breath. Pilgrim of Grey, Tarek sang. The Ophanim hummed along, a choir distant and melancholy. A chorus of ever-weeping eyes who were charged with ever seeing the worst of creation, yet still ground their fingers to the bones saving what they could. The hummed along to the anthem of smoke, that song that was the flesh and blood of Levant. Fleet-foot, dust-clad, the wanderer. His stride rebellion and stirring ember. It did not feel like peace when they hummed with him. They were no servants of that, neither choir nor man. Theirs was the duty of steering the world away from the brink, and none could be spared in the observance of that work. It was an endless procession of bitter choices, of lesser evils in the service of greater goods they might never witness. It felt like a lullaby, gentle and wistful, but never without disquiet. In his grasp the light of a morning star. Tattered his throne, tattered his war. They sang together. They called it the Dawn Star, in the free cities. In Procure it was morning's herald, in Ashur the sun's prow. In Levant, though, in the land of Tarek's birth, though it had once been known as the Morning Star, it was no longer called that. It was said that the Proserpine prince who'd ruled the southern reaches of the Dominion had laughingly told the people that not by the sky falling would ever make the Principate surrender its conquered prize. It was said, too, that the first of the Grey Pilgrims had been among those listening. A mere boy, when he heard, but he never forgot. And after above clad him in grey, the boy become a man returned to that laughing prince, and, plucking a star from the night sky, lit the first bonfire of rebellion from the tyrant's palace. In Levant for many years now it had been known as the Pilgrim's Star, the Peregrine. Tarek was not the first Grey Pilgrim to wield it, and he would not be the last. From the first of his bestowal, there had been one inheritance, and in the wake of the song the old man softly offered it up to the sky. Shine, the Peregrine said, and the Peregrine did. Blood burning from the light coursing through like a river, Tarek gasped out in pain, and only the merciful hand on his shoulder kept him from collapsing. Miracle and aspect wove themselves together, the single greatest working of his life, and his vision dimmed with exhaustion. Above him the morning star hung in the sky, and with it dawn had come. The drow broke, creatures of the night that they were, and the battlefield held its breath. Now, Tarek croaked, now you have no choice, child, lest they sweep through your servants. She would bring nightfall where he had brought dawn, and their powers would find each other matched. It would be neither day nor night, but an eclipse in passing, and the Black Queen would be as shattered by the scale of it as he was. It would be a stalemate, a draw, and God's willing the pattern of 3 would be set in stone, as would be the victory promised to him, so grimly earned. Instead the air tore open in front of Tarek, and a man rode through. No, not a man. One of the fair folk, astride a steed that seemed half marble and ice, and that Faye's eyes were cold where his smile was warm and friendly. His red hair was like a streak of flame as he inclined his head in greeting, hand never nearing the sword at his belt. Pilgrim of Grey, I bring to you greeting and missive from my most tenebrous of lieges, the Fae said. The pilgrim rose to his feet, slowly, and took the scroll being offered to him. It carried the royal seal of Callow, he saw. He broke it, took the parchment from the leather, and after reading the single paragraph rocked back like he'd been hit. Surrender. Catherine Foundling was offering unconditional surrender. It would be a great victory, if he accepted. Victory. God's damn that vicious child. Book 5. Interlude. And pay your toll. Oh no, please stop wrecking everything. Like that urn in the corner, with the gin bound inside. No, the other one, with golden. Oh, woeful day. This wanton destruction of priceless artifacts is so inconvenient to me personally, and absolutely no one else. Dread Emperor Irritandai, defending the palace of the High Lord of Aksum from heroes. Tark did not reply. He knew hesitation was herald of defeat in contests such as this, yet he could not hasten to answer. Not with the stakes at play here. This army, this entire continent, none of them could afford a misstep here and now. A surrender had been offered, but could still be either accepted or refused. The pilgrim's first and deeper instinct was to accept. If it was a lie she'd offered, a trick being played, then accepting would allow him to turn this spin of the yarn on her. A false surrender, when he still had the forces in motion that he'd sent out? The backlash of such a ploy would be bloody for the villain who'd played it. But that was the wrong way to think about this, he decided. because it assumed that Catherine Foundling was a fool. And she wasn't, unfortunately. She was reckless often and at times arrogant, but also frightfully prone to learning from her mistakes. Those, at least, that were not born from the flaws at the very heart of her. It was possible, he considered, that she'd pit Providence against the weight of his broken oath. Wagered that events would not tumble forward in a way that allowed him to uncover the conspiracy, should there be one. Yet it was not a good wager, for her, since taking it at all meant she'd fallen into the role of the Grand Alliance's villainous adversary. No, it was nearly certain that the offer of surrender was genuine, which only made it all the more dangerous. It would break the pattern of 3, if he accepted, a victory for her, in claiming back her teacher's body through ploy, and then a much greater victory for him this night, in scaring her into surrender. That would be the end of it. It was a draw that would take Tarek where he needed to go, arm him with the only blade left that might still be capable of killing Catherine Foundling should it prove necessary. If she'd opposed him more directly in this battle, even made active presence, the Pilgrim would have come forward as well and leaned on the weight of their pattern to nudge events towards the certainty of a draw. But she'd remained veiled, hidden, and plotting. And she saw right through me. Tarek thought, abashed. For all that he had told himself he had the measure of the Black Queen, evidently he'd been wrong. If he was to avoid compounding his mistakes, he must discard that belief and approach the situation with fresh eyes. Catherine Foundling had caught sight of the pattern of 3 he'd spent so long arranging, and most likely suspected the importance of it to him. Should this, then, be seen as an olive branch? She would not allow a foe the power over her Tarek had sought to obtain, yet she understood why he found the need for it. And so a concession was made, surrender unconditional on the field, offering to his old hands the thread that might just untangle the thorny knot that was the confluence in Isaiah. A knife bared, his purpose denied, but then a lesser prize offered. It fit, as it would not be the first time that the Black Queen dealt with others using that blunt but potent approach. Like an old mule he'd been approached, and this was the apple dangled, an end to Isaiah that would be to the benefit of the Grand Alliance, in matters earthly. With refusal, then, would come the stick that would be used to thrash him. A more provisional offer might have allowed the Pilgrim grounds with which to refuse, but unconditional surrender meant that the burden of consequence had been passed entirely to him. There could, to be put it bluntly, be no better offer. If it were a trick, that would not matter, for to be good was not to be the kind of fool that fell into every trap. Even devils could cite the book for their purposes. But if it was not a trick, as he believed, then by refusing Tarek would be tossing to the side every sacrifice made tonight, every death that had pressed down on his shoulders so he could bring morning's light to the sky. Would the miracle wane and die? The Ophanim murmured uncertainly in his ear, even they unknowing. He suspected not, but it would at least be made fragile, judged hollow by creation, and so become exactly that. The Black Queen's answer, the coiling darkness that lay at the heart of her camp and had been carefully woven into a theurgic ritual, would rip through it. Perhaps reverse the situation entire, unleashing her drow anew in the fullness of the might. The Grey Pilgrim was no leader of war bands, but he had known wars and felt the power of the Everdark's children fill the night. If they struck out again with their strength restored, the battle would resume with her forces at a distinct advantage. A second victory for Catherine Foundling would end the pattern of 3 just as surely, which meant his choice was now effectively between 2 different unmakings of a plan that had taken more than a year to carry out. Exasperation welled up at the thought. All that toil, broken within months of her return to the surface as if on a whim. Tarek leaned into the emotion, let it course through his veins, and then pass out of him. There was no use to growing angry at being outplayed. On the contrary, that kind of fragility tended to lead bestowed into a spiral of decline. He'd seen too many times to count. Mind clear again, the Grey Pilgrim considered what the Black Queen wanted him to believe was his choice. Victory for him, on her terms. Likely victory for her, still on her terms. The old man's brow creased as he considered it. There was something about this theatricality that rubbed him wrong. For a villain, he thought, Catherine Foundling had always been admirably reluctant to sacrifice soldiers on false pretenses. What she considered those to be was where the villainy began, but that was another story. Ah, Tarek hummed. So there it is. The Black Queen had spent lives in her service, those of the drow, by sending them into the fight, suspecting a miracle would snatch away their powers and leave them exposed. Unusual for her, and she would not do it without a reason. So why had the drow been sent, he mused? To force his hand with the bringing of dawn, certainly, but there'd been no need for such a brutal display as what had taken place. Thousands dead, so quickly, was not war, it was a point being made. They had been sent to make an impression, to swat down multitudes like flies and add weight to the choice the pilgrim must now make. To create, in a word, urgency. Such a thing would only be necessary, he decided, if there was a deception afoot. "Where is your liege, huntsman?" the gray pilgrim asked. Another question was not the answer sought. "Peregrine," the Fae languidly replied. "Your verdict." She wasn't in creation, Tarek grasped then. Admittedly, the surrender offered had only been for those under her command, and not the Queen of Callow herself, so her presence was not strictly required. But if she wasn't here, how did she expect to bring down Dawn should he refuse her surrender? There might be other drow with power enough, but none with the requisite weight to carry it out. If the Hierophant had still been at her side, then Tarek would not have considered the matter further, but the boy currently was in the depths of Arcadia, making a ruinous altar of his grief. The Wild Hunt could not wield miracles of darkness, and who did that leave? No one but Bestowed or the most powerful of warlocks should be able to weave a working rival to his. Leaving the confines of story, and the only place where the Black Queen would have been able to encounter such a helper since her disappearance should be the Everdark. It was, he reflected, deeply unlikely anyone but Catherine Foundling on her side could bring an end to his dawn, her patron murderesses notwithstanding, for should they intervene directly, so would the Choir of Mercy. Old mule that he was, he'd been offered the apple and the stick, but it appeared that the stick might be little more than glamour, a shadow on the wall. If he refused, and Dawn held, then that would be contingent on her failing to return, but her absence was telling. Whatever her scheme, it required her to see to something else. Instead of an olive branch extended, he thought, this might instead be the affected nonchalance of a villain raising the stakes on a bad hand, trying to scare the opposition into retreating by displaying unflinching certainty. The pieces were there, Tarek thought, for this to be the answer. Yet it was not certain. And in assuming that the Black Queen was gambling, he would be doing the very same thing. If the only consideration was whether it was possible to obtain a promised victory on Catherine Foundling, then this was the choice to be made. Refusal, and pushing through. That was not, however, the only consideration. He could it be, when Keter was on the march? Could he truly justify, the gray pilgrim asked himself, countenance refusing such an offer of peace? Refuse it when it delivered all he asked save for a knife at the throat of the very woman offering it. A knife? It must be said that he now stood little chance of obtaining no matter his decision. The scope of the scales, Tarek thought, were close to beyond his ability to grasp. The Black Queen, that could be would be the end of Calernia. Between the kingdom of the dead and the kingdom of the East, the continent would be made a ruin of endless war. Yet in combating the Black Queen that could be, was he blinding himself to the truth of the Black Queen that was? Could there be any justification for the tossing away of the only pattern of three he would ever have with Catherine Foundling? There might not be another way to kill her if she further grew beyond Tarek's means. By staying his hand, he might be letting slip an entity he could no longer put down. In refusing an offer of peace from Callow when the dead king was on the march, was he not aiding the hidden horror regardless of all other concerns? Innocents were going to die. Innocents had died, some by his own design. The Ophanim were at his side, helping his tired old bones stand straight. And though in their whispers there was sorrow, there was also something other. Trust. They trusted him, the murmurs said, to make the choice. They had seen as he saw, tread in his wake for the seemingly endless days and night he had been the peregrine. They'd been at his shoulder for his every mistake, his every bitter triumph, and still they trusted. Sometimes that was the only reason he woke with dawn, the knowledge that hand in hand they could still do more. Sometimes that was the weight that pressed down on his chest and choked his lungs, the strain of that unearthly trust. Tarek had tread with angels in his wake for so long he'd forgot how it had felt before. Should you not have answers? He asked, voice choked. Are you not the watchers kindly, the burning wisdom of many eyes? Old friends, he thought, help me see, for once more I am lost. But they had no answers for him, would not take the burden from his shoulders. But they stood at his side, holding up his tired from. For in the end they were the Choir of Mercy, and though they could not save him, they would at least share in his suffering. Tarek thought of the city of his birth, suddenly, of that summer so long ago when the plague had choked it with death. In those days where it had all been so simple, when healing could be the sum of him. When he'd not been charged with clawing creation back out of the darkness hands. just to bring a little light into it. Tarek, who had last felt true warmth before the final breath of the woman who'd used to smile as she called him of no import, looked up at the sky and watched the star that shone there. Somewhere along the way, he thought, he had gone from bringing small lights into this world to bringing great ones. Sometimes he wondered if creation was truly better for it. "Do you really," he murmured, "trust me to make that choice?" The Ophanim thrummed. Agreement, absolute in that way only angels could be. The Grey Pilgrim turned to the Black Queen's messenger. "Tell the Queen of Callow I accept her surrender," he said. "This," the Kairos Theodosian mused, "appears to be a goat." Hakram kept a calm look on his face, remaining as dignified as an orc could be while hanging upside down tied by the feet. The tyrant's outriders had clapped him in chains and dragged him back to the League's army in them regardless of his claim to be an envoy from the Queen of Callow, though it wasn't until the tyrant himself arrived that Adjutant was forced to watch a procession of gargoyles drag in a tall tripod and trip over each other assembling it for what had to be at least half an hour. He'd then been hung upside down from the centerpiece, and only now had his gag been removed. "Greetings, Lord Tyrant," he serenely said. "I am the Adjutant, here as envoy from your ally the Queen of Callow. She wrote some very unkind things about me, Hakram," the tyrant accusingly said. He tapped at the parchment his soldiers had taken from the orc's affairs along with the goat, the same missive he'd both penned in Catherine's name and been charged with bringing to the League when given the signal. The process had been more tedious than difficult. The barren plain this corner of Arcadia had been turned into mint he'd been able to see their columns arriving from miles off, though that hadn't quickened his journey in the slightest. "I am sure," Hakram lied, "that they were meant in a spirit of friendship." The goat he'd had confiscated looked at him and bleated, which the orc had to admit was fair. It had been a hard sell. No one seemed to have thought to leash the creature, so it was ambling around this formal war council of the League of Free Cities at will and tracking cheap white paint over the furniture. "What kind of things?" a tanned woman in dark robes asked, leaning forward with interest. "Magister Zoe," the tyrant gasped. "That is most inappropriate to ask. That man is a known spy. He could be peddling all sorts of calumnies." The formal war council of the League of Free Cities, Hakram thought, was about as much as flaming wreck as he'd expected given the fractious nature of that alliance and the general reputation of the tyrant heading it. The orc's jaw tightened when his suspicion was confirmed and the woman who'd spoken was revealed as a magister of Stygia. What a dignified word for a slaver. Thought at least it made placing the others easier. The gangly old man at the very right of the long table who was putting the proceedings to ink was likely to be the representative from Delos, a member of its secretariat. The young ruler of Nicaea, Basilius Leo Trachas, was recognizable as much from the formal apparel as the drawings the Jacks had obtained. The two richly dressed men glaring daggers at each other should be the rival exarchs of Penthes, the last two survivors of the shambles the Carian lord had made of that city's ruling class. A middle-aged man in ill-fitting armor was looking rather confused and kept looking over his shoulder like he expected someone to be standing there. The representative from Bellerophon, Hakram suspected, that left only one city without a seat at the table, though someone had nailed what looked like a tome of the Book of All Things to the back of a chair, just to the left of the Delosi scribe. Interestingly, the hierarch himself did not seem to be in attendance. "Lord Deadhand, it is most uncouth of you to be staring so at the honorable delegate from Atalanta," the tyrant suddenly chided him. He was, Hakram realized with horrified fascination, talking about the book. "I apologize," Adjutant said. "I have never seen anyone from Atalanta before." Kairos Theodosian grinned, like he was mischievous boy, and leaned forward before lowering his voice to a conspiratorial pitch. "It's actually the Book of All Things nailed to a chair," the tyrant of Colloquy confessed. "I just have a gargoyle read a verse once in a while. I don't think anyone's noticed the difference." Before a heartbeat had passed, Hakram had decided how to tailor his approach. Like dealing with a drunk Catherine, if the jokes about hanging people who irritated her were actually deadly serious. "Have you considered having a puppet made?" Adjutant replied in the same tone. The tyrant snorted out a giggle, his bad arm trembling under his robes. Hakram kept his distaste off his face. The villain smelled like sickness and crazy, both of the dangerous kind. "I like you," Kairos Theodosian smilingly said, but then the smile vanished like mist in morning sun. "Is what I imagined she thought I'd say, anyway." Hakram remained calm. The boy was unstable, but not without cunning, and Catherine had already taken the measure of him. She would not have sent him here, at the tyrant's mercy, if she thought it would get him killed. She does seem to enjoy taking up broken toys, your mistress, the tyrant of Colloquy mused. A filthy habit that, if you'll forgive my language. The villain cocked his head to the side, his sanguine red eye unblinking. But by the looks of you, Hakram, you were debris long before she got her hands on you, he idly continued. Magister Zoe, what do you call it again when they just look like a person but lack every other meaningful characteristic of one? Foreigners, the Stygian Drilly replied. The tyrant of Colloquy shot Adjutant a friendly, complicit look with a grin that good as whispered. See what I have to deal with. Like moments earlier, the villain hadn't been feeling for a weakness with his words like water poured on glass in search of fault. This was, Hakram thought, a man as dangerous as he was mad. He smiled back, keeping his fangs hidden by his lips. You really are a piece of work, the tyrant of Colloquy admiringly said. Pieces, by now, Hakram replied without missing a beat. The madman cackled loudly, and even a few of the others smiled. So tell me about this goat, Kairos Theodosian said, and why it looks like it was half-heartedly painted just before it was brought here. And in wickedness does evil sow the seeds of its own defeat. A gargoyle mewled, staring up at a page of the Book of All Things. Everyone ignored it. Your ignorance is understandable, my lord tyrant, given the recent isolation of Callow, Hakram said. This is not a goat. He is, in fact, a purebred licensed charger. Stares moved to the goat, which bleated fearfully at the sudden spurt of attention and ran under the table. She smeared white paint all over the robes of the Stygian magister before being chased away with a kick, which Adjutant silently approved of. She has udders, Basilius Leo patiently said. Goat udders, because she is a goat. Leo, you'll cause a diplomatic incident at this rate, the tyrant replied, sounding appalled. Besides, my dear ally the Queen of Callow has personally sent me a mount. How could it not be a splendid destrier of Callowan stock? Interesting, Hakram thought once more. It had been one thing for him to call the tyrant of Colloquy an ally, another for the king to admit it. The Orc had been under the impression that while there was an elected hierarch, foreign diplomacy was their strict prerogative, and to go against that would be treason. Yet none of the others seemed bothered by the implicit admission in the slightest, which meant either the tyrant's plot were known and permitted, or the hierarch's authority was a sham and Kairos Theodosian was the true ruler of the league. Something many had suspected, including Hakram himself, but did not align with Catherine's own impression of their relationship. I wash my hands of this, the Basilius sighed. Do as you will, tyrant. So, Catherine wants us to take a crack at the Grand Alliance, Lord Kairos said, completely ignoring the other ruler in favor of Hakram. Interesting offer. There was a pause. I refuse, he added nonchalantly. So, now that that's done with, tell me true. If you had to be drowned, would you prefer it was in wine or in oil? We were afraid you would hesitate to act, given the circumstances, Hakram amicably said. No grudge will be held, I assure you. Circumstances, Lord Kairos mildly repeated. Such as, the battle ought to be over by now, Adjutant said. The Grey Pilgrim will have woven a miraculous star and broken the strength of the firstborn, forcing my queen's unconditional surrender. A pregnant pause. She doesn't have that much given her, the tyrant said, red eye narrowing. My lord, Hakram grinned, baring his teeth. I penned the letter for her. The villain peered at him closely, as if looking into his soul, and the orc had to refrain from flinching. There was something discomforting about the intensity of that mismatched gaze. It appears someone will have to saddle my goat, Kairos Theodosian mused, for we now must ride out in glorious battle. Book 5, Interlude, When Iron Rests. What poison is to medicine, war is to empire. Apportionment is the balance of life and death. Extract from The Ruin of Empire, or A Call to Reform of the Highest Assembly, by Princess Eliza of Solomons. Word of the surrender had rippled through the ranks, drawing out cries of dismay and anger before they both turned to disbelief. There had been tension between the legions and the army of Callow, when some loudmouths in the former had started to say this was just an elaborate way to sell out the legions of terror to the Grand Alliance. But Vivian had been ready to quell such stupidity. Plants in the ranks had done as instructed, gone on the offensive, and accused the complainers of being traitors in Grand Alliance employ. Enough of those arguments had turned to brawl that sergeants got involved. So now the most volatile of the rank and file were cooling their heels under arrest until this could be played out to the end. On the side of the army of Callow there'd been mostly outrage and laying blame, which to Vivian's mix of grief and amusement had been laid along predictable lines. Calawan recruits blamed the Hellhound, or more frequently Marshal Grim One-Eye, whose role in the conquest still had him closely associated to national wounded pride. Most of the Eastern recruits, though, both the fresh and those brought in from gutted legions after the Doom, tended to point the finger at Vivian Dartwick. Hardly unexpected, she the most visible civilian authority over the army of Callow, a known former noble and former heroine. And for the Greenskins, most damnably of all, she had no famous feat of violence to her name. It was something to look into remedying in the long term, though it was hardly a priority at the moment. The amusing part of all this, of course, was that while it had been Catherine who'd pulled the rug out under everyone's feet with that sudden turn, no one seemed to be blaming her in the slightest. Vivian had absolutely no intention of changing that, since there were only a few things keeping the kingdom of Callow together, and one of them was the myth of the Black Queen undefeated, the kingdom's own crowned villain whose uninterrupted string of victories had become the backbone of a nation. It would have to be maintained, Vivian thought, in the years to come. Marshals and generals, and even the Woe could lose, but the Black Queen could not. But that was beyond the horizon, and Vivian Dartwick's troubles were current. The solution she'd found had been to let the current of older faith guide the rumors she sowed. This was not a defeat. It was a trick being played by Queen Catherine on her enemies. And gods be merciful, Vivian thought, but she couldn't even be sure that was a lie. The Drow had been laid low by that sudden star in the sky, all but the most powerful of them battered into slumber for at least a few moments. And even the highest of these mighty had been forced to flee in the face of the enemy's swiftly resuming advance. Legionaries had moved to hold the walls in good order, but within moments of that, Marshal Juniper had been informed that surrender had been offered to the Grey Pilgrim, and then accepted, bringing this battle to a close. Vivian had spent the following hour putting out fires, but now the situation was stable enough she'd finally been able to head the General Staff's pavilion. Truthfully, she could have done more, and would have preferred keeping her finger on the army of Callow's pulse. But Juniper's last messenger had mentioned a message from Catherine with the royal seal. Those summons she could not deny, and so she had come. Adjutant still missing? Marshal Juniper looked vaguely irked at her immediate question, though not enough to chide her for it. What Vivian had expected to be a formal war council and how to deal with the fact that the Grand Alliance had fully surrounded the camp and was now ordering disarmament, and the bringing down of the palisade turned out to be rather less crowded. Marshal Juniper, with her perennial accessory staff, Tribune Aisha Bishara, Grandmaster Brandon Talbot for the Order of Broken Bells, and Marshal Grimm for what some had begun to call the Legions in Exile. Whatever duty Her Majesty sent him out on, Lord Adjutant is still discharging it, Tribune Bishara said. Vivian kept herself from grimacing. Hakram had been a useful interpreter of Catherine's occasionally seemingly outlandish decisions even before the Everdark, but nowadays the Orcs' talent for understanding the thoughts of their leader had become a priceless asset. The journey into that dark place had changed Cad in deep ways, and much could be argued of whether all these changes had been for the best, but regardless of debate, it was undeniable Catherine kept her cards a lot closer to the chest than she'd used to. Adjutant's presence would have been a boon, Vivian already suspected, for what was to come. None of the others were seated, so she remained standing as well, and simply joined them at the table. Now that everyone's in attendance, the Hellhound said, flicking a displeased glance at Vivian that was met with a raised brow. This was handed to me by a rider of the Wild Hunt, along with knowledge of the surrender and instruction to abide by it. The Orc tossed out a leather sheath bearing the royal seal of Callow, which Tribune Bishara daintily picked up afterwards. Unless there is an objection, the Tagreb politely asked. A round of shaking heads. Talbot might have objected, Vivian thought, if it had been another officer, but he'd always been a little sweet on the Hellhound's helper. The wax seal was broken, parchment taken from the sheath, and carefully unfurled. The dark-haired Calawan caught a glimpse of the curved, eye-pleasing calligraphy and repressed a snort. Hakram's hand. That, not their queen's. Which might be for the best, considering most of the time Catherine's handwriting only skirted the edge legibility. She'd actually been taught properly at the orphanage, Vivian knew, but Cat had always written like her thoughts were trying to crawl out through a hand too slow to keep up. I, Catherine Foundling, anointed Queen of Callow by the grace of the heavens, and first of my name dash, Tribune Bishara began. Marshal Juniper cleared her throat. The meat, Aisha, she growled. The Tagreb's head dipped in acknowledgement, and she shifted halfway through the sentence. So, there's an old story about the OL unconquered, Aisha Bishara said, that they call Theodosius' dilemma. The Tagreb's tone was cultured and elegant, if so very Eastern, but the words she spoke reeked of Catherine's slow, almost lazy drawl. Vivian knew it to be at least in part an affectation, as their queen was perfectly capable of formal address in her crisp lore accent. She liked to use the casualness, the thuggish country bumpkin swagger, to prey on people's expectations. Noble expectations, mostly, Vivian privately admitted. Their queen had spent most her life carrying a sharp contempt for the aristocracy that becoming the foremost aristocrat in Callow didn't seem to have changed in the slightest. Something wordless fluttered through the pavilion at the tribune's words, though, sparing only Grim one eye. Back straightening, shoulders loosening, even half a vicious smirk tugging at Grandmaster Talbot's lips. They had not been left behind. That was what their stance said. The Black Queen had a plan in the works, and someone else was about to have a very bad night. So in the First League War, which is a horribly inaccurate name, actually, because the League of Free Cities proper hadn't even been founded yet, and, wait, Hakram, scratch that whole part out, they don't need the history lesson, Tribune Bashara said. She added, in a carefully unamused undertone, that the Lord Adjutant had not in fact scratched out anything. So in the First League War, Theodosius kept slapping around southern Procure like it was his deeply unloved goblin stepchild, until it had lost so many battles it had gotten physically impossible for the princes to deny they were losing the war, the Tagreb read. At that point, the first prince was getting worried about losing a third of Procure without war even having formally been declared. So you all know what happens. The highest assembly votes to defend the south from foreign invasion. Everyone sends armies to reinforce, and the first prince makes a pointed suggestion that someone be appointed to run this mess that Theodosius hasn't already cheerfully brutalized. Vivian's eyes swept the tent, and found most were raptly listening even though most should already know of this bit of history. It was certainly colorfully narrated, but otherwise common knowledge in those who had some learning of history. And even beyond that, the life and deeds of Theodosius the Unconquered were a favorite of young boys and girls with dreams of military glory, even in cities where no Helikian had visited in living memory. That gets us Isabella the Mad, and sets up Theodosius' dilemma, Tribune Bashara spoke. Because Isabella, she doesn't offer a pitched battle or take back principalities. She just tosses one wave of soldiers after another at any forces that splits from Theodosius' main army. And hells, his people win most of those skirmishes and Theo gets a few ambushes in himself. But every time he wins, he loses soldiers, and Isabella loses nothing much. He's winning so much it's destroying his army, and so he has to make a choice. Vivian's mind raced ahead, for while she was not a great student of military affairs, she could see the shape of the dilemma outlined. It was not as important, she reflected, as the fact that instead of instructions Catherine had chosen to repeat a lesson that most of the people in this pavilion already knew. Would Marshal Grimm? Maybe, as odds were that the Hellhound and Tribune Bashara had learned of this at the War College, and the older orc was said to have been influential on the lay of the lessons taught there. Which meant the story was most likely meant for her, or Brandon Talbot. Theodosius could fight a battle that couldn't be won against nearly 5 times his number, Aisha Bashara said, to force a decisive outcome to the war. Or he could keep tearing through Isabella's detachments for months and months, hoping for a better chance as his own numbers dwindled with every victory. We all know, famously, the choice he made. The Madden Fields, to this day considered the only defeat ever inflicted on the first tyrant of Colloquy. Theodosius bet on his legend, on being able to beat the odds and forge a miracle. Tribune Bashara continued. Isabella bet that she could ride attrition to a symbolic victory, and it was a brutal wager, but she got what she wanted. They say that when Theodosius' army retreated in good order, there were more than 100,000 corpses on the field. The tribune's brow rose in surprise. Less than 20 years later, Jahan the Wise hung 7 princes and 1, Bashara said. Before the implications of that could properly sink in, the Tagreb repeated a stroke of madness. I grant to Vivian Dartwick the title of Lady Dartwick, with all assorted honors and privileges. In addition, I name Lady Dartwick the heiress designate to the crown of Callow. Vivian closed her eyes, ignoring the stir from the others in the tent. Why? No, that could be picked at later. Why? Now. The granted title was clearly just a way to legally allow the second part, without making her a member of the ironically named House of Foundling. So what, as heiress designate of Callow, could Vivian do that she hadn't been able to do a moment ago? Lady Dartwick, Grandmaster Talbot quietly said. The royal guard no longer exists, nor any knightly orders save mine. Yet I am, theoretically, equal in status to a princess of Callow and first the line of succession. Vivian thought, opening her eyes. The Shining Prince, in all but name, and those were the marshals of Callow before such a title existed. Yet the laws never excluded the army of Callow nor any other addition to our forces, she finished softly. Which means I am, in the Queen's absence, the supreme commander of all armies sworn to Queen Catherine. You can revoke the surrender, Juniper said. In the moment that followed, Vivian almost did. It might just be Catherine's plan, a surrender to check some advantage of the pilgrims while she schemed some way that allowed her to both surrender in good faith, yet keep her armies fighting. Diabolist could still use the wretched ritual that would bring back the Drow to the field, and now the enemy's armies would be surprised and in disarray. Less than 20 years later, Vivian thought, Jahan the Wise hung 7 princes and won. That was a warning. About winning wars at any price, about what came after, about Callow further humbling a weakened procurant. Oh, Vivian Dartwick breathed out. Oh, Lady Dartwick, Marshal Grimm asked, brow cocked. I'll need a horse and an escort, she said. I'll need to talk with the Grey Pilgrim and Lord Marave besides. Why? Juniper asked. Delay disarming as long as possible, Vivian instructed the hellhound absent-mindedly. And keep the soldiers ready for fighting. Dartwick, the Marshal of Callow growled. What are you doing? If I'm right, Vivian said, then I'm about to trade the full release of our armies for our help against the League of Free Cities. Now, Hakram, I want to be perfectly clear, the tyrant of Colloquy announced. Adjutant was still hung upside down by his feet, though given that the tripod was now being carried forward at a brisk pace by a swarm of chittering gargoyles, the motion had set him to rotating. He patiently waited until the turn brought him face to face with Kairos Theodosian before solemnly nodding. Your mistress, I fear, intends to betray me most immediately, the tyrant said, not entirely succeeding at hiding his tone of deep approval. That does not seem like her at all, Hakram lied. The boy gestured dismissively, though with a trembling hand. It was a delightful bit of pettiness from her to send me someone whose fingers I cannot meaningfully break, after that little affair with my cataphract toy. Lord Kairos idly continued. But that is that, and this is this. Should the Black Queen turn on me, and she will, I will brutally murder you, if you'll forgive my language. You are forgiven, Hakram calmly said. Though this seems absurd, Catherine Foundling has ever been a close and trusted ally to you, my lord. You're not even afraid, the odd-eyed king complained. I really should have listened to what my father said about Callow in spite. This is most unreasonable of her. Your father had words on the subject of Callow in spite? Adjutant asked, cocking his head curiously. I wouldn't know, the tyrant cheerfully said. After I cut his throat, all he could manage was wet gurgling noises. Hakram made a mental note of the admission. It would go into the growing archive the Jacks kept on the tyrant of Colloquy, though whether what the boy had said was true or not remained debatable. The orc found him exceedingly hard to read, even for a human. Silence lingered between them, though in the distance the hum of raging storms served as canvas for it. I cannot help but notice, Lord Tyrant, that we are not heading out into creation, the orc ventured after a moment. Unlike the rest of the League's armies, he left unsaid. The last of the armies, a ramshackle mob moving in old infantry formations Hakram was fairly sure hadn't seen use since the humbling of Titans, had marched through a well-illuminated breach almost half an hour past. Of the hosts of the free cities, all that seemed to be left was the tyrant's own personal guard of 1,000. And gargoyles, admittedly, too many and too similar in appearance for the orc to be able to count. Kairos Theodosian looked amused, his red eye suddenly twitching shut and remaining that way. I have sent all I need to send, the tyrant of Colloquy said. General Basilia is more than a match for the pilgrim's pet countryman, and the unpleasant surprise your mistress is still sitting on. Might I inquire as to our purpose, then? Hakram politely asked. It would be a terrible blunder to feed a spy my most secret schemes, Lord Kairos chided him. Do you expect me, Deadhand, to immediately unveil my every furtive advance merely because you showed a modicum of polite interest? A moment passed. Yes, Adjutant replied. Is this what love feels like? The tyrant mused, then raised a hand. Don't answer, Hakram, it's not like you'd know. The orc cocked his head to the side. The insult did not particularly sting. Perhaps if it had been slung in the early days of the 15th, when he'd still wondered if the wariness in Juniper's eyes when she looked at him was not uncalled for. But now, those doubts were long buried, and it would take more than a madman's jeering to unearth them. It was not, however, the first time the tyrant of Colloquy jibed of Hakram's leanings towards detachment. That he would keep prodding from an angle that would yield nothing was interesting, and suggested two things. First, that Catherine had been right on the subject of Kairos Theodosian having some skill related to perception of others. Second, that what the tyrant was seeing in Adjutant unsettled him enough to keep picking at it like a scab. Soon, I do think, the tyrant of Colloquy said, looking up at the ruinous sky. Soon what? Hakram dutifully asked. You see, Adjutant, the histories will speak of tonight as a triumvirate of treachery. Kairos Theodosian airily explained. But that will be most inaccurate. Your mistress and I are having the most delightful match of Shatranj while the pilgrim and his kingdoms of the blind stumble around waving swords and miracles. But, Lord Tyrant, is the Grey Pilgrim not the name currently closest to victory? Hakram asked, purposefully keeping his tone as dull and unenthused as possible. He was, the orc guilty admitted to himself, beginning to enjoy this a little too much. You would be most wrong, Adjutant, most wrong, the tyrant said. Tariq Isbalai's mistake is that he believes because he set the initial terms of this fight, he still knows all of them. And so he putters around down in the snow and mud, while the real prize of the night is around us. He could get everything he desires, Hakram, and indeed I suspect your mistress is inclined to grant most his wishes, save those that inconvenience her, and still be made a fool of. Adjutant kept his face calm, though for the first time that night his heartbeat had quickened. Oh yes, my dear green friend. Kairos Theodosian grinned. I know what your mistress is up to. 7 crowns and 1, yes? She has the recipe for the making of a court, and the Hierophant provided the final ingredient of that heady brew by cutting an unclaimed realm from the fabric of Arcadia and casting it down towards creation. Hakram stayed silent, unwilling to risk revealing too much through the lie he chose to speak. Here's a secret for you, Adjutant, the tyrant of Colloquy whispered, leaning closer. The thing that waits for you in the depths of least stolen isn't just your friend. I would be a great deal more wary of what it intends, were I you. For if this night does not go to the Black Queen or to myself, well, it is another friend of mine that will get his due. The boy retreated, loudly cackling. But I digress, he said. I did say that your mistress and I were playing Shatranj while poor old Tariq was stumbling, did I not? Allow me to elaborate. The pilgrim anticipated there would be trouble in creation, Hakram, and so tossed a ball up and out of sight, so that Providence might allow it to land when it was needed, should it be needed. You are saying, Adjutant said, that he sent a force through Arcadia. Exactly, Lord Kairos agreed. And, old hand that he is at turning tides, he kept a heroic charge up his sleeve in case matters were truly dire. The orc's jaw tightened. In the distance, coming out of the storms with tall banners, a glittering tide of horsemen advanced. Proserpine banners, Levantine banners, the full horse of the Grand Alliance's armies, including, Hakram thought, every prince and princess in the hosts. What is that delightful Calawan saying again? The tyrant of Colloquy mused. Yes, I remember now. The boy's eye shone wet crimson, when he turned to grin at Adjutant, as if it had already partaken of the blood about to be spilled. Finders keepers, Kairos Theodosian said. Book 5, Interlude, so we shot him. 121. It can be wise to make a truce with a villain to deal with greater threat. Never forget, however, that fear does not make someone trustworthy. Merely afraid. 200 Heroic Axioms. Author, unknown. Captain Elvira could not have drawn her sword even if there was a need, for oaths still bound her, and so uncertainty was staying her hand. It had been a very fine line she'd walked these last few weeks, one finer than she was truly comfortable with. Elvira had sworn not to make war on the Black Queen nor her allies for the span of 3 months, and that span had not yet ended, though Lady Aquiline had made use of her regardless. The letter of the oath had been observed. The prisoners released under oath had never left the reserve or bared blade. Elvira herself did not formally hold command, for that might be impugning her word, though her advice was obeyed so faithfully this was mere pretense. The old woman would not pretend the spirit of the oath had not been broken, regardless, or that service of her lady excused the act. Even if the Black Queen had likely expected no better of them, it did not lessen the shame of being so feckless. Yet when duty and honor pulled different ways, which one was to be heeded? Elvira had no answer, and her lady was understanding. So here she was straddling a charade instead of declaring for either. Those are the spears of Stygia. We have confirmed it, Captain Onido grimaced. Ashen gods, just when the night was turning around. Onido, second only to her in years of service to Tartessos, held command of the host in the absence of Lady Aquiline, who was, at the moment, still having her wounds seen to, along with Razantanya, who she'd insisted would be healed at her side. That had raised more than a few eyebrows, and likely would again in days to come. If they survived that long, Elvira thought, which given the way reputable armies had taken to appearing out of thin air at their rear, was seeming less certain by the moment. And they are facing the Procerans, Elvira slowly said. The League of Free Cities had struck, oddly, perhaps in part to obscure its numbers, which were still very much in doubt, but their array was unusual. The spears of Stygia, perhaps the finest infantry that region had to offer, had appeared and formed up for advance at the back of Lady Aquiline's command, not facing the olive-in heavy infantry of Lord Malave to the north, which might be understandable if a swift rout was what was meant to achieve. Yet it was a hardened army of 20,000 Procerans, an army who'd already fought that same slave phalanx in the past, that they'd formed up in front of. There'd been much easier meat to prey on, if the Stygians had wished, the famously lightly armored warriors of Vacii, or perhaps the hodgepodge mixture of Fantassins and levies that was the northern Proceran contingent. Elvira had seen to it that even while moving to encircle the Black Queen's camp, her lady's army had not overextended, so theirs was not a weak position to assault. Why, of all places, had the spears of Stygia been put in front of the largest knot of veteran Proceran soldiery on the field? A rider approached, breaking up her musings, and conferred quietly with Captain Onido. She glanced at him, brow raised. The Black Queen's surrender seems to be holding, he told her. The Grand Alliance would have folded like parchment if it hadn't, Elvira grimly admitted to herself. Even now, in the distance, she could see the buckling lines of her lady's host when it was fighting on a single front. Two would have ended them in an hour. The Stygian phalanx was pushing through the Procerans inch by inch, unflinchingly, and with few losses. On the left flank, the Bellerophons were being hacked into by eager Tartessos captains. Though the enemy's formations were so dense, it was like wrestling with a boulder. Elvira would have spared a moment to be impressed by the way conscripts with only spears and old armor were holding up so well in front of proper warriors, if the Bellerophon stubbornness wasn't in the course of losing her this battle. Delosi forces held the other flank, facing Malagan warbands, and though the scribes themselves were nothing to worry of, the mercenaries they'd hired had stiffer spines and sharper blades. The Malagan captains were only barely holding on, and if they broke it would turn into a massacre. The Procerans at the center would be encircled and choked by the Stygian phalanx, while Elvira's left flank remained stuck and unable to help. Until the center collapsed as well, anyway, and it was swept through as well. We won't be winning this battle, Captain Elvira bluntly said. All we can do is hold and hope for Lord Marave to beat back the rest of the League. What would you advise then? Captain Onioto asked. I'd throw everything we have in reserve at our right flank, she said, and pray it'll hold long enough. It wasn't an order, oath forbade it, but it was treated like one. I expect, Yenu Marave calmly said, that you come bearing a threat. Had they been dealing with a lesser villain, Tarek thought, then the Lord of Alava would have been correct. If there'd ever been a time for the armies of the East to turn on the Grand Alliance, it was now. Debacle was unfolding down south, while a mere mile outside this tent a hard battle was being fought. Helicus' army had swept out of Arcadia like a tide, hammering at the right flank unexpectedly, and even as Lord Yenu redeployed to meet the threat, two more blows had come in quick succession. The soldiers of Penthess smashing into the left flank, while those of Nice poured out in the center. The first half-hour had been one-sided butchery, for the Alliance's army had been taken utterly by surprise, but now that it had had time to form up, a brutal stalemate of shield walls had formed. Yet all it would take was for the army of Callow to resume firing its siege engines at the army, and the battle would be over. Odds were that Catherine Foundling would never again get advantage so heavy and undeniable over the hosts of the Grand Alliance. And if she were a fool, then she would have instructed her followers to take advantage of it. The Grey Pilgrim saw no such thing within Vivian Dartwick, and that brought forth just as much fear as it did relief. Queen Catherine offered the surrender in good faith. The young woman replied just as calmly. It stands, regardless of circumstance. I have come to discuss terms of ransoming. Tarek almost laughed at the audacity of that. Lady Dartwick had ridden into her enemy's camp with nothing but a cursory escort, unarmed, and sat herself at the table across one of the most powerful men in the West without batting an eye. Like she did not doubt for a moment that she belonged there, though the pilgrims I told him she was not without doubts. They were not, however, woven into every part of her as they had been the previous year. Instead now, there was a pulsing sentiment that split the difference of ambition and yearning, and it had nestled deep at the heart Vivian Dartwick. The dark-haired woman, Tarek thought, had quite clearly lost her bestowal. She was the thief no longer. Both his eyes and the whispers of the Ophanim had so ascertained. And yet, in the bargain of that loss, she had gained something altogether more dangerous, belief. Am I? The pilgrim thought. Looking at your successor, Catherine Foundling? Ransoming, Lord Marave said, tone flat. You wish to have some of your forces released? I have come to bargain, Lady Vivian pleasantly smiled, for the ransoming of every force that surrendered to the Peregrine. Whispers, sharp and urgent. Not because of the woman's words, for those were no surprise, but for something unfolding. There was, the Ophanim conveyed, to be another great breach between creation and Arcadia. Soon, and it would be calamitous in some way. The Peregrine closed his eyes, feeling out the miracle he had woven over the sky. It was on the edge of passing, though it would be a natural death. Creation's true dawn was about to begin, and it would chase away his own conceited mimicry. That is not an offer mine to accept, Yenu Marave said. But the terms must be interesting, for what you offer to be worth so many soldiers. The aid of said soldiers, Vivian Dartwick replied, against the League of Free Cities. Left to it, Tarek thought, they would keep fencing for some time. Careful and wary both, even as death bloomed out on the fields. Not without reason, but the situation was on the edge of taking a grim turn. The tyrant of Colloquy might have been called here by the Black Queen's ploy, but he suspected even she did not truly understand what she'd unleashed. She'd let the fox into the henhouse, as reckless as ever. Lord Yenu, the pilgrim quietly asked, can this battle be won without their assistance? The other man's lips thinned. If our last hand is played, he said. It is, I think, about to be snapped over the tyrant's knee, Tarek said. Then it is not impossible, yet the path is narrow, the Lord of Alava said. Then we have an accord, Vivian Dartwick, the pilgrim said. There was a flicker of surprise on her face, though she mastered it swiftly. There is a mage among my escort, she said. If I might be allowed to send a signal? Do so, Tarek said. And hurry for dash. Creation shivered. To a sound like glass breaking had the glass been screamed by 100,000 voices. The gray pilgrim was on his feet in a heartbeat, leaving his words unfinished even as he raced out of the tent. The Ophanim's voices rose in a chorus of anger at the thoughtlessness of what had been done, and he could only agree. A breach fractured the plain between the armies fighting, shaped like a thick pane of glass shattered by blow, spinning out in cracks. Through it fell thousands and thousands of horsemen, the very same he had sent into Arcadia. Lady Dartwick came to stand at his side, face gone pale. Send your signal, the gray pilgrim said, before it is too late. Cursing his weary bones, the Peregrine straightened his back. First he would need to enlist Lawrence, but after that, there was a villain among the reign of soldiers that was being carried down by a swarm of gargoyles. The rogue sorcerer should be able to hold him until the two old hands arrived. Kairos Theodosian had been allowed to run rampant for too long, and an end brought to his scheming was long overdue. It wasn't even much of a drop, Hakram thought, but then it hadn't needed to be. 10, 12 feet, the orc estimated. He'd seen horses jump half that without hurting themselves, though admittedly not horses in armor and bearing armored riders. Still, he suspected it had been the angle of it more than anything else, like the floor dropping off under an entire army. Their return to creation had been accompanied by a horrifying song. Horses by the thousands screaming for their broken limbs, falling to the side and rolling over soldiers crushed by their weight. Horns and trumpets as the Proserans and Levantines who had remained unharmed tried and failed to assert order, and all the while Kairos Theodosian laughed convulsively. Rent. The red-eyed boy had ordered Arcadia, and beneath the hooves of the West's cavalry the earth had been rent asunder. At least the tyrant seemed half dead for it, Adjutant thought. The orc had seen higher sorceries of this caliber before, but only once before an aspect destructive on such a scale, the Carrion Lord's own, when he had wrecked the doomsday fortress made from lease. Lord Black had been near killed by the overreach, however, where Kairos Theodosian remained conscious. Feverish, yes, exhausted and drenched in sweat. Yet still very much awake. It appears, Adjutant said, that you've repelled the enemy. The tyrant did not reply, slumped and breathing laboriously. The villain was seated on his throne still, a gaudy thing bejeweled, and set on a platform almost as luxurious. The platform itself had been carried down by a swarm of gargoyles, along with the wooden frame holding up Hakram himself. And more, too. Lord Cairo's personal guard had been held up by pairs of the constructs, slowing their fall by enough the descent did not wound them. It had allowed Adjutant a read on the amount of gargoyles that existed in Hull, which to his eyes was somewhere between 3,000 and 5,000, mostly likely on the lower end of that span. It was still a colossal investment of resources to have made so many of the creatures, especially for a city-state, and should they ever be broken, Hakram suspected it would be a crippling blow for the villain. Something to pass along. When he returned to Catherine, Lord Kairos did not reply to his comment, instead sending out further swarms of gargoyles with an anemic twitch of the arm. Adjutant's eyes narrowed. The 1,000-strong retinue of Helikian soldiers was making a slaughter of the horsemen in disarray, methodically scything through the wounded and the frightened, but it was not them the constructs had gone after. Better than repelled, Kairos Theodosian rasped out. Captured. Fascinated, Hakram peered at the swarms that were causing such a racket further down the shattered enemy column. There were 7 of them, spiriting away 7 prisoners. 7 crowned princes and princesses of Procure, he thought, snatched by the gargoyles in the midst of the howling chaos that had been crashing down onto creation. And now Lord Kairos began, but a wet cough tore out of his throat. The boy's lips, Hakram saw, were flecked with blood. And now, the tyrant croaked, dawn. The orc looked up, in time to see the shining star that held back the night wane, and the truth of creation replace it. The drow were struck down anew, before they could even properly stir. Acua Sahelian watched dawn rise, a crow on one side, and a well on the other. They had watched it all unfold from the highest point in the camp of the army of Callow, the graceful dance that had spanned a night, and brought them to this very moment. The shade who'd once been the heiress to Wolof had been taught the arts of treachery since the cradle, and taken to them like few others, so perhaps she was the only person in all of Isère who could suitably appreciate what Catherine had done. The seamless sequence, born of an understanding of her foes that had been like an astronomer's prediction of spheres in their orbit. Acua had glimpsed but a fraction of the preparations that arranging the stretch of a single night. No, not even that, barely even a bell in duration, had taken, and so what she saw was not the luck of meddler, but instead a net, whose weaving had begun weeks ago, if not months. O goddess of night, the shades said. You walk along her thoughts, do you not? How much of it did she truly anticipate? Enough, the eldest knight said. Though the urge to press the matter burned on her tongue, she did not purse. Acua was not Catherine, to chastise and wheedle entities far beyond her ken with that fearlessness that was sister to folly. Even without moving a finger, the shade could feel the towering weight of the goddess who had been born to the name of Andronike. The millennia of blood and screams she had woven into apotheosis. It felt like even just an irritated glance from the half of Save Noc would be enough to make dust in the wind of Acua, for one's presence was mountain and the other feathers. And now I am called on to do my part, Leal's servant that I am, the shade murmured. In the sky a streak of colored light stretched, the signal from Lady Dartwick that surrender had been turned into effective, if still temporary, alliance. No servant of mine, the goddess said. You wield, but do not make covenant. Alas, O goddess, my heart has already been taken, Acua smiled. This is humorous, for you imply romantic feeling when in truth referencing grievous bodily harm. Andronike said, tone smug. I have mastered your ways, shade. I am helpless before your guile, save Noc. She replied, tone the slightest hint of dry. The crow cawed in high-handed agreement. There will be need of a word to bring it forth, the goddess said. Have you chosen? I have, Acua said, lips quirking. I believe she would approve. Then we begin, Andronike said. Her work was not as crude and unpolished as to require physical contact to be wielded. Proximity and binding were sufficient. She who had once been the diabolist allowed herself to sink into the sea of night, the receptacle she had filled with the might of the mighty night after night. Acua had known men and women, in praise, who would have sold half the world to have such power at their fingertips, and it had been entrusted to her almost as an afterthought, like it was a chore instead of the kind of privileged children would murder their progenitors for without hesitation. No oath stayed her hand, now, and no chain held her so closely that with this in her grasp, she could not sever it. She could turn on the woman who'd slain and bound her. She could even bring this entire beautiful house of cards tumbling down on her head simply by doing nothing. Instead, Acua Sahelian opened black-rimmed eyes and bared a smile like a blade of ivory. "Fall," she said. A torrent of darkness shot up in the sky, and from dawn wove an eclipse. Princess Rosala Melanza woke disoriented, her leg throbbing with pain. She groaned and almost panicked when she realized she could not move her arms or legs. She was bound by rope, but mastered herself before she could scream. She would not give the enemy the pleasure of her fear before it took her life and sent her back to. No, this was not Cleves. It was Isaiah. It was dark, and for reasons unknown she was hanging upside down from a rope. "Ah," a familiar voice graveled. "I thought the prince from Cantil would be first to wake, on account of the thicker skull." "Dead hand," Rosala croaked, her mouth cottony and vision swimming. "You've captured me?" She forced herself to concentrate, and after squinting for a moment saw through the gloom. "Not exactly," the adjutant ruefully replied, just as she realized the orc was hanging upside down a mere foot to the left. Gods, her throat was parched. Wiggling in her bindings, Rosala saw she was in hallowed company indeed. To her right was Prince Arnaud, and from there a procession of royalty continued. Every prince and princess of Procor and her host was strung up there in a neat row from a raised beam, like venison left to dry. "Who dash," she began, turning to the orc, but then she remembered. "Merciful gods, the tyrant. We were thousands and—" "SHHHH," a young man called out. "The gallery doesn't get to talk, Rosalie." "Rosala," the adjutant said. "Oh, who cares?" The tyrant of Colloquy dismissed. "Proceran royals, eh? There's so many of them, why even bother? She can complain to Cordovan Hallenban if she feels insulted." The damned, she saw, hadn't even bothered to turn to address them. He was sprawled on a lumpy throne set atop a platform. Likely for some eldritch reason a goat was standing at his side, allowing herself to be petted while he fed her grass from his palm. "Cordelia Hazenbach," Princess Rosala coolly corrected. "First Prince of Procor and Warden of the West." Hazenbach was not and never would be bosom friend of hers, but she would not let the elected ruler of the Principate be mocked by a twisted little shit like Tyrant of Colloquy. "If Rosalie talks again, my lovelies, eat one of her eyes," Kairos Theodosian absent-mindedly ordered. "You can choose which." Rosala's blood ran cold when she saw a gargoyle's animalistic visage peer out over the edge of the beam from which she hand, chittering eagerly. There was a bleat from the goat, and the tyrant snorted. "No, not you," the boy said. "You're a terrible horse." Rosala eyed the adjutant, wondering whether a whispered question was worth the risk of losing an eye, but the orc suddenly stiffened. A heartbeat later, there was a burst of light as a cut was made through thin air, and in a gust of stormy wind 3 silhouettes emerged in front of the tyrant's throne. Rosala knew them well, had fought at the side of most. "Tyrant," the gray pilgrim greeted the villain. "This has gone on for long enough." The damned idly flipped the jeweled scepter in his hand, catching it by the handle. "Give me a moment," the tyrant of Colloquy said, cocking his head to the side. "I'm trying to think of an answer that involves a goat pawn." "Just kidding? No, that's sloppy. I hold myself to higher standards than that. It will be a mercy to put an end to you, lunatic," the Saint of Swords said. "I bet you didn't even make that one on purpose," the damned laughed. "There's sorcery being used," the rogue sorcerer told the other two. Still distant, but cutting the head of the snake will serve, for a start, the peregrine said. The old man raised his staff, and as the air thickened with the weight of chosen preparing to battle, a small sound ripped through the tension. It was, Rosala realized, a match being struck. Off the ornate helmet Prince Arnaud still wore, even unconscious. Nonchalantly lighting her pipe, the Black Queen flicked the spent match down and offered up a sharp-toothed smile. "So," Catherine Foundling said, "we've got about an hour before everybody here ends up enlisting in the dead king's army the hard way." She shrugged and leaned against the adjutant's tied form. "But hey, by all means don't let me interrupt." Book 5, Chapter 32, Woven, Weaver. And so triumphant laughed, saying, "You spellsingers, wisdom of stars and weavers of fate, know now despair. I will break you so utterly even the remembrance of your wholeness will suffocate, and where rose your tall spires there be only the barren sea I made of your defiance." Extract from the Scroll of Dominion, 24th of the Secret Histories of Praise. Gods, but it had been close. More than once we'd tread the edge of the cliff, and every time it had been all I could do not to pull the trigger on all of my most horrifying contingencies. If the pilgrim had refused the surrender, proved himself someone it was hopeless to work with under any circumstances. If the tyrant had refused to send forward his armies, proved willing to sacrifice even his own plans to prevent truce being made in the West. If Vivian had fallen even slightly short of the kind of woman I believed she could be, and chosen the early gain over the slow triumph. Every time I'd sat with Kamina on my shoulder, watching them face the crossroads and knowing if the wrong choice was made, all that was left would be the hardest of measures. And yet, even as I pulled at my pipe and let trails of Wycliffe escape my nostrils, I saw them all turn towards me like sunflowers to the sun and understood bone deep why someone like Dread Emperor Traitorous could exist. I'd tasted heights in my life, more than most ever got to experience. Nights of pleasure with men or women who knew their way around a good time, and subtler pleasures of luxury too. A cup good wine and a crisp pipe, meals exotic and exquisitely prepared. Different sorts of satisfactions as well. Evenings by the fire with people I would love until death took me, but also sharper edges. Victory in battle, death and terror inflicted on enemies I despised. Enjoyments that soothed the soul, but others that had your teeth clenching in harsh, spiteful vindication. And while I knew it was passing, that like a spasm of pleasure or the ephemeral bliss of a drug it would die out and leave the body strained for it, there was a moment where I saw it in their eyes. The knowledge that to get here, in this moment, I had played them for fools and done it remaining one step ahead of them the entire time. The blend of hatred and fear and respect, but most of all of something that was kin to awe. It was like nothing else I'd ever felt. If someone had distilled and bottled victory, I thought, it would taste something like this. What a dangerous thing this sensation was, and how careful I must be to avoid falling in love with it. Else I would become another traitoress, another irritant, another mad murderer who cared more for victory as an end instead of a methods. For the triumph of cleverness at the expense of all else, like it was enough to simply beat the others. Black Queen. The peregrine greeted me tiredly. That is a considerable claim you have made. I pulled at my pipe once more and discreetly glanced at Hakram. Prince among men that he was, he understood what I needed from him without a word. Atalanta, he whispered. Hierarch. Knows about Z's. The forces at the tyrant's fingertips that were still missing, along with something he should have no way of knowing. The final pieces to the sharp-edged jigsaw puzzle that we'd all made of this night. My instincts had been right then. Kairos was making a play for the Shard of Arcadia, using another madman and the most powerful priests in his armies. He still thought he was playing me, I thought, smiling at the villain on question. But he'd actually given me the last puzzle pieces I needed to be able to run a spit through his guts and hold him over the fire like a wildly treacherous goose. Kairos can vouch for me on that, I drawled, pushing myself off Hakram. After all, he's been talking with the dead king throughout this entire campaign. The tyrant gasped theatrically as everyone's eyes turned towards him. Leaning on my staff, I limped forward and left behind the hanging royals as well as adjutant. It had not escaped my notice that Kairos had 7 crowns and my closest friend in the world hanging from that wooden beam. I might have been amused by that, if not for the implicit threat to the gesture, that he'd kill Hakram the moment I made a play for the Shard, that I could only snatch that prize from him if I was willing to make adjutant my one. A heartbeat passed, and the odd-eyed villain started tittering, putting his trembling hand over his heart in an expression of repentance. You got me. The tyrant of Colloquy snickered. I tried to sell you all out to the dead king, and for that, I sincerely apologize. The sincerity, I thought, was cast somewhat into doubt by his broad shit-eating grin. Though, in my defense, Kairos continued, it's the Black Queen's own court warlock who decided to read the entire Kabbalist Book of Darkness and got himself inconvenienced. Huh. I wondered if he genuinely didn't know that Masigo had actually gotten his hands on much worse than that, Neshama's actual memories, harvested from an echo in Arcadia, or if he was simply keeping that under wraps for later use. By inconvenienced, the tyrant added in stage whisper, I mean he went crazy and ate a city's worth of souls and now the dead king is riding him like a mule, if you'll forgive my language. I could have tried to cut him off before he got all of that out, but I didn't bother. For one, the longer he kept talking the least likely he was to notice I'd ordered my Lord of Silent Steps to take care of a few loose ends. And, most importantly, I wanted him to out the fact that it was Masigo who was, getting slightly rough with the fabric of creation. Nobody here trusted the tyrant the slightest fucking bit, and this would be taken as an attack on his part, which meant that my reply, which admittedly stretched the truth a little, would be granted a lot more good faith than anything coming out of my mouth usually would get. The Hierophant attempted to find a way to kill the dead king, at great personal risk to himself, I said, carefully avoiding mentioning that Masigo would have taken a bite out of his own liver for that knowledge regardless of all other considerations. But whatever it was the Assurans used at Thalassina, it wounded him. The hidden horror seems to have taken advantage of that. But it wouldn't have happened if the lot of you hadn't gone a-crusading and started a battle that wiped a major city off the face of creation. I left unsaid. That is unfortunate, the Grey Pilgrim said. Yet dash. If the next sentence that comes out of your mouth is, we might have to kill him, I mildly said, we're going to have a problem. That didn't win me any favor with the heroes, from the way their backs straightened. I wasn't feeling all that threatened by that, to be honest. The saint had tussled with Ramina, so she was far from fresh, and like the tyrant for all his fronting the pilgrim, was dead tired. The only hero that was in fighting fit was the rogue sorcerer, and if it came to that I could bury him in a swarm of mighty. I didn't intend on outright dictating terms here, but I had no qualms with disabusing them from the illusion that they were in a position to dictate a single fucking thing to me, including the death of one of my friends, no matter his current state. Shut your mouth, child, the Saint of Swords said. You dash. I glanced at the peregrine. Tarek, I calmly said, do muzzle your hound, before I decide to take offense. The old man's face tightened, but he laid a hand on his attack dog's shoulder and spoke to her in a whisper. I turned to the tyrant, who was watching all of this happen with a kind of pure malicious glee I'd only ever seen in goblins before. Now would be a good time to order your armies to retreat, I told him. I'm no general, the odd-eyed boy said, but we do appear to be winning. I could have pointed out that the drow had been strengthened by the eclipse Acua had brought at precisely the right time, and that now that bargain had been struck my armies would back those of the Grand Alliance against his. But that'd be missing the point, because none of this really mattered to him. Kairos, I patiently said, I understand you think that by standing here and mouthing off you're serving as a distraction for the hierarch claiming the shard unhindered, but you've been had. So call off your damn armies, and let's have all of us a civilized conversation. The tyrant of Colloquy gazed at me in disappointment, one eye shining red and the other teary from tiredness. Now, if I did have such a scheme, Kairos Theodosian said, and I do not, for I assure you I am most defeated and at your common mercy. But if I did, then the most elementary of steps would have been ensuring that the dead king could not in fact see such a blow coming. That, in this most theoretical of worlds, though I am such a villain's inferior in many ways distance, and the nature of our bargain would blind him to the knife until the very last moment. His leg twitched restlessly. Now, Catherine, in this abstract, are you still suggesting that I was seen through? The tyrant asked. No, I said. I'm not clear on what exact measures you took, honestly, but I'm fairly sure they worked. Which is why I'm telling you that, while you launched your attacks here, I preemptively sold you out to hidden horror. His face went blank at my words, and I enjoyed the sight a lot more than I'd thought I would. It hadn't even been all that complicated, to be honest. Not once I'd figured out that Nishama had his finger in this pie anyway. Masigo was the only angle he could feasibly have used other than myself, and that meant all it had taken to pass a warning about what I suspected the hierarch of being capable of was putting it to parchment and having one of the Wild Hunt carry it as far into the Arcadian wasteland as she could without getting killed or captured. Something like a shiver went through the tyrant of Colloquy's sickly frame at my words, though I could not be certain whether it was fear or excitement. Or, for that matter, something as mundane as exhaustion. Well, Kairos Theodosian mused, it seems we truly do have about an hour to live. He spared a look for some of the throng of gargoyles ever surrounding him, some of which flew away with urgent chittering. Queen Catherine, the pilgrim said, tone sharp. I'll give you the broad strokes, I said. Kairos can fill in the parts I'm uncertain about. Won't you, Kairos? Most of the time it was a damned pain to deal with intelligent opponents, but once in a while it had its uses. The tyrant looked at the heroes, face twisting into a thoughtful frown as he asked himself what use I had for the heroes. It could not be to kill him, since he had to know just the same as I did that he'd slip away like an eel if we tried. He had symbolic hostages, had just finished making a broad splash in the story pond with a plan, and so he was very much due a beating at heroic hands, followed by him scampering away to fight another day. So no, I wasn't trying to use the heroes as a borrowed knife. I was even, tacitly, inviting him to be part of this as something other than an enemy. Which meant, there are 6 of us, Kairos noted, eyeing me as he wagged a finger chidingly. Adjutant will stay behind, I replied. Not even one of them, he laughed. Everbold, Catherine. Put this way, how can I refuse? My gaze returned to the pilgrim, whose face had grown cold as the back and forth continued. The light tone of the exchange must have grated on him, considering people were dying as we spoke. You can't act like that with the tyrant. Tarek, I thought. He'll pounce on that kind of weakness every time. The block on scrying is what gave it away, I told the pilgrim. I'd been given details before that allowed me to catch on. Troubles at the observatory and my mages theorizing that the sky was already in use, and that was why the rituals didn't work. I thought it was a side effect, at first, of whatever Hierophant is being tricked into doing, but it was just too convenient. The rogue sorcerer stirred. The scrying troubles are a consequence of the Keter's due of some great working, he said. That much I have confirmed. Figured it might be that, I said, because Hierophant picked up the ruins of Lys on the way here. And I'm no scholar of sorcery, but I do know there's one thing about that weapon that makes Acua Sahelian a legend. It made use of the dew. Instead of the turning Lys and its surroundings into a blighted wasteland, Diabolist had used the wild release of wasted energy that accompanied every spell to power the city's flight. That did not mean, however, that the artifact could not be shaped anew until the release served other purpose. You're implying the dead king, through the Hierophant, intervened to prevent scrying from being possible in Isère, the pilgrim said. He flicked a glance at the rogue sorcerer, who nodded a concession it was possible for that to have been the case. I didn't need to tell the peregrine much more than that. He might not have been in the middle of anything like this before, but given how long he'd been kicking around, he would have been in the middle of a lot of things that were a little like this. We were meant to bloody each other, the old man quietly said. The Grand Alliance, the Legions of Terror, your army of Callow. By cutting off the rituals, negotiation was made difficult, and you, a coldly burning gaze turned to the tyrant of Colloquy. I sympathized with the sentiment. The pilgrim and I had both known we were doing the dead king's work for him by fighting here in Isère, but neither of us had grasped quite how literally that was the case until tonight. Me, Kairos grinned. I've had eyes in the sky this entire time, in a manner of speaking, and on occasion, I spoke with a dear friend of mine about common interests, which explained why the armies of the League and of Colloquy in particular had been able to dance around Isère flawlessly, never encountering any true setback until I'd arrived on the surface with Save NOC at my back. Perhaps the only entity in the principality that could veil itself from the ritual Neshama was using. And to make it even worse, with that knowledge Kairos had undertaken the collection of even more. Since he'd known where every army was, he'd been able to make deals with them for even more secrets until he was the only person in all of Isère who truly knew what was going on, which had made him, in turn, even more useful to the dead king who needed an agent in the region to keep stirring the chaos and escalate the mess. I suspected he'd used that Nita chip to learn quite a few things he shouldn't. Likely the information about the bard he'd traded me initially came from Neshama, and for him to know of the specific price to my bargain with Laret, as he quite obviously did, meant the chances were good most of what Masigo knew had been spilled and passed on. It did smack of the dead king's ironic touch, to be selling my secrets instead of his. Of course they are villains, I said, which means the dead king always intended to kill him, and Kairos always intended on stealing the dead king's victory at the very last moment. I cast a curious glance at the tyrant, since I was still unaware of the full details of what Neshama was up to. I'd figured out that if no one ended up claiming the shard it would have no anchor, and so just keep falling, until it crashed on us. But I doubted the dead king was just going to let that lying around afterwards. Though after making corpses out of the core armies of the Grand Alliance, the East, and the League, he should definitely have some further means to meddle. He planned on turning this lovely little ruined realm into a fresh hell, I do believe, Kairos mused. After binding our souls, raising us from the grave, and unleashing us against all he opposed anyway. He's got classic tastes, our friend up north. Neat, I flatly said. So, Kairos here wanted to snatch the shard from the dead king using the Hierarch and Atalantis priesthood. It was going to be beautiful, the tyrant sighed. Terrible for all of you, of course, but absolutely glorious for everyone that matters. I'd even been looking into the practicalities of crashing it into the Serenity. What? No, now is not the time to let him distract me. Won't work now, I said. The dead king's been warned. But, as it happens, there's still a way to prevent this from killing us all. The tyrant leaned back into his throne with a vicious grin. Now, This is the part I've been looking forward to, Kairos Theodosian cheerfully said. Go on, Catherine. I want to see how you'll be selling the birth of a Fey court sworn to below to the Peregrine. The pilgrim's hackles went right back up. Not that they'd ever gone down all that much. Might be more accurate to say the crux of his indignation had been pointed at another villain, for once. He didn't accuse me, at least, though at his side Lawrence looked both triumphant and remarkably eager to run me through. I rolled my shoulder to loosen it, the same way I'd used to do before fights. In a way, this was one. Without blades having been bared, but it counted all the same. All my plans meant nothing if I couldn't convince the Peregrine that backing me was the right choice. The saint was a lost cause, and I knew next to nothing about the sorcerer, but they'd both fall in line if Tarek gave his word. Leaning against my staff, I gestured upwards at the darkened firmament. Now, a realm has been carved out of Arcadia and sent careening down into creation, I said. There's no changing that. There's not sending it back, and destroying it would be worse. It's close enough to us by now that if we broke it, the aftershocks would likely kill everyone in Isère. Which means that realm needs to be seen to, anchored, and there's only 3 stories for us to craft that fate from. I raised a single finger, then jammed it towards the north. The dead king's story is a kingdom of death, made for the reigning king of the same, I said. Its herald was the folly and blindness of mortals, who willingly sacrificed themselves at an unseen altar to allow the blooming of calamity. I paused. It also involves everyone here dying and returning as a revenant in his service, leading his armies in the conquest of Colloquy, I added. Not, I feel sane in assuming, anyone's first choice. I shrugged. Now, there was a second story, I said, woven by the hand of our very own tyrant. Kairos nonchalantly waved, which had the saint's lips thinning in anger and her hand visibly reaching for her sword. It was almost unsettling to see that directed at someone else. His was the madness dash. Visionary wisdom, the tyrant corrected. Of the hierarch woven into the very fabric of a realm, I continued. A vessel of revolt, an instrument for the sowing of strife uncivil. That story, however, was broken. She sold me out to the dead king. Kairos complained to the heroes. You really can't trust anyone these days. The last story is mine, I said. It is made of crowns and debts, the desperate trick of a fox chewing through its own foot for fear of the night. Then it is true, the gray pilgrim grimly said. You want to make a court of night? Oh no, this is where you have me wrong, I smiled. What I want, Peregrine, is for us to make a god. My smile turned sharp, almost blade-like. Then to murder that god, and make of his bones a highway for our armies. Book 5, Chapter 33, Concord. Ambition without principle is greed. Principle without ambition is mediocrity. Clodomir Meravins, 9th First Prince of Procure. An empty throne, raised over a land of crossroads, the gray pilgrim said, voice wary. As it should be, I thought. It was not trouble for the faint-hearted that I was proposing to seek. Laret, now huntsman but once a prince of the Winter Court, had in those days schemed to slip the leash holding the Fae to Arcadia by binding himself to creation instead. 7 and 1. A pattern that had echoed around Colloquy long enough for it to have the proper form of binding, and behind it the weight of earthly crowns laid at his feet. It had been a clever enough scheme, but also a risky one, not that he'd had much of a choice. As the King of Winter and the Queen of Summer wed, and their war abruptly ended, with it changed the landscape of Arcadia, a single court, and with it different stories that meant Laret was running out of time if he ever wanted to wiggle his way out. Desperate measures had seen him lead a ramshackle wild hunt, born of nothing, for spring and autumn had not come and might never again, to swear itself to my service, and so avoid entanglements in Arcadia. Doubly clever he had been, the once prince, for it was to a court contained within my frame he had sworn himself and his fellows. Like fish in the sea, the Fae had been content to keep swimming in that familiar power until I gathered the crowns I owed and completed Laret's scheme for him. Then the Everdark happened, and the power running through the veins of the Fae had been ripped out, the reborn night injected instead, and it had all begun to go awry. At the moment, my wild hunt was not fundamentally all that different from Mighty. Oh, their tricks and bodies were different, though I suspected that with time and the full settling of winter within the night, the firstborn would begin taking one Fae-like traits. But that was just the shape of their mold, so to speak. The material in those molds was the same for Hunt and Mighty both, namely night, which meant that save NOC could snuff them out at will. As the sovereign of moonless night, I'd leaned on the oaths to get obedience from the Fae because I did not have the know-how to use their connection to winter as a leash. Given a few decades or a century, I might have learned, but Larrett would have been long rid of my service by then, and so of this trouble as well. Civility, though, they had built their apotheosis from scratch, and though the manner and nature of it had been nothing less than horror, they had built it nonetheless. They could end the hunt with a thought, and the Fae had suspected that much from the moment they'd felt my surrender to the sisters. And so they'd kept their oaths to myself and my subjects, even though they were no longer bound by them. For if they became an enemy, I might be troubled to look into the practicalities of ending them. A shame for them, and for Larrett, that I'd found out anyway. Gates, for the proper toll, I agreed. Paths through a realm without the risks of Arcadia, but similar peculiarities. The armies on this field could turn a march of months into weeks instead, and intervene north before the front's collapse. And you would beget this through the murder of one in your service, Tarek said, not bothering to hide his distaste. Could a chord not be reached instead? There was a sound like someone choking down laughter, which served to inform me Kairos apparently knew a thing or two about the Fae. That is not in his nature, I said. And Fae do not change. It is inevitable. Larrett, who was once the Prince of Nightfall, will rise once more, ruler of a court of dusk, and turn on those that raised him. And when that happens, inevitability, the gray pilgrim echoed. A band of 5, like few this world had seen, to smother that infant god in the cradle. The last words had his face going ashen, for some reason. I suppose the scope of what I'd suggested was beginning to sink in. In the interests of diplomacy, I refrained from mentioning I figured if any choir was going to be in favor of infant smothering, it'd be mercy. You didn't get to make a greater good without laying a foundation of lesser evils. And the greater the scale of that good, so with the evils that were its bedrock. Tarek, the saint hoarsely said, you can't seriously be considering this. She looked, I thought, like someone had upended her world. It sees to our every need. The peregrine said, and turned rueful eye on me. How neatly you have tied us with the strings of necessity. I met his gaze unblinking. Should I apologize, I said, for making this a victory for others than myself? He turned away at that, both at what I'd said, and at what was implied. That had he been so set on being my enemy, I'd had to work against him to help him. Silence stretched for a tense moment. Black Queen, the rogue sorcerer said, politely inclining his head. I have questions, if I may. Funny how they got all polite when they no longer had the upper hand. No, that was unfair of me. I was in no position to cast stones on the subject of civility. Beneath the swaying leather coat and the practical chainmail beneath, I could not help but notice that the sorcerer was rather short. Still taller than me, I was forced to admit, but not by much. I'd had a glimpse of what he could do with the intricate casting rod he kept, and it had been a notch in power and skill above what I'd seen out of any, but the most powerful of Precise warlocks. Fire-based, I'd vaguely remembered, but there must have been more to it than that. His unremarkable brown pupils were discreetly rimmed with color, one scarlet red and the other verdant green. Acua had fought him while wearing me the once, but like me she'd failed to tease much out of him, which meant most his tricks were still unknown in all his aspects. Both Tarek and Kairos would shoot up as threats the moment they became members of our band of 5 instead of my spent opponents. Creation itself conspiring to make sure they were fit to participate in what followed, but like the saint they were mostly known quantities. I knew nothing of the rogue sorcerer, save that he'd repeatedly scrapped with adversaries seemingly his superior without ever taking a wound or revealing any of the dangerous tricks mages tended to hoard like magpies. That alone was enough to make him dangerous. Ask, I replied. You will need 7 crowns as the price, the hero said, his lower meason smooth and accentless. This I understand the logistics of. The gaze he flicked at the 7 Proceran royals and adjutant visibly hanging behind us made his point clear. It is the one, however, that interests me, he said. 7 for weight, but the last to shape. It will be, in a sense, the most important aspect of what you propose. The one we'll bring with us into the deeps, I said, to be bestowed only at the heart of it. The rogue sorcerer's lips thinned, obviously not considering that to be much of an answer, but in a sense it had not been him I was speaking to. Tarek and Kairos both cast glances at me, one wary, the other gleeful. Yeah, there were 3 of us who could still qualify for the one. Kairos Theodosian was tyrant of Colloquy by name, but king of the same by title. Tarek was, in the eyes of many of his countrymen, the rightful ruler of Levant. And I had more than a few titles to throw around these days, but the one that mattered most was Queen of Callow. As you say, the hero murmured. On the subject of roads and tolls dash. It won't be like Arcadia, I admitted. That is beyond my remit. It'll take more than a powerful caster with the right tools to access it. We'll have to raise gates in creation and bind them to the realm. After that, though, journey should be seamless when the tolls are paid. And the nature of said tolls? The sorcerer pressed. Blood, the pilgrim quietly said. Isn't it? It was Akua's best guess, yes, and the sisters were being ambiguous in their answers, but implying that might be the case. Freely given, I clarified. One cut to enter, the other to leave. A sliver of life to sustain the crossroads realm. And anybody could pass the gate, the rogue sorcerer. But very few would know how to. Build. 1. I smiled and did not answer. The sorcerer might be able to figure it out, I knew, especially if he was at hand when the realm was born. But aside from him, maybe 5 people would have the know-how in all of Colloquy, and most of them answered to me to some degree. We should kill her now, the Saint of Swords calmly said. My fingers tightened around my staff, but beyond that I gave no visible reaction. I glanced at Tarek and raised an eyebrow, silently letting him know that Lawrence of Montfort was his fucking problem at the moment, but that if she became mine, he wouldn't like what followed. I understand your worries, Saint Dash, the rogue sorcerer began. No, you don't, she bluntly said. Because you're barely even 30, and you still think because she compromises once or twice it changes what she is. It doesn't. I would not swear truce with her beyond the dead king's end, the rogue sorcerer replied, tone touched with strained patience. But to refuse an arrangement right now would be worse than a sin. It would be a mistake. Do you know who the most dangerous villain I've ever faced was, boy? Lawrence de Montfort casually said. There's a few people would consider the obvious contenders. I fought the first horned lord to wake in 5 centuries to a draw. I crawled in my own blood after a bout with the Lady of the Lake, and put down the Drake Knight after his mind went. All of those would have butchered their way through half a legion of soldiers without batting an eye. All were monsters at the peak of their mastery. But the most dangerous villain I ever faced was my first, an alchemist so sickly he could barely hold a sword. She was arguing for my death, I was well aware, but this was still rather interesting, so she had my full attention for more than one reason. The Jacks hadn't put together nearly as much as I would have liked on the Saint, which only made sense if she'd spent most of her years wandering around Colloquy as a cantankerous armed vagrant. I caught him early, the Saint idly said. People were going missing, and I looked into it. Bandits and criminals, as it turned out, but he was still keeping them in cells and using them for bloody research. Yet it was for antidotes, for ways to end plagues and heal the worst of injuries. He was just the salutary alchemist, I thought, and so young. Not some hard-eyed vulture, and his damnation looked like it was half an accident. Bad methods, but good ends. So I slapped him around some, made him pass his prisoners to the closest city's jail, and told him he could use animals, but not people. Then I let him off with a warning. Slowly, the Saint of Swords unsheathed her blade. She tapped it against her shoulder, striding around the sorcerer, but her eyes remaining on the pilgrim the whole time. Gods, but the boy was brilliant, she said. 5 years later, and keeping to the rules, he distilled an essence of life, a potion that kept people alive past their time. When the sea camp pox hit Valensis, he moved there to cure it, and stayed after. I thought, maybe it didn't have to be a war all the time. That in some places, sometimes, we could have peace. Make exceptions. Salutary, the rogue sorcerer slowly said. The word can mean beneficial, but the older meaning is health-giving. Lawrence de Montfort grinned, old yellow teeth bared. And give them health he did. Let them live past their time. Except he was the only one with the recipe, and it only bought them a few months at a time. I almost let out an impressed whistle, seeing where she was headed with this. The prince was old, and so he was owned, the Saint derisively said. And with every passing year someone else was in his debt that was old, but also rich and powerful. Or sick in a way priests can't see to. Or wanting to look young, or 100 other paltry fucking things that could be fixed with the right brew. I heard nothing about the people who'd started to go missing again, in Valensis, until I ran into one getting grabbed by the fucking city guard. And when I asked questions they all covered for him, all closed ranks, because he'd gotten his claws in them, and what were a few dead nobodies for his research when that research was so useful. In Procker, I remembered, they knew the Saint of Swords as the regicide. For her very public slaying of the Prince of Valensis, many years ago. He was a helpful lad, the salutary alchemist, Lawrence de Montfort softly said. Helped with his tonics and filters, When the going got rough for Chosen, never swung a blade at anybody in his life. And if I'd left him to it another decade, he would have owned half of Procker without anyone being the wiser. The Saint of Swords pointed her blade at me. There can be, she slowly enunciated, no truce with the enemy. Not even when they are reasonable, helpful, especially then, because if you let the rot take even a moment, then you will always have to amputate the limb. The tyrant of Colloquy, never one to let an occasion to be a shit pass him by, enthusiastically clapped at the end of her tirade and called for an encore. I glanced at the other heroes. The rogue sorcerer's face had gone blank, which to me reeked of hesitation. It made sense, didn't it? Because to me Lawrence was a zealous old biddy who regularly tried to kill me and my friends. But to the heroes she was the prickly, unpleasant grandmother they didn't want but always stepped in when they were in trouble. And sure, she thought with her sword, but most of the time that kind of simplicity paid off for heroes. It lent them strength, got them through the worst villains brought to bear against them, and if the light was anything like the night, then conviction had a lot to do with how well you could use it. The Grey Pilgrim was the one that mattered, though, because where the saint was respected, the peregrine was trusted. And even when he wasn't, well, if he made a decision, then the rest of the Grand Alliance couldn't really break it without breaking itself, given his pull in the Dominion. And I wasn't sure Lawrence would give a damn about that, given who she was, but I suspected the rogue sorcerer was a different story entirely. And the pilgrim slowly shook his head. I will not break the world that is to spare the world that could be, the peregrine said. Tarek, how many of these turnabouts have you seen over the years? The saint hissed. How many damned made their apologies, swore they'd never meant to hurt anyone, said that they would help you keep the peace instead? Dozens, the pilgrim said. And how many kept their word? None, the old man tiredly said. And still you want to make bargain with her? The battle's not done, Tarek. It'll get ugly, true enough, and thousands will die. Likely one of us too. But we can still win. And though we'll be a ruin after we'll be a ruin that can recover, the saint harshly asked. But if we compromise, here and now, there'll never be any recovering from that. The taint will be in the cause until it runs its course. So, why? Because we are not animals, Tarek softly replied. Because we do not shy from compromise simply because it has burned us before. Because if we are willing to break armies for a point of theological purity, then that it is us that deserves the breaking. But most of all, Lawrence. His eyes were bright as he turned to her, but there was no warmth to them. Only a cold, patient light like the distant radiance of a star. Because I will not brook unnecessary suffering, the Grey Pilgrim said. The two heroes stared each other down, tension mounting with the silence. The saint had not sheathed her blade, and though the peregrine bore no weapon to unsheathe in turn, that hardly meant he was unarmed. Boo, the tyrant called out. Boo, just terrible. Bring back the other act. If we bend, we will break, Lawrence de Montfort said. I breathed out slowly, and though I did not begin to call on night, that would have drawn attention to me, painted me as the aggressor. I shaped the working in my mind. It would have worked better in Arcadia, but if the saint turned on me here, there'd be no choice but to resort to it in creation. If you still believe that, by morning light, then we will put it to judgment, Tarek said. The old woman's jaw tightened in displeasure, but after a moment, she gave a tight nod. She eyed me, spat down in the snow, but then sheathed her blade. Lovely, I drawled. What a treat you are, Lawrence. Shall I take that as agreement on your end, Pilgrim? The rogue sorcerer glanced at Tarek, who nodded. The other man sighed, but did not argue. Bargain is struck, Black Queen, the Grey Pilgrim said. Bargain is struck, I acknowledged, dipping my head. That's nice, Kairos said. But here's something none of you have considered. The tyrant of Colloquy caught the scepter he'd idly been flipping all this time, and blindly pointed it over his shoulder. Gems encrusted in it began glowing, and an intense beam of fire shot out. Before I could so much as move, it burned a hole straight through Rosala Melanza's forehead. Should have sold the villain on the deicide first, the tyrant chided me. I didn't reply, simply raising an eyebrow, and only then did Kairos's red eye narrow, and he turned to look back over his throne, where Rosala Melanza had dissolved into shadows. Ah, the drow, Kairos mused. Is there even a single one of them left? What kind of a second-rater do you take me for? I asked. Adjutant should be in my army's camp right about now, safely escorted there by the Loceris sigil after my Lord of Silent Steps spirited him away and left behind illusion. As for the royals, though, I had other intentions. I suppose we should discuss terms, then, the tyrant cheerfully said. Pilgrim, I asked. I will listen, the old man said, promising nothing. Best you're going to get, I told the odd-eyed king. It's all I need. Kairos Theodosian grinned. Now, as you all know, I am an ardent proponent of peace. I was reluctantly impressed by how confidently he stated what everyone else here knew to be an outright lie. This entire little tiff has been nothing but a misunderstanding, I'm certain, the tyrant idly continued. As such, a peace conference would be in all our best interests. That part I'd known he wanted for months now. But now he'd lay out what it was he wanted along with the rest of us at the same table, and that I remained deeply worried about. But, the Grey Pilgrim said, "Speak up, Theodosian. It seems that an agent currently in the employ of the first Prince of Procor has committed heavy crimes while in the lands of the League of Free Cities." Kairos smiled. A complaint was lodged with the hierarch, who now requires that criminal to stand trial before peace can be discussed. My eyes narrowed. No mention of whatever it was Cordelia was dredging out of Lake Artois. Had that been a red herring, or was this a name? The Peregrine said. I believe he goes by Hanno of Arwood, Kairos said. The White Knight, the rogue sorcerer said in disbelief. You want to put to trial the chosen of the Dash. The Grey Pilgrim raised his hand. And if this request is granted, the League of Free Cities will observe a truce until both the trial and the peace conference are at an end, he asked. Of course, Kairos said. I am, after all, a man of timid and tender disposition. If not for our beloved hierarch's indignation at such brazen offenses, this war would never have dash. For an objection to be lodged with the hierarch himself, the ruler or representative of one of the member cities of the League has to do it. I interrupted. In this case, who did it? I believe it might have been the representative from Colloquy, the tyrant mused. What an unlikely coincidence. So, Kairos' play was centered around using the hierarch against the White Knight then. That gave me something to work with when it came to thwarting him, though I couldn't do it from here or tonight. I am willing to accept that condition, the Grey Pilgrim said, on behalf of the Grand Alliance. Oh, the tyrant said. Yet the head of this crusade is Her Most Serene Highness Cordelia Hazenbach. Can you truly speak on her behalf? In this instance I will, Tarek said. He would come regardless, Theodosian. That's reassuring to hear, Kairos affably replied. Yet it has been brought to my attention you've this nasty habit of breaking oaths, Pilgrim. I will require a guarantor. Now, Catherine, I do remember you promising me in writing that dash. I lied. I told him without missing a beat. You know, while positioning you to overextend in battle and selling you out to the dead king. That was most unkind of you, he agreed. Yet we are, I believe, allies. Of course I lied. Then I will require you to be guarantor of our graying friend's oath, the tyrant of Colloquy said, odd-eyed gaze grown cool. And to kill him personally, should he break it. That's all. I frowned. I didn't like making empty promises, but this little bastard had been puppeteering half the armies of Calernia into killing each other while the damned dead king was invading up north for the better part of a year. When we had shared interests, as in against the wandering bard, I did not mind working together. Otherwise, he was at best a potential threat and more likely an outright enemy. Hells, the Peregrine had tried to kill me a few times, and I still considered him to be more of an ally. That oath, and yours as guarantor, will have to be taken before every one of importance in all three armies on this field, the tyrant casually added. Proper ceremony and all that. And there we were. Like I'd turned the screws on Razantanya a while back, he wanted me to give my word in front of enough people it'd seriously damage my reputation if I broke it afterwards. Of course, killing the Grey Pilgrim regardless of circumstances would sunder the Grand Alliance, and most likely sink the lease accords. But if I made and broke an oath before the same people I'd then need to convince to sign those same accords, I was taking a torch to the worth of my word for those I most needed to believe in it. He truly was a vicious little prick, wasn't he? I glanced at Tarek, who met my gaze and slowly nodded. He'd realized the trouble inherent to breaking his own word, I thought. But would that stop him if he thought it was necessary to do it? Probably not. But this needs a foundation of trust to work, I thought. And he'd extended it first, even if I had to twist his arm to get there. Agreed, I said. Then we are all friends once more, the tyrant of Colloquy said. And I believe there was some talk of crowns. Shall you have them sent for, Catherine? There's no need, I said. The illusory curtain of shadows went down, and 7 princes and princesses of Procor were revealed to be standing wide-eyed a mere 20 feet to our side. They had, after all, heard the entire conversation from start to finish. Book 5, Chapter 34, 7. Never once have I betrayed. For such an act first requires the extension of trust. Dread Empress Foul 2, the forthright. Now, far be it from me to even remotely imply Kairos Theodosian was not at best the worst ally anyone would ever have, and at worst essentially a malignant disease inflicted on creation. That said, when it came to, the sheer number of crowned heads gathering in the Principate at any given time, then he almost had a point. I'd had Hakram drill me on the names and attendant principalities, and still I was pretty sure I had at least two of them confused. Both Princess Bertile of Lang and Princess Leonora of Valensis were women in their late 40s with dark hair and tanned skin, which, considering I'd never spoken a word to either, did not make differentiating them at a glance easy. Still, it wasn't them that'd matter in that throng of royalty. The keystones here were two, princesses both. One of them familiar by now, Princess Rosala Melanza of Equitan, who was still glaring at the tyrant of Colloquy for his casual murder of her illusory form. Kairos seemed genuinely delighted at the prospect of having made yet another powerful enemy. The other I'd met only once before, when we'd had that pleasant chat under afternoon sun, where I'd politely asked her and a few thousand riders to turn back. Princess Sophie Louvroy of Lyonese, one of Hazenbach's staunchest partisans in Procure, and I suspected the check sent on Rosala in case her command of a large army, so close to Salia, prompted ambitions. Where Princess Rosala was dark-haired and dark-eyed, tall yet curvy in the way that classical Arlesite beauties tended to be, Princess Sophie was a pale blonder with blue eyes and a narrow face. The Princess of Lyonese was a few years older. I knew from the reports of the Jacks, but it was hard to tell at a glance. They were not the oldest of the 7 royals standing revealed in the eclipse's gloom, nor those ruling the wealthiest or most influential principalities, yet there were no denying it was they who shared the reins of authority. Princess Sophie did so as the first prince's eyes and ear in the south, while if Vivian's spies had it right, then Princess Rosala was considered the informal heiress to the coalition of crowns that Prince Amadis Milnen had laboriously assembled. Since the Battle of the Camps, said Prince of Isère had been cooling his heels in the hands of the Kingdom of Callo as a prisoner, so given the ever-fluid nature of Prosperan politics, it was only natural a successor had emerged. They could do worse, silently conceded. Melanza was a skilled commander, and though no great diplomat, she was not without allure. It would be easy enough to contrast her solid military record to Cordelia Hazenbach's own lack of anything similar in reliance on her uncle the Iron Prince for all things warfare. I doubted they'd ever have the votes to seriously threaten Cordelia in the highest assembly, but as a bloc of opposition headed by Princess Rosala, they could be a force to reckon with. "This is rank madness," a dark-haired woman said. That accent was Alamans, not Arlesite, which should mean I was looking at Princess Bertile of Lang. "It is certainly dubious," Princess Sophie of Lyonese agreed, watching me warily. That sounded like a refusal in the making, and from one of the two people I would much prefer to be in agreement instead of opposition. It would establish whether what followed would be known as a grave diplomatic incident or a heroic bargain struck in the face of despair. The exact meaning of giving away a crown are still unclear, Prince Louis of Cruzens calmly said. The Prince of Cruzens was one of Amadis, now Rosala's perhaps, and somehow managed to make a suit of armor quite obviously fitted to him look too large for his frame. He had a scholarly look about him, and his russet eyes were calm even if half his face was a swelling bruise, and he was being careful not to put weight on one of his legs. Too delicate-looking a man for me to find him attractive, I thought, but he was not unpleasant to look at. "Would it mean abdication, Your Majesty?" he asked me outright. "The surrender of our sovereign lands to one of the Fae, or even yourself? An offer so imprecise cannot truly be entertained." "A trinket will have to be offered," I said. "But what you will be surrendering, in truth, is rather more abstract. It is your right to rule." "To clarify," Prince Louis calmly said, "such a gesture will not in and of itself mean abdication." "It most definitely does not," the tyrant grinned. "And don't let anyone tell you otherwise." "It will, save if you are fools," the Grey Pilgrim said. For once, the sight of every prince and princess there unconsciously shifting to face him more fully did not bring out irritation. The respect that Tarek commanded and one of the oldest and perhaps the most famous living hero on Calernia was, for once, aiding me. "Chosen," Princess Rosala said, "I would request your guidance in understanding this. I cannot and will not condemn the people of Equitan to a grisly fate, not even for victory this day. Hardly a victory, that we dance one and all to the Black Queen's tune." The Prince of Orense scoffed. Early 50s, this one, and the long brown hair that went down to his shoulders was also bound in a bun behind his head. Prince Rodrigo of Orense, of who I knew very little save that his open scorning of the first prince in a formal vote had been the talk of the Principate in my absence, and not in a manner that was flattering for him, considering it was Cordelia Hazenbach who'd put an end to the Levantine raids that had ravaged the south of his principality. You never were much of dancer, Rodrigo. Prince Arnaud of Cantal disdainfully said. Leave this to your betters, would you? Oh, that fucker. Though not one of the royals here with true authority, Prince Arnaud Brobois had raised my hackles more than once in the past. He was, at the very least, a prodigiously skilled actor. After the Battle of the Camps, when I'd still had the benefit of face senses, I'd noted that his heartbeat never rose even when he was seemingly furious or busy shouting. Arnaud. Princess Rosala sharply bit out. Chosen, I apologize for the interruption. The Prince of Cantal looked appropriately chided, though a mite resentful, and once more I wondered how much of it was an act if not the whole cloth. Rodrigo of Orense's lips quirked a tad smugly, but seemingly content with that intervening victory, he pursued the conversation no further. You are forgiven, the tyrant magnanimously allowed. Though the earthly crown will not be taken from your brow, save if you yourself do so, you will have lost the authority of a ruler in the eyes of the heavens, the Grey Pilgrim said. Lingering in that role after discarding it before gods and men can only bring calamity. I figure it'd be subtle at first, I said. Small nudges. Crops get a little worse, people listen a little less. If you keep holding, though, then it's a different story. Disease and strife, the Peregrine said, and they will only grow so long as authority is kept. To clarify, Prince Louis spoke once more, echoing his own words. Abdicating in favor of kin would ward off this curse? It would, the Grey Pilgrim said, though ever bearing another crown would birth it anew. The Prince of Cruzens then, to my surprise, turned to me as if seeking confirmation. I nodded. As to the best of my knowledge it was true. His lips thinned, and I caught his muscles twitching as he stopped himself from looking at someone for guidance. By the looks of it, I mused as I gauged the angle, it would have been Princess Rosala. One of hers, then. Said Princess of Equitan was standing tall, fingers clenched, and met my gaze eye to eye. Foundling, she said. Rosala, I replied. This lunacy of a land you speak of making, the Princess of Equitan said. Will you allow passage through it to any who would use it to fight the dead king? That will not be mine to decide, I said. But I will bear sword to enforce such a term, should it come to that. The kingdom of Callo and its allies will refrain from making war on the Grand Alliance, until the peace conference is ended? Princess Rosala pressed. Safe in Callo's defense, or that of its allies, I agreed. The other woman's jaw grew tight, eyes burning with something that was half fear and half fury. There is horror to the north, Catherine Foundling, the likes of which you cannot yet grasp, Princess Rosala Melanza said. We war now against the crown of the dead, not for pride, or right, or faith, but for the ugly prize of scant survival. In that struggle, Black Queen, do you claim to be friend or foe? If your Grand Alliance makes accord with me, Princess of Equitan, I softly said, oh, what howling ruin I will visit upon the King of Death. I have dooms in my arsenal that the world will shake of them. She breathed out shakily and straightened her back. Your word, Foundling, Rosala Melanza asked, eyes on mine. On my oath, I quietly replied. Fingers steady, she unmade the claps of her helmet and ripped it off her head. Tossed, it flew and landed at my feet in a sprawl of snow. That's one, the Princess of Equitan. Ram it down his fucking throat, Black Queen. Hard enough that even in Keter they will hear the sound of our coming wrath. Melanza, Princess Sophie hissed. You cannot simply dash. It would be, Rosala said, cheap at twice the price. In the heartbeat that followed, I saw the lay of the royalty around them clear as day. Those whose gaze held admiration, but also misgivings. Louis of Cruzens, Leonor of Valensis. Those who were moved to contempt instead, Bertil of Lang and Rodrigo of Orense. Arnaud of Cantal's face was befuddlement incarnate, though the sudden turn had surprised him enough the confusion for once did not reach his eyes. As for Sophie of Lyonese, she was a battlefield of fear and shame. This, I thought, is why you are followers. Why even though the first prince fears and mislikes her, it Rosala Melanza who was given the command. And I would not let bravery, let sacrifice, pass unremarked. Not when I had the means of doing otherwise. Leaning on my staff, I limped forward and bent the knee long enough to catch the edge of Melanza's helmet. Catching her eye with mine, I tossed it back. She caught it, I thought, out of reflex. Foundling dash, she began. Iva, I simply said. My lord of silent steps without a word, and stepped out of my shadow, as if it had been laying within it. In its hands was held a crown of ivory and gold, the front set with a heavy topaz upon which a heraldic griffin had been carved. Behind me, Kairos began softly laughing. I held out my hand, and the drow placed the crown on it before offering a bow and vanishing behind a fresh veil of illusions. The crown of Isaiah, offered by Amadis Milnan, I said. Rosala Melanza alone of 7 did not flinch when sacrifice was asked. For that, she keeps her crown. I could have waited until the others had been talked or coerced into giving their own crowns, but I felt in my gut I should not. I was not certain, though, whether this was one of the instincts that had served me so well when navigating stories, or simply because it would have been beneath all involved to give Rosala Melanza the honor her due as a trick instead of a forthright display. Connery, Princess Bertil sneered. You do not dictate to sitters of the highest assembly, damned. Let Melanza waste her rights as she so desired, for I will not give mine. You presume much, Bertil, Prince Rodrigo snorted. Not even allied to her cause, and you are to be exempt? I think not. At least I dash. Enough, Princess Sophie snarled. I will not have such disorder. The Princess of Lang is correct in that a foreigner may not speak to the affairs of the Principate. We will, among ourselves, discuss who should be exempt. I looked at the Princess of Equitan, then, and what I saw on her face grieved me. Nothing in the loss of a crown moved me to sorrow, for I had little taste for mine and no reverence for those who'd earned their own by mere happenstance of birth. It was the raw, bleak disappointment I saw in a respected adversary as she stared the truth of her home in the eye. That, even as the sky was falling down on their heads, there were princes and princesses of Procor who would rather squabble than look up. It could be put to a vote, Princess Leonora Valensis hesitantly said, as is our way. Something in Rosala Melanza's eye dimmed a little as the fourth voice of 7 gave weight to the dispute. From the corner of my eye, I saw the tyrant of Colloquy writhing as if having a harsh episode of the shakes, but it was only barely held in laughter that had him convulsing. He silently mouthed thanks at me. Shame on you all, the Grey Pilgrim quietly said. For a moment, the old man's resounding disappointment gave them pause. But only for a moment, because even a hero's chiding weighed short of a crown kept on the scales of the powerful. Chosen do not rule, in the Principate, the Prince of Orenses said, much less those born in Levant. With all due respect, Grey Pilgrim, you have already overstepped tonight in presuming to speak for the first Prince of Procor. Let us not further dash. A bundle fell at my feet with dull thump. A straight-edged cavalry sword, wrapped in a cloak. I had, Louis Roanon pensively said, genuinely believed myself to be a decent man, until tonight. The silence in the wake of his words was loud. And still I hesitated. The man who'd been the Prince of Cruzens ruefully said, if this is the truth of us, my friends, then we have no business wearing crowns. A delicate heart ever bleeds, Princess Bertil snorted. Bled all the way out, it seems. Keep your empty sentimentalities to yourself, Ronan dash. Shame on you all, the Grey Pilgrim said, and the light in his eyes as he spoke was the coldest manner of mercy. The old man took one step forward, the butt of his staff leaving the ground. Raise your hand to a sitter of the highest assembly, and there will be war, Levantine, Prince Rodrigo warned. He's right, the Saint of Swords casually said, laying a hand on his shoulder. Go for a walk, Tarek. Lawrence dash. You, sorcerer. The Princess of Lang barked, face gone pale with fright. Are you not a chosen of the heavens? Will you simply allow this lunatic thug to murder dash? The knife sliced her throat open without much of a spill, for Prince Arnaud Brobois of Cantal had a steady hand. Arnaud, the Prince of Orense gulped out. The Prince of Cantal waited until the Princess of Lang had fallen to the ground before kneeling at her side, ignoring her dying gasps in favor of opening the clasp of her sheathed sword and taking it off her belt. He tossed it at my feet. Will this suffice? He calmly asked, wiping his bloody knife on his forearm. It will, I agreed. You'll get the regal kindness for this, Brobois, Princess Sophie darkly said. I'll ask the first prince the right to force it down your throat myself. Unlikely, the Prince of Cantal noted, pawing at his armor and producing a small scroll stamped with a seal. By the decree of Her Most Serene Highness Cordelia Hazenbach, first Prince of Procor and Warden of the West, I have been granted prior and absolute amnesty for all actions taken in the preservation of the Principate, as well as plenipotentiary power to treat with foreign powers in her name. You were one of hers, Princess Rosala faintly said. Gods are know for how long. Hers, yours, my Lenens, the Prince of Cantal bitingly said. What childish way of thinking. My only concern, Rosala Melanza, is the preservation of the Principate of Procure. What could possibly matter even remotely as much? Cool eyes turned to the other royals who had been bickering until moments ago. Must I murder every last one of you? Or will a blade at your throat prompt a sudden swell of heroism? Prince Arnaud mildly asked. I like him, Kairos mused. He's got that, what do you call it? Cold-blooded ruthlessness, I said. No, that's not it. Aye, knife. The tyrant of Colloquy said. He's got a knife. Princess Leonore of Valensis had taken off her gauntlets, and her fingers were working on her ornate, silver-enameled helm. What I had taken for a decorative circlet soldered onto it turned out to be a silver tiara, cleverly set into furrows. The Arlazite princess tossed it onto the pile at my feet, smile mirthless. What a slaughter of thrones you have made of this night, Black Queen, she bitterly said. A prince's graveyard, shallow dug at your behest. I looked at her then, truly looked at her. She had been among those who had admired Melanza's character even as she balked at emulating it, and for that she had earned more than simply my contempt. No layabout royal. This one, for closer survey, revealed hands calloused from the arts of war and scars on her skin that had the make of blades. Her eyes were not cowed, even in loss, and even in her earlier quibblings she had not been spineless. And yet, I looked at Leonore of Valensis, and what I saw was good blood, old blood, conqueror's blood, gilded history, ancient triumphs erected into throne. I saw a woman who'd been taught of rights, alongside right, privilege perhaps not unkindly born, but never once questioned. I thought of the High Lords, then, and of something Hakram had once told me under a moonlit sky. And they expected to win, too. He'd said, speaking of our enemy, don't they always? Sooner or later, better blood wins out. And I couldn't mend that, I knew, because it was not in my hands to shape this world like clay, and it was, perhaps, for the best that it was not. It belonged to more than me, that sprawl of terror and wonderment, of pettiness and valor. It would take more than an orphan girl from lore to make something new of it, no matter what powers I came to wield. But now and then, I thought, now and then I could wield the knife my father had pressed into my hand all those years ago. And if it was not always given to me to bring something beautiful into creation, then at least I could expunge some unseemly piece of it. You are part of this, Leonore of Valensis. I thought, of this land of robber princes and hungry wars, of a tapestry of rapacious ambition so despised it took Acua's folly for you to be trusted again. It might be that among your kind you are one of the better ones, but even should you not be guilty you would remain complicit. Let them be thankful I had only taken crowns, for I could have taken a great deal more and lost not sleep over it. The only inheritance I'd ever cared to claim was steady hand and an indignant rage that had cowed kingdoms, and within it there was not a speck of mercy for the likes of Leonore of Valensis. Tremble then, O ye mighty, I coldly replied, for a new age is upon you. Rodrigo Trastanes wrapped his sword in a banner before adding it to the pile. Sophie Louvroy ripped twin ornate silver wings off her gorget and shot me a burning glare after dropping them. Arnaud Broglioise, face betraying not a flicker of amusement, offered the knife still freshly touched by the lifeblood of the Princess of Lang. And with that, 7 crowns had been laid at my feet. They were, now, mine to pass on if I so wished. I went looking through my cloak, producing a bundle of wayleaf that ended up nestled nicely in my pipe. I passed a palm over it, added a flicker of night, shaped into flame, and inhaled with a little sigh of pleasure. Expectant gazes had been turned on me, now that my scheme had borne first fruit. Pilgrim, saint, sorcerer, tyrant, and myself, nameless but high priestess of unruly goddesses. I blew out a stream of smoke. Now, I said, shall we go on an adventure? Behind me a breach into Arcadia tore opened. So it began. Pierce. It was then I understood. It is a fundamental flaw in creation that other people can disagree with me, and I must fix that mistake. Dread Emperor Imperious. The sack over his head was gently removed, which meant the hand was not the saint's. Dear old Lawrence liked to surprise him with the glare of daylight against his unprepared eyes, when she could, and Amadeus last remembered being spelled into slumber at evening time. As always, the former Black Knight took a languid moment to assess the state of his captivity, feet bound, chest bound, but, to his surprise, though his hands were still bound, they were no longer behind his back. Interesting. They'd never done this before. It is not a kind thing to say, But I've always found autumn in these parts to be a foul season, the gray pilgrim said. Amadeus did not immediately reply. Their surroundings, he thought, were worth a second look. Under a gate of raised stones, 3 slabs of granite, the capstone supported by the other 2, almost incongruously large. He'd been propped up against one of the supports and arrayed so that he would be looking at an endless expanse of starry night. They were atop a hill or man-made barrow, he decided, for the sodden plains below were distant. If they were still in Isere, which Amadeus suspected to be the case, then this should be one of the Mavian prayers he'd read of. Old Alaman's tribal monuments many an imperial scholar has suspected of being tied to the Fae in some manner. Well, this was a pleasant surprise. He'd meant to have a look at one while he passed through the region, but the demands of the campaign had not allowed. It was always an interesting time, where I was born, Amadeus noted. Autumn had been the last gasps of the war season, in the green stretch. Once upon a time, that had meant raiding parties from the blessed Isle riding east under the banner of the White Hand, or companies of miserable legionaries trudging down the old Misan roads to their winter quarters facing the Wassiliti. His birthland status as the granary of praise meant its freeholders were under the protection of the tower, and so spared many of the issues farmers and villagers would usually face when soldiers passed through their lands. That protection was no shield for the consequences of paladins and legionaries skirmishing in the region, though, or of the sharp rise in banditry that would often follow larger clashes between Callow and Praise. Still, for all the roving wolves on 2 feet, Amadeus had much preferred autumn to spring. Soldiers, even deserters, could be bargained with. Not so the floods that followed broken levees, or the thick morasses of cloying mud they left behind. His family's freehold had not been so close to the river as to risk yearly flooding, but the scuttling and swarming vermin those disasters had brought had been just as dangerous in some ways. I'll confess no surprise to the revelation that Proserpine weather suits you ill, however, he added. Green eyes flicked down to the bemusing sight of the gray pilgrim stoking the flames of small fire but a few feet to the side, trying to prod wet logs into burning like dry ones. Cautiously positioned under the large granite capstone, the 2 of them along with that campfire would be safe from the rain Amadeus' damp clothes suggested had burdened their day. Don't get me wrong, the pilgrim said. The night sky around here is a wonder. It's the miserable, cold wetness of it I can't stand. Sinks into my bones these days. I am told it will not snow even at the peak of winter in most of Levant, Amadeus said, genuinely curious. Most of the few books entirely dedicated to the region where the Dominion now stood dated back to the golden age of precise scholarship under dread Emperor Sorceress, which meant that while at least they accounted for the changes that had followed the creation of the Titans pawned by the strife between Triumphant and the Gigantes, they were also on average 7 centuries old. More recent works were either pieced together from the accounts of traders or outright borrowed from foreign sources, such as the notoriously unreliable Proserpine scholars. Not exactly, the old man laughed. We'll get snowfall south of Tartessos now and then, but it rarely lasts the day. Melts quickly. Once in a blue moon a blizzard will tumble down the slopes of the Titanomachy, and the afterbirth will touch ashore of the pond, but that is a much rarer occurrence. I'd never seen true snowfall before my first winter in Callow, Amadeus admitted. It was quite jarring. Mine was in Arensa, the pilgrim fondly said. I was pursuing this Arlazite warlock who'd cooked up a scheme to hold towns for ransom with this swarm of insects he'd enchanted to be full of diseases. I take it they were not enchanted to be cold-proof, the dark-haired man said, openly amused. Whole swarm died overnight, the peregrine chuckled. He tried to make the remains into some sort of disease-carrying monster, but I caught him halfway through the ritual. I was never impressed with the fiber of Proserpine villainy, Amadeus noted. Militia and I looked into making alliance in the region, when it became clear the crusade was inevitable, but it was bear-picking all around. There's a pirate on the Segovian coast, I believe, the pilgrim said. The ghastly marauder, he agreed. Wouldn't hear of taking either gold or information from the tower. Said it'd bring down either yourself or the saint on his head. There was a promising sorceress in Tenerife, but the tyrant had her captured and sealed in a barrel full of leeches. The older man winced. For a hero who must have tried some rather nasty layers over the years, he was still surprisingly tender-hearted. Amadeus himself had been inured to the sight of spiders eating people alive before he'd reached 20. On the rare occasions when Nefarious remembered he was supposed to rule the empire, he often had a few members of the imperial court tossed into the arachnid pits, and attendance had been, in a sense, mandatory. The Chancellor would pass along the names of any absent to the point the Emperor at them when he next felt like stabbing at shadows. No, after so many years and praised the mere mention of a cruel method of execution would buy no reaction from him. That boy has a nasty streak even for a Theodosian, the Pilgrim sighed. Ours is an uncivil time, Amadeus replied, tone droll. Aren't they all? The hero tiredly said. Even as they conversed, the Duni continued to consider his situation. He could hear, in the distance, the sound of the rest of the party settling in a camp of their own. Given that he was currently atop a hill surrounded by waterlogged plains, escape was unfeasible save if heavy rain started to fall. There was not even a drizzle, at the moment, though by the thick humidity of the air Amadeus suspected it was only a matter of time until the autumn showers began anew. It is not my execution you intend, the green-eyed man calmly said. If so, there would have been better occasions. And it was unlikely the gray pilgrim himself would do the deed, Amadeus did not say, for when Catherine returned from her journey that might just lead to the peregrine's skull splattered all over Proserine grounds. She was not particularly prone to mercy when cut deep, and while Amadeus was rather amused that he posed more threat to the peregrine as a dead mentor to be avenged than a living former villain in the man's custody, he doubted the hero was unaware of the fact. He might be, of course, which was why Amadeus had said nothing. If he was to be killed, it might as well be of some use. No, the gray pilgrim calmly said. That is not what I intend. Amadeus cocked his head to the side. Is this an attempt at redemption, then? The Duni drawled. Truly, Tarek, I am flattered by the implicit compliment, but I can see in you, Amadeus of the green stretch. The peregrine softly interrupted. Repentance is foreign to your nature, as it often is the worst of your kind. I would not waste either our hours on such a fool's errand. He cocked an eyebrow. Then what, exactly, is your purpose? Amadeus asked, honestly puzzled. You are one of the oldest living villains on Calernia, the pilgrim said. Alea was older than he by a year and 8 months, the Duni thought, and high by a great deal more than that, though it would be an oversimplification to call Haisu truly one of Belos, in his humble opinion. It seemed, Amadeus thought, that the pilgrim was in fact correct. Every other villain he knew of was younger than him by either years or decades. So I am, Amadeus said, though that was an observation and not an answer. Come dawn, Lawrence is going to sever your soul from your earthly coil, the pilgrim calmly said. What will follow that? You need not know, but I will say that this may very well be the last time we will ever speak. The Duni's eyebrow arched. Alas, and our acquaintance had barely begun, he replied. In a way, this could be called a vigil, the gray pilgrim said. Yet I will confess to more selfish motive. You are, perhaps, the closest equivalent to a peer I have in the service of the gods below. It would be a waste to never speak more than a handful of sentences to you. Amadeus cocked his head to the side, thinking of the last conversation he'd ever had with Rancor. A marshal of the legions of terror, true, but that was almost the least of what she had been to him. And the last he'd ever seen of her was as a gasping, bloody ruin on a sickbed through an unsteady scrying mirror. The man who'd birthed the plague that took her, that took the 2,000 soldiers Amadeus had led into the trap only he had been deemed fit to survive, was now addressing him like the thin pretense of civility between them was anything but that. A pretense. If you can see in me, pilgrim, can you glimpse the thoroughness of the extinction I will visit upon you given chance? The man who had been the Black Knight smiled, affably, and the sight of the other man's eyes tightening was the only answer he needed. By all means, pilgrim. I am your captive audience, Amadeus said. The others will not dash. How like a hero, the dark-haired man casually interrupted. To first name me a peer, and then proceed to treat me the simpleton. There was no apology in him for the sharpness of his tone. The peregrine and his delightful right hand, the Lady de Montfort, had spent this entire journey keeping him away from the younger members of their band. There had never been any question of any of them now being in attendance for this indulgence of the pilgrims. The man in gray robes wryly smiled. Not unearned, he conceded. I assume that there will be terms, Carrion Lord? I am hardly that anymore, Amadeus amusedly replied. I offer you the fairest terms I know. Pilgrim, a question for a question. That is civil of you. The older man replied without a hint of irony. Amadeus made himself think of taking in hand a stone and smashing it against the peregrine's skull until it burst open like an overripe fruit. He considered the matter vividly, seeing to every detail, and then smiled amicably at the hero. That, Tarek said, was a great deal less civil. Your turn, Amadeus replied. Though these days his body was a simple sack of meat with infuriatingly feeble senses, the Duni had been careful to watch for any use of light or artifact and caught sight of nothing, which meant this little trick of the heroes was either an aspect or a gift from above. At the very least, it did not seem to be outright mind or memory reading. Perhaps a particularly discerning sort of empathy, Amadeus considered, though given the man's age, breadth of travel, and ties to acquire it might be something more exotic or outright unheard of. I am told, the pilgrim said, that you are an intelligent man and prize reason. Amadeus' lips quirked in dry amusement. Intelligence is simple memory and cleverness, neither of which are half so glorified on their own, he replied. It should be no different with the pairing of them. But the prizing of reason you do not deny, the peregrine stated. Insofar as the application of it is useful, Amadeus acknowledged. Then, to be a villain and so cast your lot with them, you must believe in the teachings of the gods below, the older man replied. What it is, I ask, that you find of worth in them? The dark-haired prisoner laughed. Simply by asking that question, you have already failed in what you seek to accomplish, he said. The peregrine's brow creased, but he did not grow irritated with the answer. He would be, Amadeus suspected, a particularly boring man to needle. The saint was much more entertaining in that regard. I do not understand, Tark admitted. You consider below as if it were simply a wicked mirror of above, and seek to understand it by terms it fundamentally does not recognize, Amadeus said. Considering the differences in how named of our respective sympathies form, I suppose that is an excusable mistake, but it is one that precludes ever gaining perspective on the matter. You are a villain, the pilgrim slowly said. You are, therefore, a champion of below. What is it that you champion? They both knew Amadeus to be nameless, though the Duni suspected that was considered a minor detail compared to his decades as the Black Knight. You have put your finger on the crux of the matter, he said. As a mortal you champion the ideals of above, or at least some middling section of them, and fit a particular grove, which as a consequence saw you bestowed power as a blessing to further that cause. A gross oversimplification, the pilgrim soberly replied, though technically not incorrect. Am, I suppose, a villain, Amadeus said. And as a mortal, by acquiring power, I became worthy of blessing. That is the fundamental difference between your kind and mine. Pilgrim, your name was a coronation while mine was a confirmation. You argue, then, that the only teaching of below is the acquisition of power, the other man said. Teaching, the prisoner sighed. You speak the word anew as if repetition will make the saddle fit the beast. There are no teachings, pilgrim, that is the point exact. The exercise of power, of will, is not given, meaning, it must be ascribed. That has led to some rather unusual or horrifying uses, I'll concede. But in my eyes that is more a reflection of human nature than of Belos. You would absolve your gods of guilt? Tarek said, sounding surprised. You would absolve humanity of responsibility? Amadeus asked, scornful. The deferral of consequence to higher power is the deepest form of moral cowardice conceivable. Even your precious book agrees. Pilgrim, we have a choice. And knowing this, you still choose to commit evil, the gray pilgrim said. And there we reach impasse once more, he noted. For you seem to consider some form of goodness our natural state, and so committing an evil a willful deviation from that state. I find such a notion utterly repugnant. Are we born evil, then, and only taught to be good? Tarek pressed. Amadeus felt a sliver of irritation and willfully curbed his tongue. Knowing this lack of sympathy for slow students was one of the reasons he was particularly ill-suited to teaching. We are born nothing, and taught a set of rules for a lack of better term, that allow us to determine what is acceptable behavior and what is not, the prisoner said. What irks me, pilgrim, is your insistence that these rules are a set of virtues inherent to the fabric creation instead of covenant between mortals for mortal purposes. Your conception of creation, the pilgrim said, is utterly barren of morality. It is without principle, without faith, without a single ounce of justice. Is it, in a word, dirt? Amadeus had no intention of engaging on the matter of justice. The last time he'd ventured an argument on the subject, the seraphim had slapped him down through a paved street and left him to bleed to death. Indeed, he casually agreed, unwilling to pursue the debate that if any of the things the pilgrim had named were inherent instead of ascribed, they became utterly meaningless. Now, I do believe I am owed quite the question given how your own has considerably strayed. So it has, the pilgrim amicably conceded. I have made a study of you, Amadeus said. And though you've left mostly rumor behind, I believe you've operated in southern Colurnia, as well as the upper reaches of the Principate, for more than 40 years. You came into your name before dread Emperor Nefarious claimed the tower. More than 40 years is accurate, the peregrine drily said. In that span of time, the prisoner casually said, did any villain in those regions achieve particular prominence? The pilgrim cocked his head to the side, considering the matter. The Barrow Lord threatened to take the northern half of Levant for the better part of a summer, he said. The Princess of Cantil was murdered and then impersonated by the face thief for half a year before they were caught. In summation, the highest peak was a secret victory that did not even last a year. Amadeus asked. Arguably, Tarek agreed. Interesting, he murmured. My thanks. The pilgrim frowned. Why did you ask, he said. Merely a theory of mine, Amadeus said. He knew the hero would glimpse in him the intent to wound, yet also that it was no less true for it. Curiosity, he thought, would do the rest. And that theory is, the pilgrim patiently asked, that you, and to a lesser extent the Saint of Swords, are at least partly responsible for the current invasion of the dead king, Amadeus said. The older man stared at him unblinking, for it was not the dark-haired man's body that would be of interest, but whatever sight he used to truth-tell. The prisoner smiled, discerning the very moment the gray pilgrim realized there was not so much as a hint of a lie. His face went ashen. Why? The Levantine croaked. You have been a singularly effective agent for good in Broad, and your choir in particular, Amadeus said. To the extent that you've just admitted to me that for a span of at least 40 years you effectively snuffed out effective villain in over half of Colurnia. Did you truly think, Tarek, that this would go without consequence? The hidden horror has ignored longer stretches of peace in the past, the pilgrim said, and praise achieved resurgence. So it did, in a manner of speaking, Amadeus noted. It was the only Colurnian surface region where you and the Saint weren't active, after all. Though, of course, as soon as the civil war in Procer ended, the 10th Crusade was declared, and the last major active evil polity on Colurnia risked being ended. Perhaps permanently, given the lessons of the last Crusader occupation of the wasteland. Callow could not be allowed to be consumed, Carrion Lord, the hero harshly said. All that suffering was brought by the very conquest you led. It must be infuriating to realize that sometimes the balance swings the other way, the villain smiled. That victory can be perilous for your side as well. The peregrine's hands tightened. I could be wrong, of course, the prisoner said. It is only a theory, though one informed by facts and my decades of experience as a villain. You could have kept this up your sleeve, Tarek said. Is that not your way? Secrets hoarded until they can be used. Her name, Amadeus mildly said, was Rancor of the Hungry Dog tribe. She was a vicious and mistrusting and often unpleasant, but she was also my friend. I loved her, you see, in my own crooked way. And she died choking on her own blood from your plague. She was a soldier, the gray pilgrim said. She was, he agreed. And so I do not cry of unfairness. And yet, the prisoner leaned forward, green eyes glimmering with something cold and hateful and utterly patient. So sleep well, Tarek Fleetfoot, wondering what? Utter ruin. Your good intentions might have wrought, Amadeus hissed. For I loved her nonetheless, and she is dead by your hand. Book 5, Chapter 35, Colloquy. 43. If your band is split during a harrowing test set by a villain or ambiguous entity, you may safely assume you will next be reunited in some sort of cell or unfolding sacrificial ritual. 200 Heroic Axioms, author unknown. It was a funny thing, perspective. What Hierophant had stolen from Arcadia was a drop in the ocean, a piece of eternity that became something less by being removed from the whole. Looking at it with my own eyes, though, the scale of what he'd wrought was worthy of awe. A kingdom's worth of badlands, consumed by howling squalls and the aftermaths of sorcery until the very grounds were made barren. I'd walked only the very edge of this land, but it had been enough to tell me that it would take weeks if not months to go from one end to another. And it would fall on creation, a cataclysmic doom on Isaiah, if Anchor was not fashioned before the tipping point. To accomplish that most important of tasks, an army would have been too much, but a single person too little. And so, in a pattern nearly as old as the first dawn, a band of 5 had been called. Of those chosen few, I would not speak of myself, but the others? It was not small names, or names, that had been assembled to turn back doom. The tyrant of Colloquy, an odd-eyed madman who'd pulled at the strings of nations and tricked an entity older than the city that had birthed him. Weak of constitution, sickly and feeble, he did not walk with the others, but instead leisurely sat a throne held up by a throng of eerily intelligent animated stone gargoyles. The ornate scepter in his hand was the least of the artifacts at his disposal, though the only visible, for the villain had inherited a veritable trove of lunacy and wealth from the Theodosians of centuries past. And yet, for all that, I suspected the deadliest things remained his tongue and the mind that but purposed to it. As if making of mockery of this entire war, the tyrant wore not armor, but instead kingly brocaded robes in gold and scarlet, matched for the ornate ruby-set crown on his brow and his misformed eye even deeper red. The gray pilgrim needed no introduction, I supposed. The oldest living Colurnian hero and favorite agent of the Choir of Mercy. There was a terrifying amount of power in that wizened frame and the crooked staff of ashwood he bore, but it was the peregrine himself that was the true terror. He was a weaver of stories in dusty gray robes with second sight and a choir's worth of angels whispering secrets in his ear. He was incorruptible, implacable, and while in body he might just be an exhausted old man, his deep knowledge of miracles and deeper well of power allowed him a mystifying breadth of capabilities that only strengthened when exercised to save another. Though near a king in the eyes of his people, his shoes were worn leather, and he wore not a single adornment save white locks atop his head. What more need be said of Saint of Swords, after saying she had once cut the fabric of winter itself? Oh, like the pilgrim, her years were slowing her down, but the vitality of her prime had been replaced by the kind of unbroken certainty that in a named was 100-fold more dangerous than muscle. I would never like her, but the saint was a heroine who has faced sword in hand and slain things whose mere sight would put lesser souls to flight. She was one of the finest blades alive, capable of cutting through sorcery and steel and the fabric of creation with the plain long sword at her hip, and she had tempered her soul and body into a domain whose existence made her halfway unkillable, and explained why she disdained armor in favor of a plain pale tabard over a darker collared tunic. The last one, the rogue sorcerer, was taciturn mystery who'd faced two of the most infamous villains of our age, in all humility, Aqueous Sahelian and myself, without taking a wound, revealing an aspect, or ever being in danger of death. He'd been able to fend off Diabolist's ritual attempts to find my father, prove capable of guiding armies through a dying shard of Arcadia, and was, to my knowledge, the only person not complicit or in my service to have figured out it was a Keter's dew that filled the sky. That someone so plainly competent was almost unheard of meant the man was being purposefully discreet, and given my teachers, I knew how lethal named who went out of their way to keep their abilities quiet tended to be. The long coat of leather over practical chainmail, and less practical silks of many colors was kept close to his frame, though there were shapes to be discerned beneath. Over his shoulder was hung a heavy bag bearing 7 mortal crowns, carried on my behalf. It should have been a formal affair, this journey, something solemn and dignified. So is it true you used to knock boots with the Iron Prince? Kairos cheerfully asked. I'm not usually one to bring up salacious rumors, but dash. I ignored the bald lie he'd spoken, and instead kept a wary I won the saint's sword hand, which was, unsurprisingly, on the pommel of said sword. That tended to happen whenever the tyrant talked, though to be fair we'd only just entered this realm, and already I was tempted to let her. I glanced at her face, though, and found it wrinkled as usual, but also irritated this time. I bet it's true, I thought. All those late evenings killing rattlings under moonlight? Hazenbach honestly wasn't much of a looker, though she wasn't exactly plain either, but her uncle might wear those broad shoulders a little better. Black Queen, the rogue sorcerer said. Am I correct in presuming that the Broken Tower is our destination? He was speaking a little too loudly for this to be entirely about him asking me a question. Still, he was pointing in the right direction, so I actually followed his finger and nodded after a confirmatory look. The wasteland here was not entirely plains with a few distant mountains. There were other inclines. It was simply hard to see them, sometimes, buried as they were in ash and dust and smoke. Even far out from the great storms as we were, the winds would be slapping great heaps of those at our sides, if not for the small glow dangling from the tip of the pilgrim's staff, like an amulet of solid light. Unlike the protection save NOC had taught me to make, his did not impose a bubble of stillness around us. It eased the winds into slowing, so that when they reached us they were little more than a warm breeze carrying nothing at all. It was a more elegant solution, Though when we'd get to breaching the great storms, I suspected my method would be more effective. It is, I said. I'm impressed you can recognize it as a tower, to be honest. If I hadn't been there earlier with my hunt in attendance, I would not have. All that was visible of the tower, now under a hill's worth of ash and dust, was a square house of stone, with a broken tile roof jutting out from the gray. There'd been glass windows on the sides once, but they had not survived the first catastrophe to hit them years ago, and even the last sticking bits were like ground-down teeth in an open maw through which the wasteland's winds poured through. The slate tiles and sandstone are not unfamiliar to me, the hero said. They were a noticeable feature of Lease. The nicer parts of it, anyway, I mentally corrected. You've been there before, I said. Once, years ago, the rogue sorcerer said. I had heard that the secret tomes of the Wizard of the West had been found, and were to be auctioned by a licensed guild. Not one of the legal ones, I thought with a snort. Books written on the subject of magic had been heavily restricted under black and confiscated whenever found. Though there'd been monetary compensation, so Calawans hadn't really cared unless they were wizards. In which case, they already had greater reasons to be afraid of the carrion lord than books, no matter their subject. This, though, a hero's ancient tomes put up for auction in largest southern Calawan city, but also the only one under an imperial governor? Knowing my teacher like I did, that story could only be headed one way. It was a trap, I said. It was a trap, the sorcerer sighed. I nearly died, twice fleeing the auction, and lost a fortune's worth of. He paused. No matter, he said. Still, the city was a memorable enough sight. I glanced at him. Did you get one of the books? I asked. I did, the hero disgruntledly said. It was only a transcript of some pre-side trial involving tapers, and to add insult to injury, the warlock wove a tracking enchantment into it. I very carefully hid my smile. I had some suspicions as to who had chosen the contents of the book, at least. Regardless, we had arrived. We'd also pulled slightly ahead of the others as we talked, though they caught up quick enough. In a way, wouldn't that make you Cordelia's aunt? Kairos enthusiastically said. You're practically royalty yourself, Lawrence. The saint's fingers twitched, but sadly I still needed the tyrant, and he was bound to have some contingencies that'd cripple us if he was actually attacked. I doubted he would have agreed to come otherwise, or kept taunting the old zealot so insistently. Gritting my teeth, I prepared to step in, but before I could, the gray pilgrim quietly laughed. The sound had the saint's shoulders loosening, though the sorcerer's tightened instead. I knew your father, Kairos, the peregrine quietly said. Were you aware? You've not exactly been chased in the array of stories you'll get involved in. Tarek, the tyrant amusedly said, flopping a wrist dismissively. Though I'll assume that was before the two of us had our pleasant chat on the matter of succession. You remind me of him, the pilgrim said. He, too, felt the need to fill silences at any cost. The tyrant of Colloquy went still for less than a heartbeat, and was smiling after as if he'd never ceased, but he'd not been quite quick enough to hide the glint of frozen rage that passed through his eyes at the pilgrim's words. Already a little less bored, Kairos Theodosian grinned. Not so kindly after all are we, my kindly stranger? If a child pricks his hand picking a rose, it is not maltreatment, the gray pilgrim mildly said. It is a lesson. Considering that unlike the tyrant, I hadn't just had an old wound prodded at, and the wise old man tone was still tiresome to me. That was a sign I needed to step in. I didn't have much sympathy for Kairos, but it would be preferable if every member of this band at least made it to the antechamber of the peril ahead. It'd just be poor form otherwise. We've arrived, I called out. The old man and the young king kept their gaze on each other for a long moment, even after I spoke, and I cleared my throat progressively more loudly until they both looked, because it sort of sounded like I was choking. Now that I have your attention, I rasped out. I raised a finger, then breathed out a little. Though I was high priestess of night, unlike the rest of these people, I didn't have the ancillary benefits of name easing my way through this journey. When ash got into my lungs and mouth, I still choked like a mortal. Still didn't regret that transition in the slightest, mind you. You just couldn't put a price on enjoying a good cup of wine, and not occasionally going mad with winter. When the Hierophant brought Lise into this place, it was roughly done, I said. Roughly enough that pieces of the city were sown all over this wasteland. The rogue sorcerer inhaled sharply as he realized where I was headed before the rest. The benefits of having an education in matters magical, I thought, and made note that while the tyrant's eyes had narrowed, he didn't seem have figured it out. I was honestly uncertain whether or not the villain was a mage or not, since I'd never actually seen him use sorcery except through artifacts. At the very least, Though he was gifted in his understanding, I was now fairly sure even if he was a mage he had not reached high arcana. In creation that wouldn't mean much, but this place is adrift, I said. I won't get into too much detail, since it's all very technical and even after speaking with Acua twice, I still only barely understood what she'd said. But given the fluidity of laws this place, and the strength of the story we're writing, the law of sympathy can be leaned on pretty heavily to provide a shortcut. That is inspired, the rogue sorcerer said. We came through creation, but to emerge elsewhere in this realm, we would be walking the boundary between it and Arcadia instead. I smiled and kept my fingers from clenching. It was a good thing I was intending on remaining on good terms with the Grand Alliance, because if it came down to a fight, this one might be too dangerous to keep alive. It had taken Acua Sahelian, a sorceress that even a one-in-a-century kind of talent like Masigo considered brilliant, a direct look at my Lord of Silent Steps using something similar in nature to figure this method out. Iva had begun something close, that it called skittering, back in the Everdark and had refined the trick since into a very dangerous tool. The rogue sorcerer had figured out from a bastard description in a matter of moments, and though that didn't mean he'd be able to reproduce the feat, that was still a rather nasty knack for comprehending my side's bag of tricks. I'd wanted the tyrant in this band of 5 because of the sorcerer, but now I was wondering if that was going to be as effective a scheme as I believed it would be. Not that this was ever going to be anything but a risky roll of the dice, considering there was no one among my fellows I could truly rely on if things went south. Still, there'd been no way but leaving Adjutant behind. I needed both the tyrant and the sorcerer among the 5, since it both gave me the shape of the former's inevitable betrayal and allowed me to get around the diplomatic debacle that would be robbing people I needed to be allies with, no matter how badly they deserved to be robbed. Foundling, the Saint of Swords said, "You admitted earlier that your Precise Warlock is possessed by the hidden horror, yes?" "Influenced," I corrected. "Bit of downplay, that," the tyrant snorted. "As far as my people have been able to tell, the dead king isn't in control most of the time," I said. "Though there seem to be small bursts where he is, it's true, but always for less than a quarter hour. Though for simplicity's sake, it would be best to consider the Hierophant as bewitched." "And how do you intend to break that bewitchment?" the saint bluntly asked. "I can't answer that without crippling the chances it'll actually work," I replied. "But rest assured, I do have a method. If he's half as powerful as all," the saint gestured at the wasteland around us. "This seems to imply he needs to die. If the dead king has a way in, he'll remain a risk after even if Lawrence," I interrupted, tone eerily calm. "Allow me to be perfectly frank with you. If you so much as scuff his robes, I'll put you down without batting an eye. It's not diplomatic or all that practical, but I do not tolerate rabid animals snapping their jaws at the people I care about." She glared at me, eyes burning. I stared back, unblinking. The saint was exactly the kind of heroine to nip what she saw as a looming threat in the bud by the edge of her sword. The same traits that made her capable of accomplishing that also made her a lot more likely to try it. In my eyes, which was rather the issue with Saint in essence, wasn't it? The moment there was no longer a hand on her leash, the truce went up in smoke. Queen Catherine, the pilgrim, intervened. "The question was not meant as an attack. It needs to be asked. If there is no other way, if your own method has failed, a decision will have to be made." My fingers clenched, but I forced them to loosen. "In that very narrow situation you've mentioned, then I'll take action," I said. "But let's be perfectly clear. If any of you use what I just said as a pretext to kill the Hierophant, I will take it as an act of war." Gods, it was a heavy-handed approach, and I might as well be painting a weakness in bright red for the wolves among this flock, but it needed to be said nonetheless. I wasn't sure either the saint or the tyrant would actually have their hands stayed by the threat I'd just made, but the sword I'd just hung above the head of this truce should be enough to have cooler heads intervene instead of stand back and watch if either acted. The Grey Pilgrim. Anyway, I grimly thought. I didn't have a good grasp of the rogue sorcerer yet. As I was saying, I began anew after a few beats of silence. "We will be taking an unusual path, whose nature is kin to a threshold. There are advantages to that. Through Hierophant, the hidden horror would attempt to strike at us if we approached the city openly. But in that more fluid place we will travel through, I suspect it will lurk as well, waiting. The first crucible," the pilgrim calmly said. "Not one, I think, of arms. When assault the stronghold of a villain," I said, "watch out for 3 things. A monster, a trial, and a pivot." "And you believe this to be the trial," the old man said. I believe that everyone here has a few bodies buried somewhere in their past, I said, eyes sweeping across the heroes and villain. And something they want badly enough to listen to the devil when he'll come calling. And make no mistake, I have encountered the dead king before. It isn't with threats and screams he'll approach. It will be with a pleasant offer for a most reasonable bargain. Gods, much as I hated to admit it, the Saint of Swords was the one I had most faith in to blow straight through. Even Neshama would have a hard time cracking open that protective shell of hatred and arrogance. The pilgrim shouldn't be an issue, either, but there were a lot more levers to move him than I was comfortable with, especially considering the dead king was bound to know a thing or two about angels. The tyrant was going to sell us out. That was a given, but that was fine. I'd planned with the inevitability in mind. Once more, it was the rogue sorcerer that was the unknown. I glanced at Tarek and caught his eye, then subtly dipped my head towards the youngest hero. Just as subtly, the pilgrim nodded. He was either reliable, then, or good enough to fool whatever means of second sight the peregrine used. Either way, it was too late in the span to do anything about it. It was a beautiful speech, Catherine, Kairos called out. It greatly raised my spirits. I rolled my eyes and limped up the hill of ash and dust until I stood by the side of one of the broken windows. Running a hand across the warm stone by the windowsill, I breathed out and let the night flow through my veins. The shivering line between realms was no domain of save Inosis, but the darkness within the broken house was a threshold I could use. Night poured out of me like a flood until I breathed out and withdrew my palm. I turned to them, straightening my back. Into the deeps, I said. We will meet again on the other side. Book 5, Chapter 36, Bid. Peace is the killer of empire, for when strength is not spent outwards, it is instead spent within. Ghislaine of Cruzens, 12th First Princess of Procure. I couldn't ever remember being afraid of the dark, even as a child. Of what might be lurking in it, sure, but the dark itself? No. Long before I'd acquired patrons whose dominion was night, I'd liked a little shade. The fights at the pit had often taken place late. Even after lining the pockets of the city guard, Booker had been warned to keep her business out of sight, and summer after sundown was where the coin had been best at the rat's nest. Legionary leave did not change no matter the season, but come summer a lot of dockworkers earned a little more coin by fishing in the Silver Lake, and a lot of that coin ended up spent on cheap ale, which was, to my remembrance, the only kind the rat's nest ever stocked. I wondered what Harrion now. I frowned at the drift of thoughts, unsure how it had started or where it was headed. Did it even matter? Oh, I was standing surrounded by thick and cloying darkness, and it was soothing, serene. It would have been so pleasant to just float away, leaning into dreamlike thought. Snow, tears, and barren laughter. I suddenly remembered. I'd laid down to die, once, and the world had refused to take me. There would be no takebacks. More fruitful than a direct assault would have been, I acknowledged out loud. I struck at the ground with my staff, and the dark rippled out. Like a stone tossed into a pond, my will wrinkled the fabric of this half-world outwards in a wave. The span of what surrounded me was endless, I thought, and my act had been little more than a shout echoing in a gargantuan cavern. Is that to be your trick? I asked the dark. Obscuring the path? It won't work. I cocked my head to the side and pricked my ear. The utter silence of this place was broken only by my own breath, which in this strange stillness seemed almost crassly loud. I was afraid, for a moment, that it would drown out what I was waiting for, but it was an empty worry, more born out of nerves at the caliber of my opponent than grounded thinking. My deliverance came in call harsh and hoarse, a distant cawing. I followed Kamina's echoing caw, and limped forward into the dark. The youngest knight left as swiftly as she'd appeared, for we'd agreed that she should avoid the dead king as much as we could afford to. Neshama would not be as dangerous working through Masigo as he would be in person, but Hierophant was plenty dangerous enough on his own, and not without experience in the matter of disciplining lesser gods. My hobbling steps forward felt purposeless, without a destination to behold, but I forced myself to keep moving. If I could not trust the sisters to guide me in the dark, then who could I trust? And, after what could have been either half an hour or an agonizingly long day, the trust bore fruit. The darkness rippled, and not through my will. I'd made enough progress, it seemed, to warrant refinement of the trap. I almost stumbled when my good foot came across a step, but I caught myself on my staff. I felt around cautiously and found out it was the first of what seemed like sprawling stairs going up. If this realm had been the tyrant's to shape, I would have taken this turn as a petty slight to make my life more difficult on account of my bad leg. but somehow I suspected the dead king believed himself above that. I made my way up the stairs, observing from careful groping by foot and staff that at least they were broad and lightly sloped, and only halted after a long flight up when I felt this place grow shallower. Frowning, I slowly raked my fingers through the air and let the fabric of this half-world thinner on my fingers. I exerted a pinprick of will, and the small ripples that ensued had less to rippled through. And, more interestingly, they revealed some sort of veil in front of me. The way, as always, had to be forward. I stretched up my arm and tore down the veil, flinching at the wave of sound and light and color that washed over me. I had, it seemed, exposed a doorway. I took a moment to compose myself, to let my eyes grow accustomed to the change in light, and only then tread through the threshold. Immediately, looking down, I felt shaky for the height. I had come to tread over what looked like a gargantuan pane of glass, like a skylight put up through the sky. Above me the sky was darkened by eclipse, a blinding ring of light with a hollow of night at the heart of it, and the clouds around us were a hazy penumbra of light and shadow. Below, though, thousands of feet below, 3 great armies were warily observing a truce. The League of Free Cities was milling uncertainly without a camp of its own, its large baggage trains spread over the plans and guarded by knots of soldiers from half a dozen different city-states. The army of Callow and the legions in exile had retreated back into their camp, though leaning down with a wince. Gods, the ground beneath me felt too slippery for this height. I noted that Juniper Hard ordered the siege engines to be turned on the League and the Drow to be recalled behind the palisades. It was the armies of the Grand Alliance, though, that found their situation most uncomfortable. Split in two by my own host and the forces of the Free Cities. Even after the Knights' losses, they remained the largest of the armies on the field, but also the worst positioned. The caliber of officers on either side had told, I thought. Many of my commanders were young and fresh to their ranks, but they'd also been trained to lead a professional army. The Dominion's war leaders were clever and brave, but also clearly outmatched. This has been most entertaining. My eyes flicked up, and I found I was no longer alone on this expanse of glass. I had expected to be looking upon the King of Death, but what I found instead was Neshama. In the flesh, as he had been in the long-ago days of the kingdom of Sapphira he'd ruled and ruined. His appearance was from late in his reign, I thought, perhaps as late as that dark day where Keter's Dew had gotten its name. Scholar pale and thin, he was closely shaved, but his dark hair was messy. Full red lips quirked as I met his gaze. Just like I remembered, his eyes were a shade of light brown that the glow of the eclipse made into molten amber. On his brow, the copper circlet that was the crown of a kingdom long dead sat high over one of those strange Sephiran tunics, one sleeve long and broad, but the other short and tight, the patterned bronze and red cloth sweeping down to his ankles with a broad sash belting it around the waist. He had, I suddenly realized, spoken in Ushkaran, that dead tongue Masigo, and I had stolen learning of from Arcadian echoes, along with most of what I knew of the hidden horror. You know I don't speak that, I said. Dead King, we meet again. My apologies, Neshama replied in lower Mizan, lips twitching. We meet again, Black Queen. Staff rapping against the glass-like ground as I moved, I limped in a half-circle around him. I would not be allowed, I suspected, to leave this place before conversation was had. But that hardly meant I had to remain his captive audience, rapt and unmoving. Your maneuvers below were worth the watching, the hidden horror idly told me. It was an inspired skein of treachery, and a victory deserved. Night's not over yet, I said. Though I have to say, you're being a great deal more civil than I expected. Neshama idly traipsed across the glass sky, the clouds above him making his eyes shift from gold to bronze like passing seasons set in an ageless face. I am a mannerly man, Catherine, he lightly said, and you have given me no reason to act otherwise. It almost felt like I was back in the pit, for a moment, an opponent and I slowly circling as we took each other's measure. Waiting for an opening, for a weakness. I remained painfully aware that I had a lot more of either than the hidden horror. No, I'm used. Yet you called an immortal, when we first met, and well. I shrugged, raising an arm in a nonchalant display. I'm hardly that these days, I said. The old monster's face was like a mirror, I thought as I watched him for a reaction. There would be nothing there to see, I had not placed there myself. Are you not, he smiled. High priestess and herald of an apotheosis you ushered into this world by your own hand. Would something as base as age or disease take you, Catherine Foundling? The years will kill me, one of these days, I said. if nothing else gets around to it first. Ah, the dead king smiled. But how many years would it take? I didn't answer that, for the truth was that I wasn't sure. My body now was no stronger than it had been before I came into my name, not without night being woven into it anyway. Pain and exhaustion and so many things that had felt distant while I was sovereign of moonless nights had been returned to me in full, but I had not taken sick since being proclaimed first under the night. As for age, though, it hadn't been long enough for me to be sure of whether or not my aging had resumed in earnest. It didn't feel the same way as it had under my name, when I'd still grown, but there had been something contrived about it, like I was matching a vision, not following nature's writ. And it was absolutely nothing like it had been after second lease, where I had been frozen and fixed unto myself. My blood was still red, and had not become gray nor dark, so it might be that I did not share the stretched lifespan of the mighty who partook in night. On the other hand, I had come into the priesthood of the sisters after the devouring of winter. It was unprecedented grounds we were treading. Priesthood is not godhood, I said. That path you claimed I would walk, I set aside. You are not all-knowing, dead king. Do you believe the intercessor's strength lies in martial might? He amusedly asked. Or mine? You traded a power that shackled you for one whose burden and perils others will bear in your stead, while binding them to you, in purpose. Winter's theft earned you regard, however accidental its execution, but it is your work in the Everdark that suggests you could in time be a peer. He chuckled, making peace with the dwarves and wheedling an army out of those unruly sisters in the bargain. He said, tone approving. You traded that ill-fitting mantle for more than fair price. One of these days we will have to trade secrets, Black Queen. I rather wonder what you traded the kingdom under for a stay of invasion. My heart skipped a beat. Was he implying I'd made actual peace between the dwarves and the drow? Or rather, was he implying that the firstborn still held the old Everdark? I hadn't, though. The overwhelming majority of the drow was marching in exodus towards his own northern borders. Did he not know? It could be a trick, I thought. I only have the smallest slivers of save in OC with me. I thought. The rest is with their people. That would allow them to move unseen to most sorcerous means. And it was true that with his armies investing the Principate, the hidden horror's attentions might currently be elsewhere. Unless he was lying to me, I thought. But if he wasn't, agree to disagree, I warily said. Anything more elaborate than trite vagueness might get me seen through, given who I was dealing with. I'd rather seem a little slow than tip my hand if he truly didn't know about the Exodus. In at least one instance we do agree, the hidden horror said. The night isn't over yet, Black Queen. Looking into those patient golden eyes, I almost shivered. He was speaking of more than the dawn Acua had held back for a few hours. Night was coming for Calernia, the kind that would be followed by no morning if it ever fell. Patience has never been my strong suit. I spoke with false calm. Even less so when it pertains to my woe, one of which you've gotten your skeletal hands on. It was not I who sought him, Neshama demurred. And what could I but answer, when my presence was so earnestly petitioned? You've had your laugh, I said. And while you came close to breaking the armies below, the scheme was outed. There is no point in you lingering, dead king. Leave him. Leave here. This is not the field where you want this contest to take place. You demand of me what was willingly given, the dead king chided, and offer nothing in return. What reason do I have to grant your wish, save that you wish it? I have forged, I said, a band of 5. You have botched a band of 5, he replied, amused. How many do you believe will still serve your purpose when choices are to be made? Enough, I said. I chose them knowingly. I demand nothing from you. And if it was a threat I'd offered, I am not known for my subtlety in their speaking. I am stating that you have nothing left to find in this place save defeat, and not even the useful kind. I suppose, Neshama mused, that I should simply snap the Hierophant's neck and retire then. My fingers tightened around the ebony staff. I'd known going in that he would try that angle. Whether or not he could actually do that was in doubt, but I had a parry anyway. So long as the Grey Pilgrim lived to the end of this, so would Masigo. I'd not forgotten the sight of the peregrine wielding resurrection with but a word at the Battle of the Camps, unmaking the death I'd snatched from my clash against the other heroes. I almost forced a smile, but that would have been a mistake. No, let him see how the prospect of my friend being snuffed out like a candle grieved me. Let him believe I was willing to fight him anyway. If that is what it takes, I roughly said. Gods forgive me, if that's what it takes. Too many lives are on the line. Ah, he smiled. There we are. One more mooring, snapping for the tide. How many would be needed before you truly took the plunge? Nonchalantly, He waved a hand. A conversation for another day, he said. We have nothing but time. Let us speak, instead of lives. Your plan has been outed, I said. One plan, he said. One winter. 1 year. And how many deaths will it have cost you? Even should prove the victor here. You speak as if you were the invaded and not the invader, I said. You speak as one who sought to bargain with me, he mildly said. For one such invasion. I'd fully intended to betray him when offering that pact, though he'd known that from the start. Still, I almost winced. It was an incomplete truth, but still a damning one. I wish I could say that I'd not understood the scope of what I threatened to unleash then, and I supposed I hadn't. But I'd suspected, even back then, that it would be a horror unlike any other. I'd been willing to bargain with the King of Death to keep the Grand Alliance at bay, and that I'd been outmaneuvered by militia in the attempt was the sole reason I wasn't my signature on the treaty that lets the monster out of its lair. And the truth was, looking down at the fragile truce below me, that I still felt I'd been right. Now that there was a greater threat for all to behold, all the petty games of power and story that had condemned my home to be either a ruin or pack of tributaries had gone by the wayside. Oh, there were still other considerations, but it was telling that while I was just as much the arch-heretic of the East as last year, suddenly everyone was willing to cut compromises and deals with me. It was the breathing room I'd needed, an opportunity one would never have had otherwise. If I'd known before leaving Keter that it would all work, even with these horrid costs, would I still have done it? It was more damning than anything I'd done that I wasn't sure what the answer was. No such bargain was made, I said. I understood what would come of it, if too late, and slew the one who made it. At least one time too few. But how many people can claim to have killed Dread Empress militia twice? I was not a fool, so I would not admit to such an ugly truth when the dead king might be displaying this conversation for anyone to see and hear. With the way a grin flickered across his face, gone in the heartbeat it took for his eyes to pass from gold to bronze, I suspected I'd just neatly sidestepped exactly such a trap. We were speaking of lives, I believe, Neshama said, circling me as I circled him. His footsteps were a whisper on glass, a contrast to my trudging boots and sharply tapping staff. So we were, I agreed. Renia has fallen, did you know? He asked. Hanovin months ago, but the Lycanese hold nothing but the last fortress of Twilight's Pass. After it the heartlands of Bremen will fall, and with them the armies that would defend Neustria. It will be the end of them. They've held you back in Cleves and Hainaut, I said. For now, the dead king said. How long can that last? No, the simple truth is that the Principate was not prepared. And then that delightful Theodosian child struck at its allies, and its back. Even if you bring Callow to their aid, you but delay the inevitable. Would you say, I cheerfully replied, that you are invincible, and your victory is assured? A bold attempt, the hidden horror commented. Though it makes a poor evasion. Do you disagree with my words, Black Queen? That the Grand Alliance spent a horrendous amount of soldiers etching a bitter stalemate in Callow? I said, no, that its loss is written in the stars. Hardly. Imagine what you might do with 10 years, Neshama idly said. If my armies withdrew, and truce was observed unfailingly. If you were allowed to truly muster this continent for war, instead of piecing together foes and friends in a broken coalition of mistrust. And there it was, I thought, the bargain to be made. And it was quite the prize, wasn't it? God's what I could do. With 10 years and the promise of a war with Keter at the end. The League could be brought to heel and then into the fold, the tower brought down on Militia's head and the lease accords made to bind even her successor. A decade of recovery for my bruised kingdom who'd known constant war for years now. And once the recalcitrant to the east and the south of the continent were brought into line, we'd have a solid, lasting peace. The first prince would not countenance war where a single soldier might be lost that could instead be sent to hold back the kingdom of the dead when it returned. It got me everything I wanted and saved what had to be hundreds of thousands of lives. I'd warned the others that the hidden horror would approach us with tantalizing bargains, all the while thinking myself beyond that temptation. And I wouldn't, shouldn't make a pact with him. But gods, what a prize it would be. 10 years, he mused. No, perhaps a decade is too little to move you. Would you like, Catherine Foundling, to purchase a century of truce? I flinched. That was a different prize, and perhaps even more tempting. If you are truly as immortal as you insist, then the dead will not trouble Calernia in your lifetime, Neshama idly continued. And what would you want in exchange, dead king? I asked. A paltry concession, he smiled. I would require the keeping of what lands I have already seized. Which would be what? Rhenia, Hannoven, parts of Bremen, and Hainaut. The Principate would be losing more than half the Lycanese principalities, which was a chunk of territory, but to be blunt, it was mostly mountains and fortresses assaulted by the rattling warband every spring. Hainaut was more of an issue, since it was a foothold for Keter on the southern shore of the tomb, but what little word I'd had of that front implied the principality was on the verge of collapse anyway. I'd offered him rights to more than that when I first sought to make a bargain, though admittedly it had been under false pretenses. If the dead king kept his word, though, the Principate would have 100 years of peaceful northern border to prepare. If the first prince agreed, and if it spared her own people annihilation in addition to all the rest, I genuinely thought she might accept. And I'd back her, in the aftermath, to the fucking hilt, to expand the Grand Alliance, and then every step of the way. The two of us, and the Pilgrim if he could be talked into it, we could get Calurnia on proper war footing. With 10 decades instead of 1, the situation with praise in the free cities could be properly seen to instead of hurried. The Drow would need a home, but Masigo had helpfully ripped a chunk out of Arcadia that could be put to use. This could work, I thought. Of course, it was possible Neshama would just let the Rattlings pass straight through the northern principalities he'd occupy and disrupt the peace without breaking his word. And there'd be benefits for him as well, I thought, or he would never have made the offer in the first place. I was about to bring up the chain of hunger when I realized what I was doing and closed my mouth. I'd been considering the practicalities, working out the details, about to try finding his angle. I had, in essence, already accepted the deal he'd offered. Gods, I'd known what he was doing from the start, and still here we were. We will speak of it again, Black Queen, the King of Death said. At this peace conference you have schemed. There was a deafening crack, and the glass floor beneath our feet began to splinter. You did not test me, I said. The hidden horror met my eyes, and for the first time there a flash of irritation in the golden gaze. Am I chattel, Black Queen, to be led to the altar with blinders on my eyes? He said. Am I to willingly embrace the ways of defeat simply because we are at odds? I think not. He leaned forward, face cast harshly. This game, as all games, I will play on my terms and only that, the Dead King said. I have learned what I wanted from this communion, and when I have taken what I wish from this ruin, I will forsake it as well. Not a moment before. Catherine, and petty tricks will not force my hand. Neshama flicked a wrist dismissively. Remember that, when we speak again. Youth only earns so many allowances. In rain of glass I fell through the floor and passed through air and darkness until I landed in another place. Light was peeking through cracks in a door before me, and I opened it. Above me dark clouds pulsed with rings of sorcery, but beneath my boots were the still-paved streets of the ruins of Lys. My hands were trembling, I saw. I grit my teeth and put the inarticulate dread that had sunk in my guts aside. I still needed to find the others wherever they'd come out in the city. The night was not yet over. Even the monster of monsters agreed. Book 5, Chapter 37, Accessory. To keep a friend, avoid sharing these 3, coin, cup, and crown. Nicene saying. 3 times now I'd come to Lys bearing a sword. Once to take it with the 15th at my back, to smother the last embers of rebellion in my time and bury the lone swordsman. Again with my father for only company, sneaking in through darkness and death to quell the terrible madness of Aquasahelion. The city that had once been the thriving heart of southern Callow had been ravaged and ruined years before today, and being ripped from creation then cast down atop tall peaks had done nothing to mend that state. The sight of the crown jewel of the South reduced to this still had my blood boiling even now. When the 15th had taken Lys, it had been a sprawl of broad avenues covered in flowers and trees, a beauty in stone pale and tan that seemed at times like it was half churches, half mansions. There was nothing of that left now. The third of the city that had been outside the old walls, mostly tanners and dyers and the poor, had fallen right off when Diabolist raised the city into the sky. The blood and sorcery that had followed still resonated in this place. The trees were long dead, and the slender towers of the basilicas petulantly snapped. Lys still thrummed with death. It was like a cloying scent in the air, a strange heartbeat coursing through its broken streets. And at the end of the road, in what had once been the ducal palace, some fresh madness was blooming. Masigo awaited in the ancient hall of the Dukes of Lys, turned fortress and ritual heart by the Diabolist. I did not have to look far to see the first touches of his work. In the eldritch sky above us, sorcery had been shaped in a great working, like colossal panes of bronze glass. It brought to my mind a telescope, for it was like a collection of increasingly larger glass lenses pointed outwards. Whatever sight they were meant for I was not certain, but on the surface of the panes I saw the barren storm-racked wasteland below. Compelling as the sorcery was to watch, I had no time to spare for contemplation of it. It was becoming increasingly clear, far from alone in the streets of Lys. From the moment I'd stepped out of the dark, there'd been the weight of eyes on my back, and the tension had only thickened in the moments that followed. What had once been known as the City of Swans was now the City of Ash and Dust, and it was through the stuff of it that my boots scuffed as I began limping forward. Lingering here would serve no purpose. None of the others would emerge where I had. There would be need to stitch back together our little band before it was wielded against our common foe. Passing through the wreck of what had once been a guild hall, its walls broken so thoroughly that all that remained upright was low ornate pillars of plastered marble, I heard the whispers of an ambush about to be sprung. I caught sight of them, I thought too easily. A scuttling creature of red-brown fur with long iron claws had been revealed in the shade where it hid, a ray of light playing off a cloud above us, laying it bare. It was Devil. I'd even fought this kind before, at the Battle of Marchford, and even the ambush that preceded it. At least as clever as a child, and capable of speech in the dark tongue, as well as some of creation's languages. My discussions with the foremost diabolist of our age had since made it plain to me that these were lesser servants, as far as the precise saw it, but still commonly used for their wits and ease of binding. And their numbers, the Bonsam, as their kind was called, were thrown at enemies not as lone individuals, but in packs. My advance slowed by a pillar, and I caught a glint of iron in the carpet of ash that filled this gutted guild hall. "This doesn't end well for you," I called out in Thethwa. "Flee now, and I will not pursue." In bursts they came out of the thick layers of ash where they'd lain waiting, and others leapt down from the nearby rooftops where they'd been watching me. In the heartbeat that followed, I counted 7, for on the ground, dark-eyed and wild, and coming at me split evenly from the sides. 3 above, 2 who'd been huddling in mangled bell tower, and the one I'd caught first pressing down its body in the hollow of a parapet. It came laughably easy to me. My hand, by happenstance, was already near where I wanted it to be. All I needed to do was let the night pour through and flick my wrist. By happenstance still, all I would need to elude half my attackers was slip around the pillar I'd reached, and my foot was already halfway there. It was like creation wanted me to slaughter them, and do so almost effortlessly. I gave fair warning. I said, wrist already moving. 2 of those leaping were, as I pivoted around the pillar, for a moment perfectly lined up. The fine needle of night I'd sent burst through the flesh and fur of the first like it had been filled with munitions, and the last of the impact ate halfway through the head of the devil behind it. 2 of the Bonsam on the ground were now on the wrong side of the pillar to strike at me, and began to turn, while the other pair found I'd smoothly flanked them. They had long enough for their eyes to widen in surprise before, with a flick of the wrist in the opposite direction, I let loose a second sliver of night. Slight tendrils of smoke that slipped through their nostrils, and they dropped in the instant that followed. It had turned acid inside their bodies, and melted what there was to melt. The sequence continued, almost dreamlike, with the third leaper landing atop the pillar to my side, 2-sided claws scraping at the stone. My hand fell on the side of my staff, as if carried by my last flick, and at the very moment where its weight was drawing back from the landing, the tip of my staff struck its chest. It toppled, I knew without even looking, on top of the other 2 who'd been trying to go around the pillar. With another languid step, I finished my way around the pillar, arriving to the sight of 2 devils snarling at the third as they tried to push it off their side. It was the one who'd fallen that looked at me, letting out a shriek when it saw I'd raised my hand. I snapped my fingers. A droplet of night formed in the middle of the 3, and from it a razor-thin pulse emanated. It cut through the heads of the 2 Bonsam on the ground, and through the waist of the one I'd nudged down. They were all 3 dead before I could bring my staff down to lean on, and I breathed out slowly. The whole scuffle had taken the span of perhaps 5 breaths, and required me to call on so little night I'd not even noticed any strain. "So this is what it's like," I murmured, "having a story like wind in your sail." It was even more insultingly leisurely than I'd assumed it would be. How could any hero lose a fight, when creation conspired 100 coincidences to give them an edge? I mastered that burgeoning irritation, for it was one of the uglier parts of my inheritance, and set it aside. There was no point in whining about the opposition's arsenal, when instead I could be figuring out ways to use their tools more frequently. There'd be time for that later, though. For now I needed to find the others, which ought not to be too difficult if Providence was willing to lend a hand for once. I resumed my advance into the deeper city, treading different shades of ruin as I did. Some the work of devils, some of wights, some of the soldiers who'd once taken lease in my name. I did not encounter any more of the Bonsam, though once or twice I caught shadows looming on rooftops or watching through the cracks of walls. None approached, though it seemed that courtesy was not being extended to others. I heard a great crack in the distance, and watched with a wince one of the 7 basilicas of lease toppled inwards. Well, that was as much of a sign I was going to get, I supposed. I put some spring to my step and headed towards the collapse. It couldn't have been more than 2 alleys of walking until I ran into where my waiting companion had emerged from the aborted crucible. There was a neat line of dead jackal-headed devils, all 9 of them cut cleanly through at the waist by the same blow. I glanced at the way the corpses had fallen, and let out a reluctantly impressed whistle when I realized they must have been walking in a file when the Saint of Swords had struck and she'd killed the lot of them before they could even turn. That this was Lawrence de Montfort's work, there could be no doubt. She'd cut off enough my limbs I'd acquired an eye for the look of it. Though not particularly enthused by who it was that I'd found first, I quickened my limp a little more still. If nothing else, the Saint's company should make getting around this devil-infested city significantly easier. Not safer, of course, because there was no guarantee that she wouldn't decide now was the time to clean up a loose end like me, but certainly easier. It wasn't all difficult to follow the path she'd walked, since she'd sown corpses seemingly every step of the damned way. It was like there was something about her that attracted the devils like flies, because by the 3rd time I turned a corner only to find a pile of at least 20 dead or dismembered devils. The limbs everywhere made it harder to count. I was forced to concede this couldn't possibly just be a string of bad luck. By the 5th mess of corpses I ran into, it wasn't just iron hooks and jackal heads I was looking at, but higher breeds that wasteland Diabolus had used for war in years past. Wallenfaum, the leather-winged devils that had been a favorite of binding-inclined dread emperors, and Acua's own choice of troops for the folly, and Acalypsa. The latter had been prized by Tagreb tribes, Aisha has once told me, for their raids on their sonic neighbors to the north. Given that the fanged devils bore rough armor of stone and iron weapons, I could see why. Not that it had stopped the Saint from slaughtering them. I would be more or less true to say I saw the fighting before I heard it. Further into the city, I saw swarms of Wallenfaum and smaller gargoyle-like hairy creatures swarming down towards the same plaza. When I got closer, the baying of the hound-like Acalypsa told me that the Saint was very much under siege, and I grit my teeth as I picked up the pace. Hurrying through a house that looked like some whimsical giant had slapped it down before leaving, I came upon the collapsed basilica and saw that I'd strained my bad leg for no reason at all. There must have been, I thought, easily 200 devils in the city square I could see past the fallen basilica. The Saint of Swords was alone, and nonchalantly tearing through the force like it was made of paper. Pale tabards spinning around her like she was a dancer, the old woman moved among her opponents like the wind. On the ground the scythe through the Bondam, and the Acalypsa, like it was sport, smoothly using them as shields against each other as she carved through necks and limbs with unerring precision. The Saint of Swords only put weight behind her blows when the winged devils came for her, the wind left by explosive strength of her strikes sucking them like birds in a storm. I saw her, with my own eyes, cut the air and leap up onto that mark only to kick up and catch a Wallenfaum in the face, use it as pedestal to twist and carve through the skull of another devil and catch a third one by the throat. She tossed it, casually, against the cut she'd made in the air, and it was severed in 2 halves by the impact. In the heartbeat that followed that insanity, she ripped free her longsword and leapt back down into the swarm below, never once having hesitated or broken stride. Merciless gods, I thought. She might as well be a meat grinder. As I walked through the rubble of the basilica, a shadow was cast ahead of me by the Wallenfaum, who'd thought to take me by surprise, and I flicked a wrist backwards without turning. The slithering rope of night caught it by the neck and tightened before turning to black flame. A charred head and corpse landed behind me a moment later, but I would not be so easily distracted. I suspected that the Saint could keep at this all day without tiring. I'd yet to feel from her more than the occasional flicker of name power. But devils kept pouring in, and there was no end in sight. We needed to move this along before we got bogged down, and I might as well get 2 birds with 1 stone. I supposed I could have reached deep into the night and unleashed a large working that would have slain many and scattered the rest, but I was disinclined to waste power so early in the fight, especially when there were more creative solutions to be had. I left the saint to her slaughter and crouched against the ground with a pained wince, leg throbbing. Holding onto my staff with tight lips, I ran a hand through the ash and black dust that covered the stone. I closed my eyes, let out a slow breath, and let the night fill my veins. As I'd thought, as I'd felt, there was still power in this place. Deaths by the thousands, as the alchemies of still water sunk into innocence, and a spark of magic set that corruption ablaze. Other great sorceries as well, Acua's own works of grand hubris, and what Masigo had made of this place since snatching it from its Calawan cradle. There were echoes here, and they were not gentle ones. Eyes fluttering open, I swept aside enough of the filth that I could lay my naked palm against what had once been the stone floor of the basilica. I saw the birth of you, I murmured. Heard the reverb, even then, though I did not yet have ways to heed it. I do now, though. I let the night bridge the gap, felt the wailing held within swell with anger, and gasped as my chest tightened. Sing for me, I whispered, and though I had failed them, I was still their queen, anointed in the halls of the Fairfaxes and the fields of war, so sang for me they did. To my ears it felt like a muted buzzing. At first, something so large and deafening my ears could not truly fathom it. But as the first heartbeat passed, a wave of something eldritch filled me, and I tasted of the nature of it. Rage, unbridled and strident and blind. Whites killed and killing. But the echo went deeper, to what I had sought. The terror of the inevitable, the helplessness of doom already sown and coming. The shivering moment where the greatest evil of our age had been committed by a woman now in my service. I partook of it, and let the city sing that chorus. It would not last long, I thought as I withdrew my palm and wearily rose to my feet. Maybe 30 heartbeats, and the further away the less keenly it would be felt. But here now? Even as Lawrence de Montfort stood unmoved among a whirlwind of devils, the flock of bound creatures, scattered, fled to the winds, taken by panic and rage that they were not truly able to understand. I'd spared the saint as much of this as I could, but in truth I doubted she would be affected. And, I saw as she calmly turned to watch me, I'd been right. There was no waver in her eyes, no weight on her shoulders. Like water off a duck's back, the tumultuous rage and fear of over 100,000 souls rolled over her and found nothing to hold on to. Black Queen, the Saint of Swords greeted me. Finally, where are the others? Heading this way, I'd wager, I said, limping up to her. I kept some distance. Enough that, if she chose to strike, I'd have long enough to be aware of the blow. That ought to be enough, given my preparations, though in matters like this nothing was ever certain. Much less when it came to a heroine as old and ridiculously lethal as the saint. After that trick you just pulled, there'll be more than blade fodder headed our way, the old woman said, then spat to the side. Might as well have raised a banner for everyone to see. It'll get the Grey Pilgrim here, as least, I said. Perhaps the others as well. Lawrence's eyes narrowed. Whatever sharpest killer the enemy's got as well, she said. But you did that on purpose, didn't you? I did not deny it, since it was true. I've had to assault that palace once before, I said, gesturing at the looming structure in the distance. And that was when it was just the Diabolus that put up wards and traps. We don't want to have to fight whatever monster's waiting while in there. You can trust me on that. I don't even trust you to breathe, the saint curtly said. But the decision's not entirely senseless. You sweet talker, Lawrence, I deadpanned. Stop, you'll make me blush. She eyed me up and down, though there was nothing suggestive about the assessment taking place. That was the gaze, I thought, of someone deciding how it'd be easiest to kill me when the time came, and was rather looking forward to getting around to it. What did he offer you in there? The old woman brusquely asked. My jaw clenched. Did I want to have that conversation with Lawrence de Montfort, of all people? No, I did not. On the other hand, there were risks to dismissing her question. I studied her carefully. If I refused, would she take that as me confession to collusion with the dead king and strike? I honestly wasn't sure. And unless I wanted to risk a fight anyway, I couldn't hesitate much longer than this. 100-year truce, I finally said. For the lands he's already taken. You. If I was going to answer, so was she. The saint smiled unpleasantly. Never even showed up, she said. It got dark, I got impatient and cut my way out. So much for your test, foundling. Didn't figure it. Oh, out it looks like. I wonder what else you're wrong about. I hummed, cocking my head as I listened to the last echoes of the song I'd asked for. I could follow the tide of it, with a little effort, and it was telling me interesting things. For one, it parted around the ducal palace like a tide around rocks. The end of our journey most definitely awaited there. There was, however, another hole in the city. Much smaller, But unlike the palace, instead of being exempt, it was violently repelling the song. And that small presence was not far ahead of us, coming in our direction. Not about the monster, I'll tell you that for certain, I said. We're about to have a guest saint. Her gaze sharpened. Then move ahead, she said. I will not have you at my back, Black Queen. Why? I frowned. I'm not the one who's a walking domain. I can't. Wait, are you implying I'd stab you in the back? She sneered, which was answer enough. Seriously? I said. Are you incapable of being halfway reasonable without someone holding your hand? I've had more cordial conversations with God's damned angels, Lawrence. Angels. Let that sink in. I did not see it until it was too late. My mistake. Growing irritated enough, most my attention had been on the saint instead of where it should be. My heart quickened, and I felt goosebumps crawl along my skin as I saw a single-edged blade of bronze swinging from my eyes. It had been a mistake, I realized, to assume that the song would allow me to accurately keep track of the enemy. Then there was a flash of radiant light, and the creature that had been about to take my life was shot out by the impact like a ballista bolt. I blinked out the blindness, absent-mindedly noting that the enemy had been thrown straight through 2 houses and a sculpture of Jahan the Wise before stopping. We appear to have flushed out the enemy, Tarek said, lowering his crooked staff. Thanks for that, I croaked out. He dipped his head in acknowledgement. My heart was beating wildly, and my fingers felt faint. Gods, but it had been a while since I'd come that close to dying, without anything like winter to get me through it. I'd almost forgotten what it felt like. I fell in with the pilgrim, the 2 of us advancing to join the saint. Her eyes were on the plume of dust and ash where the enemy had been thrown, and together the 3 of us looked upon the silhouette that emerged. Utterly pristine even after being thrown, its bare feet padded across the ashen ground. It wore nothing but a loose, long-sleeved shirt of white satin, with trousers of the same, and its extended arm held out the bronze blade at a horizontal angle. It was not human, I thought, and I knew that without needing to study it in greater detail because I'd encountered it before. Well now, as I live and breathe, the saint said. That looks to me like an elf. Bestowed, too, the pilgrim added. It's called the Spellblade, I calmly said, and it's one of the dead king's own revenants. I felt the weight of the other 2's attention, though neither looked away from our enemy, and the unspoken question that went with it. In Keter I tried to destroy it, with Hierophant and Thief, I said. And? Tarek calmly asked. I landed about 1 good hit that whole fight, for which it vaporized half my body, I replied. We ran as soon as we could. It's nasty in the elf way, and it can make blades out spells as well. This is going to be a ride, I can tell you that much. Good, Lawrence de Montfort said, smiling a wolf smile as she began advancing. Then this ought to be decent practice for Dead King. Book 5, Chapter 38, Pinnacle. For the left hand is strife and the right hand is ruin, and only one may be clasped. The worthy take, the worthy rise, all else is dust. Extract from the Tenets of Night. The Saint of Swords wasted no time and no words. Forward she went, an arrow shot. There was not a motion wasted to the way she moved, a sort of flowing gait that was neither run nor walk. The Spellblade simply walked barefoot through the ruins to meet her, utterly indifferent to the sight of one of the most dangerous heroes alive with her blood up. A known weakness? The Grey Pilgrim conversationally asked. His eyes had never left the Revenant, and neither had mine. Not ice, I'll tell you that much, I muttered. Or stabbing. To this day, I'm not even sure if I baited an aspect out of it, or if it's just that ridiculously powerful. I suspect. Not it, the Peregrine noted. There'd been nothing particularly male about the dead elf to my eyes, either now or then, so he probably knew something I didn't. Suspect, I repeated. There is an old story, the hero said, about death taking the Forever King's only son. I'd never heard anything like that, and unlike Tarek, I'd been born in a kingdom that bordered the Golden Bloom. On the other hand, he had decades of going around Calurnia and nudging villains to their deaths and unearthing secrets, as well as the choir of mercy whispering in his ear. So, the Spellblade had been a prince once. Assuming elves saw kingship as we did, which was anybody's guess, what went on in the depths of that forest was a mystery to anyone but the elves. Doubt the dangling parts are going to affect this any, I shrugged. But good to know. Knowledge is always of use. The Peregrine agreed. No particular weakness, then. Unfortunate. That will prolong the matter some. I almost told him he had a gift for understatement before I caught sight of the look on his face and realized he was deadly serious. That, to him, A millennia-old elven revenant was simply a vexing delay on our way to the end of this journey. The serenity on his tanned, creased face was not forced or posturing or an attempt to reassure. It was simple certainty that he would be the victor, regardless of the odds. I was surprised, still, by how utterly infuriating I found the sight. Because if a hero that old, that seasoned, could feel that way, then there was some truth to the attitude. And though that strength on my side tonight, there was still something at the heart of me revolted by the nature of it. No wonder it's impossible to bargain with you, when you have a mandated from above to always get your way. I was, I supposed, my father's daughter in the regrettable ways as well as the rest. I took my hand off my staff, and it stayed still and standing as I rolled my shoulders to limber them. "Let's get this going then," I said. A moment later, two of Colonia's finest swordsmen had their first clash. If I'd not woven a sliver of night into my eyes, I would have missed half of it. It was not that they moved that quickly, I thought, though while the saint was drawing on her name, and the spellblade made a mockery of mortal means simply by being who he was. I'd faced Fae quicker than them, and likely some with more strength behind their swings as well. It was, for lack of a better term, the timing of their movements that was at their craft's pinnacle. The saint feinted high and right, the revenant stepped to the side, and somehow that led him to be behind her and swinging at her neck. Then, even as the saint pivoted on herself and aimed a cutting blow at the side of his own neck, the both withdrew a step. It took me a heartbeat longer than them to understand why. It would have been a double kill, I realized, if they'd both finished the arc of their swing. So instead they'd withdrawn and gone for a second pass. I almost let out a whistle. I doubted I'd ever like Lawrence de Montfort even if I didn't end up killing her, but I could certainly admire her skill. Black was one of the few people I'd ever seen move like that. It was how he'd beat Captain when they sparred, even though she'd been massively stronger and quicker on the swing, though on occasion Archer got close to it as well. She still relied on an aspect to get there, though her flow. Ranger would be more than match for either of these, I thought, but though rather skilled with a blade, I'd never been even remotely in their league. Impressive as the spectacle of the two of them trading knot blows like dancers was, I'd not come here to be a spectator. The tricky part would be, I knew, intervening without getting in the saint's way. "All is night," I murmured in crepuscular, wrist flicking outwards. "The left hand is strife and the right hand is ruin. Only one can be clasped. I call on you, Kamina, warbringer and red of deed, breaker of spears and devourer of hope. In your name I curse my foe. A brush like feathers of my cheek, the flap of wings, and distant cawing laughter." She approved, it seemed, as she was wont to do when I spoke words from her tenets. Night flowed through my veins, like a cool shadow cast on a spring morning, and I released the working on the two fighting in the distance. Tarek stiffened, for the barest moment, though the tension ebbed when he saw that the saint had not been hurt by what I'd done. It was a subtle touch, at first. The shadows of the ruins where they were dueling lengthened a little, and the air began to swell unspeakably in that way it did before a storm. Neither of the combatants took notice, for after 4 bouts they'd now taken each other's measure and were now going for blood. I waited patiently, and only struck when I found my opportunity. The Revenant's bronze blade had been cut through by the saint's long sword, and when it burst in a flash of flame that blinded Lawrence, she drew back. The elf's hand extended, and the air began shuddering as rust-like flecks were attracted to its open palm and began to form a fresh blade. "No," I replied, and the flecks went gray, the shivering air went still, and the Revenant's eyes snapped straight to me from across the field. "That's right," I thought. "Look at me. I just swung decay and entropy at you. Look a bludgeon. Look at how irritating I am." The burst of flame hadn't even finished dying when tip of the saint's blade went straight through, going half an inch into the spellblade's throat before he could react. Lawrence's footing shifted, she began to pivot on herself, and even as the elf took a fluid step back, she finished tearing her sword out through the right side of his throat. Too shallow to have caught the spine, I saw with disappointment. Eyes flashing with fury, the Revenant's left hand shot out, and with an open palm he struck at the saint's arm. There was a thundering sound of iron being bent, and she flew back a dozen feet from the strength of it, the angle of her upper arm, making it clear the bones must have been broken badly enough it tore up through skin and muscle. The Revenant's other arm rose horizontally, and moonlight clustered around his fist. "Still no," I replied. The night clustered around his fist smothered the gathering glow before it grew strong enough to contest that ending. Visibly irritated, the Revenant shook its fingers free of the power and took a step forward that brought it in front of the saint. just as her arm snapped back in place. Wisps of light swirling around it as the pilgrim's work bore fruit. The heroine was ready when the blow came, nudging aside the elf's forearm with the pommel of her sword and then angling her wrist. Her foot circled back, her body twisted, and the Saint of Swords swung her blade halfway through the neck she'd already cut before a familiar shiver of power began. I knew that feeling. Last time I'd felt it, my entire face and the forward half of my body had ended up vaporized because I'd been too close, and whatever this was, the Revenant had been able to use it again on the massive pile of blocks Hierophant had tried to bury it under. Come on, I thought, and gathered the night to pit it against the shiver. There was maybe a tenth of a heartbeat where the forces were even, and then to my horror the Revenant's working plowed right through. All the night I'd sunk into the area went into smoke, fully and instantly, and harshly enough it felt like someone had ripped off a chunk of my skin. Shine, the gray pilgrim hoarsely said. I forced night into my eyes, even though the sensation was unpleasant, and it felt like they were boiling, as I was wary of being blinded even for a moment, and the radiant shine of the star the Peregrine had just unleashed would have robbed me of sight without it. It almost did anyway, for even though Tarek had unleashed only the palest shadow of the morning star he'd hung in the sky in creation, even that shred was terrible to behold. A ghost-like shimmering globe had appeared between the Saint and the spell blade for an instant, and some sort of massive pressure had swatted the Revenant trough the paved ground. I still caught a glimpse of the heroine's face and saw that all the way to the bridge of her nose the flesh of her face looked like a blanket of acid had been laid over it. It was the same with the entire flank of her body that had been facing the Revenant most fully, though strangely her clothes were untouched. In the moment where the night had fought the shiver, I'd learned one thing for certain, that it was in fact an aspect and taste of the nature of that power. Looking at the Saint's tabard and tunic I frowned. They were, I thought, looking too pristine. And with the harsh taste of the power I'd fought still resounding, I suspected I'd put my finger on the face of that aspect. It related, one way or another, to purification. Gods, elves were such assholes. It looked like Ranger had come by it honestly. Body unmarred by any of the wounds that had been inflicted on it, the spell blade leapt out of the wreckage it had been smacked into, a half-formed blade of light green scales in hand. My working had been scattered, so there'd be no shutting the door on that quick enough. Time to go on the offensive, then, I grimly thought. A panting Tarek strung healing light around the Saint once more, and as he did I snatched up my staff. Or would have, were it still there. For a surreal moment, I looked to see if I'd simply missed it while reaching, but no. The alarm welling up in my stomach was quite warranted, and it was nowhere to be seen. Shit. With the amount of power I'd sunk into that, over the months, this was not the kind of artifact I would want in anybody else's hands, even if it wasn't also my contingency for the Saint. I tapped a foot on the ground, sending out a pulse of night. If it was close, I should get something out of that. Pilgrim, there's another dash. I had gotten something out of the night pulse, though by the time I did it was pointless because my eyes had done the work already. I'd glanced at Tarek, when beginning to speak, and so caught sight of the Revenant standing behind him. It was hard to even tell she was dead, truth be told, for her tan leathery skin and the single blonde tress going down her back were strikingly lifelike. This one too was an old friend. The Thief of Stars looked no worse for the few hours she'd spent as one of my own thief's possessions. Though, if the harsh look she flicked at me was any indication, she hadn't forgotten that bad turn either. More interesting was the way she was holding my staff, pointing it directly at the gray pilgrim's back. Strange, since in her hands it might as well be a walking stick. She wouldn't be able to do anything with it. Well, unless she had. And there it was, the shiver of an aspect being used. Something to facilitate using what she'd stolen maybe? It didn't matter. I raised my hand as the Thief of Star roused the night in my staff that was not a staff, baring my teeth savagely. Mistake, I said in crepuscular, and snapped my fingers. Night lashed out viciously, and the sound of talons rending flesh rang across the plaza. The Thief of Stars' upper half splattered the ground, entrails trailing like grim garlands. But there was no hiding that a gaping chest wound had split her in two, as if some great bird's talons had snapped out of the sea of night awaiting within the staff, where they had been waiting. They must have thought I was a fucking idiot, making something that dangerous without putting in contingencies, like the attention of the angrier half of the goddesses that artifact was linked to. She might have managed to flee with it, though certainly not remain hidden. Using it, though? That was opening a door for Kamina to express her displeasure. It had had absolutely nothing to do with my fingers being snapped, but given such a beautiful opportunity, to pretend otherwise. Why would I? Not. Posturing aside, I sent out a simmering coil of night to catch the staff before it fell and dragged it back to me. I just slapped into my palm when I slammed onto the ground, biting down on a scream as my bad leg gave and rolling fruitlessly to the side. A vivid green sword seemingly made of scales was swung down at my head, though with a grunt the saint carved through the damned thing. Foul-smelling droplets flew everywhere, and I wove a spinning top of night above me that proved to be the right reflex. Wherever the liquid fell, it smoked and ate at whatever it had touched. Move. Foundling. The saint of swords snarled, slapping aside a blow with the side of her sword. I almost did, but then I paused. This slugging match with an effectively indestructible and inexhaustible demigod wasn't going anywhere, and it was a losing fight for us. Sure, we were pulling slightly ahead right now, but both the heroes would tire eventually, and the Peregrine had already dropped an aspect once. Engaging the Revenant like we were storming a bloody wall was just going to get us killed. What did I know about my allies? Tark I had a red on, could play off of, but the Saint. Sever. I realized. She had that brutal little aspect still. If she was given an opening, she could use I to remove the source of our troubles. I just needed to. Halfway into rising to my feet, I theatrically groaned and flopped back to the ground. The Spellblade saw that as the opening it was and struck again, so it had just made a tactical mistake. I was prone and crippled. The Saint was having an increasingly harder time fending off its blows, and I pointedly did not get up. I stayed there on the ground, hilariously unarmored, and basically just asking to get killed. The Saint, though it must be said she did so with considerable ill grace, heroically defended her fallen ally in a doomed venture. I suspected she was going to cut her losses soon, but that was fine. I'd gotten what we needed. What are you dash? Lawrence started, but she was interrupted by the gray pilgrim nailing our opponent. It was easy to forget that, for all his power, Tark was not meant to be the tip of the spear in a band or even the healer. He was, by role, a helping hand. He was at his strongest and ablest when serving as that hand, as demonstrated by the fact he'd been able to once more use an aspect that he should have thoroughly exhausted earlier to save the Saint's life earlier. Now, the radiant beams of light bit into the side of the Revenant harshly, and as the better part of his left shoulder and kneecap were incinerated, it called on its favorite trick. The air shivered as it drew on its aspect, and the Saint of Swords' own blade fell on the floor with a clang. Breathing out sharply, the old woman swung nothing at all, and the Spellblade screamed. That aspect had cut Winter, elf or not, he wasn't getting through that with a shrug. And, while we were at it, I killed the pain in my bad leg with a sliver of night, and pushed myself up with my staff. The Revenant was staggering back in apparent pain and disbelief at the fact that it could feel pain, I suspected, while the Saint looked like she was about to keel over. She'd be out of it for at least a bit, so best to tip the scales a little further. The Spellblade's eyes fell on me just as I leaned forward and rammed my hand through his chest. What? He croaked. What are you dash? Restocking, I replied with a feral grin. I'd had a knack for taking from my foes even before. I'd become the herald of goddesses who'd made theft of might the central tenet of their culture. Now, I'd had tutors in the art, patrons who'd touched the godhead, and a wastelander of the old blood. My fingers, coated in night, dug through its soul and skimmed over the raw ruin the Saint had made of the first bundle. Another two were there for the taking, one still faintly vital, and the other necrotized for centuries, if not millennia. I could only get a vague idea of what it was I was taking until I'd taken it, but there was no room for hesitation. The aspect still in use felt like some sort of wheel, or maybe a kaleidoscope. The dead one felt like nothing. Absence, maybe. Denial, or gamble. Double down. I decided. A little too late to start playing it safe. Letting out a hissing breath, I withdrew my fingers from the Spellblade's chest and found they were holding a slim branding iron. Ban. I knew sure as my own breath, and cackled. I called on the night and began pushing it into the iron. Hold him, I yelled. The pilgrim wove shackles of light around the Revenant's limbs, but we were the winning side. Now, it tore through them effortlessly. But where role and story failed, Lawrence de Montfort instead scathingly said something in Tolesian and carved straight through the elf's right knee with the long sword he'd already picked up. But already it had formed a blade out of some eerie, pulsing red haze. And instead of attacking one of us, he stabbed himself. Only the blade broke, and fresh flesh began to sprout where the Saint had cut him before the severed limb even began to fall. But I'd been sinking night into the brand this whole time, and though the symbol it depicted hurt my eyes to try to discern, I could still see smoke was wafting from it. It should suffice. Even as the revenant dipped forward from the sudden loss of limb, I shoved the branding iron against its chest. The moment it touched the satin shirt, it went straight through, and though I saw the revenant's skin blacken around where the brand touched the flesh, it did not react. It would not feel pain from this, I thought. Or, indeed, anything else. The red pulse shattered. The flesh ceased growing, and the elf flinched back once more. I supposed it was rather in shock at the way I'd used his dead aspect to kill the other one. I stepped back and smiled. All yours, I told the saint. She was a fearsome one, but he was still an elf, and an old one. It took her 7 blows before his head rolled on the ground, and the dead king lost his second revenant of the night. Book 5, Chapter 39, Looting. 34. It is not grave robbing if it was your destiny to have that artifact, just proactive inheritance. 200 Heroic Axioms. Author, unknown. The Spellblade had taken an awful lot of killing, but he was finished. With the Thief of Stars having tried her hand at stealing something a goddess had her hand on and gotten about what one would expect for the trouble, that left the 3 of U.S. Masters of the Field. And so I was worried. I had a finer nose for trouble than most, given the amount of times I'd come a hair's breadth away from death, but it wasn't a physical threat that had me growing unsettled. I knew for a fact that the dead king had more than few revenants to throw into the breach, so why was it 2 I'd encountered before that were guarding Hierophant? And that wasn't even getting into the way that I'd bet rubies to piglets we were going to run into the damned skein skulking somewhere around here before this was over. No, setting that aside for now, why was the King of Death putting up dead named I had some knowledge of instead of any other from his millennial treasure trove of undead heroes? The Spellblade hadn't been an easy mark, by any means, and it's cost us heavy use of exhausting aspects from 2 aging heroes to put him down, but I didn't buy that Neshama didn't have some revenant around that wasn't about as much as a heavy hitter and completely unknown to me. Are you tying off loose ends, Dead King? Sacrificing servants I was familiar with so that knowledge couldn't be used against him down the line? It seemed wasteful, given the caliber of revenants used. The elf could probably have torn through a Lycanese border fortress by himself, and if the Thief of Stars was even half as handy as Vivian had been when wielding a cousin name, she could easily have wreaked havoc on supply lines. It was true that the Dead King's method was, in essence, never to leave an opening that could be exploited no matter what it cost to play it safe. On the other hand, it didn't feel like a coincidence that I could feasibly make use of both the revenants we'd encountered today. The Thief of Stars had, back in Keter, wielded an aspect that lit up a constellation above her head that was known in Callow as the King's Crown. It had been suppressed by my domain, as winter could snuff out anything given long enough. But if I went digging in our little friend's split halves, I might be able to seize whatever that had been. The Spellblade, if Tarek was right, had once been a prince of the Golden Bloom and presumably heir to its throne. Of 7 crowns in one, it was perhaps viable to seize the last from either the broken revenants at our feet. If the dead king was in Masego's head, and he had to be, to an extent, to have been able to pass on so many of my secrets to the tyrant, then he would know of my recipe to make Laret into something greater. Could I assume that, since he'd since had opportunity to speak with Kairos, he knew of everything I'd revealed so far? Yes, it'll be safer to. I decided. So he knew I needed one last crown, presumably, and no, that was the wrong way to think about this. Both the revenants couldn't feasibly recent additions to this mess. They must have been here for some time. So why would the dead king send a pair of possible crowns into the mess, of all his possible guards to post around Hierophant? Black Queen, the peregrine interrupted me. We should not linger. It's a trap, I pensively said. What is? The saint flatly asked. I don't know yet, I muttered. But he laid a trap for us. The last crown, the one of this 7 in 1. It was the most important of the 8. As the rogue sorcerer had said, 7 for weight, but the last to shape. Was this the nature of the snare the dead king had laid? That if we took a shortcut, attempted to bring a crown from outside our little circle rather than surrender one of our own, we'd be giving him a foothold into this place. The revenants, after all, were of his make now regardless of what they had been while living. It was tenuous thread, to be sure, but given that my opponent was perhaps the finest sorcerer to ever grace Calernia and had more than 10 centuries of experience on me in name lore, even that fine thread might be enough. Given the largely unprecedented nature of what I sought to accomplish tonight, there was still much that I did not, and perhaps could not know about it. Or is that your trick within the trick, Neshama? I suddenly thought. While I go in circles pondering of stories and deep schemes, you use it as shell to strike a more precise blow. Was he offering me a pair of crowns so I would sour on the use of them out of fear, and so force a loss? The right to rule of one of three would be gone. If so, tyrant, pilgrim, or queen. Any of them would result in an opponent of the dead king losing a measure of earthly influence. We cannot withdraw, the gray pilgrim bluntly said. It would mean the death of 3 great hosts, and possibly of Isare itself. Getting afraid, foundling? Lawrence nastily grinned. Her I ignored. We were no longer fighting, which meant she'd gone from massively useful to at least something of a pest, and possibly a liability. The peregrine, I needed to keep his eyes on the prize, though, so to him I replied. I'm not suggesting withdrawal, I said. But the hidden horror has a game afoot. Let's all take a moment to acknowledge that. There's too many coincidences beginning to pile up. Tarek was no young blood, but that had advantages as well as the opposite. His eyes sharpened. The revenant you fought before, he said, and it was not a question. Revenants, I corrected, flicking a glance at the other mangled corpse. The old man's face went stiff. Though not, I understood when he began speaking again, for the reasons I'd expected. He must hold you in high esteem, the gray pilgrim blandly said, for having assumed from inception that it would be your arrangements that would win out and lead us here. Yeah, now was not even remotely the time for that. The oddly cordial relationship I had with the foremost monster in Colurnian history was not a matter I intended on discussing here, with Tarek, ever. So I put down my foot as firmly as I could on this before it could lead anywhere. Or, more likely, he planned for every eventuality, and we're simply seeing the contingencies related to my intentions, I said. You'll remember that the tyrant has been feeding him everyone's secrets for months now. The dead king's not the kind of creature to have only one string to his bow. And how are we to be sure, damned, that you're not one of those strings? The saint said. You sure you didn't speak with him? I mused, forcing my lips to stretch into a friendly smile. Because starting a fight within the band seems like exactly the kind of thing a villain would manipulate someone like you into. The old woman's face blanked, the tightening of her features pressing the creases together in a way that made them look like some surreal mask of flesh for a moment. The loathing she glared at me with was bright and burning. I cared little for it, though, since the reminder that by turning on me she might just be advancing the dead king's schemes was enough to have her fingers leaving the pommel of her now-sheathed sword. A little heavy-handed, as far as handlings went, but I suspected anything too subtle would be lost on the likes of Lawrence de Montfort. What is it that you suggest, then? The pilgrim calmly asked. I'm going to be taking those, I said, flicking a hand at the 2 broke revenants, in case they might be of use. But the identity of the 3rd revenant we encounter will tell us how we need to approach the end of our journey. You have met others, then? Tarek said. I had. 2 more, to be exact. The nightmare that was a horned lord with oracular insights, the creature known as the Skane, and one I had not fought at all, and would rather not. A man who'd once been the good king of Callow, Edward Fairfax VII. If it was the former that was waiting on our path to the ducal palace, then Neshamua's game remained opaque to me. If it was the latter, though, it'd make 3 crowns that had been set in my way, increasingly obvious ones. It was an almost insultingly blatant bait, which while shedding no light on what decision should be taken at least would make it clear what the crux of the snare was. Assuming, of course, that this was not all governed by whim and the 3rd revenant wouldn't either be one I'd never before encountered, or that there would be no 3rd at all. It should be either a rat or a king, I said. The rat means we're in trouble. The king means dice might need to be rolled. A rat, the saint slowly said. Do you mean? Yes, I interrupted. Like that one you fought. You fought one of their kind before, the old woman said, eyes considering. I survived it, with the help of others, I retorted. Still on the fence as to if whether where we are right now will make it more or less dangerous. There was no threefold reflection to spin us around with here, but the skein wouldn't be confined to a single room either. It had a lot more room to maneuver, and freedom in choosing when and where to strike. Given that oracles were agonizingly difficult to deal with even when they weren't also massive more or less indestructible murder rats, it was not promising grounds either way. I was rather hoping for King Edward, even if that path involved the dice having another go. Shit, if it was the skein, then had we been anticipated every step of the way? No, I decided. I knew for a fact that choirs could affect those sorts of things, and the pilgrim was sworn to one. Save NOC would obscure me to most things unless they wished it otherwise, including possibly the skein's weakened remnants of a name. And there was also the very madman that Kairos had been using as a shield this entire campaign. The hierarch. No, It shouldn't be possible for the skein to have followed the entire thread flawlessly given that much interference. It should still have been able to glimpse possibilities, though, which would be dangerous enough on its own. The rat has something in common with Cordelia's cousin, I delicately said, glancing at Tarek. The old man's lips tightened, and he offered me a nod. I suspect the both of us will hinder that, he said, though not half as much as Lawrence does simply by being who she is. I raised a skeptical eyebrow. What does she do? I said. Cut the future? Gods. I immediately thought. Please don't let her cut the future. She was already ridiculously difficult to handle. Winter was predictable, the Peregrines said, but never, I believe, predicted. My brow rose further up, and I glanced at the saint, who seemed displeased we were trading information to her. I couldn't honestly blame her for that, since a handful of secrets was often the difference between beating all odds or being buried. The Peregrines seemed to be implying that since Lawrence had made herself into a domain, more or less, then trying to predict her was the equivalent of having tried to predict my own domain back in the day. So, the saint would muddle predictions simply by being involved in them. Useful, that, and it went some way in explaining why no one had been able to spring an ambush on her over the years. The heavens really had shaped a fine executioner, hadn't they? No one would see the Saint of Swords coming until she was there, and by then it would be much, much too late. Understood, I said. If the two of you would keep an eye out, I'll clean up these loose ends. I dipped my head at the revenant remains. The pilgrim's face flickered with hesitation until he spoke up. Your Majesty, he cautiously said, you do not intend to eat them, do you? I choked. Do I? What? No, I'm not going to eat the fucking corpses, I hissed. Why would you even ask that? Drow are known to take from the dead in some manner, the old man said. And you are closely allied with orcs and goblins, whose habits are well documented. Corpse eating isn't how the firstborn do it, I grunted. And for the clans it's actually a pretty complicated issue that's been shaped by generations of, you know what, now's not the time. The goblins? Lawrence de Montfort asked. She seemed honestly curious, though that didn't mean she wasn't also being kind of a prick. Goblins will eat anything. Saint, I tiredly said. It's not like corpses are miraculously excluded from that just because it's distasteful to think about. Distasteful was never a word you wanted to speak when discussing that particular subject, as it happened, if Robert was around. He would be very swift to inform anyone fool enough to do so that human corpses were actually very savory, even without being cooked first. And that in a tear you could get that sort of meat rather on the cheap if you knew where to look, from grave peddlers whose corpses had not been bought by necromancer and were starting to ripen. There was a reason that Black had told me never to buy grilled meat off a stall in the streets of Ater if you hadn't seen the animal it came from killed and cooked, and it wasn't just because it was a possible avenue for assassination. Unwilling to participate in that wreck of a conversation any longer, I hobbled my way to the nearest corpse, the Spellblades, and knelt. Its flesh felt strange to my touch, not like a human's at all. Rougher, almost like bark, though I had no notion of whether that was a consequence of elvishness or of being made a revenant. Regardless, even a glancing touch was enough to tell me there was nothing salvageable in there. None of the three aspects there'd been were in a state to be taken. The one Saint had severed was a ruin, and when I'd used Ban on the Undead's own third, it had shattered the former and faded the latter beyond use. Fair enough, I thought. Given that I'd already taken from him once, I wouldn't have been able to anyway. The head and leg that had been cut off I put back in place, though mending those wounds was beyond me save in the most gruesome of ways. I wove night in a pall over the elf's still form, and as the veil of darkness thinned and dispersed, so the sight of the body disappeared was revealed. I leaned on my staff to rise, feeling the pilgrim's patient gaze and the saint's belligerent one. The heroine idly strolled up to me as I headed towards the remains of the Thief of Stars. Melted it, did you? She said. Useful knack. It was difficult for her to seem as casual as she clearly thought she was being when she was clearly itching to get at me. I almost looked Tarek. Was this some misguided attempt to insert a little cordiality into this relationship? Go on, Lawrence. Go up to the Black Queen and say something nice about her wicked and blasphemous powers. I'm keeping them in the night, I said. Matters of burial can be addressed when this is all over. So it's a pocket trick, like a sorcerer, the saint unpleasantly smiled. Like I thought. So why, Foundling, did you make the rogue sorcerer carry your crowns? Because I needed bait for Kairos, juicy enough to ensure it was the sorcerer he struck at. I thought. Because the only way I'm getting my father's soul back from you people without a fight is if I do not, in fact, get it back from you people. So I let out a little noise of surprise and smiled, all regretful and dim at the Saint of Swords. Eyes a little wide, like I was a touch slow, but all harmless. Oh hells, I ruefully said. It completely slipped my mind. You're up to something, foundling, Lawrence de Montfort quietly said. And I won't let you get away with it. Right now, I said, coming by the mangled halves of the second revenant. What I'm up to is having my time wasted. Walk it off, Saint. I flicked a dismissive hand at her, which from the way she went red in the cheeks was more insult than anyone had tossed her way in a long time. Gods, if they'd had black around her for weeks or months, they must have kept him gagged the whole time. Given the ease of her temper and how viciously he could spin a sentence, if they hadn't, the body I'd claimed would have fewer limbs. Another painful crouch and it seemed that the feel of the other one's skin had been on account of elvishness after all. The thief of Stars's flesh was like a fresh corpse's, which was rather uncomfortable to think about, so I did not linger over it. Her I could still take from, I found. One of the aspects tasted like flight, cold, and in the dark. The starlit one? Hard to tell. My senses in this were hardly exact. The second I studied tasted familiar, and I immediately judged it to be what she'd called on in her attempt to use my staff. It felt like the last piece of a jigsaw puzzle clicking together, though there was something else. Rarity? Some sort of limit, I thought, though given the way I made of aspects artifacts with a single use that didn't particularly matter to me. Still, if it was like I suspected and this was a trick that allowed one to use most anything, then it didn't particularly appeal to me. Boots scuffed the ground at my side, but I bit my tongue at the last moment when I caught a glimpse of them and saw it was not the saint who'd returned but the pilgrim. She wasn't always like that, the old man quietly said. Oh, were we going to have that talk now? Undercover my seeing to the body of a fallen foe. I wasn't interested in being sympathetic to the Saint of Swords, so he was barking up the wrong tree. What Lawrence de Montfort might once have been weighed less on the scales than what she now was, and that was trouble. The third aspect, I found, had been ripped out, and the fabric around it had been almost burned, for lack of better term, perhaps to ensure that not even a speck of what had been there before remained. Interesting, I thought. Neshama's work? That implied a much greater degree of control over how revenants became what they were than I'd assumed he had. And, more intriguingly, that whatever that aspect of the thief's had been, he'd judged it trouble enough, he'd cut it out before making her into one of his undead. That aside, my remaining choice was being the aspect that tasted of running away and the one that felt like well-placed hands. You can never have too many ways to leg it. I decided, and took the first. I leaned forward, allowing my cloak to drape over me and hide the sight of the small carved wishbone the aspect had taken the shape of from the pilgrim even as I palmed it. My other hand moved to distract him, pulling down a veil of night over the broken body. If you insist on having this conversation, I said, let's have it on the move. I'm done here.